Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see what if Harry Potter unlocked his true power before the war. Here is short summary. An intelligent, well-trained boy who lived comes to Hogwarts and Albus Dumbledore is thrown for a loop. Watch as Harry figures out his destiny as a large threat looms over the horizon, unknown to the unsuspecting magical population. Would Harry Potter be willing to take on his role as the savior of magic, or would the world burn in his absence? But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Welcome home, Harry. Harry Potter was a weird child. That was the consensus among everyone in Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The boy was said to have been orphaned because of a car crash that killed his parents when he was just a year old. No one knew much about his parents, but Petunia Dursley, the boy's aunt, had told everyone that the boy's father had been a good-for-nothing drunk and his mother, a whore. She had also warned everyone that the boy was a delinquent. Seeing him in large clothes and looking scruffy all the time just reinforced that image. However, Harry Potter was anything but such a child. He was unusually intelligent since young, but the Dursleys always did their best to discourage him. The boy had always known that he was different. For as long as he could remember, Harry was called a freak by his relatives, and they spoke about his unnaturalness. This confused the young boy because he wondered what they were talking about. But he didn't dare ask what it meant because he knew that doing so would make his relatives angry. The last time he had asked about his parents, Uncle Vernon had beaten him up and not given him any food for 3 days. Harry didn't really care for a repeat performance. Things slowly started to change as Harry grew up. Strange things started to happen as he began school. For one thing, he could instantly grasp everything being taught by the teachers, and he could remember what he had studied or learnt with excellent clarity. This, of course, led to more problems with his relatives. His cousin Dudley, who seemed to be inflating on a daily basis due to the amount of food going into his mouth, couldn't even pronounce anything other than his own name properly. This led to more punishments as the Dursleys claimed that he had cheated on his tests. As he grew up, things only seemed to get worse. Harry was given an unending list of chores around the house. He had to cook, clean, weed the gardens, wash the dishes, and was essentially a beak to his uncle, aunt and cousin. He was given very little food while his whale of a cousin could eat anything he wanted. His hand-me-down clothes were all too big for him, and he was forced to sleep in a tiny cupboard under the stairs. He was not allowed, because it made the Dursleys angry, to be happy or sad. Harry personally felt that didn't have anything to be happy about. And dare he ever reveal that he was sad or angry, he knew that Uncle Vernon would be furious. He did not have a death wish. Harry hated his relatives. Even as a 4-year-old child, he hadn't liked them. As time went on, he realized that strange things happened to him when he was angry or upset. That horrible teacher's hair had turned blue on the first day of school because he hadn't known his name. It really hadn't been his fault. How was he supposed to know his name if the Dursleys didn't tell him? Freak could hardly be his name, he was smart enough to know that. However, the strange occurrences, just like this one, never stopped. When Aunt Petunia had shaved him nearly bald one day, his hair had surprisingly grown back the very next morning. Of course, Aunt Petunia had shrieked and shrieked for an hour and he was punished for it, but it made him very curious as there were several other similar instances over the years. Then, today, during one of Dudley's routine Harry hunting games, he had wished himself to escape from his tormentors, and the next thing he knew, he had appeared on the roof of the school. That had blown things way out of proportion. Harry was 7 years old now. He dreaded to go back home, knowing what was going to happen. He didn't know how he had appeared on the school roof, but it had triggered a major scene, bad enough for the headmistress to get involved. There were no stairs to the roof, so the fire department had to be called to rescue him. Harry knew that he was in trouble. His heart thumped in his chest as he pondered the question. Did he have some strange power like the superheroes on the telly? Is that how he could do such things? His bones had always healed themselves the next day after every beating. Normally, he should have been covered from head to toe in bandages for months, but even after sustaining several injuries, he was still fine the next morning. Harry took a deep, shaky breath and at once, he calmed down. He had always been able to control his emotions. There was a focus on which he could draw from that helped him maintain an expressionless facade all the time. He didn't know what it was, but perhaps it was his mystery force. He certainly wasn't going to complain. Maybe he should try to do something, like levitating an object. That would prove his theory about some arcane power. If he survived tonight's beating, that is. Harry knew that there was no escaping this. Aunt Petunia had been called to the school because of the incident. As soon as he entered the house, he focused on finishing his chores quietly in order to get back to his cupboard as soon as possible. He could see Aunt Petunia seething in the background. He wanted to get back to the cupboard before his uncle could come home. Maybe then, he could avoid the beating that would follow, but he wasn't stupid enough to expect it. Once he finished cooking dinner, he closed the door of his cupboard, just as Uncle Vernon entered the house in a towering rage. Harry's thin form trembled in fear as he heard Aunt Petunia screech loudly, telling her husband about the incident at school. Boy! Harry cringed as he slowly opened the door of the cupboard. He stepped outside and entered the kitchen. Yes, Uncle Vernon, he asked in his usual bland voice that lacked any form of expression or emotion. But that was the last thing he said before the obese man grabbed him by the throat. What did I tell you about using your freakishness, boy? He bellowed. I won't have your craziness in my house, do you hear me? None of it. How did you end up on the roof? Harry tried to get away, but the grip was too tight. Just as he was about to pass out due to a lack of air, Vernon bodily threw him on the floor towards the other side of the room. Gasping and coughing, he wheezed out, I swear, I don't know. 1 minute I was running and the next second I was on the roof. It was like magic. That was the dreaded word. Petunia's eyes widened in horror and rage, she gasped. Vernon gave an almighty roar of rage, his face an angry shade of red. Uncle Vernon came forward and pinned the boy to the ground, face down. Harry whimpered as the man's belt impacted his back. Why couldn't they just leave him alone? There is no such thing as magic, screamed Uncle Vernon, his face puffed up with rage. He had promised himself that he would beat the freakishness out of the boy when they took him in, and that was what he was going to do. He wouldn't have such freaks living in his house. If he couldn't get rid of the boy, then he would get rid of the nonsense that was in the boy itself. After this punishment, maybe the freak would think twice before using his unnatural powers on good, hard-working people such as themselves. Vernon grabbed the iron rod which was next to the fireplace. Harry's eyes widened in shock and terror, but the next thing he knew, he was screaming himself hoarse with tears streaming down his face as the rod impacted his legs, breaking them. Petunia shrieked in panic, but Vernon didn't stop, his rage driving him over the edge. Harry was crying and screaming, begging his uncle to stop as the rod hit him over and over again. Just as Harry saw the rod come for his head, he called upon his strange powers and wished he could be somewhere safe, someplace where he would be far away from the Dursleys so that they couldn't hurt him. Just as the rod descended, Harry disappeared from the kitchen of the Dursley residence with a loud crack. Harry felt as though he was being squeezed through a tube. The pain he was feeling was unbearable and he fell unconscious before he could identify his new surroundings. Just as Harry apparated with a loud crack, a house elf too appeared in the entrance hall of Potter Castle. It frowned when it saw the human child. It was not possible for anyone to apparate inside the castle, so how did the child get in? The elf's eyes widened when the familiar bond of a house elf and its master became familiar. Master Harry. The elf gasped. The house elf called for its companions. 2 other elves popped next to her as they transported Harry to the medical wing of the castle. While elves were not healers, they could use their brand of magic to heal wounds while they also used potions prepared by wizards to supplement it. Few of the elves used their magic to fix the broken bones while another poured healing potions down Harry's throat. However, there was something else which the elves recognized. Because of the bond they shared with Harry, they could tell that he was playing host to a possession which resided in his scar. Knowing that such a thing had to be destroyed before it fully controlled their master, the elves surrounded the bed where Harry was sleeping as they chanted in their native tongue. Magic was simple, yet complex. It was infinite yet harmonious. The magic of different species was different, and this was the advantage here. While it was impossible for wizards to destroy a soul piece without destroying the vessel, elven magic could do so. Harry started shaking and sweating as his scar heated up. As the chanting grew, the boy screamed in pain, his scar split open. A piercing scream rent the air as the soul piece was destroyed after being ejected from Harry's head. The boy slumped in his bed, exhausted. The scar on his forehead, which had always been red and inflamed, began healing as the elves tended to it. It was now only a thin, white line, shaped like a lightning bolt. The Horcrux in Harry's scar was destroyed, but unfortunately, it was not a clean job. The house elves thought Harry was being possessed, but in reality, he had been playing host to a soul piece. The two were slightly different in nature, so the ritual of the house elves did not work as they had expected. There was an unexpected side effect that went unnoticed. Harry Potter opened his eyes, groaning softly. He ached all over and he felt like he had been run over by a bus. His eyes widened in panic when he saw that he wasn't at the Dursleys. He was in an unknown place. It was filled with several simple beds and the walls were painted white. Was he in a hospital? "Good morning, young man," said an ethereal voice. Harry turned and it took all his willpower not to scream. There was a man floating in front of him. But it wasn't anything normal because he was silvery and transparent. "Who or you?" Harry whispered as he tried to get his volatile emotions under control. His hands and legs trembled as a feeling of dread overwhelmed him. Where was he? Memories of the encounter with Uncle Vernon flooded into his mind. He swallowed and asked hesitantly, "Am I dead?" The figure of the man frowned. "No. You are very much alive, though you were badly injured when you got here. As for who I am, I'm the ghost of Alfred Potter. You are a Potter, are you not?" "Ghost," Harry blurted out. He swallowed heavily and answered, "My name is Harry Potter." The ghost of Alfred Potter smiled. "Good. Just making sure that you are indeed James's son. I'm glad you made it back home, young one. It truly was a tragedy what happened to your parents. How are you feeling?" "I'm fine, sir," said Harry but winced slightly, his body ached. Alfred nodded in understanding as he called out, "Tippy." Harry was startled when he saw a small creature appear in front of him. It had large ears and tennis ball-shaped eyes. "What can Tippy do for Master Alfred?" "Give young Harry here a pain relief potion, would you?" The elf nodded as it popped away and brought a phial which contained a blue liquid. "Drink this," Alfred instructed. "It will make the pain go away." Harry had 1,000 questions in his mind but decided to do as instructed. Just as he swallowed the concoction, he sighed in contentment as the pain receded. "What was that thing?" "That was a house elf, Harry, didn't you recognize it?" Alfred frowned. "They serve in many magical households, surely your guardians would have one in their house, or at least employed one." "Magic." Alfred scowled. "It looks like you haven't been told about the existence of magic. The scion of our clan being raised by muggles. I can't believe it." When Harry just stared back at the ghost, Alfred sighed. "What do you know about your parents?" So it began. Harry learnt everything about his parents, their names, their status in the society, and about the Potter family in general. The house elves gave him more healing potions, but Harry was still very small and frail for his age. Alfred Potter, Harry's great-great-great-grandfather, began explaining to him about why he had remained as a ghost. "To answer your question about why I'm a ghost, you first need to understand the nature of our clan. The Potter family is one of the oldest families in magical Europe," said the ghost. "At one point in time, our family was quite large. It was big enough to create our own private army if the situation demanded it. We didn't care much for politics in the Wizengamot, our governing body, but instead, focused more on business. We had warders, Quidditch players, healers, duelists, potioneers, enchanters and businessmen in our family. Our power in international trade was unparalleled by anyone in Europe. We thought ourselves invincible, increasing our fortune through shrewd business tactics and investments that were planned meticulously. However, things didn't remain rosy for long." Alfred took a deep breath. "One of my nephews felt it was his right to get the lordship of the family," he continued. "That wasn't possible because the next in line to head the clan, the family, was my son, William. With that in mind, he descended deep into the dark arts, consorting with people who were hell-bent on our destruction as they manipulated him, feeding his ego. I won't bore you with the details right now about why people wanted to see us dead. That is a story for later, but suffice it to say, we had many enemies. The boy was able to raise a small army of his own. With sheer power and use of different magical instruments powered by his blood, he was able to get his people inside the various homes inhabited by the family around the world. It was a massacre. He and his companions slaughtered every single one of the Potters, except 3 members. Harry was shocked. To think someone would do that just for the sake of power and wealth was something he couldn't imagine. He was still a 7-year-old boy, having been confined for as long as he could remember, with the realities of the larger world unknown to him. We, that is to say, me, my wife and my son, were here, at Potter Castle. We didn't know what was going on until my son's friend, Stephen Greengrass, was able to find out about it. The massacre was truly well coordinated and executed. Several years of planning was needed to pull it off, from what we found out later. Within a day, the once mighty Potter family was brought down to its knees, never to recover again, with only 3 surviving members left because one of them was power-hungry. However, by the time the attackers came to the castle, we were ready to defend ourselves. We used the offensive and defensive enchantments to a great extent and were able to overcome our enemies. When I died, I refused to move on because I took it upon myself to protect the Potter family in the future, which is what I am doing now. Come with me, Harry. We must raise the wards around the castle now that you are here. Albus Dumbledore was frantic when he saw the silver instrument which monitored the blood wards around the Dursley residence not giving out puffs of smoke anymore. The wards had fallen. How could that happen? He had to get there quickly to put the enchantment back up again, otherwise the situation would be too horrible to contemplate. Dumbledore cursed under his breath. He had not been around when the wards had fallen. The place had been exposed for an entire day. He quickly stepped inside the flow and with a flash of green flames, was transported to Arabella Figg's home. "Albus!" exclaimed Mrs. Figg in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "The wards have fallen," he said with worry as he walked out of the house. Quickly making his way to number 4, he knocked on the door. After a few seconds, it opened and he recognized the face of the woman he wanted to meet. "You," whispered Petunia in fear and a hint of anger. "Hello Petunia, it is nice to see you again," smiled Dumbledore. "I have a few important things to discuss with you. May I come inside?" Without waiting for her to answer, Dumbledore let himself in. "I'm afraid the wards have fallen around this house. You are in grave danger. Where is young Harry?" Petunia trembled as she felt the old man's magic flare around her. Dumbledore frowned as he looked into her eyes, attempting legilimency. What he saw shocked him to the very core. Vernon Dursley had nearly killed Harry. Was the boy punished frequently for accidental magic too? How could Petunia do that to her own nephew? Harry Potter had disappeared. Where had he gone? The boy had to be rescued before any of Lord Voldemort's followers found out. It would be disastrous should they kill the boy who lived. Cursing under his breath after obliviating Petunia, he called for Fawkes, who materialized in a flash of flame above his head. He instantly appeared in his office and quickly summoned another silver instrument. This was a tracking charm which he had placed on the boy. He frowned when he realized that he couldn't find Harry. He was obviously under heavy wards. Quickly moving towards a secret cabinet, Dumbledore removed a single filament of hair which was stored in a file. Normally what he was doing was illegal, but since he was the boy's magical guardian, he had the right to ensure Harry's safety. As long as he didn't have any blood in his possession, all was in the game. He put the strand of hair inside the silver instrument. He smiled as it started puffing and glowing. Any minute now, he would know of the boy's location. Harry followed his ancestor to the Lord's study. On the way, he looked around and was in awe of the beauty and splendor of the place. It was richly decorated in crimson, cream and gold, with gold-framed paintings hanging on the walls. Even the marble flooring was gleaming under the lighting charms. He was led through a door and gasped when they entered the study. Several shelves filled with books were present, along with a large mahogany desk. Rich trinkets were placed all over, the fireplace was lit and the floor-to-ceiling windows on one side gave an outstanding view of the grounds outside the castle. A leather swirl chair was behind the desk. "Come here and place your hand on this spot," instructed Alfred as he floated towards the desk. Harry did as he was told. Just as he placed his hand there, he felt it stick to the wood. There was a tiny prick on his palm as it took a blood sample. When he removed his hand, a metallic disc appeared with several weird symbols on it. "Now listen to my instructions very carefully, Harry. Do as I tell you and exactly as I tell you, understood?" "Yes, sir," Harry muttered nervously. For the next 20 minutes, Harry tapped the necessary runes on the plate, carefully following the directions of his ancestor. It would have taken much less time for an adult, but Harry was just a child. He did as instructed. "Now, I want you to press your hand on the rune plate, close your eyes and feel the wards. When you are ready, say, 'Lockdown.'" Harry pressed his hand to the rune plate as ordered and closed his eyes. He could suddenly feel something in his mind. The castle seemed to hum with him. It was sensations he had never felt before and he was very excited. Lockdown. Suddenly, the windows and doors of the castle all shut at once. Heavy shutters slammed down, locking the castle into a fortress. Ancient wards activated as they absorbed magic from the ley lines present underground. The castle hummed as the surrounding property around the structure too came under the wards. The water in the moat surrounding the castle began churning as it glowed, various enchantments taking effect. "There," said Alfred in satisfaction. "Unless they're resorting to blood magic, no one would be able to track you. The wards will give you the best protection possible at the moment. For now, this is enough." Albus Dumbledore smiled in satisfaction and relief as the tracking instrument was able to triangulate the coordinates. But just as he was able to reach for it, there was a wailing noise as the instrument gave out. Dumbledore blinked in surprise. What kind of protective enchantments must Harry be under for this to have failed? He must start searching for Harry immediately. It was imperative that he rescues Harry from wherever the boy was being held. He would have to search the homes of the former Death Eaters first. Dumbledore didn't even want to think about what state poor Harry would be if he ever ended in the hands of someone like Lucius Malfoy. Reaching towards the flow, he summoned his trusted aide. "Severus, could you please come up to my office? I need to speak to you at once." The next 4 years went by rapidly. Harry, at first, was quite awed by the castle itself. It was enormous. But he was more impressed with magic and what he was learning. However, he didn't reveal this to the ghost of his ancestor. Harry might feel emotions, but none of it was shown on his face or in his voice. When he confessed to the ghost about his perfect memory, Alfred had exclaimed that Harry was probably a natural occlumens. That was the only theory that seemed to fit because no other child his age could control their emotions or remember something as much as Harry did. The talent was rare, but not unheard of. Thus began Harry's training under his ancestors' guidance and sometimes, under the guidance of the various portraits in the castle. He was not taught in the traditional, Potter method, as it was known, as Harry's intelligence warranted for accelerated teaching. They began with potion making, a very important art which not many people appreciated. Potions could accomplish many things that other fields could not. Alfred always stressed that all fields of magic were equally important. He supervised Harry in the potions lab as the boy learned how to create a potion. When Harry made even the simplest of mistakes, the ghost would tell a house elf to vanish the contents of the cauldron. Harry, without complaint, would gather the ingredients again and start the potion from scratch. This ensured that he mastered the art of preparing the potion, even if the method was extremely frustrating for Harry. Not that he ever complained, of course. He was grateful for being taught at all, and remembering where he had come from was enough for him to focus all his attention on studies without complaint. Alfred Potter was quite surprised by how quickly Harry seemed to grasp the concepts. It was like he already had the muscle for it all and only had to learn it once or twice to grasp everything. The boy was a prodigy. Alfred still couldn't believe that Harry was a natural occlumens. It explained how his memory was always so sharp, not to mention why his emotions were never expressed. That was the downside of a natural occlumens. Emotions were unconsciously suppressed by the witch or wizard, and Harry had been actively doing it when he was raised by the Dursleys. Harry was also taught other subjects such as runes, defense, charms and transfiguration. These were the basic subjects of magic, and he was determined to master them. The boy also had a rather sharp grasp on wandless magic, which brought about another question in the 9-year-old boy's mind. Why do wizards use wands? Why not rely on wandless magic? It's not like we haven't tried, Harry, said the portrait of Fergus Potter, Harry's great-grandfather. But the problem with wandless magic is that it is not as powerful as the spells cast with a wand. You can tire yourself out, and the intensity of the spells which come out of a wand cannot be matched. A wand is a focus for a wizard's power. While you can use wandless magic, it won't help you much in case you are fighting a powerful wizard. With the intensity of the spells being thrown around in a duel, wandless magic can give you an edge, but not by much. However, it is a powerful tool. You should practice it regularly so that you can harness the skill. Harry also, under an alias, enrolled in a school for a wizarding form of martial arts when he was 9. Alfred said it was imperative that Harry knows how to defend himself physically. He also argued that it would help greatly during a fight as agility would be an asset. By the time Harry's 11th birthday rolled out, he was quite ready to re-enter the magical society. He had been trained extensively by the portraits about pureblood etiquette. He knew how to behave for a person of his standing. He also knew about his parents and their life experiences from the journals the elves had recovered from the wreckage of the cottage in Godric's Hollow. Harry also knew to be wary of Albus Dumbledore. The man had been mentioned repeatedly in his parents' journals, and the portrait of his grandmother, Doria, insisted that he was not who he appeared to be. Dangerous or not, Harry was nothing if not careful. He would trust no one blindly, another concept which had been drilled into him over the years by the ghost of his ancestor. He had also learnt from his mistakes of doing that during his time with the Dursleys. Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall and Severus Snape were standing in the headmaster's office as the quill enchanted by Rowena Ravenclaw began writing on the various envelopes. They had searched for Harry Potter for the past 4 years. It had been a pain to keep the Ministry of Magic and the media from finding out about the boy's disappearance, but they were hoping they could finally find out where he lived before word got out. Dumbledore had tried every method of tracking the boy, without success. He had used Harry's hair, but it hadn't worked. He didn't have any more of the boy's blood either, so that was not an option, having used all of it to erect the protective enchantments around number 4, Privet Drive so many years ago. Letters with tracking charms were returned unopened almost immediately as the owls were confused. No doubt there were anti-mail wards around the place for any letters sent with a tracking charm. Even Fawkes didn't seem to know where the boy was, so Dumbledore was sure the place was not ordinary. None of the Death Eaters seemed to have him, from what Severus had gathered, so they were quite curious about where he could be. "Albus, look!" cried McGonagall excitedly. Dumbledore watched with bated breath as the ancient quill began writing on the parchment. Mr. Harry J. Potter. The Master Bedroom. Potter Castle. Sherwood Forest. Nottinghamshire. Potter Castle, Dumbledore murmured in surprise and relief. He had heard of the place but he had never seen it before. It is the ancestral home of the Potter family. Thank Merlin he's alive. How did he end up there when he didn't even know of its existence? Asked McGonagall, bewildered. Snape sneered. No doubt he is going to be as arrogant as his father after living the life of a pampered prince for so long. Dumbledore ignored him, deep in thought. After a minute, he made his decision. Send the letter, Minerva, said Dumbledore softly. If he does not reply within 3 days, we shall go meet him personally. McGonagall nodded as she collected the bunch of letters that were to be sent to all the wizard-raised students. Snape was scowling as he left the office too. Dumbledore began pacing. All his carefully constructed plans regarding the boy who lived's childhood lay in ruins. He had wanted the boy meek so that it would be possible for Harry to accept his destiny, but he had never wanted him to be as abused as he had been at the Dursleys. Frankly, Dumbledore had never thought that Petunia would be capable of such a thing. As of now, it didn't matter, because young Harry had somehow found his way to one of his family homes. Was the boy too damaged like Tom Riddle had been? Or was he too traumatized by his experience with the Dursleys that he was afraid of his own shadow? Or was he the arrogant prince that Severus claimed he would be? Dumbledore relaxed. He was jumping to conclusions and there was no point in that. He would wait. School was only a month away. He would wait and see what Harry Potter was like in September. He was positive that he could salvage his plans. This was only a minor hindrance. Harry Potter woke up on his 11th birthday with a small smile on his face. Even though he had heard all about it, he had unfortunately never ventured to Diagon Alley before. Grandfather Alfred had said that it was too dangerous for him and so he hadn't tried venturing out of the grounds for anything other than his martial arts class, but now, he could finally see the biggest shopping district in magical Britain. He was quite excited even though he managed to hide it. He went to the bathroom and took a quick shower after finishing his morning chores. The walk-in closet in his bedroom showed many clothes that belonged to him. He picked a sky blue shirt and a pair of black trousers, along with an informal open robe that fit him perfectly. After getting dressed, he headed to the family dining room to have breakfast. When he entered the study an hour later, the portraits all wished him a happy birthday. "Happy birthday, Harry," Alfred wished him, the ghost drifting into the study. "We've discussed this. You know what you have to do today." Harry nodded. He placed his hand on the Potter crest which was affixed to the wall. It contained 2 golden griffins facing each other with a large shield between them, with 2 intertwined swords. Harry closed his eyes as he said, "I, Harry James Potter, scion of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, do call upon my birthright and claim the headship of the Potter family. I vow to do my duty and bring honor to my clan. May Mother Magic bear witness to this blood oath of a Peverell." There was a pulse of magic as Harry's hand glowed. A ring appeared on his right ring finger. It had a large blue diamond, seamlessly placed on a platinum band. The inside of the diamond contained tiny, clear diamonds forming the Potter crest, which were implanted with magic by his ancestors. "Natus Vincere," whispered Harry, closing his eyes in respect to honor the memories of his great ancestors. That was the Potter family motto, which meant, "Born to conquer." "Congratulations, Harry," Alfred smiled at him. "I believe claiming headship does give you some autonomy over family matters. I'm not up to date with magical law. Talk to the goblins. They'll know better." "I will, grandfather," said Harry quietly as he exited the study. With confident strides, he reached the entrance hall. He took a pinch of flow powder and stepped inside the ornate, granite fireplace and spoke clearly, "Diagon Alley," just as he was swallowed by a flash of green flames. When Harry exited the flow, he was assaulted by new smells and visions. The place was beautiful. Several buildings were on either side of a large street and there was so much magic in the air that it was unbelievable. For someone who had grown up in isolation for the last 4 years, it was quite unnerving to see hundreds of people in the alley. Harry buried his nervousness under his occlumency shields as he walked towards the bank. He was not worried about being recognized. His appearance was quite different from what many people made him out to be and his scar was hidden behind a glamour charm. As he entered the marble building, he found a free teller and handed him a letter that had the seal of the Potter family on it. "I would like to meet Ragnarok, please," he said quietly. The goblins were the only ones he had informed about his disappearance. Alfred had been quite insistent that he let them know that he was safe to ensure that the investments did not suffer as a result. He had penned a letter to Ragnarok 4 years ago, but this was the first time he would be meeting the goblin. "Griphook will take you to Ragnarok's office," said the teller. Harry bowed to the goblin and was soon ushered into an opulent office. "Greetings, Mr. Potter," a voice welcomed him from behind a marble desk, the goblin observing the young boy with keen, black eyes. "I am Ragnarok, the manager of the Potter accounts. What can I do for you?" "Greetings to you as well, Ragnarok," said Harry, acknowledging him with a bow. "I'm here to know the status of the Potter investments and vaults. I've been told that I'm not qualified or old enough to fully understand it, but I was hoping you could give me a brief explanation." The next hour was spent in discussion as Ragnarok explained, in simple words, about the various investments and the total worth of the Potter family. Harry knew it, but still, when he saw that the final number was in billions, he was awestruck. "There is another matter which I want to discuss with you, Mr. Potter," said Ragnarok as he reached for a file containing a few sheets of parchment. "I've had time to go through this over the past few days and since you're here, I can deliver the news in person. I'm afraid I found an active betrothal contract between House Potter and House Greengrass that has been lying dormant for a couple of 100 years now." It took all of Harry's self-control not to exclaim in shock. "Betrothal?" he asked, as his eyes bulged out. "Indeed," nodded Ragnarok. "This contract seems to have been formed by your great-great-grandfather, Lord William Potter, more than 150 years ago. It states that should either family be reduced to one member, like yours currently is, the betrothal contract will be activated and the last living member of the endangered family would be married to any son or daughter of the other's family who is similar in age. You are the last member of the Potter family. Lord Greengrass has 2 daughters, so according to this document, you are contracted to marry Miss Daphne Greengrass, who is also 11 years old, no later than your 21st birthday." The agreement seemed to have been drawn only as a precaution, immediately after the Potter massacre, to safeguard the interests of the members of House Potter and House Greengrass, but I believe neither party intended for the contract to come into effect. It was a safety net, but it seems to have activated recently due to a time limit having been crossed, with you currently being the only Potter alive. It's not strictly unbreakable, but magical contracts are very tricky. I suggest you seek the advice of those who specialize in such areas of magical law to see if there is a loophole. Harry's face remained impassive, but mentally, he was panicking. He didn't even know this girl. How was he supposed to get married to her several years from now? There was no telling how she would react since this predicament was not her or her family's fault in any way. He also knew that he wasn't the easiest person to get along with. He had no patience to deal with people. He was quite an introvert. Does Lord Greengrass know about it? Not yet. There was a time frame after which the contract activates, which was why it wasn't discovered until now. I will have to inform him soon. I shall let you know of any further developments. If you'd like, I can forward this contract to a wizarding law firm to check if there is a loophole. Harry's stiff posture did not relax, but he exhaled heavily through his nose. I was wondering how to deal with that. I have no legal knowledge. That would be greatly appreciated, Ragnarok. Thank you. The young Potter scion was then given a thin, solid gold card which acted as a debit card to use for any purchases he would make in the future. Once his meeting with the goblin concluded, he was led to his family vault. Harry withdrew a few hundred galleons and also browsed through the male jewelry section. Normally, he wouldn't be anywhere near this place, but the protection some of it offered was too hard to ignore. He finally picked out a small chain with a platinum locket with the Potter crest engraved on the outside. He would put a picture of his parents on the inside if he wanted to restore something of value. Once he exited the bank, Harry made his way to Twilfit and Tatting's and, on the recommendation of Madame Twilfit, bought his uniform made of high-quality silk. At the next shop, he purchased a multi-compartment trunk with several protective enchantments. Some might call him paranoid, but his safety and security, not to mention privacy, were important to him. After that, Harry got his school books, potions, ingredients, and telescope. He shook his head in exasperation at the boy who lived books and toys being sold. Harry understood the public's fascination with him after Alfred explained it to him. No one had ever survived the killing curse after it hit them and reflected it back at its caster. It was because of this that Harry was mentioned in nearly every book which mentioned the killing curse. He was famous internationally and there was no escaping his fame. He just had to get used to it. The cover of the books showed a boy with messy black hair with round spectacles. A hint of a smirk formed on Harry's lips. His hair was no longer messy, with him using magic to give it a smoother appearance. Neither did he wear glasses, unlike his father, James, who was forced to wear them due to being allergic to spells cast on his eyes. Harry wondered why the public viewed him as a carbon copy of his father. The only part of the picture that was accurate was the eyes, vivid emerald green, just like his mother's. He also bought a snowy owl which he took a liking to and finally, came to Ollivander's shop for a wand. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and entered the shop. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he felt a presence next to him. Even with occlumency, Harry was so surprised that he gasped. "Ah, I knew I would see you one day, Mr. Potter," said Garrick Ollivander, the wandmaker, softly as he edged closer to him. "It seems just yesterday when your mother and father were here buying their first wands. Let's see what we can do, shall we? Which is your wand arm?" "I'm ambidextrous, sir," Harry answered, extending both his arms. "Oh!" exclaimed Ollivander happily, the magical tape automatically measuring the boy. "That is a surprise. Good, that's it. Now let's try this, shall we? Beach and dragon heartstring, 9 inches, just give it a wave." Harry waved the wand but the wandmaker snatched it back at once. He tried another, and another, the pile of wands kept growing but Ollivander seemed to get happier and happier after every try. "Tricky customer, eh?" he commented as he emerged with another wand. "Not to worry, try this. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches. Harry took the wand but it gave out a wail and he immediately chucked it back at the wandmaker. "No, no, definitely not," the old man frowned. Thinking deeply, the wandmaker went inside his workshop and emerged a minute later with a small box. Ollivander removed another wand and handed it to him. Suddenly, Harry felt warm as the wand heated up in his hand, releasing several multicolored sparks in the air as he swished it down. He smiled slightly as he felt the wand hum in his hand. "Oh, bravo. cried Ollivander happily. "I haven't sold one of these wands for quite some time now. They were crafted by one of my ancestors. The wand which you are holding is made of yew and contains the tail feather of a thunderbird. It is 14 inches in length and quite rigid. That is a powerful wand, Mr. Potter, use it well." Harry nodded as he bought a top-of-the-line wand holster too. Once it was firmly attached to his forearm, he paid for the wand and holster and exited the shop, quite happy. He finished shopping for a few more items and used the portkey on his ring to get back home. It had been a wonderful birthday. The 1st of September 2001. Harry adjusted his uniform and slipped into his new pair of dragonhide boots. The platinum locket which he had taken from his family vault was very much visible as it was hanging from his neck, outside his uniform. His moderately long shoulder-length black hair framed his face. Hedwig had decided to fly to Hogwarts instead of being in a cage, so he would only be taking his trunk with him. Once he was sure he had everything, he bid farewell to the ghost of Alfred Potter, the portraits and the tearful house elves, shrunk his trunk and stepped inside the flow. Within moments, he was engulfed by the green flames. When he reappeared, he flicked his fingers and any remaining soot disappeared from his clothes. He was quite early, so he found an empty compartment, enlarged his trunk and started reading a book on runes he had taken from the Potter library. About 30 minutes later, he felt the train begin to move. Harry mentally sneered at the display of open emotions on the platform. Really, all those people wore their hearts on their sleeves, morons. Just when he got comfortable, a brown-haired girl opened the door and asked meekly, "Excuse me, do you mind if my friend and I sit here?" When Harry shook his head, the girl entered the compartment, dragging her trunk with her. Behind her, a very pretty girl with long, wavy dark blonde hair and deep blue eyes entered the compartment. Harry flicked his wand to his hand and silently levitated both their trunks to the racks above. "Wow, thank you," the brunette gushed. Harry simply nodded and went back to his book. The bee-owned, Daphne Greengrass, looked at the boy critically. He was a pureblood for sure, his clothes were enough to scream that he was rich, and the casual display of magic proved that he was wizard-raised. She tried to identify who he was, secretly having to admit that he was incredibly cute. Her eyes spotted the blue diamond ring that adorned his right ring finger. It took her a minute to concentrate and decipher the crest. Her eyes widened when she finally recognized it. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter," said Daphne, introducing herself politely. "I'm Daphne Greengrass and this is my friend, Tracy Davis." Daphne thought she saw Harry's eyes light up in recognition, but she couldn't say for sure. He bowed to her, as per their wizarding customs, and said, "The honor is mine, Miss Greengrass, Miss Davis." "Wow, I can't believe you are actually here," Tracy exclaimed. "Lots of people have been talking about finally meeting you. It's been the only topic of conversation over the past 2 months." Harry rolled his eyes. "That just shows they have nothing productive to talk about. I'm just an 11-year-old boy. I'm not sure what people are expecting from me, to be honest." Tracy was gobsmacked at the candid answer and she didn't know what to make of it, and neither did Daphne. Blue eyes narrowed as she observed her new classmate. Just then, the door of the compartment was rudely yanked open by a boy with red hair and freckles. He looked at the three of them and asked excitedly, "Have you seen Harry Potter?" None of them replied, but the ginger didn't miss the girl's suddenly look at the dark-haired wizard who was reading a book. It didn't take long for the boy to put the pieces together. He immediately sat down in the empty seat next to Harry and said, "Hi. I'm Ron Weasley." Daphne's eye twitched at the boy's rude behavior. She had heard about the youngest son of the Weasleys before but hadn't had the pleasure of meeting him. "Are you really Harry Potter?" asked Ron eagerly. "Like the Harry Potter, as opposed to some other Harry Potter?" asked Harry casually as he turned the page of his book. "Do you really have the scar?" Harry would have continued reading the book, but his irritation spiked, his eyes narrowed as he turned towards the redhead. "Does it look like I have a scar?" he said, referring to his unblemished forehead. The scar on his forehead was present, but this boy didn't need to know that. His forehead above his right eye had a scar in the shape of a lightning bolt, but it was not as prominent as it used to be. The angry red mark was reduced to a thin, faint line after his house elves had done something to it, but Harry usually covered it up whenever he was in public. He couldn't do it every day, it was too much of a bother, but for days like this, Ron spluttered. But, everyone knows you have a scar. You're hiding it, aren't you? Harry tuned him out as he continued to read. He wondered if this was how Hogwarts was going to be, with people gawking at him and interrupting his quiet time. If that were the case, his time at the school was going to be harder than he thought. The ginger, having not noticed, or just did not care that Harry wasn't paying attention, kept his monologue going, telling Harry about the different houses of Hogwarts and how Gryffindor was the best. Daphne and Tracy were talking to each other in hushed tones when the door was rudely yanked open again. A girl with incredibly bushy hair and large front teeth peered inside the compartment. "Has anyone seen a toad?" asked the girl in a bossy tone. "A boy named Neville has lost one." Unfortunately, Ron Weasley was attempting to cast a spell on his rat, which prompted the girl to enter the compartment and sit inside without invitation. After she spoke in a condescending tone, she introduced herself after finishing a monologue about what all she had learnt. Harry noted that Daphne was barely able to conceal her annoyance at the Muggle-born girl's attitude. "I'm Hermione Granger, and you are?" "Ahem, Ron Weasley." When she turned to the others, the girls introduced themselves. "Daphne Greengrass. Tracy Davis, nice to meet you." When she looked expectantly at Harry, he nodded respectfully at her and said, "Harry Potter." As expected, there was a gasp of surprise. "Are you really?" she asked excitedly. "I know all about you, of course. You're mentioned in. You know all about me." Harry cut in sharply, his voice as always, devoid of any emotion, eyes narrowed. "That is quite presumptuous of you, Miss Granger." Hermione huffed. Some people were so rude as to interrupt her, without giving her a chance to complete her sentence. "I have read about you in The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts." "Yes, you have read about me in books. But don't try to presume that you know all about me. All those books which you've read are fabrications or speculation, and some of them are pure fiction. Even their physical description of me is wrong. So please tell me, in what sense of the word can you say that you know all about me?" Daphne and Tracy shared a look, looking quite surprised by Harry's defensive behavior. This was not what they had expected from the boy who lived at all. Hermione couldn't, of course, take the insult to her books lying down, but she just huffed once more and left the compartment, thinking that Harry Potter was an arrogant boy whose fame had obviously gone to his head. Just when they were nearing Hogwarts several hours later, the compartment door opened again and a pale boy with a pointed face, gray eyes and white blonde hair stepped inside, flanked by two others. "I heard that Harry Potter was in this compartment. Is that you?" he asked, looking at Harry critically. Harry simply nodded and went back to his book. He really wished people would stop bothering him. "This is Crabbe and this is Goyle," he said, pointing his thumb towards his bodyguards. "And I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. I don't know what you're doing, sitting with the likes of Weasley. You'll soon learn that some wizarding families are better than others. I can help you there." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Malfoy," said Harry, nodding to the bee-owned boy who had just offered his hand in friendship, not noticing the angry look on the face of Ron Weasley. "But I'm not looking for friendship at the moment, but I will, no doubt, keep your offer in mind." With that, he went back to his book. Draco looked confused for a second, but his face cleared up. He smirked at Ron condescendingly, nodded to Daphne and Tracy and left the compartment. Harry took a deep breath as the train stopped. They had finally reached Hogsmeade. After placing his book back in his trunk, he followed the girls out of the train. A half-giant who introduced himself as Hagrid led them across the lake to Professor McGonagall, a strict-looking woman, who introduced them to the four houses. When they were led into the Great Hall a few minutes later, Harry was quite impressed with the roof, which had been charmed by Rowena Ravenclaw. It was truly a spectacular piece of magic. The Sorting Hat opened its mouth and sang a song which described the virtues of the four houses. Once it was finished, Professor McGonagall began calling out names from a sheet of parchment. Hannah Abbott. A pink-faced girl with pigtails shakily walked up and sat on the stool which was placed on an elevated platform, facing the rest of the students. The hat was lowered on her head and within a few seconds, the brim opened as it shouted, "Hufflepuff." The table below the yellow and black decorations cheered for their newest member as the girl hurried towards them. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Similarly, several other students were sorted as well. Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass were both sorted into Slytherin. Hermione Granger was sent to Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin, and when it reached the letter P, Harry could feel his pulse racing. Harry Potter. Just as Harry climbed up the steps, people started whispering everywhere. Is that Harry Potter? The boy who lived? Wow. He looks so cute. Where's his scar? I can't see it. Is that really him? Why does he not wear glasses? Yeah, he looks nothing like the kid on the cover of The Boy Who Lived storybooks. Harry ignored the whispers as he sat on the stool. When the hat was lowered onto his head, he heard a voice in his ear. Oh, a natural occlumens, how fascinating, the hat said quietly. Your shields are impressive, no doubt, but I can still see through them. Not to worry, I can't reveal your secrets. Now, where do I put you? No, Hufflepuff is out. You don't exactly have people you are loyal to, but I can sense that you will be very protective of those you care about. That house won't be suitable considering your reclusive nature. While you are certainly brave, Gryffindor won't do either. You'll probably kill every member of the house within a week if they continue to annoy you. Slytherin would be the best fit for you as you certainly are cunning and ambitious, but I can see that you don't care much for the politicking and system of hierarchy that dominates their house. You would tear them apart. You have a thirst for knowledge and you believe only in merit. Oh, knowledge is power, is it? Well, there is only one place for you, then. Ravenclaw. The table under the blue and bronze banners burst into thunderous applause as Harry walked towards them. The Gryffindors were looking like they had been cheated. Indeed, the twins, Fred and George Weasley, were pretending to cry loudly as they banged their heads on the table. Harry silently sat down on the bench along with his classmates as the sorting continued. Albus Dumbledore was quite surprised. This Harry Potter looked nothing like what he had expected him to be. The boy was one of the tallest in his year and looked quite fit. Dumbledore silently observed him for several minutes as he drew conclusions. Physically, Harry looked like any other 11-year-old wizard, and in comparison, a 14-year-old muggle, as witches and wizards matured faster than their non-magical counterparts, both physically and mentally. But was he emotionally stable after his stay with the Dursleys? He would have preferred the boy to be a Gryffindor instead, like his parents, but that was not to be. Not that Ravenclaw was bad, but it showed that Harry was driven by intellectual pursuits. A boy who was unsure of his place in the magical world would have been easier to deal with. However, this Harry Potter radiated confidence. Seeing him dressed in expensive robes, with the Potter signet ring on his finger, enlightened Dumbledore that Harry was already aware of his heritage. But that was not what made Dumbledore frown. It was due to the subtle similarities he had observed between two 11-year-old boys, both of whom were orphans and having grown up in the Muggle world. The way Harry carried himself troubled him. Such natural grace and poise was something he had seen only in one other person who had been at school 50 years ago. Harry's mannerisms bore an eerie resemblance to the young Tom Riddle. Dumbledore decided to keep a closer eye on the young Potter scion. Back at the Ravenclaw table, Harry had to admit that the food prepared by the Hogwarts house elves was quite good. He spoke to his housemates during dinner, but he realized he wasn't interested in befriending any of them. Harry had never had friends before and quite frankly, didn't think he ever would. He didn't see the point in it. Once the food disappeared and the golden cutlery cleaned, Albus Dumbledore stood up. Just a few short of term announcements. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all students, the headmaster said. Quidditch trials will be held 2 weeks from now, and any further clarifications will be handled by Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die of a most painful death. Dumbledore's eyes observed the expressions of everyone in the hall. After several moments, he beamed. That's it for tonight. Your beds await you. Good night. Harry tilted his head to the side slightly. Who tells someone not to go somewhere unless they wanted a painful death? Something seemed fishy. He didn't have time to dwell on the issue since the first years were instructed to follow a prefect who would show the way to the dorms. Harry followed the prefect to Ravenclaw Tower and was immediately impressed with the common room. It was quite airy and looked peaceful. The best part about being in this house was that he would get a room for himself. When he entered his room, he realized that it was rather tiny, but there was nothing a few enlargement charms couldn't fix. He called for his house elf who expanded the room to a large size, arranged his clothes in the cupboard and removed other necessities for him to use in the morning. Harry then spent several minutes warding the place with the enchantments he had learnt. They wouldn't hold up against someone like Dumbledore or any of the teachers or even the sixth-year students, but these wards were unique in that they were known only to the members of the Potter family. At the very least, he would be alerted if someone was trying to mess with his room. Once done, he stripped off his clothes and went to bed. The next morning, Harry found himself on the grounds, running around the perimeter of the Black Lake. He had been doing this ever since he was 8, so his stamina had built up over time. After 30 minutes, he felt hot and sweaty. Removing his shirt, he sighed in contentment as the cool air hit his bare chest as he ran and practiced martial arts for another hour. Once he was finished with his daily workout, he made his way back to the tower to take a bath. His housemates gave him curious looks when they saw him all sweaty and pink in the face. After getting dressed, he walked down to the Great Hall for breakfast, following the instructions on the map of Hogwarts which was given to him the previous night by the prefects. He badly wanted his father's map of Hogwarts, but he didn't know where it was. James Potter's journal said that it was lost sometime during the end of their 7th year, so it was up to Harry to search for it. That was a gem and it would greatly help him. Harry once more ignored people staring at him as he accepted his timetable from Professor Flitwick. "Mr. Potter, the headmaster would like to see you later this afternoon. Please come to my office when your classes are done," his head of house told him. "Of course, Professor," replied Harry cordially. The first class he had was herbology with the Slytherins. Harry hadn't learnt much herbology before even if he had read books on the subject. Practical herbology was something he didn't care about, but ingredients and their properties were very important for potions. Professor Sprout was a cheerful woman who asked them to form groups of 3. Harry joined Daphne and Tracy since they were the only ones who he had conversed with. "You surprised a lot of people last night, Potter," said Tracy as she repotted the plant as instructed by Professor Sprout. "Everyone, and I mean everyone, expected you to be sorted into Gryffindor like your parents." Daphne acted as though she wasn't listening, but she was quite curious about his response to that statement. "I don't know why people assume stuff about me," Harry shrugged. "As far as I know, none of them has seen me since I was a baby, or seen me at all for that matter. They don't know how I grew up or what my personality is like. I wasn't raised by my parents, so how could they assume I would go to Gryffindor like them?" "True," nodded Tracy. "I was actually rooting for Slytherin. I qualified for Slytherin as well. It was a tie between Ravenclaw and Slytherin, but I don't really care much for the hierarchy that I've heard is prevalent in your house. I refused to bow down to anyone, so it would have been, not as peaceful had I been sorted there. Ravenclaw is a better fit for me." "Scared of the big bad Slytherins, Potter?" Pansy Parkinson, a mean-looking Slytherin, asked snidely. "No. But I'm afraid killing someone who insults my mother due to her status as a Muggle-born is frowned upon in society. I wouldn't want the dungeons to become a bloodbath. But if you do have a death wish, I would be happy to oblige." Pansy gulped. Someone in Potter's tone conveyed that he wasn't kidding when he said that. She turned away and many others were surprised by Harry's candid answer but didn't react to it. Daphne was thoughtful. Harry Potter was proving to be a mystery. Defense against the dark arts was quite lame, in Harry's opinion. Professor Quirrell seemed to be afraid of his own shadow and Harry was deeply disappointed that such an important subject was wasted on the fool. History of magic, another important subject, was not being taught properly. Professor Binns, the ghost teacher, went on and on about goblin rebellions but didn't seem to teach the actual history of witches and wizards. There was so much about their past that people needed to know. History was one of Harry's favorite subjects, but this was beyond ridiculous. Charms was quite nice as Professor Flitwick was jovial in class. He had taught everyone the Lumos charm, and was quite impressed with Harry's control over his magic. Harry realized that he would be dreadfully bored in classes if they continued at this pace. Maybe he could look into an accelerated program at Hogwarts. It would most certainly help, but those programs needed the approval of the headmaster and his guardian, both of whom, unfortunately, was Professor Dumbledore, and Harry had a hunch that the former would not oblige. Once classes were done for the day, he was escorted by Professor Flitwick to the headmaster's office. The half-goblin muttered the password to the stone gargoyle. "Professor Dumbledore is waiting for you, Mr. Potter," said Flitwick. Thank you, Professor, said Harry quietly as he ascended to the head's office by stepping onto the moving staircase. Just as he reached the oak door, he knocked twice and heard, "Enter," from inside. Harry opened the door and gracefully walked inside. His eyes widened slightly in awe when he spotted a phoenix, but the mask was back in place before Dumbledore could see it. "Ah, Harry, come in," Dumbledore cried joyfully, his eyes twinkling. "Please sit down. Would you care for a sherbet?" Harry took a seat on one of the plush armchairs in front of the headmaster. "No thank you, sir. I don't care for sweets much," he answered. "That's a shame," Dumbledore said, as he took the candy and popped it in his mouth. "They are really quite delicious." Harry simply remained still as he stared at the wall behind the headmaster. After about a minute, when Dumbledore realized that the boy wasn't about to take the bait, he sighed in resignation. "How are you, Harry? You have no idea how worried I've been for the past 4 years. I wish you had not run away from home like that." "I never ran away from home, Professor," retorted Harry sharply. "I went back home. If you're referring to Aunt Petunia's residence, I'm afraid you are incorrect in referring it as mine. I don't own it." "I see," said Dumbledore as he looked at the boy critically. He was unusually composed for an 11-year-old. It did nothing but remind him of the young Tom Riddle, and he didn't like that comparison one bit. "But you still ran away. There were protections placed around the Dursley residence, especially for you, my boy. I assume you know of Lord Voldemort, yes? I placed a complex enchantment on the house 10 years ago, Harry. As long as you stay there and call the place home, Lord Voldemort's followers cannot touch you. With you having left Privet Drive." Dumbledore sighed. "No matter, I'm sure the protections can be updated for this summer. I have already spoken to your aunt and she is most eager to have you back." The temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. Dumbledore mentally frowned when he saw the fire in Harry's green eyes. The boy's orbs were slightly glowing, but it was nothing to be concerned about. It was common among powerful witches and wizards, but what was clear was that Harry was angry. However, he found it unnerving that not a hint of emotion could be seen on the boy's face. "How was that possible?" "I'm afraid that is not possible, Headmaster," said Harry quietly. "You may be my magical guardian, but you cannot force me back into that house. I will resist you. I'm pretty sure you already know why I ran away. Besides, if you think the protections around a stupid Muggle home is more complex than the ancient wards around Potter Castle, you are sadly mistaken. You yourself couldn't find me for 4 years, so what makes you think the Death Eaters can? Those protections were placed due to the sacrifice of your mother, Harry," said Dumbledore gently. "The blood wards around the Dursley residence would ensure that no one with ill intent would be able to enter, as the wards are connected to you through your mother's sister. Please listen to me, as long as you call the place home, it would protect you from outside forces who wish to harm you. I'm only trying to protect you, Harry. But your enchantments won't protect me from the hostile forces inside that house," Harry shot back. "Feel free to use legilimency on those worthless muggles, sir, and you'll see exactly what happened there. Had my magic not reacted instinctively, I would have died or maybe suffered brain damage. From what I can infer from speaking to you now, you were the one to leave me there. I've heard enough from my relatives to know that you left me on their doorstep in the middle of the night with nothing more than a letter. Didn't you know how much Petunia hated my mother? I should never have gone anywhere near that filthy muggle. It was your fault we are in this position, Professor, so don't try to manipulate me by mentioning my mother. It won't work." Dumbledore paused. "Do you harbor a hatred for muggles, Harry?" Harry's expression suddenly turned colder. "I have homework to finish. Permission to leave, sir." Dumbledore sighed as he dismissed the boy. He watched Harry get up and walk out of the office, but just as he about to close the door, he turned back and said, "Sir, I would appreciate it if you returned my invisibility cloak. I'm not sure what my father was thinking, giving it to someone outside the family, but I expect it to be delivered to me by tomorrow evening." After the door closed, the aged man turned to his phoenix and said sorrowfully, "I think I have made a grave mistake, my friend. I should have been more careful. I should have ensured that the Dursleys didn't go overboard in their hatred of magic." The phoenix trilled softly. Lord Cyrus Greengrass walked into his study in a daze. He couldn't believe it. He sat down and meticulously went over the contract again. He had just come back from a meeting with his solicitors. Why hadn't he known about this? If he had, he would have done something to ensure that his daughter wasn't trapped in a loveless marriage. Now it was too late. There was a time limit mentioned in the contract. Since so many years had passed without another Potter being born, the contract had activated. He didn't have a choice. The contract was very specific. Should there ever be a situation where either family was reduced to one member alone, the betrothal clause would come into effect. Logically, since his daughter had not signed it, it wouldn't bind her to it. But unfortunately, the contract had been signed in blood, and because there was no escape clause expressly mentioned, the will of magic would determine if the contract was voided or not. If that were to happen, with magic having found his daughter and Harry Potter having violated the terms of the contract, it would be disastrous. The situation was still too unpredictable to comprehend. His solicitors had advised him to accept the terms of the contract without fighting it. But how could he do that? This was his baby girl, his daughter. Any luck? Sirius shook his head as his wife Elizabeth sat in the armchair by the fireplace. It's ironclad, he explained. They have to get married before they turn 21. Who's the boy's guardian? Sirius scowled. Albus Dumbledore. There is no way am I talking to that man about something as delicate as this. He was interrupted when he sensed an owl enter the wards and head directly for the study. A beautiful snowy white owl entered through the window and dropped a letter on Sirius's table and took off. What a stunning bird, murmured Elizabeth. Who is it from? The object of our conversation, exclaimed Sirius in shock. Harry Potter. Really? What does it say? Sirius opened the letter and read it out loud. Harry basically said that he wanted to meet them during the Yule holidays to discuss the contract. He also wondered if Daphne knew about it because while they were acquaintances, he didn't want her to be in the dark for long. He also requested them to not contact Albus Dumbledore about the betrothal, since the boy wasn't comfortable with the headmaster knowing about it. Well, it looks like we have a new guest for our Yule ball this year, said Elizabeth. We can invite him here the day after the holidays start. And he's right, we better inform Daphne soon. I'll first send a reply to the boy, grimaced Sirius. I don't even want to think of the political ramifications of this betrothal. Daphne is going to be pissed, and she has every right to be. Give her some credit, dear, she'll understand, Elizabeth said softly. I sure hope so, muttered Sirius. Harry received a letter from Sirius Greengrass the next morning, inviting him to Greengrass Manor the day after the start of the Yule holidays. Harry sent a brief reply saying that he would be honored to accept their invitation. The day continued with Harry's first Transfiguration class with the Slytherins. It proceeded without any issue. He was able to get the spell correctly on the first try. After lunch, he had double potions with the Hufflepuffs. Harry knew a lot about Severus Snape from reading his parents' journals. It was quite satisfying to see both points of view, from James's angle and from Lily's as well. The potions master had been best friends with his mother since before Hogwarts. Harry knew that Snape had been abused by his Muggle father and that abuse turned him into a very bitter individual. When he had met James Potter on the train to Hogwarts, he had insulted James's father, with the latter throwing insults back at the former, starting a rivalry between them that never ended, mainly due to both of them, according to James, having affections for Lily. Their hatred for each other had only grown over the years and had become a lot worse when James and Lily began dating in their 6th year. At first, Harry wondered if his father had gone overboard, but there were several instances that were written in both his parents' journals that recounted incidents where Snape had proved himself to be very dangerous. James Potter's attacks on Snape had been humiliating, but nothing dangerous. Snape's attacks on James Potter, on the other hand, were malicious and lethal. Harry decided to keep his guard up in front of the potions master. He entered the classroom and took a seat at the back of the class. The door of the classroom burst open and Snape strolled inside. When he began talking the roll call, Snape's eyes flickered to Harry as he said in a very soft voice, "Mr. Potter, our new celebrity." When Snape looked into Harry's eyes, something strange happened. Harry had to do everything possible to not cry out in pain or clutch his head as a memory slammed into his conscious mind. "My lord, I have important news," said a figure kneeling before him. "What is it, Severus?" he asked in a silky voice, red eyes boring into the black ones of his Death Eater. "My lord, I did what you asked of me. I went to Hogwarts to request a teaching position. While in the Hog's Head, the old fool was in the process of interviewing a seer, Sybil Trelawney. At first, it was all senseless babble, but suddenly, she said in a weird voice that the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. Before I could hear more, I was discovered and was forced to flee. Red eyes narrowed in contemplation. Who had the power to defeat him? He was Lord Voldemort, the greatest wizard that had ever existed. Surely this prophecy was fake. But what if it was genuine? He had to eliminate the threat. You have done well to tell me this, Severus. You shall be greatly rewarded for your loyalty. Bring Rookwood before me. I need to confirm this with the Department of Mysteries. Harry gasped as he exited the memory, clamping down his occlumency shields as he did so. His hands were shaking, gripping the desk tightly as he listened to Snape talk about potions and their uses. He closed his eyes and tried to suppress a pounding headache that was driving him insane. What had just happened? Potter, said Snape suddenly, bringing Harry's attention back to the teacher. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry blinked for a second before his face became impassive again. The draught of living death, Professor, answered Harry promptly. Snape's eyes narrowed. Where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, Professor. Which is the potion that requires lacewing flies, powdered bicorn horn, shredded boomslang skin and fluxweed? Polyjuice potion, sir. Which potion uses Occamy eggshell and Ashwinder eggs? Felix Felicis, the potion which is also called as liquid luck. Well, why are none of you writing that down? Barked Snape as people began scribbling in their notebooks furiously. He then gave them instructions to brew a simple potion on how to cure boils. He watched Potter like a hawk and his suspicion was confirmed. The boy used all the spells needed to get the best of the potion, spells no first year was taught. Potter had charmed the rods to be self-stirring, the fire was magically controlled, including the temperature, a timer was set for the potion and a shield had been cast around the area. These were spells which were not taught to first years. In fact, they were not taught until NEWT level. Snape watched as Potter meticulously and carefully cut his ingredients into equal parts. Not once did he look at the instructions on the board or in the textbook. He was also the first to finish as he filled a sample in a phial, charmed it to be unbreakable, and came to submit it to Snape. The potion's master locked eyes with the boy and pushed slightly. When he encountered shields, he backtracked quickly. He didn't know if Potter had detected him, but since he didn't react, Snape knew that he had narrowly escaped. He's a natural occlumens, Albus, said Snape grudgingly as he sat down in front of the headmaster. There is no better theory to explain his strange behavior. He has also been tutored by people who are well versed in potions. The spells he uses, the way he cuts the ingredients and the state of the potion itself, he has been trained well. That is, troubling, Dumbledore muttered, frowning slightly. Did you try legilimency? Tried, but I encountered shields, so I was forced to withdraw immediately. I couldn't risk it without facing legal action. I barely managed to avoid detection, but he won't be able to prove it even if he had felt it. Dumbledore grimaced. Harry was reminding him of the young Tom Riddle every day. Tom was also a natural at the mind arts since a young boy, just like he himself had been, though both he and Tom had favored legilimency, unlike Harry and Grindelwald who favored occlumency. Try to find out everything about him, Severus, said Dumbledore, stroking his beard. He is quite an introvert, which is disturbing. I will keep an eye on him as well. The headmaster exhaled tiredly. He was already forced to return the boy's invisibility cloak. James Potter had lent it to him, yes, but the man had demanded an unbreakable vow to give it back to Harry or Lily if something were to happen to him. That vow had compelled Dumbledore to return the cloak when Harry had asked for it. To think he was forced into surrendering one of the Deathly Hallows. 2 weeks passed without any incident. Ron Weasley tried to talk to Harry, but the latter didn't have the patience to deal with the fool. A compulsion charm ensured that the boy wouldn't bother him. Weasley's mind was surprisingly easy to control. Saturday morning, in the 3rd week of September, Harry was sitting in front of the lake with a book in hand, under a tree. He was surprised when he saw a girl sit next to him. Hello, Greengrass. Can I help you with something? Daphne took a deep breath. It had taken her more than a week to come to terms with what had happened and she was finally here to meet him. I received a letter from my mother last week, she finally replied. So you know about the contract, Harry said softly. He flicked his wand in the air, casting a privacy charm around them both. Yes. While I'm not happy with it, I've come to understand that it's unbreakable, though my father says he will look into any loopholes. There aren't any unless you are willing to tempt magic and fate, muttered Harry as he closed his book. I had my lawyers go through it thoroughly. I wasn't really pleased when I found out about the contract either, but I've had time to think things through. Look, Greengrass. Daphne, she interrupted him. Call me Daphne. We're betrothed, anyway. Harry could hear the bitterness in her tone but decided to ignore it. Okay then, Daphne, you may call me Harry. As I was saying, I'm not exactly your usual 11-year-old wizard. I have seen you observing me for the past 2 weeks. That is something which you have come to realize as well. I know nothing about you and you know nothing about me. Frankly, I don't know where to start as I am at a loss. He couldn't hide his frustration at that. Daphne looked at him and observed his face. There was no denying that he was very cute, but he was always cold. She wondered why that was. She too had been frustrated by the situation, but her mother had been able to advise her on how to proceed. Well, I have a solution, Daphne said slowly, catching his attention. How about we start by being friends? We can get to know each other and hang out. What do you say? Harry thought for a minute as he tilted his head slightly. Friends, he murmured. I've never seen the point in having friends before. I was forbidden from having friends when I was younger. But perhaps you're right. Maybe being friends would help. Daphne looked at him critically. What was he talking about? She came to understand that Harry Potter had a lot of secrets he wasn't willing to part with. Not that she cared. Her life wasn't really looking bright at the moment thanks to that bloody contract. She took a deep breath to hide her anger that was simmering. As much as she wanted to, she couldn't blame the Potter scion for the situation they were in. It wasn't his fault that he was the last member of his family. So, she held her tongue and spoke with what she hoped was a hostile-free tone. Friends it is, then. Harry was prowling in the dark. It was now the first week of October and he was searching for a very important tool. He was wearing his family's invisibility cloak as he tried to locate it again. Point me, Marauder's map, he whispered again. The wand changed direction again as he moved forward. Just as he entered a secret passageway, he was confronted by the Weasley twins. Hello, Harrykins, said one of them, grinning broadly. What are you using? Disillusionment charm. Invisibility cloak. We know you are here. Harry smirked. The other twin had a sheet of parchment in his hand. This was far too easy. A jet of red light was all that Fred and George saw before they were knocked unconscious. While Harry had observed that the twins were quite cunning, who would expect a first year to know a wide area stunning charm? Harry plucked the sheet from George's hand and activated it. He smiled as he saw the map of Hogwarts. He deactivated the map and put it in his pocket. Now all he had to do was ensure no one knew about the identity of the thief. He wasn't actually stealing it because it was a family heirloom, but he doubted the twins would be willing to part with such a treasure. He certainly wouldn't. Confundo. You shall not remember seeing my name on the map. Both of you shall forever remember that the son of Prongs reclaimed what was his right by birth. You shall not go looking for the map. Renervate. Harry spent the entire night browsing the map. It was truly a marvel in its making. Not everyone could create such a device. The only reason it worked was due to a drop of James Potter's blood which was used while enchanting it. The blood of the heir of Gryffindor was enough for the wards to connect to the map directly, displaying the location of everyone at Hogwarts. A hint of an amused smile formed on Harry's lips as he saw many couples all over the school in various places of hiding, doing things no teacher would approve. Oh, the blackmail material this offered was huge. He saw the names of 2 sixth-year boys in a broom closet on the 2nd floor, another boy and girl in the astronomy tower, another female couple in the prefect's bathroom. He didn't frown at the same relationship. While it was rare, the magical world didn't look down upon something like that. The magical population only frowned upon those who didn't have children, but it was quite easy for 2 men to combine their DNA and have a woman carry the child. It was done in the case of every same relationship. There were several other social stigmas in the magical world, but this wasn't one of them. As his eyes darted to the Gryffindors, Harry had to bite his tongue from exclaiming in shock. No, this couldn't be. The man was supposed to be dead, wasn't he? What the hell was Peter Pettigrew doing in the dorms of the first years? Harry's eyes bulged out of its sockets. Ron Weasley's rat. Peter's animagus form. Damn, he had to get the rat here, now. Tippy. The house elf popped in front of him and said, "What can Tippy do for Master Harry?" "Tippy, listen very carefully," said Harry as he gave his instructions. 5 minutes later, Harry smirked as he saw the stunned rat in the impenetrable cage he was holding in his hand. "Very good, Tippy," he said quietly. "Take this rat and keep an eye on him. Feed him, but be very careful. I can't free my godfather without him being present." "Yes, master," nodded Tippy as she disappeared with the cage. Harry exhaled in relief as he slumped back on the bed. His parents' journals had mentioned that Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper, so Harry had been quite confused when he found out from the old newspapers that Sirius Black had been sent to Azkaban for betraying the Potter family. A few discreet inquiries had resulted in him knowing that his godfather had never gotten a trial. Harry wasn't exactly sure why he was doing this. He didn't remember his godfather, but his conscience wouldn't let an innocent man rot in prison. He also couldn't help but feel that Sirius could be very useful. He was the scion of the Black family, which held massive political power, well, used to have political power at one point in time. The power of the Blacks had dwindled over the last 10 years. New players like the Malfoys had taken control of what influence the Blacks had previously. Now how was he going to get his godfather freed? Stripping nude, Harry slipped under the blankets and tried to sleep, but the question kept nagging at the back of his mind. 1 hour later, he suddenly shot out of bed and rushed to his trunk. Tapping it with his wand, he unlocked it and quickly summoned his father's journal. His godfather, Sirius, had been engaged 10 years ago. And it so happened that the person he was then engaged to, was now a woman who was in a position to help him. Harry only hoped that she would listen to him. After all, he was just a first-year Hogwarts student. Why would the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement listen to a mere 11-year-old? Amelia Bones looked at the letter with a glazed look in her gray eyes. A lone tear slid down her face and fell on the sheet of parchment. She had received it late at night, at her home instead of at her office, delivered by a beautiful snowy owl. It was a letter from Harry Potter. The boy was claiming that he had proof of Sirius Black's innocence. He hoped that they could meet on the 29th of October in secret. Harry claimed that his proof was enough to get Sirius exonerated. This was a letter sent by Harry, a boy Amelia hadn't seen since he was a baby. She crumpled the letter into a ball as she trembled due to anger and grief. Memories of all those times she had tried for guardianship with her offer being repeatedly rejected flooded once more into her mind. From what she had been able to find out ever since she became the head of the DMLE, Harry had been sent to live with his maternal aunt. Amelia remembered Lily telling her long ago that Petunia hated magic and that they didn't get along at all. Her heart clenched with guilt. She had failed them all. Taking a deep breath, Amelia walked to her bedroom and opened the wardrobe. She flicked her wand and disabled the concealment charm. She reached over and grabbed one of the photographs. There were several other possessions in the closet as well, including an engagement ring. In the picture, she and Sirius were standing side by side, grinning, with his arm around her waist. Amelia collapsed against the wall, sobbing, holding the picture framed to her chest. She had never been able to get rid of it all. She had never wanted to believe that he had been guilty, but she, like everyone else, had been led to believe that he had been given a trial. If there was even a shred of proof that claimed that he was innocent. "I'll get you back, Sirius," whispered Amelia in a shaky voice, her cheeks stained with tears. "I promise that I won't let you down this time. And I'll do my best to make it up to you once you are a free man." With that in mind, the director of the British Magical Law Enforcement penned a letter to Harry Potter. She had a lot of planning to do. The 30th of October 2001. Harry was in a daze. His meeting with Amelia Bones had gone very well. They had met in the Shrieking Shack and he had Peter Pettigrew brought to the place by summoning one of his house elves. Needless to say, Amelia was furious. She had assured him that she would handle everything from her end and also that a letter regarding the trial would reach him when it was due to be held. But that was not why he was dazed. He spotted Daphne walking towards the Great Hall. He grabbed her arm and pulled her to a nearby classroom. "Harry, what are we doing here?" she hissed. "I received a letter from your mother. It is an invitation to the Yule Ball at your manor." "Oh." It was expected. We're betrothed, so it stands to reason that you'd be invited. Why is that a problem? Harry looked at her and blood rushed to his face. Daphne was quite amused because she had never seen Harry blush before. He was usually always in control of his emotions. I can't dance, he admitted quietly. You can't dance, she exclaimed. Having been trained in different classical forms of dance since she was a 4-year-old girl, Daphne was understandably horrified. Why not? It wasn't worth my time, said Harry defensively. It was better to spend my time studying or practicing martial arts. It wasn't even on my list of things I had to learn, but now. I don't want to make a fool of myself at the ball. You told me that you're a trained dancer. Will you please teach me? Daphne's lips curved into an amused smile. You want me to teach you how to dance, she stated. Yes, said Harry impassively. He didn't know why he was feeling nervous. It was just a stupid dance. He was quite proficient in martial arts, how different could it possibly be? What do I get in return? Harry smiled slightly. It was the first time Daphne had actually seen him smile. It was quite startling, but it enhanced his features more, making him look quite adorable. A true Slytherin, aren't you, Daphne? But considering the nature of our relationship, don't you think it is inappropriate to ask that of me? I still don't know anything about you, Harry, she snorted, sounding annoyed. How do you expect me to accept you as my fiancé if you don't tell me anything about yourself? I know that you don't like telling people secrets, but a general overview of your life would be enough. Is that too much to ask? Harry paused. She was clearly frustrated with him and truthfully, he couldn't blame her. His trust issues could be rather maddening to others who wanted to get to know him. All right, you teach me how to dance and I'll tell you about my life. Deal. Daphne shook his hand. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Potter. With that, she walked out of the room, not noticing the surprised yet admiring gaze of her fiancé. The next day had been quite calm so far, but it didn't end that way. The last class of the day was Charms with the Gryffindors. Harry, as always, got the spell right the first time, earning more points for Ravenclaw. Hermione Granger, he realized, did not like coming second place in classes. She seemed to always want to be the first one to get the spell right, so Harry found out that he had unintentionally started irking her. Not that he cared. After class, Harry and Daphne went to one of the abandoned classrooms in the north wing of the castle. Daphne seemed to have brought a music crystal with her. The crystal started playing classical music after she tapped it with her finger. You need to come closer, Harry, she instructed softly. She could see him fidgeting as she approached him. Is something wrong? Harry swallowed as he whispered, I don't like anyone touching me. It makes me uncomfortable. It brings back bad memories. He had briefly told her about his time at the Dursleys just the previous evening. Daphne had been quite shocked about the way Harry had lived with his Muggle relatives. Of course, he had only hinted about physical abuse, but from the manner in which he flinched when anyone got too close to him, Daphne realized that he had been downsizing the entire ordeal. Since he had kept his side of the bargain, she decided to be patient. She held up her hands in surrender, giving him some space. Harry took a few deep breaths as he approached her. Green eyes met blue as they stood in front of each other. You'll need to place your hands on my waist, she instructed. When he didn't move, she took his hands and placed them there. She then wrapped her arms around his neck. You'll have to relax, Harry, she said softly. You'll never be able to dance if you are this stiff. You need to feel the music. I'm not going to hurt you or trick you. Please, trust me. Harry looked into her eyes for any sign of deceit and relaxed marginally. Daphne showed him a few basic steps as they swayed to the rhythm. After half an hour, she cast a spell on them which would make them dance. However, the spell jerked their body movements in various different dance moves so it couldn't be used at a ball. It was way too embarrassing, but Harry took it in his stride. Mentally, he was wondering how efficient it would be to cast this spell during a duel. It could be countered easily, but it would prove to be a great distraction as well. After a few hours, they stopped, breathing heavily. Harry smiled slightly, his eyes displaying the gratitude he felt within. Thank you so much for helping me, Daphne, he said sincerely. What are friends for? Asked Daphne as she left him with a smile of her own. The Samhain feast was quite delicious. Pumpkins and candles were floating all over the Great Hall. Harry was quietly eating while occasionally talking to his housemates when Professor Quirrell burst through the doors of the hall. "Troll in the dungeon! Troll in the dungeon! Thought you ought to know," he said and fainted on the spot. There was silence for a few seconds before people started screaming. Harry wasn't sure why that was the case. Sure, trolls were dangerous, but why panic when they were all safe inside the Great Hall? The teachers could take care of the troll if it came anywhere near them. Dumbledore took control and ordered them back to their dormitories. Harry stood up and followed his housemates out of the hall. Just when they were ascending the stairs to the second floor on their way to Ravenclaw Tower, they heard a scream and a cry for help. Harry frowned as 4 prefects immediately rushed towards the girls' bathroom from where the sound had originated. Like his more curious classmates, he couldn't help but follow them, wanting to see what was going on. When they opened the door to the girls' bathroom, they encountered the troll trying to kill a student. Just as the Trolls Club was about to pound Hermione Granger into mush, one of the prefects pointed his wand at it and shouted, "Reducto!" There was a flash of red light as the club was destroyed to bits. The troll looked at its attacker in anger, but the group of 6th and 7th years frantically shouted at each other to cast spells, their wands raised. They acted. Bombarda Maxima. There was an almighty explosion as the troll was blasted away, destroying a good chunk of the wall and roof along with it. Granger seemed to be injured by the falling debris and was crying. One of the prefects, Penelope Clearwater, levitated the debris away and helped her get up, just as the teachers arrived at the scene. "In the name of Lady Morgana, what happened?" gasped Professor McGonagall. Harry and the rest were quickly ushered back to the tower by Professor Flitwick as the teachers and prefects handled the incident. Harry mentally frowned as he tried to understand the situation. From his experience in dealing with the wards around Potter Castle, he knew that Dumbledore should have known about the troll's presence. Did he knowingly let the troll roam around the castle, or did someone actually block the headmaster's connection to the wards? Both situations weren't desirable. He would have to think about this. The month of November passed by without further drama, however. Harry kept his eyes and ears open. There was something strange going on at Hogwarts. He also corresponded with Amelia Bones, who was taking care of the political aspects of the trial of Sirius Black. Harry couldn't really do much about that. He was only an 11-year-old boy, after all. He had captured Pettigrew, the rest was out of his hands. He had also used the time to look through the books regarding the accelerated program at Hogwarts. Apparently, it had not been done in the last century, but Harry was determined to get himself accepted into it. In the accelerated program, he would be able to finish his education in half the time. If that was possible, he would be able to take his NEWTs after his 4th or 5th year. To ensure Dumbledore's compliance in the matter, he was looking for blackmail material on the old man. There had to be some way to twist the headmaster to make him agree to the program, but that couldn't happen until Sirius Black was released. Harry knew for sure that Dumbledore knew about Sirius' innocence, but he couldn't understand why the former had thrown the latter in prison. He had a vague idea though. The memory that had flashed to him in his first potions class had revealed a prophecy. He knew that it was Voldemort's memory, having felt the Dark Lord's emotions, but he wasn't sure how the man's thoughts were transmitted to him. He would need to ask Grandfather Alfred when he returned home for the holidays. In the first week of December, the Wizengamot was in session again. Amelia Bones was prepared for this. The woman really knew how the political sphere worked. She had subtly transferred Sirius from Azkaban to a DMLE holding cell without anyone other than her most trusted Aurors knowing about it. Harry himself would be going to the meeting as a spectator. All he needed was permission from Professor Flitwick, and he would get that once he showed the summons from Madame Bones herself. So on the 5th of December, Harry found himself wearing an expensive set of robes with the Potter crest prominently displayed on his chest. He let Professor Flitwick lead him towards the front gates, from where he used the portkey given to him by Madame Bones, which immediately led him to the Ministry of Magic. The welcome desk had a man sitting there. The wizard asked in a bored tone, "Wand, please." Harry passed his polished wand to the man, who placed it on an instrument. 14 inches, you with Thunderbird tail feather, used for 4 months. Yes. The man's eyes bulged in shock when he saw the crest on Harry's robes. His eyes darted to the faint scar on Harry's forehead, seeking confirmation. You are. Thank you for your services, Harry said quickly as he took his wand back, walking towards the golden lifts. He exited at the appropriate level and entered the Wizengamot chamber after showing the security wizards the letter Madame Bones had given him. He ascended to the seats present for the visitors and watched as various members of the Wizengamot wearing plum-colored robes moved towards their respective seats. Madame Bones nodded to him as she entered the chamber. The chief warlock was quite surprised to see him there. When Amelia cleared her throat, Dumbledore blinked his eyes to regain his bearings and began. Winter session of the Wizengamot on the 5th of December 2001 is now being called into session, said Chief Warlock Dumbledore. After he went through the necessary ceremony, he passed the floor to Madame Bones who had requested to speak. Members of the Wizengamot, she began, her voice booming. While I'm aware that this is a legislative session, I hate to bring something of judicial nature into this which has been recently brought to my notice. Ever since I was appointed the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement 7 months ago, I have been going through the records of all the old cases which were to be filed away. That was when I found this. She took out a very thin black file and flicked her wand at it. Multiple copies were distributed to each of the members of the body as she continued. This is the file that pertains to one Sirius Black who has been denied a trial for the last 10 years. Pandemonium ensued. Dumbledore frowned. Why did Amelia bring the issue of Sirius' imprisonment now? It had been 10 years, surely Sirius would have lost his sanity. He now remembered that Sirius and Amelia had been engaged before the former was thrown in Azkaban. He cursed himself for forgetting that, but also knew that he had taken necessary steps to ensure that nothing was brought to light. It pained him that an innocent man had to be sent to Azkaban, but there had been no alternative. He had not wanted Harry to grow up as a pureblood prince, which admittedly, he was anyway, but that was beside the point. He would just have to ensure the trial was inconclusive. How could you support that traitor? Shouted someone in the Wizengamot. Members of the Wizengamot, I'm only doing my duty. Shouted Amelia in fury. I am the head of the DMLE and it is my job to ensure that justice is carried out. A man was thrown in Azkaban without a trial for 10 years. It is against the law. Martial law was in place then, Madame Bones, said Barty Crouch testily. Besides, Black confessed to the crime himself. Everyone knows he is guilty. That's not an excuse, snapped Augusta Longbottom. Martial law did not give you the power to throw people in Azkaban without due process, Mr. Crouch. Where is the evidence for his crime? This file is useless in determining his guilt. Albus Dumbledore also stated that Black was the secret keeper, cried another member angrily. He is a deranged mass murderer. Send him back to the Dementors. That cannot be done, Mr. Doge, replied Amelia. Every person has a right to a trial. It is one of our fundamental laws. We can't ignore them when we feel they aren't necessary. Are you sure this case isn't personal in nature for you, Madame Bones? Asked Lucius Malfoy smoothly. After all, it is well known that you and Sirius Black were engaged before his imprisonment. I wonder where your loyalties truly lie. Albus Dumbledore didn't even have to say anything. The rest of the Wizengamot was doing his work for him. He knew that Sirius being exonerated was bad for everyone. The liberals or the light side would take the brunt of the calamity, while the traditionalists or the dark faction knew they were in big trouble if the Black family were to gain strength once more. Lucius Malfoy was determined to make Draco the next Lord Black, so Dumbledore and Fudge calmly watched the proceedings, maintaining their silence. Members of the Wizengamot, said a loud, booming voice. Everyone turned in surprise when they heard the voice of a younger boy. Harry Potter was calmly standing before them. I am Harry James Potter, the godson of the very wizard who you all are talking about, he said quietly, though his voice was heard throughout the room thanks to the sonorous charm. I'm deeply touched that all of you care so much about my family that you are not willing to let the betrayer of my parents go scot-free. I too would be very angry if the man who was my father's best friend betrayed them to Lord Voldemort. People flinched at the name, but Harry continued. However, in this case, I would like to know the truth. Would you deny me the right to know the reason as to why Sirius Black seemed to have betrayed my family? I'd certainly like to know because it would give me a sense of closure. Members of the Wizengamot, I appeal to you to help me finally put this matter behind me at last. An old man scoffed. Who are you, boy, to speak to us like that? I'm merely a first-year student. Yes, I know, said Harry, his tone slightly colder as he focused his stare on the old man. Please keep in mind that you are currently sitting in my seat, Mr. Ogden. I took up the headship of my family, as per our laws, on my 11th birthday. Your appointment was never notified to me. Your contract should have been ratified, but it wasn't. Your very presence here is not as per the law. While I can't stop you from being here, I do hope my guardian, the chief warlock, who appointed you, does uphold the law as he is mandated to do. I'm the only one alive who has vested interest in this case. I was the one who suffered because of the betrayal that led to my parents' deaths. For the past 10 years, I have been hailed as a hero, named the boy who lived and celebrated as the person who defeated Lord Voldemort. I've never asked for anything in return. But today, I come before you all to request that you grant Sirius Black a trial. I want answers from the man who supposedly betrayed his best friend. Could this body not listen to the pleas of an 11-year-old orphan whose parents died for the people of this country? All I am asking from you is one trial, nothing more. The members of the Wizengamot were all silent. Some of them were looking ashamed while others looked thoughtful. Dumbledore frowned as he said, "Now Harry. I believe it is Mr. Potter, Chief Warlock," corrected Amelia quietly. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore corrected himself. "I believe you are too young to understand the workings of the political world. I didn't even receive a notice that you were out of school. Mr. Ogden was appointed as a proxy by me. As your magical guardian, I have that right. Please do not worry. I shall ensure that the contract which appoints him as your proxy is ratified. Besides, I didn't know about you claiming headship," said Ogden heatedly. "That is not Mr. Potter's fault," Madame Marchbanks said, frowning at the man. "A notice would have been automatically been sent to the ministry when he claimed headship." "We are getting away from the business at hand," interrupted Augusta Longbottom. "We are here to oversee the trial of one Sirius Black. You may object all you want, but the fact remains that no one can be denied a trial as per international magical law. Have you forgotten that, Your Excellency?" she asked pointedly while addressing Albus Dumbledore, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. ICW laws and regulations aside, a trial is a fundamental right which was decreed by King Arthur and Lord Merlin themselves. It cannot be ignored. That was a clever move, thought Dumbledore as he mentally cringed. Bringing the last and beloved magical king of Britain and his trusted advisor into the picture ensured that it wasn't questioned. Amelia nodded to an Auror who escorted the frail form of Sirius Black into the chamber. Before anyone to object, she stood up and said, "Attorney for the defendant, Amelia Susan Bones." People started murmuring and Sirius' head snapped up as he saw her, his gray eyes wide in surprise. Amelia stood next to her fiancé as Dumbledore began reading the charges which comprised of being a Death Eater, betraying the Potters to Voldemort, and the deaths of Peter Pettigrew and a dozen Muggles. "How do you plead, Mr. Black?" "Not guilty of all charges," rasped Sirius. "I believe my client has the right to defend himself," Amelia said. "I would like to hear the defendant say what happened in his own words." Sirius looked like his birthday had come early. He quickly spoke about the attack on Potter Manor by the Death Eaters, about how James and Lily had decided to go under the Fidelius charm on Dumbledore's suggestion, about how Peter Pettigrew was chosen as the secret keeper, about how he checked up on Peter that night but found the place deserted, how he arrived at Godric's Hollow to find the place in ruins, how Hagrid had demanded that Sirius hand over Harry to him, how he had gone after Peter and how the rat had escaped. After several seconds of silence, Barty Crouch began yelling. "Preposterous. There is not a shred of proof to support your theory. You admitted that you killed them." "I did no such thing," snapped Sirius angrily. "I as good as killed them because it was my idea to use Peter as the secret keeper. It was a perfect plan to throw Voldemort off their trail. None of us suspected Pettigrew to be a Death Eater." Amelia cleared her throat. "There is evidence, Mr. Crouch, if you know where to look." She took the cage from the Auror and reversed the transfiguration on the animagus. People gasped as Peter Pettigrew appeared in front of them. Dumbledore's eyes widened. Where the hell did that man come from? Since Mr. Pettigrew has officially been declared dead, there are no laws barring the use of Veritaserum. That is the only way we can prove his identity. "I agree," said Lord Greengrass, looking interested. "Go ahead, Madam Bones." Dumbledore felt like rubbing his temples as he realized that he had lost this round. He didn't focus on Pettigrew, but he focused on the 11-year-old boy who was sitting in the seats meant for the visitors. Harry had done this masterfully. He was quite proud of the lad, very sneaky of him and Amelia Bones to do this right under his nose. Dumbledore sighed as he saw the shocked expressions on the faces of many members. The former Death Eaters weren't shocked, they all knew the truth. "There is one other matter which provides information about Sirius Black's innocence," said Amelia. "I believe it is time we unsealed the will of Lord James Potter." People began whispering as Augusta stood up and said, "Seconded." When others saw Cyrus Greengrass nodding along, they whispered louder. Dumbledore, of course, did his best to not let the motion pass. He knew what was in the will and he didn't want it to come to light. He explained how there was delicate information which could harm Harry Potter, but Cyrus Greengrass rebutted, saying that a will of an ancient house could not be kept sealed after another head of house had taken his position. Since Harry had now rejoined the magical world, there was nothing in the will that could be harmful to him any more than actually roaming around in public. The decision passed by a majority, and when it was unsealed, it showed a simple document which revealed quite clearly that Harry was to inherit the entire Potter fortune and properties. It also stated that Sirius was the oath-sworn godfather of Harry and that Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper. The will also mentioned the guardianship of Harry Potter, which was to go to either Alice Longbottom or Sirius Black, and it was expressly stated that Harry was to never go to Petunia Dursley. This quickly caused chaos, but Dumbledore, being the silver-tongued man that he was, tried to convince everyone somehow that he was not responsible. The traditionalists were incensed and even the liberals were not happy with their chief warlock. "All those in favor of exoneration?" asked Dumbledore. Several wands were lit as it passed through a majority. "Sirius Orion Black, you are hereby cleared of all charges. The Wizengamot wishes to compensate you 2.5 million galleons for your unjust punishment. You are also ordered by the Wizengamot to register your animagus form with the Ministry. Peter Pettigrew, you are hereby sentenced to Azkaban for life. Take him away." Dumbledore looked at his pocket watch. "I believe we have exceeded the time for this morning's session. We shall continue after lunch. This session comes to a close." As the members slowly shuffled out of the room, Harry moved towards the former prisoner of Azkaban. "Hello, Mr. Black," he said softly. "Who, Harry? Is that you?" asked Sirius shakily, having recognized the emerald green eyes. "Yes," he nodded. "It's nice to finally meet you." "He was the one who found Pettigrew," Sirius said Amelia quietly. "He was the one to push for a trial." "Thank you, Harry," said Sirius gratefully. "I can't thank you enough." Harry smiled slightly. "I'll see you during the Yule holidays. Take care of yourself. Thank you for your help, Madam Bones. Good day." With that, Harry was gone. Amelia just looked at him and sighed. "Come on, Sirius," she said softly. "We need to get you to St. Mungo's." The news about Sirius Black's innocence took magical Britain by complete surprise. People were shocked that an innocent man had been left to rot in a high-security cell at Azkaban for 10 years without a trail. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, ever the politician, blamed the entire incident on former Minister Bagnold and Barty Crouch. Dumbledore too faced backlash, but the man was too influential for it to do any lasting damage to his reputation. Peter Pettigrew was sent to Sirius' old cell in Azkaban. Music could be heard in one of the abandoned classrooms at Hogwarts. Harry smiled as he twirled Daphne and then pulled her in a dip. "Wow, Harry," exclaimed Daphne, smiling at him. "You've certainly improved. I'm impressed." "I aim to please," he said, a hint of a smirk painted on his face. "So, who all are going to be at the ball?" "Nearly the entire Wizengamot, I think, not to mention members of several other prominent families as well. There are parties throughout the year hosted by different people, but the Yule Ball is the grandest of them all. There is also a ministry ball, but it's not popular. I don't like politicking. All the people there just care about my last name or my fame, nothing else. It's so fake." Daphne simply chuckled. After dropping her off at the Slytherin dorms, he was walking back up when Professor Snape stopped him. The man sneered at Harry and said, "Potter, the headmaster wished to see you." "I thought he might," said Harry, smirking slightly. Snape's lip curled, but he turned away. He had tried to provoke Harry for months, but he had been unsuccessful. He knew it was useless to try again. Harry gave the password to the gargoyle and stepped inside. He was quite ready for this. "Hello, Headmaster," he said as he entered. "You wished to see me?" "Yes, Harry," Dumbledore frowned. "I was under the impression that you would be staying at Hogwarts over the winter holidays, but you have not signed on this list." "Why would I want to stay at school during the holidays? I'm going back home. I assume you have not reconsidered your decision to return to Privet Drive." The boy just looked at Dumbledore coldly. "That is never going to happen, so forget about it, sir. Now, there was something I wanted to talk to you about." With that, Harry passed a file with the necessary documents he had filed. "The accelerated program?" asked Dumbledore, surprised. "Yes. The current pace at Hogwarts is too slow for me. I don't want to die of boredom. The accelerated program will ensure that I reach my full potential." "I'm sorry, Harry," said Dumbledore, shaking his head. "But I cannot allow this. The rest of the students would accuse me of favoritism. Is it only because of people accusing you of favoritism that you don't want to approve this? Or do you have another reason for denying me a chance to learn and grow? I don't know what your plans are, Professor Dumbledore, but I do know that they involve me somehow." Harry paused and continued. "I know that it was you who suggested to my parents go under the Fidelius charm after Potter Manor was attacked the second time. If my parents were smart, they would have gone under the war wards around Potter Castle. The fact that they moved to Godric's Hollow without complaint suggests that something sneaky was involved. I also know that it was you who cast the Fidelius charm on the cottage, so you knew exactly who the secret keeper was, and yet you threw Sirius Black in Azkaban without a trial. I may not have proof that is admissible in court, but my evidence is enough for the media. You kidnapped me, the scion of the House of Potter, and violated the will of the previous Lord Potter knowingly, but that charge won't stick as you managed to wiggle your way out of it 2 days ago. I also know that there is a prophecy involved about me and Lord Voldemort, and that you employed the same man who is responsible for my parents' deaths in this school. If people were to know about Severus Snape's involvement in my parents' deaths, what would happen to him? Or your reputation, for that matter? You are a very powerful wizard, sir, but the public would not forget this so easily right after information about Sirius Black's illegal incarceration was revealed to them. And I have not even mentioned the role you played in my placement at the Dursleys. Boy who lived nearly murdered by Muggle relatives, is a very catchy headline, and I don't need to point out the international backlash you could face." Dumbledore sat completely still for a minute. He didn't know how Harry had found out about the prophecy and Severus' involvement in it, but the fact that he had, was dangerous, not to mention suspicious. His eyes had lost its twinkle as he said, "I think the Sorting Hat placed you in the wrong house, Harry." "I'll sweeten the deal for you, sir," Harry said quietly. "You want me here for the next 7 years, fine. Once I finish my NEWTs, I will stay here until I finish my master's degree in the fields I want. Professor Babbling has 2 apprentices, does she not? Professor Flitwick's apprentice just left last year from what I was able to gather. I'm sure this arrangement would benefit both of us." Dumbledore smiled very faintly. He had underestimated the boy, but he now knew exactly what to expect the next time. It wouldn't happen again, he would make sure of it. "I'll need to discuss this with the rest of the staff," he said as he looked at the file. "You can do that after signing that, sir," said Harry stubbornly. "I'm sorry, Harry, but it is not for debate," said Dumbledore firmly. "I will need to talk to my staff, and I will let you know once you return for the second term." Harry gritted his teeth and left, having been dismissed. The flow at Greengrass Manor flared up as Harry Potter stepped out of the fireplace. He involuntarily flicked his fingers as the soot vanished. He could immediately see the family resemblance as he saw the beautiful woman in front of him. "Welcome to Greengrass Manor, Mr. Potter," Elizabeth greeted him warmly. "Thank you, Lady Greengrass," Harry smiled faintly, giving her a wrapped box. "Please accept this gift as a thank you for welcoming me into your home." Elizabeth smiled as she accepted it and led him to the formal drawing room. When Harry entered, Cyrus got up from his seat and smiled. "Mr. Potter, welcome to our home. It's nice to finally meet you." Harry bowed slightly in respect as per their customs. "The honor is mine, Lord Greengrass," he said while moving to sit on the sofa. "Daphne hasn't told us much about you, Mr. Potter," Cyrus said after a pause. "She said she wouldn't betray your trust by revealing your secrets, even to us." We certainly understand that, and Elizabeth and I are happy that the two of you are getting along, but that hasn't made us any less apprehensive. You've been an enigma, of sorts, ever since that fateful night. I have never put much faith in the boy who lived books, but I do have a few questions. When Harry nodded, Sirius took a deep breath and said, I understand that Albus Dumbledore is your guardian. Harry understood immediately. There is no need to be alarmed, Lord Greengrass. The headmaster and I share a tense relationship. Believe me when I say I don't trust that man. I'm sure you were able to reach similar conclusions after Sirius Black's trial. Sirius nodded. He knew that Dumbledore had something to hide regarding Sirius Black. The old man had clearly known about Black's innocence, but there was no definite proof. However, Harry continued, it is also a fact that Albus Dumbledore, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, is one of the most politically influential people in the world. He is also my current magical guardian, even though he obtained the position using covert means. What you must know is that it is only a matter of time before I have someone else claim guardianship of me. After that, Chief Warlock or not, Albus Dumbledore will not be able to interfere in our affairs. Sirius and Elizabeth looked at each other. They were dealing with a cunning, manipulative boy. If they didn't know better, they would say that he was raised by a traditionalist family. My lawyers have gone through the betrothal contract, Mr. Potter, said Sirius. And yes, there is no way out. Daphne may be handling this situation well, but that doesn't mean I would want to condemn her to a loveless marriage. My daughter is a very ambitious girl and I don't want her dreams to be shattered because of this predicament we find ourselves in. Harry smiled slightly. I don't expect anyone to give up their dreams for me, Lord Greengrass. I'm also stuck in the same betrothal contract against my will. I'll admit that I was very angry when I was informed about it, but Daphne and I have become friends over the past few months. I'm hoping that our friendship would strengthen over time, but I can assure you that I'm not interested in your daughter because of the money and influence she has to offer. You are surprisingly mature for your age, said Elizabeth slowly. Not many 11-year-olds would deal with politics the way you do, even for heirs of noble families. Harry paused, wondering how much to reveal. I was forced to grow up because of the manipulations of Albus Dumbledore, Lady Greengrass, he explained carefully. You can read between the lines when I say that a magical child does not belong in a muggle home. There were several incidents over the years which gave me a new perspective on things. I decided that I would not get crushed by anyone, especially not by the filthy muggles that I am unfortunate enough to be related to. Sirius and Elizabeth were shocked. The boy who lived was more traditionalist than anyone realized. Well, maybe not complexly, they didn't know him well enough to figure out his political views, not to mention he was still quite young for them to judge such matters. But one thing was certain. This young wizard was not a champion for muggles like Albus Dumbledore had claimed him to be, which did ease their concerns a little. You say that you were raised by muggles and yet you behave like a perfect pureblood, observed Elizabeth. I escaped my relatives when I was 7 years old, Lady Greengrass, he clarified. I've been living at Potter Castle, my clan's ancestral home, for the past 4 years. Dumbledore had no idea where I was and did his best to track me down, without success. Had the ministry figured out that I was missing? He didn't need to finish that sentence. He knew exactly what would have happened to Dumbledore. The public would have been crying for his blood for losing their precious savior. Well, it's nice to get things clarified, said Sirius, as he stood up. Please, let us adjourn for lunch. Lunch for a joyful affair as the Greengrass elders dropped their serious masks and instead, smiled and laughed along with their daughters. Astoria, Daphne's younger sister, was quite astounded that she was sitting next to the boy who lived. She kept asking him if he had really slain a dragon at the age of 3 and done the other heroic things. Daphne laughed when she heard Harry mutter under his breath about meeting his lawyers about those books. I mean seriously, said Harry, shaking his head in exasperation. How can a 3-year-old boy tame or kill a dragon? If I spot a dragon, I'll get out there as quickly as possible. I don't have a death wish. Spoken like a true Slytherin, Sirius laughed. Harry shrugged. There's nothing wrong with self-preservation. It is human nature. While it's true that I have Gryffindorish tendencies, it's quite rare. I could have been easily sorted into Slytherin, but I like Ravenclaw better. At least people there leave me alone. I don't have the patience to deal with mindless minions. They all chuckled as they entered the drawing room again. Harry relaxed a bit after spending time with the Greengrasses. He couldn't detect any aura of deceit about them, so he decided to drop one of his masks, temporarily. Hogwarts has an accelerated program? Asked Elizabeth in surprise. Yes, answered Harry as he took a sip of water. I would be bored out of my mind in case I had to spend another semester like the last. Sure, I can study on my own, but this is different. The classroom experience does help as they explain the theory better, not to mention I'll learn faster with the help of a teacher. I'm not sure if it's completely possible, though. Are you sure that Dumbledore will allow that? Asked Sirius, his eyebrows raised. Harry shrugged but didn't elaborate. He didn't owe the Greengrasses any explanation regarding most aspects of his life. He had given them enough information to keep them satisfied, but he wasn't about to reveal more. A frown formed on his face when he suddenly remembered something. Oh, I almost forgot, Harry said as he got to his feet and removed a small box from within his pocket. Lord and Lady Greengrass, since your daughter and I are to be married because of the contract, I would formally like to ask your permission in presenting her with a betrothal ring. Of course, Mr. Potter, Sirius nodded, his eyebrows raised in surprise. He had not expected that from an 11-year-old boy. He was quite impressed with the Potter scion for sticking to tradition, and so was his wife. Harry opened the small box and showed it to Daphne, who looked at it in awe. This is the betrothal ring that was given by Raphael Potter to his wife, Aurelia Peverell, in the 14th century, he explained. It has been in my family ever since. The center stone is a very rare magical blue diamond and it has several small white diamonds surrounding it. From what I've been told, Aurelia Peverell was an enchantress, so there are several protection charms on the ring. I would like you to wear it, Daphne. Daphne was stunned, but she regained her wits and nodded. She extended her hand and Harry slipped the ring on her left ring finger. The ring flashed as it resized to fit her. She smiled at him, moving closer to give him a gentle hug. Harry stiffened in panic, something which was not unnoticed by the elder Greengrasses, but Daphne pulled back, knowing how he would react. Thank you, Harry, she said softly. It means a lot to me. So, what exactly should I do to prepare for this ball? Asked Harry, changing the topic as he took another sip from his glass of water. Nothing much, said Elizabeth. Ensure that you are well dressed as it is something that is noticed by everyone. The first impression is the best, after all. Do you want to announce the betrothal to everyone during the ball? Asked Harry. Sirius paused. That is something which I was thinking about. As I mentioned before, the political ramifications will be huge. We'll have to think about this carefully, but I do think it's better if we announce it at the ball. At least that way, we control it. What do you think? Harry shrugged. I don't really care one way or another. It saves me the time to explain it to others later. After a few hours, Harry flowed back to Potter Castle. That night, he and the ghost of Alfred Potter were in the Lord's study. A memory? Asked Alfred shrewdly. A memory that belonged to Voldemort. Are you sure, Harry? Positive, grandfather, said Harry. When I heard Snape speak, there was a trigger. I was looking down at Snape. I was Voldemort. It was from his perspective, so it had to be his memory. In the memory, Snape mentioned a prophecy that foretold that a boy would be born at the end of July who would have the power to defeat the Dark Lord. Dear Merlin, exclaimed Alfred as he drifted across the room. Do you remember what I said to you about the elves sensing a possession in you when you arrived 4 years ago? When Harry nodded, the ghost continued. The possession was extracted and destroyed by the elves. We didn't know then whose it was. We thought it was some dark force which had latched onto your magic. That is very rare but possible. But to think it was Voldemort. Is it possible I somehow tapped into his memories during the extraction ritual? But how is that possible? No, we're missing something. I'm not an expert on dark magic, Harry, so I don't know. And it's not like I can read the books in the library. Harry sighed as he leaned back in his chair. Maybe it was a one-time occurrence. I'm going to bed. I need to visit my godfather tomorrow. Good night, grandfather. Good night, Harry, said Alfred as he floated through the wall of the study. The next day, Harry made his way to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries in London. Sirius was still there, getting his body repaired due to the damage caused by his prolonged stay in Azkaban. After the routine security check, he was led to one of the private suites. He knocked on the door and entered to find Sirius reading the Daily Prophet. "Harry!" exclaimed Sirius, with a broad smile on his face. "Come on in." Harry smiled slightly as he sat down on one of the armchairs. "How are you doing?" "Just fine," he answered dismissively. "It'll take another few weeks of healing before my body stops looking so frail, but I'll still have to seek the help of a mind healer for another year to come to terms with what happened. I'm just glad most of the damage can be repaired." Harry saw that Sirius' eyes still had a haunted look. After an awkward pause, the man exhaled. "Look, I know that it has been 10 years, began Sirius, but Harry interrupted him. "Why did you hand me over to Hagrid instead of taking care of me?" he asked suddenly, the barest hint of anger and hurt coloring his voice. Sirius was, after all, his godfather and closest family after his parents had been murdered. Sirius sighed. "I expected this question ever since I revealed it at the trial. It's not like I had a choice, Harry. Look at it from my point of view. Pettigrew had disappeared and I found out that he had betrayed your parents. I had just seen the corpses of the two people who were the closest to me. My godson was crying his heart out and it took me several minutes to calm you down and put you to sleep. Just when I was about to leave, Hagrid, of all people, showed up and demanded that I hand you over. I protested, I swear I did, but you can't really reason with Hagrid, especially when he has been ordered by Dumbledore." He literally spat out the last word. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he continued. "I didn't want to fight him, so thinking you would be safe at Hogwarts, I handed you over to him and went to find Peter. I was blinded by rage, I admit. It was foolish of me to do so, not to mention reckless. My first priority should have been you. But you have to understand, Harry. At that point in my life, James was closer to me than my own brother. Sure, we were second cousins, but we were more like siblings. Losing him and Lily blinded me to what should have been done. I failed you and I'm really sorry about that. Can you forgive me?" Harry looked at the older wizard for several seconds. A small smile played on his lips as he finally nodded. He didn't know if he could ever have a relationship with his godfather, but it wouldn't hurt to try. He would also need Sirius' help if he were to get a new guardian. Sirius looked relieved. "So, you're engaged to Madame Bones?" asked Harry, changing the subject. Sirius nodded slowly, his face burning with fury. "Yes," he admitted, "but I'm not exactly in a forgiving mood. Everyone believed that I was guilty of betraying your parents, including Amelia. It should not have been possible because I am your oath-sworn godfather. But no, that fact was easily forgotten as I was branded a Death Eater and the so-called right-hand man of Lord Voldemort. How could Amelia, of all people, think I would be capable of something like that? I'm not sure what her motives were 10 years ago, but Sirius, do you have any idea of the political maneuvers Madame Bones did behind the scenes to get you into that courtroom?" asked Harry slowly. "I don't have a clue about what she did, but I'm pretty sure that it was nothing short of a miracle that she got you out of Azkaban and into the Ministry building at all. Yes, Dumbledore set you up knowing you were innocent. Barty Crouch just wanted to show that he had captured a Death Eater. Lucius Malfoy wanted your title and money. Those are dangerous combinations, Sirius. If I had not captured Pettigrew through pure dumb luck, it would have been impossible for you to have been cleared of any wrongdoing. All of them wanted you imprisoned for their own benefit." Sirius snorted. "I guess my mother was right," he said wryly. "Never trust anyone." "I agree with her," nodded Harry. The older man sighed. "No 11-year-old child should say something like that. I'm really sorry you ended up with Petunia, of all people," grimaced Sirius. "I know that she is a nasty horse faced by .ch. It's fine," said Harry stiffly, wanting to avoid that topic. "I escaped when I was 7 years old. My life has been much better since. There is something else you should know. Because of a contract set up by my ancestor, I'm now betrothed to Daphne Greengrass." "Betrothed?" exclaimed Sirius, his eyes wide with panic. He was in shock for a few minutes as Harry explained the situation to him. He finally calmed down, but still looked wary. "The Greengrass family. I know that they are quite neutral in their political dealings, but there were no Death Eater activities linked to them during the war. Be careful, Harry. Maybe I should talk to them on your behalf as such families are deep-rooted in tradition." "Yes, I think you should. Traditionally, Harry should never have met Lord and Lady Greengrass without his guardian, but the circumstances did not, unfortunately, permit the interference of Albus Dumbledore. Also, I was wondering if you would like to be my guardian. I've accepted the headship of my family, but I still need a guardian until I'm 17. Dumbledore is currently my regent and guardian. The older man sat up straight. Do you have the papers? He asked sharply, interrupting the boy. Harry handed over a file containing sheets of parchment which Sirius read through, frowning in concentration. 15 minutes later, he grabbed a quill and signed his names on multiple copies. The documents glowed. A copy was automatically submitted to the Ministry of Magic, another to Gringotts, and a copy remained with Harry. Since his godfather was his primary guardian as listed in James Potter's will, not to mention the closest blood relative, the guardianship transfer could be done automatically. It could be rescinded by the Wizengamot if someone raised a petition against it and if the body ruled against Sirius, but right now, no one would be willing to do that. The Sirius Black scandal was already tearing the ministry in two. Thank you, Sirius. When are you claiming your lordship? Sirius rubbed his face. Once I'm out of this place. I'd actually thought that I was disinherited. My mother certainly would have done her best to see that happen. But from what I found out last week, my father Orion didn't think it was a good idea. After all, he had one son on either side of the war. It was practical to keep his options open so that he could side with the victor once the war was over. I have a lot of work to do once I'm free. I'll send you another contract which appoints you as my regent on the Wizengamot, said Harry. Sirius nodded. They then spent the rest of the afternoon talking, with Sirius telling Harry stories about his parents. Harry was actually quite interested to know more about them despite the fact that he had read their journals. After a few hours, Harry decided to leave. I'll be attending the Yule Ball at Greengrass Manor tomorrow. How about we meet after that? Sure. That will give me some time to talk to Amelia, said Sirius softly, looking conflicted. Harry soon went back home. The evening of the 21st of December saw many important people of the British magical world at the ancestral manor of the Greengrass family. At Potter Castle, Harry checked himself in the mirror. He was wearing grayish-blue acromantula silk dress robes, tailor-made to fit his body perfectly. He was also sporting dragon hide boots and his silver locket with the Potter crest was hanging prominently over his chest. Once he was ready, he made his way to the flow and disappeared in a flash of green flames. When he stepped out of the fireplace at Greengrass Manor, he immediately dispelled the soot that might have collected on him. There were many people milling around the place. A house elf led him to the grand ballroom where several prominent members of the British Magical Society could be seen. Harry searched for his fiancée and relaxed when he finally spotted her. Hey Daphne, he said quietly. The girl in question turned and smiled at him. Her wavy dark blonde hair was expertly styled. She was wearing a flowing purple dress made of multi-layered thin fabric. You look beautiful, he said after a pause, feeling a bit uncomfortable. There was still some awkwardness between them, not having figured out each other's personalities. Harry mentally decided to spend more time with Daphne at school when the next term began. After all, he did agree to befriend her. Thanks, Harry, she said, smiling shyly. You're looking quite good yourself. Come on, there are several people who want to meet you. And thus the evening began. Harry spent the next hour meeting many of his schoolmates. Some of them were in his year, but many were older than him. They were all curious about him because he didn't really talk much at school, having chosen to be by himself. Harry made it a point to talk to everyone, even if it was frustrating to socialize. He was then dragged to meet the older people. At one point, he met someone who had a powerful, yet dangerous aura about him. Mr. Potter, said the man smoothly. He nodded his head in greeting. Lucius Malfoy, it is a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine, Lord Malfoy, said Harry as he bowed slightly in respect. Lady Malfoy. The woman merely inclined her head. Nice to finally meet you, Mr. Potter, she greeted him. I was wondering if my cousin was here too. It's been far too long since I've last seen him. He's still recovering from his terrible ordeal, Lady Malfoy, replied Harry, with a tight smile on his face. I doubt it's a good idea for him to come to a large gathering such as this so soon after being released from Azkaban. What happened to him was a travesty. So many people seemed to have an unhealthy interest in him. To think they could stoop so low. Lucius' lips curled. Yes indeed, he said softly. None of us are able to digest that Albus Dumbledore could do such a thing. Sending an innocent man to prison without a trail. I wonder if he is fit to be the chief warlock anymore. Harry took a sip of his drink as he pondered the answer. Was that a trap? He realized that he would have to pay more attention to how people speak and how to respond to trick questions. He really had to develop his social skills, for they were lacking. That's not something I can answer, Lord Malfoy. As you know, I'm not eligible to sit on the Wizengamot yet or mature enough to make such decisions. I'm only 11, after all. However, Lord Black, my guardian, would be more than happy to talk to you about it. Lord Black, repeated Lucius, with his forehead creased and eyes narrowed. I believe there is no Lord Black alive as of this moment. Arcturus Black died several months ago. A pity, it will take several years for the House of Black to rise to its former glory. Several years? Asked Harry, feigning shock. I'm not sure what you mean. My godfather, Sirius Black, claimed his lordship just this morning. Harry was mentally cackling in delight as he saw Narcissa pale slightly. It was true. Sirius had gone to Gringotts just that morning and claimed his lordship. He would have to tell his godfather about this. It was priceless. Who knew that such an innocent statement could cause so much damage? He would have to use it repeatedly while talking to others so that they would know about his godfather's new position too. Sirius Black, whispered Lucius, his eyes burning with fury. I don't think you understand, Mr. Potter. Sirius Black was disowned by his family and was branded a blood traitor. Harry chuckled and shook his head. I'm afraid you are mistaken, Lord Malfoy. Lord Black wasn't disowned at all. While it is true that his mother did push for it, Lord Orion Black tended to be a bit more practical in his approach. As someone said, it was a very wise thing to do considering he had one son on either side of the war. I'm sure he would want to talk to you very soon. You are, after all, family. Lucius looked into the emerald green eyes of the boy in front of him, trying not to let the nervousness and anger show. The Blacks were notorious for their blackmail material. If Sirius Black had indeed gained the lordship, there was no telling what information he had at his disposal. He would have to think things through. It was good meeting you, Mr. Potter, said Narcissa as she led her husband away, whispering heatedly in his ear. The ball continued for several hours as dinner was served soon after. Harry stuck to Daphne the whole time, letting her introduce him to important people, one of them being the Minister of Magic. Cornelius Fudge. Ah, Harry Potter, the wizard exclaimed jovially. It is simply marvelous to see you, young man. How wonderful it is that you're finally able to join us. It's an honor to meet you as well, Minister Fudge, Harry greeted him. I've heard wonderful things about you. I apologize that my godfather is not present here tonight. Lord Black is still feeling under the weather because of his unlawful incarceration, but he told me to send you his regards. Lord Black, blanched Fudge. After regaining his bearings in a matter of seconds, he forced a smile on his face again. In that case, please let him know that I wish him a speedy recovery. I can't believe the previous administration allowed such a travesty to occur. It's something I cannot even comprehend. Indeed, Minister, nodded Harry in agreement. You certainly are a respectable man and I thank you for all that you have done to help my godfather. Oh, no thanks necessary, Mr. Potter, said Fudge, smiling brightly as he puffed up at the praise. Please tell Lord Black that he can visit me anytime once he has recovered. It was a pleasure meeting you, Harry. May I call you Harry? Of course, sir. You are the Minister of Magic while I am just an 11-year-old schoolboy. You have every right to address me by my first name. Please take care of yourself. That I will, Mr. Potter, Miss Greengrass, he said as he walked away. And you were telling me you didn't like the politicking that went on in Slytherin. Whispered Daphne angrily in his ear. What else are you doing now? You keep mentioning to everyone that your godfather is Lord Black, you mentioned his illegal incarceration too many times to count, and the way you handled Fudge was, well, you pushed his buttons. Wait, how would you know to do that? I was tutored by your father over the flow last night, shrugged Harry. I wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes with these people if not for him. I barely know how to talk to my classmates, let alone several politicians and businessmen. But it was a good experience, even if very annoying. I still have a lot to learn. Just then, they heard the sound of clinking glasses. Everyone turned to see Cyrus and Elizabeth Greengrass standing at the end of the ballroom. My wife and I would like to thank all for being here tonight, said Cyrus. But this ball is not just about us all socializing with each other or celebrating Yule, it is to announce the newest member of our family. We met him only recently after circumstances forced us together, but we hope to develop a strong bond with him in the days to come. I would like to take this opportunity to tell everyone present that because of a contract signed by one of my ancestors, my eldest daughter Daphne is betrothed. There were whispers throughout the room as people tried to guess who the boy might be. Some were smart enough to realize who Cyrus was talking about. Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy's faces reddened in anger, but they both kept their tempers in check as they drew conclusions. After all, the said boy had been with Daphne Greengrass the entire evening. This betrothal contract was created by Lord Stephen Greengrass and Lord William Potter more than 150 years ago and seems to have come into effect recently. My wife and I would like to take this moment to toast Harry Potter, the newest addition to the Greengrass family. Harry simply smiled and nodded to the couple respectfully as people started clapping, though somewhat hesitantly. There were many discussions going on about it, so when the music resumed, people immediately congregated around Harry and Daphne on one side and Cyrus and Elizabeth on the other, all wanting answers. Betrothed? Tracy exclaimed in awe. Wow, that wasn't our first reaction, to be honest, said Daphne wryly. Why not? Asked Theo, not frowning. Because we weren't given a choice, explained Harry. It was something that was forced on us, but I think we can make it work. We were advised to become friends first and let it grow from there. Better you than me, shrugged Theo. I don't even want to think about marriage this soon. It's ridiculous. Oh, is that the new ring you're wearing? Asked Susan Bones excitedly. Yes, he gave it to me 2 days ago, actually, Daphne smiled as she showed them her ring. I actually thought it was pretty sweet. A ring, Potter? Asked Blaise Zabini, his eyebrows raised. This soon? Harry shrugged. I had no idea what that meant until my grandmother's portrait insisted that I present Daphne with a ring. I was told it was tradition, so I just went with it. Blaise hummed in response. Lucius Malfoy was led inside a luxury suite at the Pendragon Hotel, one of the best upscale hotels in magical Britain. His cousin by marriage, Sirius Black, had requested a meeting with him. His ebony cane continued to make tapping noises against the marble floor as he entered the room. Sirius Black was already there. Gone was the gaunt and pale form of the former prisoner of Azkaban. The new Lord Black was dressed in expensive silk robes, and the potions regimen prescribed by the healers seemed to have helped him because he looked moderately healthy. He wasn't back to how he was. Merlin knows those haunted grey eyes were proof enough, but it was a far cry from the mangy look from a month back in the Wizengamot. He was now clean-shaven and his curly raven black hair was cut short, no longer long and unkempt. Lucius swallowed as he saw the black diamond ring gleaming in the sunlight as it reflected off the platinum band. Lucius, said Sirius, sounding ebullient and happy, though the other man knew very well his cheerfulness was fake. It's been far too long since we've seen each other. Please, take a seat. Once Lucius was comfortable, Sirius looked up and asked, would you like some tea? Lucius' lips pursed as he nodded. Sirius waved his wand as the teapot released steam, lifted off in the air and poured tea into 2 cups. The cups levitated themselves and carefully landed in front of the 2 men. Lucius discreetly scanned the drink for any poisons or potions, something the other wizard didn't miss. Oh, come on Lucius, Sirius frowned. Don't insult my intelligence. I'm a free man now. Do you think I'm stupid enough to poison you? You can never be too careful, said Lucius smoothly. Especially when you have as many enemies as I do. Oh, I know about having enemies, all right, Sirius chuckled as he reclined in his chair and observed the blond man in front of him. The Wizengamot was very persistent in denying me a trial even when they realized there was a possibility that I might be innocent. Why, the director of the DMLE was even accused of consorting with Death Eaters. That is really unfortunate. What has happened to our government? The stories I've heard from different sources. And what stories would those be? Asked Lucius, his eyes narrowed. Sirius stayed silent for a minute as he sipped his tea. Let me come straight to the point, Lucius, he said coldly. I don't like you. I never have. You're too slippery for your own good and I don't trust such people. At the same time, I've been briefed about the status of the Wizengamot and the Ministry of Magic. The influence of the Black family has dwindled and you capitalized on that. However, you're still no match for someone as powerful as Albus Dumbledore. I've had time to glance at some of the laws passed over the last 10 years and the ones that are to be passed in the future. And I must confess that I don't like it. His gray eyes narrowed. You know exactly the power I have at my disposal, Lucius, he said quietly. I'm also the regent of House Potter. Being Lord Black gives me access to information people can only dream of. Right now, I don't want you as my enemy. If you choose to work with me, it will serve you well for the moment. If you don't, I have a few dirty secrets that would bring House Malfoy to its knees. I don't even need to mention that your wife is a daughter of House Black. We both see Albus Dumbledore as a threat. I propose that we work together, at least for now. 10 years in Azkaban has made me think things through. I don't need to point out that the rest of the traditionalists will follow me no matter what you decide now. Think carefully, for your future is vested in this decision. An hour later, Lord Sirius Black smirked as he exited the hotel. Lucius Malfoy was in the bag after a bit of struggle on the former Death Eater's part, but Sirius was able to handle it. Soon, the rest of the traditionalists will follow suit. It was time for the houses of Potter and Black to rise again. It was 2 days before the end of the winter holidays. Harry had spent his time alternating between spending time with his godfather and the Greengrasses. The regency and guardianship were made official with the ministry and the news of the betrothal had spread like wildfire. People were mostly shocked because none of them had known about the contract at all, especially since one of the parties to the contract was the boy who lived. Of course, not everything was rosy. There had been an article in the Daily Prophet about the betrothal, written by Rita Skeeter. The reporter had penned it in such a way that it sounded as though the Greengrass family had tricked the young hero into marrying their daughter. That certainly had brought down the mood of the holidays. Currently, Harry was with his godfather in the Ministry of Magic building, sitting in front of Madame Griselda Marchbanks, the head of the Department of Magical Education. Harry had no idea if Dumbledore would give his consent to the accelerated program at Hogwarts, even though he had threatened the old headmaster. Amelia had suggested that they go meet Madame Marchbanks. The wise witch would surely take a more neutral approach, not to mention was qualified to approve it. Your grades over the first term have been very high, Mr. Potter, Madame Marchbanks observed as she looked at the file. But I'm not sure I understand why you wish to enroll yourself in the accelerated program at all. It existed in my time, yes, but it was incredibly rare. Over the centuries, I believe less than 20 to 30 students were given the opportunity. What makes you think you are qualified? I've been studying magic since I was 7 years old, ma'am. I know that it is hard to believe, but I'm more than capable of going through with it. I would be severely stunting my education by being in the regular program. I don't mind taking up the end-of-year exams to prove to you or any professor at Hogwarts that I am indeed capable of handling this. Madame Marchbanks looked at him speculatively. What do you think about this, Lord Black? Harry has my full support, Madame Marchbanks, answered Sirius. I know it is difficult to believe it, but I've seen him cast advanced spells. There is no harm in letting him take the end-of-year exams for the first and second years. If, after that, you still believe he's not qualified for it, then I will ensure he gets his education elsewhere. I can move to Hogsmeade so that Harry can become a dayboy instead of a boarder so that I can coach him myself, or I will have him privately tutored full-time and pull him out of Hogwarts. I'm willing to support him in his endeavors in any manner possible. Harry looked at Sirius with a look of surprise on his face. He was really touched that his godfather had actually considered doing that just for him. He felt something warm in his chest but didn't know how to describe it. All right, young man, said Madame Marchbanks. But I will administer the tests to you myself, here at the ministry. If you are willing, you can take up the end-of-year exams for the first and second years. When can you do so? Anytime, ma'am, Harry replied confidently. I'm ready now, you'd like. Now? Asked Madame Marchbanks in surprise. Harry simply shrugged. I'm ready, ma'am. The old woman smiled. Very well, then. Go sit in the examination room. We can finish the first-year exams today and the second-year exams tomorrow. Good luck, whispered Sirius as he led his godson out of the room. Harry waited in the exam room for 10 minutes when finally, an assistant came inside and handed him sheets of parchment, a quill and question papers for all his subjects. With a smile on his face, he began writing. He wanted to prove to Madame Marchbanks that he was worthy. The biggest motivating factor was that if he got through these exams, he wouldn't need to ask Dumbledore for any favors. Several hours later, Harry was done with his written portion of the exam, feeling drained and exhausted. Sirius took him for a late lunch and they soon returned for the practical portion, which was a walk in the park. Harry took the opportunity to show off, so by the end of the practical exams of Charms, Defense and Transfiguration, Madame Marchbanks and Professor Tofty, an old friend of the former and another member of the Wizarding Examinations Authority who had wanted to see his practical work, were positively raving about his abilities. "That was an outstanding display, Mr. Potter," exclaimed Professor Tofty as he clapped enthusiastically. "That spell chain was beautifully done. I didn't think someone your age would even attempt to put together spell chains." "Indeed," smiled Madame Marchbanks. "You certainly were not kidding when you said you knew how to cast advanced spells. Some of those are taught in the 3rd year and the blasting curse is taught in the 4th. Jolly good. I think we can consider this an exam for both your 1st and 2nd years. Tomorrow, you can write the rest of the 2nd year papers and take up the practicals for potions and herbology." Harry breezed through the practical for potions as well. The two old professors were very impressed by the way Harry used magic to stir the rods automatically the precise number of times, the spells used to control the temperature of the fire and also the timer on the potion itself. Harry's ingredients were meticulously cut so that they were perfectly equal. This was something that was ingrained in him as Alfred Potter was very thorough when it came to teaching potions. Even the slightest of mistakes in cutting the ingredients would result in the entire potion being vanished by a house elf even if the potion was nearly complete. It was a frustrating method to learn, but very rewarding. Once all his exams were done, he found himself once again seated in front of Madame Marchbanks with Sirius. "I must admit that you have managed to astound me, Mr. Potter," she said with a large smile. "Never in my career have I encountered an 11-year-old boy who is so talented. I can understand your frustration in having to be a first-year student. Your practical work checks out and I have people evaluating the theory you wrote this morning. Your first-year theory papers are already graded and you scored an outstanding on each one of them. I've gone through the second-year papers too, and though they aren't graded yet, I can tell that you have performed very well in those too. Would you still like to go through with this?" "Yes, ma'am," said Harry, smiling happily. He couldn't contain his excitement. He didn't care if he was grinning like a 5-year-old child with a chocolate bar in his hand. Finally, he would be able to skip those ridiculous classes he had attended in the first term. "You do know that in the accelerated program, there will be some aspects of self-study?" asked Madame Marchbanks sharply. "Yes, ma'am, I know, and I'm willing to work hard for it." "Very good, because I expect nothing less," she said, looking stern for a moment. "You can begin 3rd-year classes this term, but I don't think you'll have trouble catching up on anything other than the electives. The professors have study groups on the weekends taught by the older students which will help you catch up. That is how it's going to be for you because that's the way the accelerated program works. Self-study is an integral part of it along with classroom education. But I would advise you to use 2 whole years for your NEWTs. You might be very smart, Mr. Potter, but the concepts taught in those 2 years are quite hard to grasp. I advise, no, I will tell you now that I won't compromise on that. You can burn yourself out and I cannot allow that." "I understand, ma'am," Harry nodded. He didn't have a problem with that. He could take up his NEWTs at the end of what would have been his 4th year. He could begin his higher education 3 years in advance. That was bloody fantastic. Madame Marchbanks spent the next 10 minutes writing on a sheet of parchment. Once done, she multiplied it with a flick of her wand. Each copy folded itself neatly and entered an envelope, with one of them floating in front of Harry. "This is my authorization letter that enrolls you as a student of the accelerated program at Hogwarts," said Madame Marchbanks. "A copy will be given to Albus Dumbledore and the other members of staff as well. Good luck, young man." Harry swallowed as his emotions got the best of him. "Thank you very much, Madame Marchbanks," he said, trying to make his voice sound even but failing miserably. "I deeply appreciate this. I won't let you down. You have my gratitude as well," Sirius told her, bowing with respect. "Thank you." Madame Marchbanks smiled fondly as the two of them left her office. Harry Potter definitely was an enigma. She would have to keep a close eye on the boy. He would surely scale new heights. Once they were back in Potter Castle, Harry couldn't help but start jumping around with joy. He had never been this carefree before in his life, and part of him was horrified at the way he was acting, but he was too ecstatic to care. "I can't believe it actually worked," he exclaimed. "Now I don't have to ask Dumbledore for permission." Sirius barked out a laugh. "I'm glad you are happy, kiddo," he said fondly, as he ruffled the boy's hair. "I can't wait to see Dumbledore's face when he reads this," smirked Harry. "Or Snape's for that matter." Sirius frowned. "You tell me if Dumbledore or Snape create problems for you, understood? I won't have them walking all over you. You're not alone, kiddo. I'll be with you the whole way." Harry didn't know how to respond to that, so he just nodded as he regained control of his emotions. It was certainly a new experience in having someone care about him. Sure, there was Alfred and the portraits, but Sirius was a living, breathing person. "Thanks, Sirius," he said finally. The older man just nodded. "Come on, off to bed. You must too exhausted. You have to leave for school tomorrow." "Good night," muttered Harry, watching Sirius walk towards the flow and disappear with a flash of green flames. He looked at the letter in his hand and smiled again. "I'll make you proud, Mum and Dad. I promise. For the greater good." Albus Dumbledore sighed in frustration and exasperation. He read the letter again, but it did nothing but increase his already present headache. He was the headmaster of Hogwarts. He should have been consulted before Griselda Marchbanks administered the exams to Harry. Now, it was too late. The seal of the head of the Department of Magical Education was present on the authorization letter. Other than Harry's disappearance 4 years ago, these past few months seemed like the first time in a decade that he felt helpless to stop something. The last time such a feeling had gripped him, countless lives had been destroyed due to a war started by a madman. Dumbledore had developed a plan more than 10 years ago which he thought would finally end Lord Voldemort for good. When Sybil Trelawney foretold the birth of a boy who would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, he had been intrigued and frightened. Curious because he wondered how the said child would defeat the Dark Lord, and frightened because the prophecy claimed that the boy would be more powerful, in a sense, as compared to Lord Voldemort. And if there was anything that scared Albus, it was power in the hands of dangerous individuals. Merlin knows his life had been destroyed due to his lust for power. His love for Gellert and the plans they had concocted for world domination had backfired spectacularly. The three-way duel had resulted in the love of his life fleeing England, and culminated with him burying his sister's dead body. Even now, more than a century later, Albus did not know whose killing curse had snuffled out Ariana's life. He had a strong suspicion but was too scared to even acknowledge it to himself. After that incident, he had decided to quit his dreams of being a world leader. It was ironic that he was now the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, the chosen leader of hundreds of millions of witches and wizards around the world. Nursing his broken heart, he had traveled all over the world for many years, seeking knowledge about different kinds of magic. He was especially talented in transfiguration, and once his grand tour was complete, he had applied for a teaching post at Hogwarts. For a few decades, things were quite calm. Albus had realized he had a real passion for teaching. He saw many young witches and wizards come and go, but outside the walls of the school, things began heating up. Gellert had started seizing power, and by the early 1930s, there was an all-out international hunt for him ordered by the ICW. Europe and America were burning due to his methods of seeking power. Albus had never condoned violence of any kind. It was one of the things he and Gellert had often fought about back then. He preferred to manipulate in the background and seize power through charisma and leadership. Of course, his current status as the leader of the ICW was proof to decide which theory was right. While the Great Magical War was raging on in the western part of the planet, a new threat emerged in the form of an 11-year-old wizard named Tom Riddle. Albus had been quite worried about the boy's behavior. He seemed unusually powerful for his age and seemed to have a strong grasp on magic even before he was informed about being a wizard. Not only that, he seemed to be using his powers to harm his enemies. The fact that he was a Parselmouth only made Albus not trust him more, though he did try to give the boy a chance. For the next several years at Hogwarts, Albus had treated Tom Riddle with indifference, and in some cases, intense suspicion. Unfortunately, this backfired on him again, with the bright, intelligent boy resorting to the blackest of the black arts, and also opening the dreaded Chamber of Secrets, which resulted in several attacks and the death of a student. Albus remembered the boy pleading with him to let him stay at Hogwarts during the summer, as much pleading as a Slytherin would do, but he had refused, wanting Tom to get along with Muggles better. The other reason was that he did not want Tom to spend more time at Hogwarts than necessary, especially without supervision during the holidays, and he thought his decision was sound after the opening of the Chamber of Secrets a few years later. Unknown to Albus Dumbledore, that choice of his had been one of the main reasons why Tom Riddle resorted to Horcruxes to prevent his death. The young Slytherin had grown up in the Muggle city during the London Blitz, and even though at the time, the Second World War had ended, Tom Riddle was still too frightened to stay in London where a bomb could be dropped on the orphanage anytime by enemy powers. He had at least wanted to stay at the Lakey Cauldron, where the wards around Diagon Alley protected them from the bombs, but without money and adult consent, he couldn't do so. He was forced to stay in the Muggle world and survive during the immediate aftermath of a brew war, with little to no food, and face the danger of being killed every day. That experience was what had made Tom Riddle create a Horcrux when he was just a 16-year-old boy, despite warnings in the book to not attempt it before magical maturity. The more he split his soul, the more twisted and evil he became. Soon, Voldemort was but a shadow of his former self. In his quest for immortality, he had traded his sanity and humanity. Tom Riddle had always been dark, but he would not have become as twisted and insane if not for the Horcruxes he created. Albus Dumbledore, however, didn't know this. When Voldemort started his surgical strikes against the British Magical Society, the aged headmaster was consumed with guilt. He had allowed yet another very powerful wizard to destroy the world, and it was all his fault. He had allowed Gellert to seize power by supplying him with various plans for world domination. Tens of thousands of witches and wizards abroad had died as a result, and he didn't even want to count the number of Muggle deaths. He had failed in stopping Voldemort's rise to power. Dozens, hundreds, and within 20 years, thousands of witches and wizards in Britain had perished. So when he heard the prophecy in his office when the seer had recited it to him during a job interview, he acted. He quickly put Trelawney under a complex Confundus charm and restaged the interview in the Hog's Head. He had ensured that a Death Eater was present so that he could give the information to Voldemort. It had worked exactly as he had planned. Severus Snape had delivered the first half of the prophecy, and now, Voldemort was distracted. He was searching for this boy who had the power to defeat him. The general population and the Ministry of Magic were now given little importance as he upped his attacks on two mothers who were expecting to deliver at the end of July and fit the terms of the prophecy, Lily Potter and Alice Longbottom. There had been repeated attacks on the two families. Charles and Doria had been killed in an attack on their manor. Augusta Longbottom's husband had been murdered in broad daylight. There was another attack where James and Lily had escaped moments before Voldemort's arrival. Albus had also suspected that there was a spy in the Order of the Phoenix who was leaking information to Voldemort, but he didn't stop it, for the tactic was proving to be effective. The Dark Lord had diverted all his attention to the Order and was not focused on the general population, so Albus went along with it. It wasn't too difficult for him to realize who the spy was, of course. He wasn't a natural at legilimency for nothing. He convinced himself that the Order members were all well-trained people, so it was worth the risk. But they were slowly falling one by one. Finally, he had decided that he couldn't wait anymore, nor risk the lives of the Order members who were being killed individually. Voldemort had to be stopped by any means necessary before he caused more deaths. The problem was the ethics of it, but Albus had realized something. The needs of many outweigh the needs of the few. He was the supreme mugwump. It was his duty to protect the magical world and keep the statute of secrecy intact. For the greater good of all, he had made that horrible decision. After another attack on Potter Manor, he had convinced James and Lily to go under the Fidelius charm. The second assault on their ancestral mansion had shaken the couple, especially after what had happened the last time, resulting in the deaths of Charles and Doria. James and Lily were a formidable and deadly team, no doubt, but it was difficult to fight when they had a 1-year-old baby with them. The very subtle suggestion to use Peter Pettigrew as the secret keeper worked out perfectly. Only he wasn't expecting the child to survive, but thankfully, Voldemort had been defeated as well, just as Trelawney had predicted. But Albus had been bewildered. Who on earth could survive being hit by the killing curse, much less reflect it back at the caster? But somehow, it had happened. The enchantments he had placed on the cottage showed him that Harry was alive. He had sent Hagrid to collect the child and bring him to Hogwarts while he informed Barty Crouch to apprehend Sirius Black. That decision was sad and it still made Albus cringe in guilt, but it was necessary. As the oath-sworn godfather, not to mention closest blood relative through James Potter, Sirius could not be denied guardianship of the child of the prophecy. Sirius was too unpredictable, so Albus had sent him to Azkaban without a trial. The deaths of all those muggles only made it easier. He had honestly thought Pettigrew was dead. Albus knew exactly what he was condemning young Harry to when he placed the baby on that doorstep, but he knew that the sacrifice was necessary. The child's happiness was irrelevant at the moment. Voldemort may have been vanquished, but there were still many Death Eaters out there, some identified, others unknown, who were willing to do absolutely anything to get their revenge on the boy who had vanquished their master. He had to take a decision quickly so as to protect Harry Potter. He had stumbled upon a very ancient form of blood magic that linked family members together, old magic that was tied to intentions of those under its protection. Using the intent of Lily's sacrifice, Albus had collected Lily and Harry's blood, allowing it to power the charms around number 4, Privet Drive. Petunia's blood connection to Harry would offer the best protection possible. But there was still the mystery of the boy's scar, and how he had survived the killing curse. Before dropping him off at the Dursleys, Dumbledore had spent every waking minute of an entire day, scanning the child using various obscure spells until he discovered the soul piece lodged in Harry's scar. That was when he realized with a jolt that Voldemort had not been killed like he had assumed, but only temporarily defeated. The twisted man had ignored the sacred laws of magic and had actually severed his soul and created a Horcrux. That begged the question, how? How could a piece of Voldemort's soul, because it could hardly be anybody else's, not to mention he could detect Tom's magical signature, be attached to the boy? He spent years finding out everything he could about Horcruxes, consulting various experts on dark magic until he finally arrived at the solution. Voldemort must have made multiple Horcruxes, and that had resulted in his soul accidentally tearing itself apart when the killing curse rebounded, with the severed soul piece latching onto the only living thing in the room, Harry. Albus had then started searching for any information on Voldemort that would lead him to other Horcruxes, after persuading Horace Slughorn to give him a memory where Tom Riddle had broached the subject with his teacher. The potions master had constantly evaded Albus, going so far as to resign his position, but eventually, after a lot of effort, the headmaster managed to acquire the extremely valuable memory by using Slughorn's own guild against him. However, even after knowing that there were potentially 6 Horcruxes of a 7-part soul, Albus had been unable to track them down. Between his headmaster duties, his position as chief warlock of a country that was torn by war, and being supreme mugwump of the ICW, he had his hands full, and there wasn't enough time to search for clues that led to a trail that had long gone cold. Albus had also been guilt-ridden for months after the attack on the Potters, blaming himself for what had happened to James, Lily and Sirius. The 3 Gryffindors had been some of his absolute favorites, with their loyalty in him unshakable, but what had he done? He had betrayed them in the worst possible manner. But that guilt had reduced considerably after he had seen what happened to Frank and Alice Longbottom, yet another example as to what he had stopped by activating the prophecy. The country also began to prosper again, without Voldemort to cause fear and panic. Albus had also tried his level best to get the Death Eaters locked up, but alas. There were some things he just could not do. With how busy he had been, the corruption at the Ministry of Magic had been undetected and several Wizengamot members and members of the Council of Magical Law had been bribed and threatened to let the accused go scot-free, even with him and Barty Crouch Sr. doing their best to lock them up. However, not all his plans worked out the way he had intended. Harry Potter had disappeared from the Dursleys when he was 7. When he returned to Hogwarts, he was everything Dumbledore didn't want. He was intelligent, dangerously so. He also knew about his family heritage, embraced it, and didn't have a problem with showing how exceptional he truly was when it came to magic. The boy was also cold and reclusive. While it was true that magical children developed faster mentally and physically as compared to Muggles, it was frightening how similar Harry Potter was as compared to Tom Riddle. The same charisma, the same elegance and grace, the same devilishly good looks for one so young, the same sharp mind, they were all dangerous combinations, and Albus couldn't help but remember Harry's apparent hatred of Muggles. He was already nervous about it, which was why he had hoped to gain the boy's loyalty by accepting young Harry into the accelerated program, but that opportunity was now out of his grasp. Harry had also refused to go back to Petunia. Logically, he understood that Harry was safer behind the extensive wards of Potter Castle, but the problem was that Albus didn't know what enchantments powered the castle in the first place, and if they were good enough. Just because they were powerful once did not mean they were powerful now. Harry was just a child and without an adult to guide him, who would have taught him to access the wards. That was not the only reason. There were books in the Potter library which Albus did not want the boy to read. Harry gaining more power sent shivers down his spine as he remembered another black-haired boy 50 years ago. There were many differences between Harry and Tom, oh yes, but there were also dangerous similarities, which was why he had set up the test for him with the fake Philosopher's Stone. The boy had actually tried to blackmail him. He was one of the most powerful wizards in the world, magically and politically, and Harry actually had the gall to blackmail him. Not even Voldemort had dared to do that at the height of his powers, but deep in his heart, Albus was actually amused that Harry had attempted it. Ah, the mind of a child. But it looked like it was unwarranted. The young Ravenclaw had been accepted into the accelerated program through the Ministry of Magic with the help of his new guardian, Lord Sirius Black. Albus rubbed his temples. He would have to keep a very close eye on Harry, closer than he previously intended. The boy had completely ignored the test he had set for him. Harry had not ventured to the third-floor corridor like the rest of the more curious students in the school. He suspected that Quirrell wanted to steal the stone, thinking it was real, and had a feeling that the defense teacher somehow worked for Voldemort, though how, Albus did not know. He had an inkling about what was going on, though. He had initially thought Quirrell would be enough to test Harry, but now, maybe it would be better if the boy confronted Voldemort himself. It would prove to be effective as Harry would see how dangerous his parents' murderer is. That would surely make the boy trust the wise old headmaster, would it not? At this point, Albus was even willing to teach alchemy if it meant getting Harry to trust him. He snapped out his musings when the door to his office banged open and Severus Snape entered with a snarl on his face. He threw a very familiar-looking letter on the desk and bellowed, "I will not accept this, Albus. That Potter brat is being given too much leeway. I will not let him inside any other class other than the one he is supposed to be in, and that is the class for the first years. What nonsense is this?" Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Babbling, and Vector entered the office too. Albus sighed as he drowned a calming draft. This was going to be a long meeting indeed. The second term at Hogwarts began with loud whispers and gossip about one Harry Potter. He seemed to have been accepted into the famed accelerated program which had not been seen at the school for a century. People wondered how talented he must be for him to be selected, but others were positive that he was awarded the opportunity only because he was the boy who lived. The newspaper article about him seeking attention by enrolling himself in the program written by Rita Skeeter didn't help matters either. Of course, Sirius had gone and let the editor of the Daily Prophet know exactly why people trembled in fear when they heard the name, Black. It was a synonym for blackmail, and the editor had hastily printed an apology the next day. Naturally, it was ignored by the rest of the population. No one read something as boring as a retraction in the newspaper. Much to Sirius' delight, Harry didn't seem to care about the negative press. Many of the older years in Ravenclaw were openly sneering at him, not to mention Hermione Granger had thrown a major temper tantrum, but he didn't care. Harry was thriving in his third-year classes. He had quickly risen to the top of the class again, much to the joy of his teachers. Professor Babbling especially was thrilled when she realized Harry considered runes to be one of his most favorite subjects. The third-year students began to realize why he was in the accelerated program. He was a prodigy. Snape was, naturally, nastier than ever. Harry was seriously considering murdering the bastard, but he didn't know how to do it without raising suspicion. Then there was Quirrell. Harry had caught sight of the man openly staring at Harry with a hungry gleam in his eye, and it was making Harry very uncomfortable. He had not shared this with Sirius. Merlin knows he would march to the castle to take care of it, if Harry ever mentioned it to his godfather. Harry still didn't know what he was feeling when it came to Sirius, and now that he realized it, Daphne as well. His relationship with each of them had deepened over time. His godfather had given him a communication mirror so that they could talk to each other all the time. Harry had been very impressed with the mirror and had sent a letter to his account manager at Gringotts to find out everything about the company. At the back of his mind, he couldn't help but think that despite knowing Sirius for a very short time, he could picture a good, dare he say it, father-son relationship with the older wizard in the future. His chest always tightened when he thought about it, but Harry didn't know what it meant. Then, of course, was Daphne. He had taken to spending increasingly more time with her in the room of requirement. Doing so made them start talking to each other more as he tutored her in her studies. It was now at such a level that Harry genuinely felt protective of her, and he would go so far as to call her his best friend, even though she was his only friend. The room of requirement itself was a big mystery to him, and the way he found it, even more so. He let his mind wander, thinking back to that day. It was the first week back at school. Harry was walking along a corridor on the 7th floor after meeting the headmaster. Dumbledore had wanted to speak to him about the exams he had taken at the ministry. He had also given Harry one of his patented, "I'm disappointed in you" looks. Apparently, he was about to let Harry know that he had approved of the accelerated program and was waiting for him to come back to school, but Harry honestly doubted the veracity of the headmaster's statement. Just as he turned a corner, he saw the tapestry of a man teaching a group of trolls how to dance. Suddenly, he was assaulted by a memory again. He had found the legendary room of requirement. It had been a perfect coincidence that he had seen one of those house elves using the room. Excitement churned in his stomach as he paced 3 times in front of the blank wall. From what he gathered after interrogating the elf, he could imagine the room to resemble anything he wanted. He opened his eyes and stopped pacing. A large iron door appeared. Harry gasped as he missed a step, nearly tripping on his shoes, wincing in pain as his head throbbed horribly. That had been another memory, a memory that belonged to Voldemort. What the hell was happening? He curiously looked at the blank stretch of wall. Could it really resemble anything he wanted? Harry slowly moved closer and paced 3 times in front of it. On the 3rd try, a large metal door appeared. When he opened it and stepped inside, Harry's eyes widened in shock. The room was exactly as he wanted it to be. Several practice dummies were present, with wands in hand. 10 minutes later, Harry realized that these dummies were nothing like those he had back home at Potter Castle. These felt real, like he was actually dueling a grown wizard. A slow grin formed on his face. He couldn't even describe the advantages this room could offer. He would use it to his advantage. After all, he had a dueling championship to prepare for. Harry activated the Marauder's map again, his eyes slowly scanning it. It was a goldmine of information, giving details about what people were up to by simply observing their movements, which he would pass on to Daphne. She was overjoyed when she realized the amount of blackmail material it offered. Such things were extremely useful if one had to survive in Slytherin, which her parents had repeatedly told her in Astoria growing up. A couple of minutes later, his eyes narrowed. This was something he hadn't seen the last time. Professor Quirrell's name seemed to overlap with another name, but he couldn't read it clearly. Harry tapped his wand on the map, ordering it to magnify, showing the name which was overlapping with Quirrell's. Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle. Harry whispered to himself in confusion. He winced in pain as another memory assaulted his mind. He was in his bed in the Slytherin dormitories. He kept tapping his wand on the sheet of parchment and wondered if he was ever going to succeed. The letters kept interchanging over and over again, but none of them made any sense. His original name returned. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Anger bubbled in his gut as he angrily tapped his wand on the sheet once more. Letters changed again, but this time, it formed something different. His heart skipped a beat as he saw the words written on the parchment. It was a perfect anagram of his name, which was what he originally intended. It also made sense because his goal was to conquer death. What a perfect word. It meant, flight from death. He smirked at the words he could see which were shimmering under the light from his wand. I am Lord Voldemort. Harry gasped as he picked himself from the floor, his body still trembling slightly, having collapsed due to the pain of the memory slamming into his conscious mind. He had to control himself when those memories assaulted him. It would be monumentally disastrous if Dumbledore or the Ministry found out that he somehow had Voldemort's memories in his head. He swallowed heavily when his gaze returned to the map. He couldn't believe it. Voldemort was still alive. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? The killing curse was said to have impacted him, right? If that were true, then how could Voldemort be inside the castle? Harry knew it was the truth. The map never lies, after all. It had Gryffindor blood powering it, so it was linked to the wards themselves. A shiver of fear ran down the length of Harry's spine as he looked at the name with wide eyes. Tom Riddle. If Voldemort was inside the castle, then why was his name nearly combined with that of Quirrell? Was he disguised as Quirrell, using the form as an alias? In that case, Harry was in grave danger. What to do? Harry already knew that Dumbledore had kept a fake Philosopher's Stone in the school. He did not believe even for a second that it could be the real one. There was no way Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel would give away their prized alchemical discovery. The stone was the only thing keeping them alive, after all. They might be very old, but he doubted they were that stupid. But apparently, Voldemort had taken the bait. Harry had heard Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger discussing the stone many times since the second term began. Curiously enough, each time, Harry would be in the vicinity, though he didn't understand the reasoning behind it. He had simply shrugged it off after researching about the stone. He also knew that there was a Cerberus behind that door in the third-floor corridor from speaking to the Weasley twins who had investigated it. He had read about them from a book he had taken from the Potter family library. Very little was known about those monster dogs, but apparently, music can make it go to sleep. Harry absent-mindedly gripped the lock hanging from around his neck. Opening it, he saw a picture of his parents smiling back at him, waving as though they could actually see him. His face remained stony as he looked back. He didn't remember them, but reading their journals, and the way both of them described him, their son, had touched Harry's wounded heart just after he had escaped the Dursleys. Harry may not even remember their voices, but they were his parents, and the strange feeling in his chest returned again. If not for Voldemort, he would have had parents. If not for Voldemort, he would not have been abandoned at the Dursleys. If not for Voldemort, he would have lived a carefree life as any 11-year-old should. He needed to get rid of Voldemort. He was probably the one who let the troll inside the castle on Samhain, so there was no telling what lengths the Dark Lord would go to get the stone and maybe kill Harry himself in the process. Harry had also noted Quirrell eyeing him recently. Ergo, he had to go. But how? A week later, Harry finally had enough courage to put his plan in motion. He had been tempted to contact his godfather but had restrained himself. Sirius would not approve of Harry's decision. He didn't like it much either, but he wasn't going to let Voldemort kill him now, not when his future was finally looking bright. Swallowing his nervousness and trying to control his slightly shaking limbs, he donned the invisibility cloak and sneaked out of Ravenclaw Tower. Professor Quirrell was walking towards his office, stuttering as usual when he greeted a couple of the prefects who were patrolling the corridors after curfew. When he entered, he noticed a slip of parchment waiting on his desk with an alert charm on it. His master ordered him to investigate immediately, so Quirrell scanned and dispelled the charm. It was a simple message written in indistinguishable capital letters. Music soothes the savage beast. I hope you come back to us soon. A friend. Just as he finished reading it, the parchment burst into flames, startling the man. His master ordered him to head to the third floor at once so that they could test the theory and verify if it was a trap or not. No one else was supposed to know of Voldemort's involvement, and the Dark Lord was curious as to who could have sent that message. He knew that it wasn't Dumbledore because it wasn't his style, so he decided to investigate who was behind this, after, of course, confirming the theory behind the Cerberus reaction to music. As it was quite late, no one was around when Quirrell made his way to the third-floor corridor. Dispelling the alert charms cast by Dumbledore, Quirrell opened the door and entered. At once, the Cerberus started growling, but he conjured a harp which began playing soft music. The large dog's eyelids started drooping. Once it was asleep, Quirrell carefully moved one of the massive paws away from the trapdoor. The defense professor never saw that silent stunner coming from behind him. As he crumpled to the floor, Harry silenced the harp with a flick of his wand and sent an overpowered stinging hex at the sleeping Cerberus. The massive dog growled angrily and pounced on the only target it could see, the unconscious form of Professor Quirrell. Harry swallowed as he turned away from the sight of the mangled body of the defense professor, putting the hood of the invisibility cloak back over his head. He couldn't believe he had actually done it. Reinforcing his mental shields, he tried to push the memory as far into his mind palace as possible. He opened the door and walked out, trying to get to Ravenclaw Tower as soon as possible, doing his best to think about anything other than the murder he had just committed. He would probably have to take a calming draft for the night, maybe a few other nights too. He never saw the shade rise from Quirrell's dead body, the red eyes staring the place Harry's head occupied before he had left the room. With an angry snarl, Lord Voldemort flew away from Hogwarts and back towards Albania. He had been thwarted again by Harry Potter, but it would be the last time. Lord Voldemort would make sure of it. April 2002. Harry, what are we doing here? It's nearly midnight, Daphne whispered in his ear. The two of them were under Harry's invisibility cloak, prowling the castle after curfew. It was early April now, and Daphne couldn't figure out what her fiancé was up to. Don't worry, it's nothing dangerous, Harry smirked at her. I have a surprise for you. A surprise? Yes, now hush. We're almost there. Harry led her to the 7th floor corridor and they stopped in front of a very familiar tapestry. After he checked the map to ensure no one was nearby, he removed the cloak and paced 3 times until the iron door appeared. He then looked at Daphne and whispered, "Close your eyes." When Daphne reluctantly complied, she felt Harry gently take her hand and led her inside. She could feel a light, cool breeze but knew that it was the magic of the room that created it. Harry carefully guided her down several steps and she was made to sit on something. She was getting restless, so before she could open her eyes, Harry conjured a blindfold and slid it over her eyes. "Harry," whined Daphne. "Come on, what's this about?" "You'll see," he said, sounding amused. Daphne couldn't hear anything either but knew there were probably silencing charms in place. Finally, Harry removed the blindfold with a wave of his hand. Her eyes took time to adjust to the dim lighting. They seemed to be on a small boat, but it was closed on all sides, so she couldn't see what was going on outside. "Where are we?" she asked, confused. Harry simply smiled and flicked his wand, making the roof of the boat disappear. Daphne gasped. They were in the middle of a calm lake at night. There was a full moon with stars and constellations seen in the clear night sky above. Mountain peaks could be seen in the distance and she could see forest cover on the distant banks of the lake too. The boat swayed slightly in the water. It was the most beautiful sight she had ever seen. "How did you know?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "You told me," said Harry, smiling slightly. "You told me that you had dreamt about such a place once and that you always remembered it. I saw flashes of it when I was teaching you occlumency about 2 months ago. You said that if you ever were to come across a place like this, you would wish to spend your birthday there. You remembered?" she asked, not taking her glistening eyes off Harry's face. He simply smiled as he reached for a bag. She watched him assemble everything needed. A small vanilla cake, her favorite, was being held in his hands, with one of those fancy flower candles on it. "Happy birthday, Daphne," he whispered, just as it turned midnight. Tears flowed down Daphne's cheeks as she croaked out a thank you. Harry smiled as he took a small piece of cake and fed it to her, just as his godfather had instructed him to do. Daphne, in turn, took a piece of cake and fed it to him as well. "Look up," he muttered, pointing to the sky. When she looked at the night sky, she gasped as several fancy fireworks exploded in the air, bathing the sky in beautiful colors. One of the fireworks exploded, forming the words, "Happy Birthday Daphne," in the sky. "Thank you, Harry," she whispered, wiping her tears away. "Thank you so much. You didn't have to go to such lengths to impress me, you know. You may be my fiancé, Daphne, but you're also my first and only friend," he shrugged. "I just wanted to thank you for that and, well, apologize for you being trapped with me because of the betrothal contract. It wasn't your fault that I'm the last Potter. I don't mind being engaged to you," smiled Daphne, her cheeks coloring, a hint of awkwardness creeping through. "In fact, I think it's the best thing that has ever happened to me." "Really? You're not mad that you will be forced to marry me?" "I was angry, yes, but so were you. But I'm not anymore. Over the past several months, you've become my best friend, Harry. Sure, I've known Tracy for a couple of years, but she's very social while I'm not. At least not outside the family, but I don't mind having you as my best friend. Forced into it or not, I'm happy. Me too, said Harry quietly. There was tense silence for a minute, the air filled with uncertainty, which he broke by saying, I have a present for you. I hope you like it. He took out a long, slender velvet box and gave it to Daphne. She accepted it and opened it carefully and gasped when she saw what was inside. It's a locket similar to mine, said Harry, pointing to the one hanging from around his neck outside his shirt, with a bevy of protective charms on it, some of which are not exactly legal. Open it. Daphne opened the locket and saw that on one side was a picture of her with her parents in Astoria, while on the other was a picture of her and Harry taken during the Yule Ball at Greengrass Manor. She moved closer and hugged him tightly, not being able to convey her thanks with mere words. Harry stiffened in panic, and realizing this, Daphne pulled away, giving him his space. So, whose idea was this? She asked teasingly. Harry's green eyes sparkled with amusement, but he didn't see the point in lying to her. My godfather suggested I do this, he acknowledged. I'd simply wanted to give you a present and leave it at that, but he insisted that I make it special, and since I had no idea how to proceed, he helped me with it. The gift was completely my idea, though. Well, I appreciate it, said Daphne, smiling brightly at him. Thanks, Harry. You're a true friend. A hint of a shy, pleased smile formed on Harry's lips, forcing him to look away, his face flushed with happiness. He couldn't fully understand the strange emotions that he was experiencing, but whatever it was, it felt good. They stayed there for an hour, enjoying the beautiful scenery, each secretly glancing at the other when the other wasn't looking. Neither was willing to admit it, but Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass were slowly beginning to develop feelings for each other. The end of the academic year was finally here. After Professor Quirrell had died in an unfortunate accident, according to Dumbledore, the headmaster had decided to teach defense against the dark arts himself. During the end-of-year exams, Harry impressed all his teachers with his astounding practical application of magic. Professors Babbling and Vector were overjoyed with his grasp of the subjects of runes and arithmancy since he had joined in the middle of the third-year classes. He had needed help with the latter but was able to catch up after private lessons with Professor Vector. He had worked very hard, so it was no surprise, at least to him, when the results stated that he was the top student amongst the third years. Thanks to Harry tutoring her, Daphne too sailed through her first-year exams and stood first in her year. Padma Patil stood second and Hermione Granger third, followed by Draco Malfoy and Ernie Macmillan. While Daphne was ecstatic, a few others were not. Hermione Granger had ranted about how there was no possible way she could not have come first. Throughout the year, she had been under the impression that she was the top student until Professor McGonagall clarified that the rankings displayed on the notice board in Gryffindor Tower only gave information about Gryffindor students. Ergo, she was the top student amongst the first years in Gryffindor. But Hermione didn't like it. In her Muggle primary school, she had always stood first in class, and that position had been snatched away from her here at Hogwarts. She decided to study harder next year, and maybe even get into the accelerated program like Harry Potter. Draco Malfoy was unhappy because he had been beaten in the exams by a Muggle-born. Due to their performances in the matches, Slytherin won the Quidditch Cup, but thanks to the 200 points the four prefects had gained in saving Hermione Granger, they were able to snag a victory for Ravenclaw for the House Cup. All four students had also been rewarded for their bravery as they had risked their lives to save a fellow student. The Ravenclaws were especially happy as they hadn't won the House Cup in several years, thanks in part to Snape and his less than cheery attitude towards anyone other than a Slytherin. The older year students in all four houses had finally calmed down after they had to grudgingly admit that Harry Potter really did qualify to be in the accelerated program because of his intelligence and talent and not because of his fame. Once the end-of-year feast was done and the golden plates and cutlery cleaned, Harry let Hedwig fly back to Potter Castle while he shrunk his trunk, which was already packed by one of his house elves. Just as he walked down to the common room, Professor Flitwick informed him that Professor Dumbledore wanted to speak to him. Harry immediately excused himself and withdrew his communication mirror. "Sirius Black," he whispered. The mirror heated up and his godfather's face appeared. The man's eyes narrowed dangerously. He's calling you to his office, isn't he? He asked without preamble. Yes, Harry answered stiffly. I'll take care of it, Harry, said Sirius calmly. Don't worry. Thanks, Sirius, said Harry with a small smile as he put the mirror back in his pocket. About 15 minutes later, when he and Daphne were walking out of the castle, they saw Sirius Black walk in and head directly towards the marble staircase. Lord Sirius Black walked towards Dumbledore's office after getting the password from a surprised Professor Flitwick. He saw the gargoyle jump to the side, so he stepped onto the moving staircase and knocked on the door. When he heard the old man invite him in, he opened the door and stepped inside. The room was exactly as Sirius remembered it, with Dumbledore sitting behind the ornate desk, on a throne-like chair. He seemed surprised to see Sirius there. Sirius? Asked Dumbledore, confused. I believe I asked Harry to meet me before he leaves. What are you doing here? I'm here because I am his guardian and this does not concern his schooling, said Sirius curtly as he took a seat uninvited. What is this about? Wait, let me guess, is this about making Harry go back to Petunia? He sneered. Dumbledore mentally sighed. He did not expect Sirius to come here himself. He thought he might be able to persuade Harry by bribing the boy with books from his personal library, but he didn't think it would work with the Lord of House Black sitting in front of him. Sirius, you have to see reason. The protection I had created around the Dursley residence was based on Lily's sacrifice. As long as Harry calls the place home, and where Lily's blood lives through Harry and her sister, Voldemort cannot touch him. It is imperative that he goes back there for his own protection. I will never allow that, Dumbledore, said Sirius coldly. You're delusional if you think I would condemn Harry to such suffering again. You knew Petunia was a bi.ch. Lily told you so, didn't she? And yet you placed Harry with that woman and her husband, making my godson grow up in a magic-hating, abusive household. I can't believe you would sink so low as to condone child abuse. Sirius, I had no idea. Save it, spat Sirius angrily. You should have known about it since it was you who left him there in the first place. You were the boy's magical guardian. It was your duty to protect him. I don't even want to know what state my godson would have been in if he hadn't escaped when he had. There are a lot of mysteries surrounding you, Dumbledore, and I don't like it. You're playing a very dangerous game. It's rather convenient that it was you who sealed James's will, which stated that I was innocent. It was convenient that I didn't know who actually cast the Fidelius charm. All this time, I was under the impression that it was Lily until Harry proved otherwise. You're very lucky that James and Lily's journals are not admissible in court as evidence, because if I had solid proof of your involvement, I would have ensured that something was done about it. You sent me to Azkaban on purpose. You put Harry with Petunia for a reason. I'm warning you now, Dumbledore. Stay out of my way and out of my son's life. Your son, Sirius. Sirius fixed Dumbledore with a haughty look. He's as good as my own. I couldn't love him more if he actually were my son. I repeat, leave Harry alone or you will face my wrath. With that, Sirius Black got to his feet and walked out of the office, slamming the door in the process, leaving Dumbledore to ponder the situation. The headmaster's eyes grew hard and a frown formed on his face. He seemed to be the recipient of many threats lately. He had to get things back under control, get Harry under control. Sirius was, unfortunately, protected. The chief warlock could wage political battles, but that was it. He needed the young Lord Black for the fight with Voldemort when the Dark Lord eventually returned, and hence, didn't want to consider any route that could sour their relationship further. Dumbledore turned to his trusted Phoenix. We need to find him, Fawkes, he said softly. I think it is time we brought him back. The Phoenix trilled, and soon, both the old headmaster and the Phoenix disappeared in a flash of flame. The train reached platform 9 3/4 several hours later, and Harry smiled when saw Sirius waiting for him. The moment his godfather spotted him, Sirius lightly ruffled Harry's hair and said, "Everything's ready, kiddo. Come on." Harry bid everyone goodbye, and after returning Daphne's hug, much to the surprise of Daphne, her parents, and Sirius, he took Sirius' hand and disapparated. When Harry opened his eyes, he could smell the salt water. They were standing on a beach, with the waves crashing on the white sand. A beach? He asked incredulously. I thought you were bringing me to your home. Sirius barked out a laugh. I did bring us home. This island, owned by the Blacks, is off the coast of Cornwall. You can have all the privacy you need here. Come on, let's head inside. The older man led Harry towards a path which was off the beach. They walked in comfortable silence, and after a few minutes, Harry's eyes widened when he saw an elegant castle made of black stone. It was much smaller than Potter Castle, but still impressive in its own right. "Welcome to Black Castle," said Sirius as he led Harry inside. "The other homes of the Blacks are in a state of disrepair. The house elves are fixing them, but it'll take time. The ancestral manor in Scotland is where I'll be moving in once repairs are complete, but for the summer, it's more than enough. Besides, I like the seaside view. I've never seen a beach before. The Dursleys went to Nice once when I was 6. I saw the pictures, and since then, I've wanted to go there too. We'll go on a vacation to France later this summer, then," said Sirius as he led Harry to one of the bedrooms. "Really?" asked Harry incredulously. "Of course, Harry," said Sirius, fondly ruffling his hair. "We can go to different places every summer for a holiday. That's what families do." The young boy was momentarily stunned and stopped walking. Sirius frowned. "Is something wrong? You consider me family." "I have always considered you family, Harry," he replied patiently. "You're as good as my own son. I know that I made a mistake by giving you up all those years ago, but this time, I'm here to stay. I'll be with you all the way. I promised your parents that I'd take care of you, and I intend to honor that promise. You're not alone, Harry." Harry's face was blank as always, but his lower lip trembled as he swallowed thickly. "Thank you," he said quietly before entering the room. He was quite touched by his godfather's words. He was feeling emotions he couldn't identify, and that confused him more than anything. Sirius just smiled slightly as he walked out of the room. Baby steps, he reminded himself. Sirius had kept his promise. On the 20th of July, Sirius Black, Amelia Bones, and Harry Potter were at the International Flow Terminal in London. When it was their turn, they stepped into the massive flow and were swallowed up by the green flames. When they emerged, they were greeted by the officials of the French Ministry of Magic in Paris. After their wands were registered, with Amelia flashing her credentials that showed that she was the director of the British DMLE, they portkeyed to the villa in southern France that was owned by the Black family. "So, what do you want to do first?" asked Amelia. The relationship between her and Sirius had improved over the past year. He had still been frosty in the beginning, but after spending several months talking to each other, with Amelia convincing him that she had never forgotten him, things had slowly improved. They weren't back to how it was before he was chucked into prison, but their relationship was slowly mending itself. Apart from her fiancé, Amelia had also taken up the responsibility of being there for Harry too, and over the course of 3 weeks, they had become comfortable in each other's presence. The fact that Amelia had already gained Harry's respect and trust thanks to her involvement in his godfather's trial helped immensely, and hence, the latter wasn't as hesitant to open up to her. "I want to learn and explore some of the magical culture here in France," replied Harry as he enlarged his bags with a wave of his hand. His wandless magic had grown over time and he tended to practice it as often as he could. "I don't know about you, but I want to eat some of their food," grinned Sirius. Amelia laughed and Harry too agreed that he was interested in sampling the local cuisine. After a heavy lunch, they went to Paris and toured one of the best shopping districts of magical France. Harry found several pairs of beautifully designed magical wristwatches which he purchased while Amelia made Sirius buy clothes. The next 2 days went by in laughter and shopping. On the 23rd of July, Harry was nervous. He knew that he was very talented for his age, but he had never participated in a dueling championship before. There were witches and wizards from all over the world who would be taking part. Sirius and Amelia had helped him train ever since he had come back home from Hogwarts. He had also been given tips by the portrait of Fergus Potter, his great-grandfather, who was an international dueling champion himself. He ate a light breakfast and dressed in appropriate clothes that didn't hinder his agility. Once they were ready, the three of them apparated to the arena where the championship would be held. There was a person outside checking the names of the contestants. Harry stood in line, with Sirius and Amelia behind him. "Name and country?" asked the man, not looking up. "Harry Potter, Magical Britain." The man's eyes widened as he looked up, and his jaw dropped in surprise and awe. He flushed when he saw Sirius glaring at him, but it was not every day you get to meet the boy who had survived and deflected a bloody killing curse when he was a baby. Sign here please, Mr. Potter. You may enter through that gate over there. You'll have to submit your wand for inspection and you'll be informed about anything else later. Here are your name tag and badge. Good luck. Thank you, muttered Harry as he turned away. Stay calm, Amelia muttered as they walked towards the gate for the participants. There are talented kids here, true, but I doubt they would be able to match your skill. Most importantly, do the best you can and nobody will think any less of you. Thanks, Aunt Amy. We'll be right there in the audience, cheering for you, understood? Assured Sirius. Now go and show them what you can do. We have the utmost confidence in you. Harry smiled at them both and turned to enter through the gate. Sirius took Amelia's hand in his as they both walked to a different gate to enter the arena. They paid for their seats, choosing the most expensive ones so that they could be as close to the dueling arena as possible. He'll be fine, whispered Amelia, squeezing his hand comfortingly. Sirius took a deep breath and nodded. After about an hour, the lights dimmed around them, with the stage being prominently illuminated as the host stepped onto the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, he began in French, but both of them could understand what he was saying. Welcome to the Under-13 International Dueling Championship for the year 2002. We're going to have our preliminary rounds today, and those who qualify will be eligible for tomorrow's tournament. Those who qualify for the quarter-finals in the morning will take part in the semi-finals that afternoon. The winners of the semi-finals will take part in the finals that night. So, shall we begin? He asked and the crowd roared. Our first match is between Mr. Adonis of Greece and Mr. Potter of Britain. Let's give them a big round of applause. People clapped, but many began whispering when they heard Harry's name. The boy who lived was known all over the world for surviving and deflecting the dreaded killing curse when he was but a baby. Harry stepped forward towards the arena and bowed to his opponent who bowed back. He then extended his left leg forward, his left arm was raised for balance, his wand was pointed 60 degrees away from his opponent. His face was expressionless and back straight. This was a stance he had worked on. It provided a means for both defense and offense, depending on his move. Harry's opponent took an offensive position. The boy was going to strike the second he was ready. His wand was pointed at Harry, so he would use a spell that didn't require any elaborate wand movements. The best bet was either the disarming or stunning spell, mused Harry. The rules are simple. No lethal spells can be used, and unforgivable curses are banned. Standard International Dueling Rules, Level 1. The duel ends when the other party is incapacitated or yields. Get ready. Begin. As Harry had predicted, the Greek boy shouted, Expelliarmus. A red jet of light headed towards Harry, but he neatly dodged it. Langlock, Expelliarmus. Stupefy. The three silent spells hit the mark. His opponent's tongue got stuck to the roof of his mouth, his wand flew out of his hand and the stunner hit him in the chest. The boy dropped to the ground, unconscious. The stadium was quiet. No one had ever expected a 12-year-old boy to perform spells non-verbally. The host recovered quickly and cried, amazing. That was an impressive display of non-verbal magic. The winner is Mr. Harry Potter of Britain. The crowd roared and clapped for the boy who lived. Harry bowed to them and exited the arena. Harry blasted through round 2 as well. Since it was under 13, the duels took very little time. But he had to admit, the competitor he faced was good for her age, but Harry was a lot better. Harry hit her with a few jinxes for which the girl used a shield, but was eventually defeated when Harry cast the Augmenti charm, soaking her to the bone, and stunning her to end the duel. The quarter-finals had 12 participants. Here, Harry decided to dodge rather than fire. His opponent was quickly getting tired after firing so many spells, and he took advantage of that and fired a stunner of his own when the opponent had just stopped casting spells, ending the duel. The semi-finals were much better, in Harry's opinion. There were 6 duelists. If Harry won this round, he would be automatically qualified for the finals thanks to his record of wins in the previous rounds. The other 5 would have to fight in another round and the winner would join him in the finals. His opponent in the semi-finals was a boy from Brazil. The other wizard was cautious as he knew Harry was a fierce opponent. He dodged spells as well, and instead of conventional spells, he used a mixture of different charms in his arsenal. It definitely worked, as Harry got hit once when he least expected it, but managed to overcome his opponent by using his advanced knowledge of charms against him. The finals were between Harry and a girl from Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of the Under-13 International Dueling Championship. We have today our two finalists, Akino Hana from Japan and Harry Potter from Britain. Both have proven that they are way ahead of their peers in terms of magical knowledge. Take your places, finalists. Get ready. Begin. But to the crowd's surprise, neither party fired any spells. Harry had observed this girl and realized that she liked to set a trap for her opponents. After several seconds, Harry decided to lay a trap of his own. He took his wand behind his back and started shifting it between his hands. The girl didn't know that he was ambidextrous. He could use that to his advantage. She would probably shift her focus to the hand where he was holding his wand. If he could fool her and attack with the other, she would be thrown off guard. The crowd watched in confusion as Harry shifted his wand from one hand to the other, the entire time keeping it away from his opponent's eyes. Amelia's eyes narrowed in calculation. This wasn't a technique she had seen before. Just a moment later, Harry suddenly attacked. The witch had expected him to fire with his right hand, as she had seen it twitch, and that was where she aimed her spell. But she figured out too late that Harry was using his left hand. She dodged, but was still caught in the path of the hex. Painful boils erupted on her upper arm. Everyone in the arena realized that he was simply toying with her, trying to predict her movements by striking first. It was standard dueling tactics. Harry smirked as he dodged another spell coming his way. She sent a volley of hexes and jinxes his way, but he switched to Transfiguration, one of his favorites in a duel. He conjured a huge bunch of leaves with sticky sap and banished them towards her. The girl set the leaves on fire and banished them back at Harry. Harry expected this and used the Aguamenti charm to put off the fire and create a ball of water, a very impressive feat of magic. He pushed it above the ground where it was rotating at a fast rate using a smart array of quick runes. He then cast a variety of spells that the girl dodged. It was clear that her opponent wanted to end it and deal with the water bubble, so she said mounted a spell and a white beam of light shot out of her wand. Harry cast a stunning spell and both spells connected. Flashes of light could be seen as white and red clashed with each other. After several seconds, Harry let go of the spell, dodged, looked at the ball of water suspended above and slashed his wand in the air. The water fell directly on the girl below. Harry immediately took his chance and fired the spell chain he had used in the first duel. His opponent lay unconscious on the floor. The audience was stunned. What a spectacular display of the various branches of magic and sheer brilliance for one so young. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Under-13 International Dueling Championship of 2002 is Harry Potter of Magical Britain. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. And congratulations to our runner-up, Miss Hannah of Magical Japan. The arena was cleared and the Minister of Magic of France came up to them to give them the cash prizes and trophies. A smaller trophy was handed to the runner-up and Harry was given the larger one. The crowd roared and several people took pictures as he hoisted his cup in the air, and Harry Potter couldn't control the tears which pooled in his eyes as he saw the proud, beaming faces of Sirius Black and Amelia Bones. I knew you could do it. Daphne grinned as she followed Harry to the trophy room at Potter Castle. This was a place which was filled with all sorts of medals and awards earned by the members of the Potter family over the centuries. He carefully placed the trophy in the front, and couldn't help but smile himself. I was actually quite nervous, he confessed softly. But it was well worth it. I can't believe I won. Daphne smiled widely at him. I knew the moment you told me that you were taking part in the championship that you would win. Harry simply chuckled as they returned to the drawing room of the castle. It was just the two of them here, but neither of them felt awkward anymore. They spent all their time in school together anyway, so this was no different. My parents are thrilled, she continued. And so is Astoria. She was actually asking father whether she could take part in the dueling championship too. Harry smiled faintly as he grabbed the newspaper that was lying on the center table. It looks like the news has gotten out, he commented as he saw the headlines. Boy WHO lived wins Under-13 International Dueling Championship. What do you expect? Snorted Daphne. At least no one is saying anything negative this time. Rita Skeeter can't write a positive article to save herself. Yes, I know, said Harry darkly. He didn't like that woman. She had written a scathing article about their betrothal and also about him being accepted into the accelerated program. Recently, there was a small article questioning Sirius Black's ability to take care of Harry because of his instability caused by his stay at Azkaban. The editor had resigned after information about his dealings with several smugglers made its way to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry was sure that Sirius had something to do with that story being leaked to the Ministry, but unfortunately, his godfather did not seem to have any information on Rita Skeeter. Right now, though, Harry wasn't worried about that. He was wondering how he was going to handle the situation with Remus Lupin the next day, someone who had been a close family friend once, and a person Harry was least interested in meeting. On the 1st of August, Remus Lupin appeared in the entrance hall of Black Manor in Scotland with a flash of green flames. He was greeted by a house elf that showed him to the formal drawing room. Remus was in awe of the wealth and splendor of the place. He had forgotten what large manors were like, as Potter Manor was the only home of an ancient house he had visited. As he entered the room, he saw Sirius sitting in one of the plush armchairs. Remus was quite surprised by his friend's appearance. Gone were the days when Sirius used to have an amused expression on his face nearly all the time. His face was impassive and his eyes still had a haunted look to them that would probably never disappear. He was dressed in expensive clothes and the Black family signet ring was gleaming from his finger. "Remus," Sirius said softly, his lips curving into a small smile. "It's been far too long. Please take a seat." Remus Lupin did not miss the formal way in which Sirius greeted him. He also didn't miss the way he called him by his first name and not by his Marauder nickname. He took a seat on the sofa, trying not to let the decor bother him. He looked terribly out of place. "Nice to see you again, Sirius," said Remus quietly after several seconds of silence. "How have you been?" "Just fine as any prisoner who had lived for 10 years in a high-security cell in Azkaban would be." Remus winced. He paused for a moment and blurted out in excitement, "Where's Harry?" He followed Sirius' gaze to the other side of the drawing room and his eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't seen Harry since he was a baby, but this was certainly not what he had expected. There was a resemblance to James Potter, most definitely, but he could see a lot of Lily too. The boy didn't have the messy hair of his father, but instead, it flowed in slight waves like his mother's. Harry was quite tall for his age and looked fit. He was wearing a light blue shirt with black trousers and an informal open robe was slung over his shoulders. He was leaning against the wall, his legs crossed at the ankles, and arms folded against his chest. Remus could see a silver locket glittering under the sunlight and also a blue diamond ring which adorned Harry's right ring finger, the head of house ring. The last time Remus had seen it, James had still been alive. "Harry," Remus greeted him with a warm smile. "The last time I saw you, you were just a baby. How are you doing?" "I'm doing just fine, Mr. Lupin," replied Harry neutrally. "And that is precisely what I'd like to talk to you about." "Harry," said Sirius sternly, with a hint of warning in his voice. The boy silenced himself immediately, looking slightly abashed. Remus was surprised that Harry was willing to listen to Sirius. According to Dumbledore, the young Potter heir was quite the rebel. Unfortunately, Remus had not understood what kind of rebel the headmaster was talking about. He had pictured Harry to be like James, which was far from the truth. "How are you, Remus?" asked Sirius, his attention on his guest once more. "How has life been for the past 11 years? The man shrugged. "It's been fine, I guess. I've been abroad mostly, working in the Muggle world since I can't find work elsewhere. Accommodation has been the worst problem as all magical governments have strict laws about werewolves living near a large wizarding population, but I can make do in the Muggle world. I was completely cut off from Britain and only came back the day before yesterday after Professor Dumbledore found me. He told me what happened and once I found out that you were exonerated, I immediately contacted you." Sirius hummed. "May I ask a simple question?" he asked quietly. When Remus nodded, looking confused, he said, "Why didn't you ever check on Harry all these years? I know that you were not eligible to be his guardian, but you could have just popped over there from time to time to ensure he was safe and happy. Why didn't you?" "Dumbledore said it was not safe, Sirius," Remus replied, frowning slightly. "I did ask him if I could meet Harry, but he declined, and I've never held that against him. I had to maintain distance." The magical population is scared of werewolves as it is, so it would have been dangerous for me to interact with Harry at all. What if I'd infected him accidentally? You transform one night a month, said Sirius pointedly. You didn't even have to talk to him. All you had to do was observe him and ensure that he was happy. You couldn't be bothered to look into the living conditions of the only son of your best friend who was kidnapped by Dumbledore and left with Petunia, of all people. Knowing how Lily felt about her sister, you still stayed away. Remus was startled. Sirius, Dumbledore said Harry was safe and happy there, so what more could I do? How could I doubt his words? Besides, it all worked out, didn't it? Harry looks perfectly healthy. You were also released from Azkaban and now he's living with you. So what's the problem? What's the problem? Harry repeated, his voice very soft and cold. The problem, Mr. Lupin, is that I was neither safe nor happy with those filthy muggles I call my relatives. Not one person in the magical world cared enough to check on me. They all thought the wise old Albus Dumbledore would ensure that their precious savior lived a pampered existence. Were you not aware of just how much Petunia hates magic? How much she loathed my mother? Put the pieces together, Mr. Lupin. What do you think she would do if she found the freakish son of her freakish whore of a sister who got herself blown up by consorting with freaks, placed in a basket on her doorstep in the middle of the night? Those were Petunia's words, not mine. She and her bastard of a husband put me in a tiny cupboard under the stairs, starved me for days on end, turned me into a beep, and did their best to beat the magic out of me. I assure you, I was far from happy or healthy there. Remus turned white as a sheet. But Dumbledore. Ah, yes, Dumbledore, funny story, said Harry sarcastically. He would never have been this candid about his experience at the Dursleys, but he had been pissed ever since he had learnt about Remus Lupin's existence. As I mentioned earlier, he left me there on a bloody doorstep, knowing that my father had expressly forbidden me to be placed there in his will. He also sealed the said will which clearly stated that Sirius was not the secret keeper. He has been lying to you the whole time. He knew what life I would lead when he gave me to the Dursleys. He knowingly threw Sirius in Azkaban. I was nearly beaten to death by my uncle, and the only reason I'm alive today is because I escaped through pure desperation and accidental magic. Harry took a deep breath. Logically, he knew that Remus Lupin didn't have to care about him at all. He was not his godfather, nor did he shoulder any responsibility in raising him, but Harry remembered all those times when he had cried in his cupboard, broken and bruised, wishing that someone, anyone, on his father's side would come and take him away. It was difficult to forgive the man, even though Harry tried. He didn't think for a moment that he could ever have a relationship with Remus like he did with Sirius. No, I can't believe that, said Remus vehemently. Dumbledore would never do something like that, Harry. You must be mistaken. He told me that you both hold a grudge against him, but I never realized that it was to this level. Sirius, this is Dumbledore we're talking about. Surely you can't honestly believe that. Once upon a time, you would be right, I wouldn't have believed it, said Sirius quietly. But times change and people change. There are too many inconsistencies regarding Dumbledore and his actions against me and Harry. He was the one to perform the Fidelius charm, from what I found out later. How could he not know that Pettigrew was the secret keeper? Don't even get me started on his actions with Harry. He testified for Snape, but decided I was guilty and denied me a trial. He is nothing but a manipulative old bastard. Remus fought the urge to growl. To him, Albus Dumbledore was the alpha. To not obey the alpha or for someone to insult the alpha was something he couldn't handle. But at the same time, Sirius and Harry were part of the pack. The way this was going, Remus knew he would be forced to choose a side and his inner wolf was howling in pain. Sirius, think rationally, he pleaded. Albus Dumbledore is the leader of the light. He was the fighting force against the war with Voldemort. I can't believe you can believe such things about him. This isn't you. Dumbledore told me you were also spending time with Malfoy and his ilk, joining their faction of the Wizengamot. What's happening to you, Sirius? Can't you see that you are letting your hatred for Dumbledore blind you against your true enemies? If Voldemort ever returns like the headmaster believes, we won't stand a chance. Professor Dumbledore is our only hope. Harry's eye twitched as he fought to keep his anger in check. Clamping down his occlumency shields, he suddenly moved forward. Permission to leave, Godfather? He asked formally. He needed to burn some steam, and much to his joy, Sirius had gotten him a new Nimbus 1001 for his birthday. Flying always helped him calm down. "Of course, Harry," said Sirius as he watched the boy walk out of the drawing room. A minute later, he felt the wards inform him that he had gone back to Black Castle. "He's nothing like what I expected," said Remus quietly. "Is he always that cold?" "Yes. And he's quite different from James," commented Sirius. "He's more like his mother, but even that's barely noticeable. He's quite unique. Or rather, his experiences have made him unique." "Do you really believe all those things about Dumbledore, Sirius?" asked Remus desperately. "Tell me something," said Sirius, after a pause. "It's been a whole year since Harry came to Hogwarts. Why didn't you at least write him a letter? He's an orphan who doesn't know about his parents. A simple letter saying, 'I was your father's best friend and would you like to know more about him,' would have been enough." "I thought it would be prudent not to," exhaled Remus. "I didn't have any contact with him all these years, so I figured he wouldn't appreciate me writing to him now. Besides, Dumbledore didn't want me to get in touch with him at all." Sirius was quickly losing patience. "Dumbledore, Dumbledore, Dumbledore," he yelled in anger. "Even with all the evidence in your face, you still look up to that man. I can't believe it. What has he done for you that make you worship him like that? He provided me with education when no one else would have. And we stayed by your side even after knowing what you were. James and I decided to learn how to become animagi at the tender age of 11 so as to help you. We gave you companionship. What has Dumbledore done? He sent you on useless missions for the Order, trying to convert werewolves to his cause. Why would the werewolves want to join Dumbledore at all? I found the whole notion ridiculous back then and I still stand by it. He's using you, Remus, can't you see that? He never once helped you find a job, here or abroad, and he's the beeping supreme mugwump, for Merlin's sake. He never cared about you until now, until he needed you again. You're nothing more than a pawn to him. You've changed, Sirius, you really have. Dumbledore was right. Your grudge and anger could be the death of us all, not to mention could put Harry in grave danger." "Stop right there," said Sirius coldly. "I know how to take care of Harry. I will do my job without Dumbledore's help. Like you did 10 years ago," snapped Remus. "Without Dumbledore, who knows what might have happened to him?" Sirius' expression contorted, with his eyes blazing with fury. "Is that so?" he whispered dangerously. "Dumbledore's man through and through, aren't you, Remus?" "Always," spat Remus angrily. With that, he walked back to the flow in the entrance hall. Sirius sank back into his armchair, absent-mindedly summoning a bottle of fire whiskey in a glass. Pouring a generous amount, he emptied it in one gulp, relishing the burning sensation. He had lost another friend tonight. A lone tear slid down his pale face, but his anger at the headmaster increased tenfold. Yet another friendship had been destroyed thanks to the old man. He would never forgive Dumbledore, ever. It was now the last week of the holidays. Harry had spent his time alternating between Black Manor, Greengrass Manor and Potter Castle. The 2 months had been used to learn as much as possible from Alfred Potter, who was delighted to teach his descendant again. Harry spent more time learning runes and potions from Alfred along with several spells from the family grimoire. Sirius supplemented his education by bringing Harry's defense and transfiguration training up to speed. He also told Harry, much to the boy's immense joy, that he would start teaching him how to become an animagus. In the last week of August, the book lists finally arrived. Just as he was about to head over to Black Manor, 3 elves popped inside the dining room. It looked like they were fighting. "Master, Dobby is trying to sneak into the castle," cried Tippy furiously. Harry didn't miss the stark contrast in their appearance. While Tippy and Sally were dressed in proper uniforms, the other elf, who seemed quite weak and unhealthy, was wearing a horrible-looking tea towel. "Who are you?" asked Harry, with narrowed eyes. "And why did you try to break into my home?" "I am Dobby, sir," squeaked the elf. "Dobby is coming here to warn you, sir. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts school this year. Dark things are planned. Dobby has to protect Harry Potter." "Tippy, Sally, release him," ordered Harry. He kneeled down to match the elf's height and asked, "What are you talking about, Dobby? What terrible things?" Dobby burst into furious tears at the gesture. "Harry Potter is greater than Dobby ever thought. He treats Dobby like an equal. But Harry Potter, sir, should not go back to school. There is a plot to make the most dangerous things happen. What dangerous things? Who's plotting them? Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby's master doesn't even know he is here. Dobby would have to iron his hands for betraying his master. But Dobby doesn't care, for Harry Potter's safety is most important. Don't go to school, sir. Great danger is going to befall the castle this year. Harry Potter must protect himself and stay safe, said the elf, and snapped its fingers and disappeared. Harry frowned. Guys, who is Dobby's master? Dobby is the Malfoy elf, Master Harry. He is treated very, very badly by his masters, answered Sally sadly. Harry gritted his teeth. He had a soft spot for house elves and he did not like people mistreating them. But what was Dobby talking about? An hour later, Harry and Sirius were in Diagon Alley, shopping for his school supplies. Despite his godson's protests, Sirius had put his foot down and decided to pay for all their purchases, saying that it was his duty as Harry's guardian to do so. Once uniforms, potions, ingredients and other stationery were taken care of, they headed to Flourish and Blots, which was playing host to a throng of people, including the press. This is bad, muttered Harry. Quick, cast a glamour on me. Good idea, Sirius nodded. With a wave of his wand, they were both under a simple glamour charm. It turned out to be a good thing because Gilderoy Lockhart was posing for photographs. Just after Harry finished buying his 4th and 5th year books, there was a scuffle at the entrance of the shop. The duo looked at each other in surprise when they saw Arthur Weasley physically fighting Lucius Malfoy. Harry could hear the last bit of their conversation. Here girl, take your book. It's the best your father can give you, snarled Lucius, thrusting the books into her cauldron. Sirius shook his head as he steered Harry out of the store. What was that all about? Arthur Weasley's Muggle Protection Act, answered Sirius. There have been several raids conducted in connection with the bill. It's being endorsed by Dumbledore, actually, but the bill itself is poorly written. Lucius Malfoy is quite angry about it. I would be too, Harry scowled slightly. There should be a Wizards Protection Act from the threat known as Muggles, not the opposite. We are the ones in danger, yet I hear no talk about that. Sirius tilted his head to the side as they portkeyed to Black Manor. He observed Harry for a moment and said, You don't like Muggles, do you? What does that have to do with anything? Asked Harry defensively. Sirius merely narrowed his eyes and his young charge flushed slightly under his stern gaze. I'm asking you because I need to know, said Sirius as they entered the informal drawing room. I am your regent and I represent you on the Wizengamot, and for that, I need to know what your thoughts are. I've observed that you're not of a liberal mindset, but I never pegged you for a red-blooded traditionalist. I'm not, Harry corrected him, regaining control of his emotions once more. I'm more of a centrist, from what Grandfather Charles' portrait told me, a balance between the two. I believe we need new ideas while also retaining our magical traditions and beliefs. You have to understand that I grew up both in the Muggle and magical worlds. I have a unique vantage point. I deeply respect our traditions and I don't want to see them gone. Dumbledore's supporters have a very narrow-minded view of what they believe is dark and light. They'll convert the magical world into a replica of the Muggle world, if they have enough power. The traditionalists, on the other hand, are so deeply rooted in their beliefs that they can't ever think outside the box, from what I've read from history and observed myself. We'll crumble from within if they are in power. We need a balance between the two factions, surely there are others who aren't extremists. That certainly is a novel idea, said Sirius after a few minutes. And I have to say I agree with you. But I need to ask, what are your thoughts on Muggles and Muggle-borns? Harry took a deep breath. I don't have a problem with Muggle-borns. In fact, I believe they have amazing potential and unconventional thinking. Just look at some of the Muggle-borns we have today. My mother was not the only exceptional witch or wizard they had to offer, there are bound to be others who are talented too. But there are some who tend to look down upon us, saying that we're backward as compared to Muggles. I've heard a couple of Muggle-borns say that. According to Hermione Granger, an ex-classmate of mine, wizards don't have a shred of logic. She believes we are archaic while her vaunted Muggle world is perfect and that we need to change our ways and become more like Muggles. He sneered as he said, Tell me that doesn't make you angry. Sirius nodded slowly. I must admit those are statements that do get me mad. You have to understand, Harry, that there are bigots on both sides, and the Death Eaters used such Muggle-borns as examples to further their agenda. Your mother was never like this, you know. She completely embraced the magical world when she came to Hogwarts. Within a few years, no one could tell if she was Muggle-raised or Wizard-raised. Unfortunately, not all Muggle-borns are like that. Lily's attitude, with the way she wholeheartedly embraced our culture and traditions, was the only reason your grandparents agreed to the marriage. They were furious at first, when they realized that James wanted to get married to a Muggle-born. After several fights, James managed to convince them to meet Lily and give her a chance. The first meeting was kind of frosty, from what I heard, but Aunt Doria had to grudgingly admit that Lily did not behave like any other Muggle-born. Several months later, after they got to know her better, your grandparents agreed to the marriage. I know. Their portraits told me, and I've also read my parents' journals. But my point is that the traditionalists will always point out such Muggle-borns and use it against the rest. Also, Sirius, don't you think the international statute of secrecy is breached with each Muggle-born being informed? Each Muggle-born means 2 parents informed and maybe siblings as well. The more Muggle-borns, the more Muggles know about magic. Doesn't that defeat the purpose of secrecy? How can you believe that word wouldn't spread amongst the Muggles about the existence of magic? I'm genuinely confused about that. Harry, you are treading in very, very dangerous waters here, warned Sirius. What you're saying is exactly what Voldemort preached. I know, said Harry bitterly. That's why I never raised this issue with anyone but you, but I really do want to know the answer. I've lived with Muggles, Sirius. I have dealt with not just my relatives but also Muggles in the neighborhood and at school. Trust me, there is a reason I don't like Muggles. None of them would react favorably if their child is born magical. Do you think I'm the only child in the world who has been abused by Muggles because of magic? There are bound to be others as well, right? Isn't there some truth to that? Isn't that also why Makusa completely cut off from the Muggle world, banning wizards from interacting with Muggles? I've heard that it is similar in Asia and Africa as well. Why can't we do the same? It's true that magical Europe is far more liberal when it comes to wizard-Muggle relations as compared to the rest of the world. Tell me something. Are you saying all this only because of your experience with Muggles? What about those Muggles who don't hate magic? You can't just vilify all Muggles or expect others to do so just because you had a bad experience with them. That would mean you were imposing your beliefs on others, which was what the last war was all about. Think about it. Sirius went to his room later, pondering the issue. He never thought he would see the day when the son of James and Lily was anti-Muggle. He honestly didn't know how to proceed because his godson's argument made sense. He would have to think about this, find out more. The Black family had contacts throughout Europe, so he could do some research. Amelia also had international contacts, not to mention had access to restricted information at the Ministry of Magic. He owed Harry an answer because he himself had to admit that what Harry said was true. Being raised a Black, he had been taught the true history of why wizards had gone into hiding in the first place, not the diluted version that was made available by Muggle-sympathizing historians like Bathilda Bagshot. The witch hunts back then had truly been horrifying, nothing how the school books described them. Tens of thousands of witches and wizards, maybe more, especially defenseless children, had been tortured to death back then, in magical Europe alone. Countless more had died all over the world. The situation had been too dire to contemplate. That was why the entire international community had teamed up to create the International Statute of Secrecy, and that was the reason it was enforced so rigidly by the ICW. But he was also worried about Harry. The boy was walking down a dangerous path which others like Grindelwald and Voldemort had taken before, and Sirius vowed that he would do everything in his power so that his godson did not make life choices erroneously for something he believed was right. Who knew parenting could be so hard? The 1st of September dawned bright and early. Harry took his time getting ready, finished his breakfast and once done, shrunk his trunk and flowed to the platform where he boarded the train. He spotted Daphne and Tracy already there, so he sat down and began talking. He didn't get time to read much as he was constantly pelted with questions about the dueling tournament by the acquaintances he had in all 4 houses. Neville Longbottom was ecstatic because he had listened to Professor Flitwick's advice from the end of the previous term and bought a wand which suited him. He had practiced magic during the summer and was quite happy with the results. When they reached Hogsmeade, Harry gave a curt nod in the direction of Draco Malfoy, who nodded back at him. The two of them didn't talk much and maintained distance, choosing to nod to each other if the other passed by. They didn't share any classes, so there wasn't much scope for them to interact, with each having a different circle of friends. Harry also spoke to the older students with whom he shared classes with the previous term. He would be their classmate for another term since he would be starting fourth-year classes this time. After the winter holidays, he would be advancing to the fifth year's class. The sorting went on as normal and Harry soon found himself back in his room at Ravenclaw Tower. Tippy had already expanded his room and put his clothes away, so Harry simply undressed and got into bed. The next morning, he was by the lake, as usual, and ran and exercised for nearly 2 hours. Once done, he took a shower and got dressed. There were a lot more people staring at him when he entered the Great Hall, but he tried to not let it bother him. He received his schedule from Professor Flitwick and joined the rest of the fourth years to head to defense class, which he shared with the Gryffindors. "I really hope he's competent," said Harry quietly. "Why do you say that? I've read all his books and do you know what I found?" "Nothing. There wasn't a single incantation mentioned anywhere," explained Harry as he took his usual seat next to Fred and George Weasley. "What's the point of prescribing them as textbooks if they're not going to help us learn? I'm starting to wonder if he's faked it all, claiming fiction to be factual." "Our mum is a big fan of dear Lockhart," said George. "She would be heartbroken if that were true," agreed Fred. Their defense professor soon entered the room, wearing bright yellow robes. Harry grimaced. He would burn such clothes on principle. They were way too cheerful for his tastes. Lockhart gave a dramatic entrance and pointed to the various portraits of him and said, "Me. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your new defense against the dark arts teacher. Ah, I see you've bought my complete set of books. Well done. Let's start with a quiz, shall we?" He handed over sheets of parchment to everyone. "Now don't worry, this isn't anything difficult. You have 30 minutes, so begin." Harry looked at the questions incredulously. They were all about Lockhart and not one of them was related to the subject he was being paid to teach. Who the hell cared what the man's favorite color was or what his secret ambition was? This was ridiculous. He could hear Fred and George snickering next to him, so he knew that the two of them were writing something embarrassing. He instead wrote something on the margin in his neat handwriting. "I did not sign up for a Gilderoy Lockhart class. I signed up for a defense class. I refuse to participate." There. Done. He removed his copy of Curses and Counter-Curses from his bag and began reading. When Lockhart collected their answer sheets after the time was up, his eyes bulged when he saw the answers written by Fred and George, but also spotted the empty sheet that belonged to Harry Potter, except for the line at the top. "Detention with me, Misters Weasley and Mr. Potter," said Lockhart, with a beaming smile. "I'm sure you will appreciate why I give these tests once we get to know each other better." Harry rolled his eyes. He gripped the locket that was hanging from around his neck and a Notice Me Not charm activated. If the fool was not going to teach anything, there was nothing Harry could do, but he would be damned if he was going to waste time in class. His OWLs were less than a year away, and he had to prepare for them. After defense and charms, Harry was heading towards the Great Hall when there was a bright flash of light. Harry blinked his eyes and flicked his wand out of his holster, suspecting a threat, only to find a first-year boy looking at him with big eyes. "Don't you think it's inappropriate to take someone else's picture without their permission?" snapped Harry irritably. Knowing that his magic was volatile, he exhaled slowly in order to calm down, and his emotionless mask was back in place a few seconds later. He gazed at the photographer with cool eyes. The boy in question flushed, but his excitement was showing. "Hi Harry," he said eagerly. "I'm Colin Creevy. I'm a first-year Gryffindor. Do you think, would it be alright if, I could take a picture with you?" Before he could answer, things went downhill. One of the 7th-year Ravenclaws, who was quite vocal in his protest against Harry being in the accelerated program, began laughing. "What is it now, Potter?" he asked snidely. "Can't handle being on the front page of the newspaper often enough that you give signed photographs now." Lockhart chose that moment to appear at the scene, obviously heading for lunch himself, and heard the last comment. "Oh, signed photographs. Who's giving signed photographs? Come on, Mr. Creevy. A double portrait, can't do better than that. We'll both sign it for you." "I don't think so," Harry interrupted, pushing past the new teacher. "I don't have the time or the patience to indulge in this nonsense. Get yourself someone else to bolster your fame, Professor Lockhart. I'm not available." Harry didn't even wait for the man's response because he was already heading towards the Slytherin table in the Great Hall. He sat down next to Daphne and began piling his plate with food. "Trouble?" asked Daphne hesitantly. "Some Gryffindor twit decided to take photographs of me in the middle of the corridor," said Harry angrily. "Then Jones acts like a jealous arsehole. That's when Lockhart shows up and annoys me even more. That guy is a moron. Who the hell made him a teacher?" "I'll tell you who," Theo Knott answered as he sat opposite to them. "It's someone with a long white beard who calls himself the headmaster. Lockhart was horrible. We had him just last period." "What did he do? What did he not do?" exclaimed Daphne. "He let a bunch of Cornish pixies loose in the classroom. The pixies destroyed the room, picked up poor Neville and hung him from the chandelier and caused mayhem. The idiot professor decided to flee rather than help. Granger said he was giving us practical experience. Any chance we could get rid of him?" asked Harry hopefully. "No," said Blaise Zabini. "All teachers have a contract. Unless Lockhart does something drastic, we're stuck with him for a year." "Great," muttered Harry. "Dumbledore just had to pick the worst teacher possible for my OWL year. How are we going to cope?" His question was met with silence from the others. A week later, Harry found himself at the Quidditch pitch for the tryouts for the Ravenclaw house team. While he couldn't be bothered if his house won the Quidditch Cup or not, he couldn't ignore the fact that he greatly enjoyed the game. So, after some encouragement from Sirius and Daphne, he decided to give it a try. Holding his new Nimbus 2001 in his hand, Harry stood with the rest of the potential players who were trying for Seeker. The spot was already occupied by a third-year girl named Cho Chang, but traditionally, tryouts were held for all positions, except for the captains. And since the captain of the Ravenclaw team was a chaser and not a seeker, he had a chance to take Cho Chang's place. The tryouts began for chasers and beaters first, followed by the keeper. Once the rest of the team was formed, the captain, a sixth-year girl by the name of Abigail Turner, turned her attention to the seekers. After a few rounds of elimination, only two remained, Harry and Cho. "All right, you two, I'll keep this simple. You have to qualify 2 more rounds, catch the snitch once without the bludgers and catch it again with the bludgers." "Up in the air," she shouted. Harry gripped his Nimbus 2001 as he shot off into the air. He flew to an impressive height and stopped. "I'm releasing the golden snitch, now." The small golden snitch disappeared immediately, so there was no point in looking for it. But Harry did not like waiting for the snitch to appear, with nothing to do. He flew around the pitch for a few minutes, diving and ascending. Finally, he saw the snitch near the ground at the end of the goal posts. He quickly accelerated and could sense Chong behind him. He dived at a sharp angle to throw her off, but she was relentless. He approached the ground with speed. He could hear a few girls scream in fright, but he suddenly pulled up, with his gloved fist in the air, holding the golden snitch. He approached the captain, who looked slack-jawed at his performance. "You could have killed me," cried a furious Cho Chang, who landed next to him. "What do you think you were doing, diving at such speed?" "That's the point, the opposing seeker would not be able to follow me." "Captain, could you please release the bludgers?" Abigail Turner grinned. "Boys, give him the best you've got," she said to the beaters. The beaters took their bats and released the bludgers. Harry and Cho took their positions and Turner released the snitch again. Immediately, both seekers found bludgers, headed their way and had to dive to get away. Harry again started flying from one end of the pitch to the other. After 5 minutes of dodging bludgers, he spotted the snitch. He immediately darted towards it, but could sense a bludger coming his way. He slowed down, spun 360 degrees in midair and hit the bludger with the tail of his broomstick so that it would trouble Chong instead, and his aim was accurate as it did hit her. He dived and caught the snitch. When he landed, people were applauding. "That was awesome, Potter. Not only did you get the snitch, but you sent the bludger away too." "Welcome to the team," said Turner. Harry smiled. On the Saturday of the second week of September, Harry donned his invisibility cloak over himself and slipped out of the great oak doors of the castle. Walking towards the Whomping Willow, he levitated a stick and used it to press the knot at the base of the tree, just as he had been taught by his godfather. The tree suddenly stopped being violent and Harry crawled into the secret passageway leading towards the Shrieking Shack. He removed his cloak and walked up the stairs. When he entered the room, he saw Sirius cleaning it with several waves of his wand. "Hey, Sirius," Harry greeted him with a small smile. "I got into the Ravenclaw Quidditch team." Sirius grinned proudly. He moved closer to give the boy a light hug. "Congratulations, Harry. I knew you could do it." "Seeker, right?" "Yes," said Harry, as he took a seat in the armchair. "The first match will be held soon. Shall we get started?" Sirius nodded as he took a seat as well. After pausing to gather his thoughts, he began. "The animagus transformation is not as horribly difficult as people make it out to be," he explained. "The reason it is considered difficult by most is because transfiguration itself is a difficult subject to master. You are changing the definition of the object in question, and that is significantly more difficult than charms where you enchant an object. Until now, whatever you've learnt is inanimate or animal transfiguration and basics of elemental transfiguration, am I right?" "Yes," replied Harry promptly. "Elemental transfiguration is the process where you change one element to another. It is significantly more difficult than transfiguration within the same type of element. Conjuration is an example of elemental transfiguration because it transfigures air into something else. The vanishing spell does the opposite." "Excellent, you've understood the theory. Now we can move on to human transfiguration, which is significantly more complex. The human body is much different from that of, say, a frog. You need to understand the differences between the animals you transfigure and also the challenges posed to human transfiguration. If you go wrong, it could be disastrous, so you are not to try it without me in the initial stages, understood?" Harry nodded. "The first step is to find your center. This won't be difficult for you since you are a natural at occlumency. When you're done, we'll start with your fingers and slowly proceed from there. Once you know exactly what your animal form is, you'll be able to complete the final transformation." "Oh, by the way, I have something important to tell you," Sirius said suddenly, interrupting their session. He hesitated for a moment, as if unsure of how his godson would handle the news, and continued, "Amelia and I were planning to get married this winter. What do you think?" Harry blinked once in surprise, having not expected this. Once his mind processed what he was told, he smiled genuinely. "That's great news. Congratulations, Sirius. I'm happy for you both." The older wizard looked relieved that his young charge was not upset by the news. "Thanks, Harry. Besides you, I don't have anyone else on my side of the family except Andromeda and Narcissa, so your approval really means a lot to me. We're planning to outsource all the wedding preparations to a well-known event organizing company in Diagon Alley, but we still haven't decided on the place. Why don't you hold it at Black Manor?" Harry suggested. "It'll be easier to pull it off, not to mention we'll provide a beautiful backdrop. The ceremony can be held outside, while the reception can be held inside, in the grand ballroom." "You know, that's actually a good idea," muttered Sirius, staring into the distance. "I'll ask Amelia." "Good job, kiddo. I'll keep you updated on any developments. Now, let's get back to our discussion on human transfiguration." 3 hours later, Harry returned to Ravenclaw Tower, exhausted. When Sirius said the process would be draining, he hadn't been kidding. His godfather had not allowed him to transfigure anything more than his fingernails for today but told him to keep practicing and also so look deep within himself to know more about his animal form. The more he knew what he was going to be, the easier it would become. On the 31st of October, the traditional Samhain feast was being served in the Great Hall. Harry was strangely in a good mood after another animagus class, so he decided to be more interactive for the night. His housemates were all bemused at first, but no one was complaining. Harry was a goldmine of information and the people all around engaged him in conversation for hours until the feast ended. Once done, the Ravenclaws walked together towards the grand staircase and after several minutes, one by one they trickled into the Ravenclaw common room. Downstairs, on the first floor, the petrified forms of Argus Filch and Mrs. Norris were discovered along with the message that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. The next few days were filled with confusion and deep speculation about the Chamber of Secrets and what could have caused the petrification of Filch and Mrs. Norris. Harry, like the rest, had believed that someone must have cursed them and had written the message on the wall to cause trouble, but had a nagging feeling in the back of his mind that he was wrong. Something about the chamber was intimately familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Draco Malfoy had been the most vocal about the incident, saying that the attack and the supposed opening of the Chamber of Secrets was a good thing. The boy also seemed to have gotten into the Slytherin Quidditch team as a seeker, and his father had bought the entire team new Nimbus 2001s. Harry wondered how the rest of the Board of Governors let this happen, but there was nothing against donating brooms to the school. In fact, when he spoke to Sirius, Harry was informed that there was actually a tax deduction on any donation to the magical schools of Britain, so it was sure to be a win-win scenario for Lucius Malfoy. Harry woke up early that Saturday morning and quietly walked outside to the grounds to finish his morning exercises. Since Ravenclaw and Slytherin had been the finalists the previous year in the Quidditch matches, they would be playing the first game of the season today. Harry had trained rigorously with the Ravenclaw team, and he had to admit they were pretty good. The mood had been dampened with the news of the new brooms of the Slytherin team, but the captain said that it didn't matter. "We have faced tough odds before," assured Abigail Turner to the team as they assembled in the locker room. "This is no different. They don't know the advantage we have. We haven't let anyone know of our moves, so that should surprise them. Harry, start your game immediately. If we surprise them early on, maybe they'll lose confidence in their new brooms, and we can use every advantage we can get today." "Understood," said Harry calmly, as he gripped his broomstick. The 7 members of the team stood at the entrance of the pitch and mounted their brooms, flying into the cloudy sky. Hundreds of people cheered from below, and Harry breathed deeply to take care of any existing nervousness. Once reinforcing his mental shields, his blank mask was back in place as he flew high in the sky. "Any minute now. Welcome everyone to the first game of the season," shouted Lee Jordan, his voice magically enhanced. "Today we have our resident Eagles playing against the Snakes. On my whistle," shouted Madame Hooch. 3, 2, 1. She blew the whistle and a mighty roar could be heard as the game began. Harry soared upward, but his green eyes were focused on the game below, not looking for the snitch. Draco Malfoy was behind him, obviously wanting to retaliate if Harry saw the snitch himself. And Marcus Flint has control of the quaffle. Turner tries to take it, but, oh, that was nasty. He dodges a bludger and goes near the goal posts. Wait, what's that? When Harry had a clear line of sight to Flint, he dived sharply, pushing his Nimbus 2001 to the maximum. Behind him, Draco Malfoy dived too, but Harry wasn't going for the snitch or attempting a Wronski feint. He was heading directly towards Marcus Flint, and with one powerful kick, the quaffle was released from the older boy's hold. Harry dived and turned, grabbing the quaffle, and quickly passed it to Roger Davies, who scored. "Outstanding," yelled Lee Jordan. "It looks like Harry Potter is playing as an interfering seeker. That was one hell of a move. I thought it was a feint, but it wasn't." Roger Davies scores, and it is 10-0 to Ravenclaw. Harry saw a bludger coming right at him, so he performed a sloth grip roll to dodge it, but the bludger immediately changed course. He flew higher, just as Jacob Samuels, one of the 2 beaters of Ravenclaw, gave a powerful whack to the bludger towards Adrian Pusey. "You all right there, Harry?" asked Jacob. Just as Harry nodded at the other boy, the bludger once again flew towards him. Harry frowned as he dived to the ground to dodge it, trying to focus on the elusive golden snitch. Slytherin had already scored twice, bringing the score up to 20-10. None of them knew why the bludger was going after Harry alone, but he didn't want to forfeit the game due to an enchantment on the bludger gone bad. "Get back to the game," yelled Harry as the beaters came to help him. "We'll never win if you keep shadowing me." "I'll be fine." The beaters looked concerned, but they decided to follow his instructions. 40 minutes later, the score was 130-50 in favor of Ravenclaw. The rain was falling heavily now, impairing vision. Harry knew that he had to catch the snitch soon, so he made finding it his top priority. Higher and higher he went, and he could hear the bludger behind him. He looped and swooped, zigzagged, spiraled and rolled. "Training for the ballet, Potter," called out Draco, smirking, as he tried to distract Harry while he searched for the snitch himself. Suddenly, Harry saw it. The snitch was glinting from right behind Malfoy's ear. Without waiting for a moment, he pushed and nearly unseated Malfoy from his broom in the process. Just as his fingers closed upon the struggling golden snitch, the bludger came back. Harry opened his eyes and groaned softly. He could feel pain in every part of his body, but his head throbbed horribly. He had never experienced anything like this, and after all the beatings he had received from the Dursleys, that was saying something. "Potter," said Madame Pomfrey as she saw him wake up. "Here, drink this, it will make the pain go away." She waved her wand and the phial of potion carefully came to Harry's mouth. The liquid quickly traveled down his throat. The moment he finished drinking the potion, he sighed in relief as the pain reduced drastically. "What happened?" murmured Harry, feeling disoriented. "Cracked skull," replied Madame Pomfrey as she filled another goblet with a blue-colored potion. "I've healed it, but you need to be here for the next 2 days. A broken skull is a nasty business and has to be taken care of delicately to avoid brain damage. Here, drink this." Harry grimaced when she tipped the contents of the goblet down his throat. He saw Daphne sitting in the corner, her eyes bloodshot, holding his broomstick. "Ahem, hi Daphne. How are you feeling?" asked Daphne softly as she rushed towards him. "Your teammates had been here an hour ago, but you were unconscious. They returned the broom to me and said that they'll come back later." "I'm fine," muttered Harry. Not sure what was wrong with the bludger, though. Someone had tampered with it, without a doubt, Daphne scowled. "I tried to complain, but Dumbledore put it off as a tragic accident." "That's nothing out of the ordinary," he said wryly. The next few hours went by with Harry being visited by some of his acquaintances and also the Quidditch team. When it was time for dinner, Madame Pomfrey poured a few drops of nutrient potion down his throat as he was not fit to get up yet. "This has got to be the most uncomfortable place to sleep in," said Harry quietly as he closed his eyes, feeling quite frustrated. Daphne simply smiled. "It's only for 2 days. You can then be back in your room. Is there anything I can help you with? Curfew is in 5 minutes, so I'll have to go, but if there's something you want." "I'll be fine, Daphne," he said, with a hint of a fond smile on his face. "Don't worry about me." Daphne smiled too. She leaned in and placed a lingering kiss on his forehead. "Good night, Harry," she murmured. Brushing his hair lightly with her fingers, she smiled once again and left. Harry took a few deep breaths. His cheeks were flushed and his pulse was racing. Unable to help himself, he grinned, staring up at the ceiling with wide, happy eyes. Maybe this accident wasn't so bad after all. Hours later, Harry winced as he woke up around pitch blackness, his head still throbbing. For a moment, he wondered why he had woken up when he realized that someone was sponging his forehead in the dark. With a yelp, he cast a wandless banishing charm at whomever or whatever was next to him. Lumos. A ball of light illuminated in his palm, bathing his surroundings with brightness. "What the hell, Dobby?" "Harry Potter came back to school," whispered the elf miserably. Dobby warned Harry Potter. "Ah sir, why didn't you heed Dobby? I need more proof that something is wrong before I quit school, Dobby," said Harry, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Did your master put you up to this? Why does Lucius Malfoy want me out of the school?" Dobby gasped when Harry mentioned his master's name, but shook his head in desperation. Harry Potter must go home. Dobby thought his bludger would be enough. "Your bludger?" snarled Harry angrily. "What the hell is wrong with you? That blasted bludger cracked my skull. You better clear off soon, Dobby, or I might strangle you." "Dobby is used to death threats, sir," said the elf weakly. "Dobby gets them 5 times a day at home. You must go leave, Harry Potter. Dark deeds are planned at Hogwarts this year. Great danger looms the castle and Harry Potter must not stay here. Not now, when history is to repeat itself." With the Chamber of Secrets open once more, Dobby's eyes widened as he picked up a newspaper and started hitting himself with it. But Harry vanished the newspaper with a wave of his hand and summoned the elf closer. "You mean to say the chamber is real?" he asked quietly. "That there really is a monster in the Chamber of Secrets? But why would it target me? I'm not a muggle born. I'm the direct descendant of Godric Gryffindor himself." "Ask no more of poor Dobby," sobbed the elf. "Harry Potter must go home. When was the chamber opened the last time?" Harry pushed impatiently. "Who did it then? How is Lucius Malfoy responsible for it this time? Suddenly, there were footsteps outside the hospital wing. Dobby squeaked in fear and disappeared with a near-silent pop. Harry extinguished the light and pretended to go back to sleep when he heard people enter. "Find Poppy, quickly," urged Dumbledore to his deputy as he levitated the boy to one of the beds. When Madame Pomfrey came to check on her newest patient, the aged headmaster explained what had happened. "There has been another attack," he told her gravely. "He's been petrified." Harry turned slightly and opened his eyes minutely, only to see the still, unconscious body of Colin Creevey. He swallowed when he could smell the burnt plastic of the Muggle camera all the way to his bed. "What could this mean, Albus?" whispered McGonagall in fear. "It means the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened again," declared Dumbledore gravely. His tone was soft, but his eyes burning with rage. "But Albus, surely, who?" "The question is not only who," muttered Dumbledore, his eyes falling on the sleeping form of Harry Potter. "The question we must also be asking ourselves is how, and why." Albus Dumbledore could not begin to describe his anger at the attack on the students of Hogwarts. The last time it had happened, he had not been able to do anything, letting the situation get out of hand. He had suspected that Tom Riddle was behind it, but he didn't have proof. Being a Parselmouth was not a crime, and there was no evidence at all to support his theory, so the 16-year-old boy had gotten away with it, culminating with the death of that Ravenclaw student and Hagrid being expelled for crimes he didn't commit. That was when Albus had realized the extent of Tom's cruelty and lack of empathy for anyone but himself. If this had happened last year, he would have immediately suspected Voldemort to be behind it, because the very much weakened Dark Lord had been inside the castle, even if he was on Albus' leash. But this year, he had not detected anything. He had been hoping for a peaceful year as he tried his best to repair the damaged relationship between him and Harry by maybe teaching the young wizard alchemy, but that had not happened. He knew Harry hated Muggles, but was it possible that he hated Muggle-borns as well? The boy was the only Parselmouth in the school, the only one in the country, so there couldn't be anyone else who might have done it. He knew that it wasn't Voldemort who was behind these attacks, since his sources said that the Dark Lord was currently far away, deep in the Albanian forests, so that meant someone else was responsible. But how had Harry found the chamber so quickly? It had taken Tom years to find it. But wait, was the boy a Parselmouth at all? Was he jumping to conclusions because of the Horcrux in Harry's scar? He would have to confirm his theory and maybe look out for any other sources that might have enabled the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. Albus didn't want to jump to conclusions. He still felt guilty for causing Harry's pain, even if he felt it was necessary at the time, so he wouldn't suspect the boy until he had proof. Now, how would he find out if Harry really was a Parselmouth? "Nothing," sighed Daphne as she plopped herself on the couch beside Harry in the room of requirement. "There is absolutely no information about the opening of the Chamber of Secrets in the library." Harry's eye twitched in annoyance. "What sort of creature is capable of petrifying its victims, anyway?" she asked curiously. "The only thing I can think of that causes petrification such as this is the gaze of a Gorgon, but they are very limited in number and don't exist in Britain. Besides, I'm sure that wards would have picked it up and Dumbledore would have surely noticed it. No, this is probably the work of a wizard. There is absolutely no proof that a magical creature was involved in any way." The two spent the next couple of hours together in animated conversation while they finished their homework. Finally, after dinner, Harry exhaled heavily. "I have detention with Lockhart tonight, Daphne. I'll see you tomorrow." "What did you do this time?" asked Daphne in surprise. Harry smirked faintly. "Fred, George and I decided to play a little prank on him in class. When he asked us to imitate werewolves, Fred and George cast glamour charms while I used a confundus. Needless to say, for just a couple of seconds it worked and he pissed himself in fear. Naturally, we got detention. According to Sirius, the detention is more than worth pranking that idiot. I swear, I wonder if he's a wizard at all. I haven't seen him perform magic except to beautify himself. It's just for tonight, isn't it?" "No," he replied, sounding annoyed. "It's a total of 7 days. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Daphne." After Harry left the room of requirement and was heading towards the defense classroom, he heard a voice so chilling that he nearly tripped. Come to me, let me rip you, let me tear you, let me kill you, so hungry, must kill this time." Harry's heart was beating furiously. What the hell was that? Pressing his ear to the wall, he began following the voice, his strides long and quick. I smell blood. Kill. Harry broke into a run, turning a corner only to gasp in surprise. A second-year student, Justin Finch Fletchley, was lying on the ground, petrified, while the clearly petrified form of nearly headless Nick floated in front of him. What was going on? There was another attack. He had to inform a teacher. He needed to get Professor Flitwick at once. As he turned a corner, he crashed headfirst into a bunch of second-year Hufflepuffs. Oh, sorry, apologized Hannah, as she got to her feet. What's wrong, Harry? Just then, they heard a scream of panic. They turned to find Wayne Hopkins and Ernie Macmillan looking at the petrified forms of Justin and Nick. There has been another attack, squeaked Hopkins, looking terrified. We need to get the teachers. When they turned around and hurried towards Professor Sprout's office, Harry's heart began to race. What was that voice? Whatever he had followed had led him to the petrified victims. Then Dobby was right, there was a chamber of secrets. And there was probably a monster inside which was hunting the Muggle-borns. He quietly made his way to the defense classroom for his detention, lost in thought. How was he able to understand the monster? Did the creature speak English? 2 weeks before the winter holidays, a sheet of parchment appeared on the notice board outside the Great Hall. Harry casually walked towards it, not bothering to talk to anyone. Suddenly, he had been the scrutiny of intense speculation because somehow, news had gotten out that he was the one to find Justin in the corridor and had been attempting to flee the scene when he ran into the Hufflepuffs. Harry didn't bother dignifying such stupidity with a response. Some of the students were looking at him with terrified expressions on their faces, but the others were quite indifferent. Harry must have been the first person to stumble onto the scene, end of story. The notice informed them of a dueling club that was to be held that very evening. Harry was quite surprised and excited by that. He knew that Professor Flitwick was an international dueling champion, having won the adult championship several times. Being the winner of the Under-13 tournament, he was quite eager to learn from someone who had taken part in the circuit himself. There was also the fact that he greatly admired Professor Flitwick. So that evening, he found himself joining more than half the school in the Great Hall, where they stood surrounding the dueling podium that had been erected in the middle. "Where's Flitwick?" asked Daphne in confusion. That's when she saw someone she didn't want to see at a dueling arena. "Oh, Mother Magic, have mercy," muttered Harry. "I can't believe Dumbledore let this fool teach us dueling. This idiot can't even hold his wand right, so how is he going to teach us battle spells?" "Maybe he knows something about dueling," suggested Neville, sounding hopeful. "Trust me, Neville, that buffoon can't duel to save his life," Harry replied, rolling his eyes. Several girls around them who had heard him gasped in outrage. He mentally snorted. They'll know the truth one day. If he hadn't been so busy studying for his fourth-year exams which were just 2 weeks away, he might have actually done something to get rid of the man. "Do you think we can get out?" asked Blaise Zabini quietly. "I doubt it," answered Daphne. Harry nodded as he looked at the doors of the hall which were closed. "She's right. We'd draw too much attention to ourselves and the last thing I need is to piss off Snape before my OWLs. What was Snape thinking coming here anyway? I thought he hated students and teaching in general, so shouldn't that make him not agree to be Lockhart's assistant?" Just as the words left his mouth, his attention was diverted. Snape fired a disarming spell at Lockhart, sending the other man flying away as he hit the end of the podium. Theo choked as he bit back a laugh, but Tracy began laughing outright. "That was not a graceful landing," smiled Neville. "He's probably embarrassed," said Susan, grinning widely. "Oh, look, he's trying to save face. I wonder why he didn't use a shield charm when he saw the incoming spell." "That's probably because he doesn't know how to cast a shield," Daphne smirked. "The disarming spell, an excellent demonstration, Professor Snape," Lockhart boomed, giving the audience a fancy yet pained smile. "Let's pair everyone off, shall we? Let them experience how it is to be guided by Gilderoy Lockhart himself. And of course, you, Professor Snape." A pair of dark eyes narrowed dangerously as he spotted the bored-looking Potter Scion. "I think we need another demonstration before we pair them up," said Snape, smiling nastily at Harry, just to give the students a better picture of what a real mock duel looks like. "How about we choose Potter and Weasley?" Yes, that's a wonderful idea." said Lockhart, beaming. Mr. Potter, Miss Weasley, get up here. Harry, be careful, muttered Blaise. Henrietta Weasley is known for her skills in offensive magic. She's also a cheat, so keep an eye out. Thanks, Blaise, acknowledged Harry quietly as he walked up to the podium. He seemed very calm and completely unperturbed. So, I finally get to duel the famous Harry Potter, Weasley spat snidely. Under 13 dueling champion, isn't it? Let's see what you've got. Now, Harry, instructed Lockhart. When she points her wand at you, you do this. He raised his own wand, attempted a complicated sort of wiggling action, and dropped it. Snape smirked as Lockhart quickly picked it up, saying, "Whoops, my wand is a little overexcited." Harry's face was expressionless as always, but mentally, he snorted in disbelief. He couldn't believe people actually fell for this man's lies. What was happening to the world? Was it so easy to fool people? Snape moved closer to Weasley, bent down, and whispered something in her ear. Weasley smirked too, but Harry didn't react. Really, they were such drama queens, the both of them. They were acting as though they had some secret weapon up their sleeves. Duelists, face each other, said Lockhart. Harry and Henrietta faced each other and merely inclined their heads, not willing to actually bow to the other. 3, 2, 1, go. He shouted. Harry flicked his wand as a jet of light headed towards Henrietta. The Slytherin girl shielded against the stunner and sent a bone-breaking curse of her own. Harry quickly dodged the spell and upped his attacks. Jets of multicolored light were being fired from both wands, but many could see a slight smirk on Harry's face. He's toying with her, announced Daphne, with a smirk of her own. I've read about that. It's considered one of the best strategies for dueling, exclaimed Susan. You tend to frustrate your opponent by not actively seeking to finish them off. Such people make mistakes and you use that vulnerability against them. Ingenious, said Blaise softly. It won't work with everyone, Theo disagreed. Maybe not, murmured Daphne. But Weasley clearly has an ego, and when you're up against such people, frustrating them could help you win. And that's exactly what Harry is doing. I said disarm only, shouted Lockhart apprehensively as he dived out of the way of a blasting curse. Henrietta snarled in anger as she cast another bone-breaking curse, only for Harry to grab the curse at the tip of his wand and reflect it back at the caster. This technique required a lot of skill, not to mention power, but Sirius had taught Harry well. The flaw of that technique was that it would only work if the amount of magic used to reflect the spell by the second duelist was greater than the amount of magic used to cast the said spell by the first duelist. This effect was something which all arithmancy students learnt in class to mathematically calculate the amount of magic required by duelists on either side, and was a favorite question in the OWL theatrical exam. Very few wizards could use this technique because it was quite hard to practically implement it. One had to be very quick at sensing magic and at mental mathematics for it to work. Therefore, nobody expected a 12-year-old wizard, however talented, to use it. Henrietta Weasley was not expecting that move. Due to the force of the magic reflected at her, she was blasted back the moment the curse struck her leg, shattering it painfully. She screamed. Harry's face was still expressionless, but Severus Snape could see the smug satisfaction in the boy's eyes. The young Ravenclaw smirked at her, inclined his head to indicate that the duel had come to an end, and turned to join the audience, unaware of the hate being directed at him from the fallen Slytherin. I will show that upstart kid his place, thought Weasley furiously. She raised her wand and silently cast Serpensodia. Before Harry could even comprehend what was going on, he felt something slam into him. His eyes widened when he saw 3 king cobras coiling around his body, positioned to strike. The students in the hall, who had until then been cheering for him, became uncharacteristically still and silent, not breathing a word. There was thick panic in the air. How's that for a change, Potter? Screamed Weasley in uncontrollable fury, unable to handle the humiliating defeat. Let's see what a dueling champion can do now. With that, she cast a banishing charm at him. Harry had been completely still the whole time, having been immobilized by the 3 very poisonous snakes. Mentally, he was terrified, so he couldn't dodge the banishing charm. He fell on his butt, the 3 snakes hissing in pain and displeasure, and just when they were about to bite him, he acted. Harry didn't know what made him do it, but it was something inherent in him, something natural, so he said in a commanding voice. Stop. Do not bite me. Let go. Much to Harry's shock, the three snakes hissed again and replied, "Yes, Speaker." They slithered away and were promptly vanished by Professor Snape, who had a shocked look on his face too. Harry himself was frozen. What the hell was going on? How was he a Parselmouth? That skill was really rare and there was no one in magical Britain who had that ability anymore. Sure, there were Parselmouths in the past, the most prominent of them being in the Slytherin family, but they had all died out, hadn't they? Harry didn't know much about Parseltongue except that it was quite feared in magical Europe, especially Britain, but never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he was a Parselmouth himself. His eyes widened when he saw that everyone was staring at him in shock and fear. Oh, Merlin, the Chamber of Secrets fiasco. This was not good at all. And the worst part was that they had every right to suspect him. He didn't have a single Muggle born in his group of friends. While he was cordial with several Muggle-borns like he was with the rest of the school, since he didn't really talk to people much in the first place, it was never a priority to befriend them. He had never labeled his schoolmates based on their blood status, so it never struck him until now. All his friends he usually hung out with his age were purebloods. He knew that he was not related to Salazar Slytherin, but the Slytherins were hardly the only Parselmouths in the world. What was worrying was the fact that he had discovered this ability in front of half the school and there was no way to prevent it from being leaked out. This was bad, really bad. He's a Parselmouth, Albus, said Severus Snape quietly as he sat down on the chair in front of the headmaster's desk. Albus Dumbledore closed his eyes in defeat. Oh, how he wished he was wrong, but he doubted there was any other theory that would fit. Was it really Harry who had opened the chamber? It seemed more and more likely as time went on. But surely not, cried Professor McGonagall, spluttering in disbelief. He's a Potter. He can't be a Parselmouth. I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears, Snape replied, his tone bland as always. Hundreds of students saw it as well. Miss Weasley, though she lost her temper, performed her role admirably, but somehow, I didn't believe you when confided in me, Albus. You mean this was planned? Asked McGonagall, aghast. Albus, how could you? Is that why Miss Weasley was only suspended for a week and not expelled? Dumbledore cleared his throat. I had suspected that young Harry was a Parselmouth, but I had no way to prove it, he said quietly. That's why I granted Gilderoy permission to have this little dueling club. I requested Severus orchestrate an event that would force Harry to reveal his talent if he's put in a tight spot. Being strangled and nearly bitten by 3 very poisonous snakes will offer a great incentive to protect yourself, which is exactly what happened. People who are scared will commit mistakes, which I confess, has happened to me as well. Smart, Harry may be, but he's still a 12-year-old boy. He would never have seen this coming. Also, I've noticed a pattern in him. Ever since he won the Under-13 International Dueling Championship this past summer, he has become too sure of himself. Being accepted into the accelerated program and his exceptionally high grades have made him arrogant, and such people tend to overlook things. I simply took advantage of it. But why did you want to find out if he's a Parselmouth in the first place? Snape's mind was ticking as he put the pieces together. Do you think he's responsible for the opening of the Chamber of Secrets? That is a possibility I cannot discount, answered Dumbledore, as he sighed heavily. He closed his eyes, feeling the worst he had felt in 11 years. Where had he gone wrong with the boy? Was it all only because of the Dursleys? Was placing Harry there such a terrible mistake that he couldn't fix? Would the boy have turned out better if he had been allowed to grow up with Sirius and Amelia? He had always said that being smarter than most men made his mistakes that much larger, and this was yet another reminder of the burden that was thrust upon him. He had seen too much death and destruction in his life. What he wouldn't do to finally see lasting peace. No, said McGonagall flatly. I refuse to believe it. The son of James and Lily Potter attacking Muggle-borns. No, this can't be true, Albus. It's probably closer to the truth than you realize, Minerva, said Dumbledore, sounding old and weary. The boy hates Muggles. In fact, I have never heard him utter the word Muggle without using the word filthy as a prefix. From what I've observed, hating Muggles and Muggle-borns go hand in hand. McGonagall was shocked and not a little disappointed. Snape's face was impassive, but his eyes had widened marginally. This was not what he had expected from James Potter's son. Mentally, he was cackling with glee. He wondered how his old nemesis would feel about this. Potter's own son hating muggles and muggle-borns, Potter's own son turning into a murderer, deciding to kill innocents. Oh, delicious irony. Perhaps he could celebrate this day with a bottle of vintage wine as well. What a perfect way to toast to James Potter's misery, even if the bloody bastard was dead. No matter, there was still Sirius Black's misery he could watch. We need to keep a very close eye on him, murmured Dumbledore, after a while. Tell the rest of the staff, the head boy, head girl and all the prefects to keep an eye on his activities. Perhaps it's a blessing that the holidays are approaching soon. It will give me some time to think and also recheck the castle's protective enchantments. What? Snarled Snape. Are we going to let him get away with this? I say we call the Aurors immediately and have the boy thrown in Azkaban. He should be expelled for this. We don't have any proof to back up our claims, Severus, said Dumbledore, pointedly staring at the man under his half-moon spectacles. Being a Parselmouth isn't illegal and I know for a fact that the Potters aren't related to Slytherin. Besides, I don't want to give up on him, he can still be redeemed. I will talk to him soon to find out the truth. Then how is he a Parselmouth? Asked Snape testily. Of that, I'm not sure, Dumbledore replied, staring at the ceiling and stroking his beard. He wasn't going to be sharing his theory about the Horcrux in the boy's scar with anyone. How he wished he had more of Harry's blood. It would have given him more time to study the soul piece using the instrument he had seen in the Department of Mysteries which could detect souls, but it was not possible to extract blood without detection anymore. Blood was highly dangerous in the wrong hands and nearly every magical family, old or young, took care to ensure that their blood was safeguarded by performing magical rituals. Albus Dumbledore closed his eyes in defeat as Fawkes trilled softly. The next 2 weeks were quite unbearable for Harry. The entire school, including the teachers, was looking at him with terrified expressions on their faces. Indeed, many actually did their best to avoid looking at him, as though he would attack them in an instant. Snape had been more horrible than ever in potions class and it took all of Harry's willpower to remain calm instead of outright killing the man. Professors McGonagall and Sprout had become quite cold towards him and acted as though he didn't exist, though Harry could see the sadness and betrayal in McGonagall's eyes during class. Slytherin House seemed to be divided on the whole issue. On one hand, Harry was a Parselmouth, a talent which was extremely rare, especially in the western part of the world. It was something that Salazar Slytherin was famous for, so they were in awe of Harry's ability, but on the other hand, the last Parselmouth was the Dark Lord himself. And he had been absolutely terrifying. Some people outright refused to ostracize Harry like that. Professor Flitwick went out of his way in treating Harry normally and would frown heavily when he caught sight of people running away from the boy. The same was the case with Professors Babbling and Vector, who considered Harry one of their favorites. Others like Blaise Zabini, Theodore Nott, Tracy Davis, Neville Longbottom, Susan Bones, Fred and George Weasley were also in open support of him, but they were too less in number for it to matter. The Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs were the worst. Harry being at the scene of Justin's petrification really did not help any. A few brave older years were openly scowling at him and the whispers behind his back had only gotten worse. No one had dared to say anything to him in fear of them being petrified, but Harry had never experienced something this bad. Daphne, of course, didn't care about it at all. Harry was her fiancé and best friend, so she had decided to stick to him no matter what. She had taken to accompanying Harry to the kitchens every day for food since everyone was so uncomfortable with him sitting in the Great Hall. But Harry was trying not to let it get to him. He had exams approaching, after which he had to focus on Sirius and Amelia's wedding, so he did his best to concentrate on his studies. "Why don't you swear a magical oath in front of those morons?" asked Daphne as she bit into her toast the day they were heading back home. "It'll at least stop all the speculation. And risk losing my magic. I'm not an idiot to try it, Daph. If I say I'm not Slytherin's heir, it would still make me seem guilty because of my Parseltongue skill. If I say I didn't open the Chamber of Secrets, I might risk losing my magic in the future if I actually do find the chamber. Magical oaths are very tricky, from what Grandfather Alfred told me. I will not risk my life because the people here are a bunch of narrow-minded bigoted fools." "True," muttered Daphne, frowning. She remained silent as they continued eating, lost in thought. There had to be some way to stop this. Ron Weasley had been spouting all sorts of nonsense lately about how Harry was the new Dark Lord and that he would kill everyone at school. It was quite frankly disgusting that none of the teachers was doing anything about it. While a couple of them tried to help, it didn't make a difference. One couldn't really make people talk to you when the entire school was ignoring the said student. "Come on," said Harry, bringing her back to the present. "I can't wait to get out of here." With a parting wave to the ever-cheerful house elves, they exited the kitchens, hand in hand, and soon walked out of the castle. It was time to go back home for the winter holidays. "And then, everyone thinks I'm the one who opened the bloody chamber," said Harry heatedly. "What's wrong with these people? Can't they see that I am a half-blood myself? My own mother was a Muggle born, so why would I want to attack them? Wouldn't that make me a hypocrite?" Sirius looked at him, his gray eyes full of concern, the eyes that had still not fully lost the haunted look Azkaban had given him. He sat down next to Harry and pulled the boy into a tight hug. Harry stiffened at first, but after several seconds, slowly melted into the embrace. "I'm so sorry that you were forced into this situation, Harry," muttered Sirius, slowly rubbing his back, pressing a tender key on the forehead. "But you have no proof to say that you didn't do it either. No one is directly accusing you and there is no way anyone can arrest you, so all they can do is whisper." Amelia tried to get involved, but apparently Dumbledore had gotten Fudge to sign an order to say that he would take care of it and not push it forward to the DMLE. Normally, others wouldn't be able to do something like this, but Dumbledore is also the chief warlock, the other most powerful post in the country. People always seem to forget the office he holds, thinking that being Hogwarts headmaster is the one which gives him most power, but it's not true. It is his chief warlock and supreme mugwump positions that give him true power. What Dumbledore wants, Dumbledore gets. Harry sighed, rubbing his eyes tiredly. It had been a long 2 weeks and he had exams to write the next day at the ministry. "Do you want me to pull you from Hogwarts?" asked Sirius. "I can hire tutors, if you'd like, or maybe send you abroad." "It's not that bad, Sirius," said Harry, with a small smile, his green eyes strangely soft with affection as he looked at his godfather. "It's the way they're treating me that's annoying, nothing more. I'm not going to let it affect my education. I'll be taking my OWLs in June and I can't let these morons distract me." Before the older wizard could respond, they were soon joined by his fiancée who had just flown in from the ministry. "Hey, you two," Amelia greeted them as she entered the drawing room of Black Manor, looking tired. Without preamble, she continued, "I was right the first time, Harry. There is no mention of the Chamber of Secrets being opened anywhere in the ministry archives. If there is a story behind it, no one is talking. Even if there were recorded documents, they were probably erased or destroyed. I don't even know if it happened, so we can forget about finding out when." Sirius frowned. "You said you could hear the voice of the creature." "Yes," answered Harry. "I couldn't hear it properly, but it was definitely speaking. I could understand it. The creatures that can speak English are acromantulas, sphinxes, centaurs and manticores, and none of them cause petrification." "What you heard might be Parseltongue," observed Amelia. "After all, to you, it's the same as hearing it in English, right? Salazar's pet being a snake is quite fitting." "Maybe, but what sort of creature can do this?" "The only thing I can think of is a basilisk," finished Sirius. "You're right. But the stare of a basilisk kills, it does not petrify. Besides, the thought of a 30-foot-long snake is horrifying to even think about." "There is no way it's a basilisk, Sirius," countered Harry, shaking his head. "A basilisk is too large to be the creature we're looking for, and how do you expect it to move around the school without being detected? Something that big cannot hide. That's one thing we can safely remove from our list of suspects." "And a good thing too," said Amelia darkly. "A basilisk will cause an international red alert because it can be used for mass destruction. A team from the ICW and from the resident magical government will be sent immediately to kill the creature." "Why is that?" asked Sirius, confused. "After all, there are several Noondoos in the wild, not to mention dragons and acromantulas. They're all extremely dangerous creatures, so why are basilisks alone marked as such?" "Because unlike dragons and Noondoos, basilisks can be fully controlled by a Parselmouth," replied Amelia. "This is actually classified information which I gained access to when I was appointed the head of the DMLE. Can you imagine the damage someone like Voldemort could do if he gained access to a basilisk? He could wreak havoc on scales we can't even imagine. True, Harry murmured, tilting his head to the side. There was something nagging him at the back of his mind, but he couldn't figure out what. There was something he was missing, the answer felt so close and yet so far away. Unfortunately, the foreign information in his mind seemed to be blocked to him by a barrier. There were small cracks in the barrier, from what he could describe, but most of it was on the other side, not accessible to him. He shook his head to clear his thoughts, he couldn't dwell on it now. He had other important things to do. I'm going to bed, he said, getting to his feet. I have to go to the ministry tomorrow for the fourth-year exams. Good night. Sweet dreams, said Sirius as he looked at Harry walk upstairs to his bedroom at Black Manor. He turned to Amelia. They cannot legally touch him, can they? No, Amelia said, shaking her head. He's protected by the law. Being a Parselmouth isn't illegal, though I'm quite surprised he is one. Is he related to the Slytherin family? Sirius barked out a laugh. The Potters are actually the descendants of Gryffindor, he clarified with a smile. Trust me, any descendants of Slytherin would never intermarry with them. Besides, it is a misconception that only Slytherins were Parselmouths. My ancestor, Virgo Black, who lived in the 13th century, was a Parselmouth, though there has never been another Parselmouth in the Black family since. Harry and I read a book written by him which was in the library here, at the manor. Harry wanted to know why he spoke to the snakes that attacked him, and apparently, Parselmouths have some sort of connection to snakes. He couldn't help himself. He did it subconsciously when the snakes were about to bite him. Interesting, muttered Amelia. It was the 24th of December and Black Manor in Scotland was a beehive of activity. Many influential people of the British magical world were present for the wedding as it was an important event. The Lord of the Black family was getting married to the daughter of the Bones family, who was also the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The marriage would most definitely influence the balance of power and politics in the ministry and Wizengamot. The flow in the entrance hall burst into emerald green flames and Cornelius Fudge stepped through. When he did, he grimaced at the sight of Harry Potter standing there with a smile on his face. The expression on the minister's face was sour, and it became immediately clear why he wasn't jovial like the last time he met the boy who lived. News of the Potter scion being a Parselmouth had traveled far and wide. Minister Fudge, Harry greeted him, bowing slightly in respect. The young wizard was wearing a green shirt, black trousers, a silver tie and vest, and his form-fitting robes were black with silver highlights, all made of acromantula silk. Even though he was 12, due to wizards maturing faster than muggles, Harry looked closer to 15 years of age. Tall, muscular and calm, he radiated confidence. Welcome to Black Manor. I'm very pleased that you have graced your presence on such an auspicious occasion. Please, this way. Miss Greengrass will accompany you to your seat. Daphne was wearing a beautiful emerald green dress with silver accents, which perfectly matched the colors worn by her fiancé, looking very beautiful. Like Harry, she too was calm and had a smile painted on her face. Her movements looked effortlessly graceful, but one could not ignore the raw magical power growing within her, shining brightly through her deep blue eyes. Standing next to each other, Harry and Daphne looked very regal together and attracted quite a bit of attention. This way, Minister, she said with a smile, as the rest of the minister's office followed them. Many of the guests were in awe of the decorations and splendor the grounds and manor had to offer. The entire place had been decorated with red roses, with tiny drops of water on them. While there was light snow, it didn't fall on them, creating a very beautiful scene of snow falling from the sky. The food served as appetizers along with tea was simply delicious. Wide area warming charms were applied so that the guests would not feel the chill of the winter evening. When it was 15 minutes to 7, Sirius Black adjusted his robes one final time, took a deep breath, grabbed the goblet containing a mild calming draught and drowned it. Once his expression relaxed, he nodded to himself and walked out of the room, down the stairs and into the gardens where the ceremony was to be conducted. As he walked up to the elevated podium, people clapped. Sirius too was impeccably dressed, with a white silk shirt, black trousers, silver vest and tie and black robes with silver accents, all made of very expensive acromantula silk, looking every inch the powerful aristocrat that he was. Amelia was being escorted by her brother, Susan's father, the only other remaining member of her family, as the rest had been killed by Voldemort long ago. She was dressed in a beautiful white dress, with silver accents on it. She didn't look like the stern director of British magical law enforcement everyone was used to. Instead, she looked like a woman who was happy that she was getting married to the love of her life. Amelia came to stand in front of Sirius. The ceremony, while not elaborate, went well. After a few simple magical rituals that were required to be performed at every wizarding marriage, the druid presiding over the ceremony lifted her wand above them. There was a flash of light, and Amelia and Sirius's hands glowed where they were holding each other, signifying that they had been blessed by Mother Magic. Several twinkling golden stars burst from the witch's wand over the newly married couple. Harry nodded to a house elf that was discreetly standing in the corner, beaming at the union of her masters. Just when the audience started applauding, magical fireworks exploded in the air in various colors. Once the show was over, Harry, Daphne and the others led the guests inside the manor to the enlarged formal dining room. There were multiple round tables, with beautiful lanterns and candles floating in the air for enhanced effects. After a truly delicious meal, the guests were ushered to the grand ballroom where people gave their gifts to the newly married couple and started dancing and socializing. "Is it just me or are people genuinely avoiding Harry this evening?" asked Elizabeth Greengrass as she danced with her husband. She had just noticed a group of witches and wizards move away hastily when they saw Harry coming anywhere close to where they were standing. "I know," Cyrus said through gritted teeth. "I feel like punching them in the face. He's just a 12-year-old boy. Who cares if he's a Parselmouth? I certainly don't." "Daphne told me that he's facing similar problems at school," whispered Elizabeth. "Even some of the teachers do it. I can't believe adults are targeting a mere child, just because they're scared. What can we do?" "Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do. He's not being attacked or bullied in the traditional sense, though I would disagree with that, so complaining to the teachers is out. But this is just as bad. They're acting as though he is a Nundu about to go on a rampage at any second. We can't force people to talk to him and there lies the problem. He is painfully shy in talking to strangers as it isn't people do this." Cyrus hugged her closer, his eyes filled with concern as he saw Harry slowly walk back to Daphne. From the distance, he could see the young wizard's shoulders droop slightly, but it was only for a moment before he was walking with his back straight, his strides confident and graceful. Cyrus knew that it was a mask, of course. He was a keen observer, he knew that Harry was wearing a mask from the day he had met the boy. That's why he had been careful in dealing with him, but Harry managed to melt the ice between them over time. He genuinely cared for the boy and he knew that this would affect him psychologically. Smart and mature he may be, but Harry was still a 12-year-old, an abused 12-year-old, who found it difficult to understand his own emotions. "Maybe we should ask him to stay with us for the rest of the holidays," Cyrus murmured. "With Sirius and Amelia leaving the country tomorrow, it's better if he stays with us and not all alone in a large castle." "I agree," said Elizabeth. Harry was unusually quiet when the last of the guests had left. He had tried to lead them to the flow, but after the way Minister Fudge, Rufus Scrimgeour and Augusta Longbottom had acted, he desisted. He tried to ignore it, but he could actually feel an ache in his chest at the way people were treating him. He wondered why it felt this bad. After all, he had lived with the Dursleys for years and had to listen to them constantly belittle him. The Muggles in the neighborhood and at primary school had always ignored him or made snide remarks about his clothes or parents, but somehow this felt different. In his heart, he knew why. It felt different because this was his home. The magical world was where he belonged and with the people here treating him like this really hurt. Sirius had explained to him why Parselmouths were as feared in Europe as they were. There had been dark wizards in the past who had exploited the magical language, causing unending chaos. Being quite limited in number, especially in the Western world, there had been very few who had the power to stop them as Parcel magic was quite different from conventional magic. Herpo, the Foul, was a name which was remembered even after thousands of years because the after effects of his transgressions and results of experiments where he carelessly broke the sacred laws of magic could be felt to this day. Salazar Slytherin and Lord Voldemort were other well-known Parselmouths and both of them hadn't helped matters any in trying to improve the reputation of Parseltongue in Europe. The common witches and wizards today were honestly terrified of Parcel magic, thus as an extension, Parselmouths, because in the past, entire villages had been cursed by dark witches and wizards, bringing unending agony to the residents. Sirius had warned Harry to expect backlash and had promised his godson that he would do his best and stand by him, but Harry had still not expected adults outside the school to behave like this just because of their fear of everything Parseltongue. The reason why he felt so bad was that he had been given a taste of what it would feel like to be accepted and appreciated by everyone, and for it to change in an instant was something he had never expected. He did realize something though: fame was fickle. Even though he was the boy who lived, the public would just as easily turn against him as they flocked to him. It was a lesson to him, but he had learned it the hard way. He was quite surprised by Elizabeth Greengrass' offer for him to stay with them for the rest of the holidays. He refused, though. From past experience, he knew it was dangerous for him to stay with someone when his emotions were all over the place, and he had to get himself back under control to suppress them, and for that, he needed to be alone. He had explained it as best as he could, but Cyrus and Elizabeth finally ensured his cooperation in coming to their manor every day for lunch and dinner so that they could keep an eye on him. He agreed. Harry hardly spent a wink that night as he sat on the carpet in his bedroom at Potter Castle, meditating. His face was expressionless, but from the glow of the fireplace, tears could be seen rolling down his cheeks. 2 days later, Harry was surprised to find Daphne in the family drawing room of the castle after he felt the wards inform him of her presence, just as he came inside after his morning run. "Hey, Daphne," Harry greeted her, panting and sweaty. "What are you doing here?" Daphne simply raised an eyebrow. "Do I need a reason to come here?" "Of course not," he said quickly. "You don't usually wake up this early during the holidays, so I was curious." "I couldn't sleep," shrugged Daphne. "Besides, I have something to give you for Yule and I wanted to do it in person." She removed a thick leather book from within her bag, looking strangely nervous. "I hope you like it," she whispered hesitantly. "Go on, open it." Harry muttered his thanks as he carefully accepted the book from her. His eyes widened in surprise when he opened it. On the front page was a photograph of James and Lily Potter, smiling and waving at him, with baby Harry placed carefully in between them. He turned the pages and saw that they were filled with many pictures of his parents, some of his grandparents, and a few more of him as a baby. He swallowed heavily as his emotions got the best of him. He closed the book and moved towards his fiancée and pulled her into a silent hug. Daphne was shocked because this was the first time she had seen Harry initiate any sort of physical contact at all. He never hugged anyone willingly, ever. In fact, he did his best to avoid physical contact of any kind, and to think the same boy had just initiated a hug was astounding. "Thank you," he said softly, his voice cracking slightly. "Thank you so much. I can't begin to tell you how much I appreciate this. Anything for you, Harry," she whispered in his ear. She felt his grip around her waist grow tighter, bringing her closer to his body. Daphne smiled as she looked at his face. She could see the various emotions swirling in those beautiful emerald green eyes: happiness, sadness, confusion, possessiveness, and something else, something she had never seen in his eyes before. Her heart began beating faster. She slowly cupped his face in her hands and leaned forward. Anticipation was building in the air, and each was breathing warmly in the other's face. They closed their eyes, just as their lips met. The key didn't last long. Their lips brushed against each other a few times, and as Daphne pulled back, she could see that Harry was in a state of shock. She looked at him, wondering what was going on in that big brain of his. She was worried if she had pushed him too quickly. After all, it was only now that he had initiated a hug. But before she could say anything more, Harry grinned and pressed his forehead against hers. His fingers intertwined with hers and the two gazed into the other's eyes, soaking up the comfortable silence in the room. Harry nuzzled his face against hers and pressed his lips along the side of her face affectionately, and before long, he and Daphne were keying once more. Harry spent the rest of the holidays moving from Potter Castle to Greengrass Manor. His bond with Daphne had deepened since that day they had keyed, so he didn't want to be away from her. He also spent a lot of time with the ghost of Alfred Potter, who was teaching him potions, runes and arithmancy again. He devoured them, wanting to prove to everyone that he was the best when it came to their OWL results. He was quite busy and was actually enjoying himself, so it was with a heavy heart that he returned to Hogwarts at the end of the holidays. He really did not want to leave the warm confines of Potter Castle. The place truly was his home. Things at Hogwarts were the same as they had been before the holidays. Harry didn't bother with it all, though. He spent increasingly more time in the room of requirement as he practiced against the dueling dummies and studied for his upcoming exams. His spells were getting more powerful and cleaner the more he practiced. The Quidditch season also continued as Harry scored another victory for Ravenclaw against Hufflepuff. Harry also observed that he was being followed by the teachers or prefects whenever he was in the public eye, so he made it a point to keep his invisibility cloak and Marauder's map on him at all times. In mid-January, Harry received the shock of his life. He and Daphne were once again in the room of requirement, studying when he got a mirror call. He wondered why Sirius was calling him again when he had just met the man the previous day for their usual animagus training at the Shrieking Shack. When he answered it, it showed the excited face of Sirius and Amelia. "Harry, you'll never guess the good news," said Sirius happily. "You licked yourself in your animagus form again," said Harry, with a small smile. Daphne choked as she tried not to burst out laughing. "No. Yes. No," cried Sirius, his eyes wide, trying to amuse his godson. Amelia laughed as she faced the mirror again. "That's nothing new, Harry, but we called to say that I'm pregnant." "Really?" exclaimed Harry. "That's great. When's the baby due?" "We just found out, so it should be in early to mid-September," Amelia replied with a smile. "You're the first person we called." "Congratulations," Daphne told the couple as she came to sit on the arm of Harry's chair. "Let us know if there is anything we can do." "Will do," said Sirius, beaming at them. Once the mirror deactivated, Harry and Daphne looked at each other. "She's pregnant," he muttered. "Wow, this is so exciting. I've never actually seen a newborn baby before." "Well, there was Astoria, but she doesn't count. I was only 2 years old when my sister was born." "You don't remember anything?" asked Harry, bewildered. Due to the effects of occlumency, he actually did remember, in excruciating detail, his early days at the Dursleys when he was a 2-year-old boy. Daphne huffed. "Of course I do," she said loftily. "I remember that Astoria had always been just that annoying. She was born that way. My personal theory is that she was born to make my life miserable." Harry chuckled, shaking his head in fond exasperation. He had seen the Greengrass sisters fight before and he had been shocked, but he also knew that the two of them cared very deeply for each other. He was quite curious about Sirius and Amelia's child. This would certainly be exciting. The month of January passed by without any problems. Some wondered if Harry had not attacked anyone because he had been discovered. The Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors were the most vocal that the boy who lived was indeed guilty. Harry had become colder in public, if that was even possible. He didn't show even the slightest of emotion, having taken to practicing occlumency every night to suppress his emotions better. He did not want to appear weak in front of the masses. What else frustrated him was the wall he could see in his mind palace, which contained a lot of information on the other side, information he guessed belonged to Voldemort. The small cracks he saw were the memories he had accessed accidentally, but the rest of them were still there, untouched. He actually tried accessing those memories by staring at various key places of Hogwarts, but he didn't get the information he wanted. Finally, Harry was forced to conclude that there must be a powerful trigger with an emotional component for those memories to resurface. Simply seeing or hearing something random didn't make those memories break out. He was also constantly wondering how Lucius Malfoy was involved in this, that is, if the man was involved at all. For all he knew, Dobby could have heard the information from someone else and had come to warn him. If Lucius was indeed behind it, Dobby wouldn't have been able to warn Harry. Right. Gilderoy Lockhart was another pain in the ass. The man's classes were proving to be completely useless, and Harry caught more than one group of students in their 5th and 7th years sitting together in the library, trying to learn defense themselves. Sirius had been furious about this, and to ensure that his godson would not suffer in his OWLs, had taken to teaching the boy defense against the dark arts himself in the Shrieking Shack. Worse, Lockhart had also tried to celebrate Valentine's Day, something which made all the purebloods splutter in outrage. What was a silly Muggle tradition like that doing at Hogwarts? Of course, there was still that detention Harry had gotten from Lockhart from the previous term. Harry was confused and annoyed by it. Couldn't the man have finished them all in 1 week? But no, he just had to drag them over the course of the year. This is thankfully the last of the man's stupid detentions, muttered Harry. You said it right, Harry. I don't think I can see another fan mail of his again, groaned Fred. Maybe we can write something bad and send it as a reply, suggested George. It would be nice for his fans to have snarky letters delivered to them. Won't work, sighed Fred. He checks them before signing the letters. We need to be more creative. I can't believe he is actually hired to teach defense, said Harry in exasperation as they finally reached their destination. The man is incapable of casting even the most basic of spells. Second-year students are better qualified than him. What was Dumbledore thinking? Diggory, what are you doing here? Cedric Diggory was sitting on the teacher's desk, in the defense classroom, looking bored out of his mind. He snapped out of his trance when he saw the 3 other boys in front of him. Oh, hey, he said hesitantly, looking at Harry warily. Lockhart gave me detention. Humph, snorted Fred and George together. Figures that he would. Give even, Puff's detention. Come on, muttered Harry as he walked towards the professor's office. We might as well get it over with. He will no doubt have more letters for us to write. He opened the door to let them all inside. They entered, but there was no sign of Lockhart. Harry frowned and turned around, only to see the defense professor pointing his wand at them. There was a flash of red light and his vision turned black. Warning: the following contains a scene on the attempted assault on minors. If easily offended, please skip the following section and read the end of the chapter or move on to chapter 11. Harry regained consciousness and groaned softly. The first thing he realized was that he couldn't move his hands and legs. He seemed to be restrained magically. His eyes snapped open in panic when he realized that he couldn't speak either. That's when he noticed it. He was lying on a large bed, completely BPD. Beside him, he could see 3 other boys who were also nude and restrained. This was bad. If not for Sirius explaining it to him, he wouldn't have even known what this meant. Where the hell were they? His eyes trailed around the room and immediately recognized some of the man's items. Harry couldn't believe that he had been fooled by Lockhart, of all people. He had always underestimated the author-turned-professor, thinking he knew no magic at all, but apparently, he had been wrong to dismiss him completely. Harry saw the twins open their eyes as well. Cedric too had woken up and they were all panicking at their state of undress. Harry struggled, but it was no use. The magic holding him did not buckle under the pressure. He had to get out of these magical binds soon, otherwise, the consequences would be too dire to contemplate. Judging by their state of undress, Harry had a pretty good idea what Lockhart was planning. Slowly, he started releasing magic out of his body. It was a technique he had read a few months ago while studying arithmancy. But the problem was that he didn't know how much magic was used by Lockhart while casting the spell, so the amount of magic needed to counteract it would be guesswork. Infusing too much or too little would not work. He would damage himself if he poured too much magic at one go, and he did not want that. He would have to start small and increase the power levels slowly. Just then, the door of the room opened and Gilderoy Lockhart stepped inside, grinning widely. Harry's stomach churned when he saw that expression. He did not like it. Trying to not let his fear get to him, he began concentrating on breaking the magical binds. Well, said Lockhart, as he leered at the 4 BPD boys. What do we have here? Is this a present for me? I must say you boys sure know how to give me a present for Valentine's Day. How very nice of you. When Lockhart saw the twins struggling, he laughed. There's no point trying to get out of those binds, boys, he taunted. Fred and George Weasley, the master pranksters of Hogwarts, isn't it? I've always had a soft spot for naughty boys. Then we have Cedric Diggory and Harry Potter. You both are considered the best-looking boys in the school, and I must say, I agree. Oh, do relax, Harry, he smiled as he placed his hands on Harry, slowly touching the latter's firm chest and stomach. All those early morning workouts really do help your body, don't they? If you are this delicious when you're barely 13, imagine how you would look in a few years. Harry was terrified by what was going on, but he didn't stop releasing his magic to counter the binds. So far he had been unsuccessful, and his eyes widened when he felt Lockhart's hands move lower down his body. "Ah, aren't you well developed for your age?" asked Lockhart fondly, stroking the boy's beak. He smiled widely as he got up and headed towards the others. Harry closed his eyes and began pumping more magic out of his body. He had to find the right balance or else it wouldn't work, but solving a mathematical problem was much different than practically doing it. Weak binds could be shattered, but these were not weak, relatively speaking. He was getting close, he could feel it. Unfortunately, when Harry opened his eyes next, he was horrified to see that Lockhart had divested himself of his clothes. The sight itself made all the 4 boys nauseous as it terrified them out of their wits. "Let's have some fun, shall we, boys?" smiled Lockhart, looking at the terror-filled eyes in front of him. "Now, where do I start? I think I'll have you, Harry. You are my prize this evening. You've been quite the rebel in my classes." Tisk, tisk, what are children taught these days? Harry did his best to ignore the man's hands running all over his body. Any second now, he was close. Just as Lockhart spread Harry's ass cheeks apart and positioned himself in between the boy's legs, the binds shattered and Harry landed a powerful kick, right at Lockhart's chest. The magic Harry had been releasing was palpable, creating a powerful aura around him as he stood up. His wand had been taken, but he was not a student of martial arts and wandless magic for nothing. "Stupefy!" cried Lockhart, pointing his wand at the young wizard. Harry simply dodged the red jet of light and cast the most powerful wandless banishment charm he could perform on the professor. Lockhart crashed into the wall just a few feet behind him, but he didn't lose balance. A jet of light flew out of Harry's palm. The man managed to duck just in time, but the wandless stunner was nowhere powerful enough to do any damage. Harry sidestepped the spells thrown his way, his green eyes darkened. It was literally a blackish-green color now, with emerald nowhere to be seen. The magic in the air was thick as he approached Lockhart. With one powerful punch, the defense professor was disarmed, his wand sailing in the other direction. Lockhart tried to fight, but he did not have any knowledge in hand-to-hand combat. After several punches and kicks, Harry pointed his hand at the man. "No, please," begged Lockhart weakly, his face puffed up from the physical blows he had received courtesy of Harry. "I'll ensure that you get the Dementor's key for this, you sick, beeped bastard," snarled Harry as a jet of red light flew from his palm and impacted Lockhart's chest, stunning him unconscious. Harry breathed deeply for a minute, quite tired due to the amount of wandless magic he had used, but still stunned by what had happened. He closed his eyes to center himself as he tried to get his violent emotions under control. The urge to torture and kill Lockhart was strong. Looking around, he saw that the other boys were still bound. Harry opened the door and saw that their possessions were thrown all over the living room. Ignoring the rest, he quickly searched for his wand, grabbed it, and came back inside to rescue his fellow schoolmates. With a few flicks and waves of his wand, the 3 other boys were unfrozen once more. "Oh, bloody hell," George whispered as he frantically pulled on his hair. Fred was white as a sheet, his body trembling violently. Cedric was still in shock, looking into the distance, unable to speak, gaze unfocused. Harry decided to take charge. With a flick of his wand, he summoned his communication mirror which was located in Ravenclaw Tower. When it appeared before him, he grabbed it and murmured, "Amelia Black." After several seconds, her tired face appeared. "What is it, Harry?" she asked sleepily. "Aunt Amelia, please come to Hogwarts immediately," said Harry in a very quiet, quivering voice. 3 other boys and I have been beeped by Gilderoy Lockhart. Sirius and Amelia Black ran like the hounds of hell were chasing them. Entering through the massive oak doors, they were greeted by Professor Sprout who led them to the defense professor's office. As she opened the door, Amelia could hear voices, one of them mentioning the DMLE. "I'm here," announced Amelia as she entered, with Sirius behind her. She could see the boys back in their uniforms, sitting on the large bed in Lockhart's quarters. The man in question was on the floor, face first, clearly BPD. "I would like to know exactly what happened here," she said, as one of the Aurors behind her took out a dictaquill. Taking a deep breath, Cedric, being the oldest, began explaining what he had seen. "And then Potter freed us from the magical binds Lockhart had placed on us. I called the teachers by announcing it using a sonorous charm. We got dressed and waited for everyone to arrive," he finished. Everyone was in a state of shock. Sirius was clenching his fist in fury while Dumbledore's aura was leaking all around him, his blue eyes burning with anger no one had seen in a long time. Amelia walked ahead and found Lockhart's wand. She pointed the tip of her wand at the other enchanted, priori incantatum. The spells used were exactly what young Diggory had described. She nodded to the Auror, who removed an evidence bag and put the wand inside. She pointed her wand at Lockhart and cast, Renervate. Lockhart slowly regained consciousness and turned around. His eyes snapped open when he remembered his fight with the boy who lived. That's when he noticed the people in his office. He gulped. He had a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. Gilderoy Lockhart, you are under arrest for the suspected assault on 4 minor boys. You have the right to remain silent and you may request legal counsel. You will be tried before the Wizengamot, and until then, you will be held in the DMLE holding cells. Take him. Lockhart was bound with invisible ropes and escorted out of the room by the 2 Aurors. Boys, you will need to come to the trial as well, Amelia informed them. I shall let you know the time and date once the trial is fixed. Maybe it's better for them to go home for a few days, Sirius suggested quietly, who had been unusually silent. Yes, good idea, agreed Dumbledore quietly. I will contact Arthur Weasley and Amos Diggory and let them know that they are needed here at once. You boys have my permission to take all the time you need. You can return to the school once you feel you are ready. Harry didn't register the fact that he had been led out of the classroom, down the corridors and out of the castle. He was lost in thought. Once the 3 of them left the grounds, Sirius took Harry's hand and portkeyed to Black Manor. The boy collapsed on the couch, staring at the floor. He seemed to be shivering. Harry, whispered Amelia, looking at him worriedly. She sat next to him, just as Harry grabbed her in a tight hug. He tried, he really did, but he couldn't control himself. The weight of everything around him came crashing down. Shish, it's all right, Harry, assured Amelia, trying to control her own emotions, rubbing soothing circles on Harry's back as he cried on her shoulder. She saw Sirius collapse on the seat to the left of his godson, clenching his fists in a mixture of anger and worry. A minute later, Harry breathed deeply, struggling to get his emotions under control. Wiping the tears away, he leaned back and closed his eyes. I was overconfident, he said finally, his voice hoarse. That's why this happened. Harry mentally kicked himself as he recalled how he had been acting for the past several months. He did not like the conclusion he arrived at. He had become overconfident. His abilities had made him arrogant. Arrogance was the downfall of every powerful leader or civilization, or in their case, family, and this was a lesson that was drilled into every child in the family since the Potter massacre. He had forgotten some of the earliest lessons from his ancestor and had become overconfident, leading him to be attacked by Gilderoy Lockhart, of all people. No, shouted Sirius forcefully. Don't blame yourself, Harry. This is not your fault. I let my talent go to my head, said Harry in the same monotonous voice, more tears pooling in his eyes, just as his godfather pulled him into a tight hug. I became arrogant and overconfident. I underestimated Lockhart and look where it got me. I was assaulted, and if I hadn't broken free, I don't even want to think about what he could have done to the 4 of us. You lost 10 years of your life because you underestimated Pettigrew, didn't you? How is this different? Sirius breathed deeply, rubbing his back soothingly as he placed a gentle key on Harry's forehead. Be that may, it is still not your fault, he said patiently. You've had a long day. I'll bring a phial of dreamless sleep potion to your room. Go on, get some sleep. We'll talk tomorrow. Nodding slightly, Harry got to his feet, climbed up the stairs towards the bedroom he occupied whenever he stayed at Black Manor. We need to get him a mind healer, said Amelia quietly. Sirius nodded sorrowfully. Gilderoy Lockhart's trial was a sensation. Since he had assaulted the head of a most ancient and noble house, the trial would be automatically held at the Wizengamot instead of at the Council of Magical Law. The council took care of the everyday legal matters of the British magical world, but the Wizengamot acted as the apex court in the country along with being the legislative body. Very important cases such as this were routed directly there. The country was up in arms that a famous and beloved author like Gilderoy Lockhart had been arrested. Wanting to take advantage of the situation, Rita Skeeter had printed an article in the Daily Prophet which revealed Harry being a Parselmouth. Sirius was furious that he had still not gotten any information about her, but he persevered. He had hired a company which would screen letters Harry received from the public and forward any lethal letters to the DMLE. 2 women had already been arrested for sending undiluted bobo tuber pus in the envelopes. A few others had been fined heavily for trying to cause bodily harm to another, a minor at that. On the day of the trial, Amelia began by explaining what had happened that night and showed the evidence she had collected. She brought several teachers as witnesses and Chief Warlock Dumbledore testified as well. The Weasley and Diggory families were sitting with Harry in the seats meant for the plaintiff. "I would request this august body to grant us the right to use Veritaserum," said Amelia, her voice booming. "If the accused has..." Hem. Amelia stopped talking and her left eye twitched minutely. Even Dumbledore's eyes grew a little cold when he heard that sound. He turned and said, "Yes. Would you mind if I made the teensiest interruption, Chief Warlock?" She asked in a very girlish, high-pitched voice. "The chair recognizes Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister," said Dumbledore. Hem. "Thank you, Chief Warlock," said Umbridge in a fake surgery sweet voice. Her eyes landed on Harry, and Harry saw that she had a glint in her eye. Whatever she was going to say, he was sure he wasn't going to like it. "I was wondering if the Wizengamot could view Mr. Potter's memory of the event. If he is not lying, I'm sure he would have no objection to do so, don't you agree?" She asked and gave a girlish giggle at the end. Harry's eyes darkened and his upper lip curled in distaste. He knew of this woman all right. She was the most hated woman in the entire ministry from he had heard from Amelia's rants. She was the recently appointed Senior Undersecretary to Minister Fudge, before which she was the head of the Improper Use of Magic Office. "Objection, Chief Warlock," said Sirius sharply. "I will not consent to view my godson's memory of the event in front of entire Wizengamot, and I'm sure Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Diggory, will agree with me. The boys were being assaulted by Mr. Lockhart and hence were in a state of undress. I will not let my godson's BPD pictures appear on the front page of the Daily Prophet." "I agree," boomed Amelia. "I have personally viewed the memory of the event I extracted from Mr. Potter and I can testify that it is authentic. As the head of the DMLE, my word should suffice, and as Harry Potter's guardian, I too will not let anyone else view that memory." Hem. "Are you suggesting that the boy in question may be lying? Mr. Lockhart is a very famous author. Accusing him without presenting the main source of evidence is rather convenient, is it not? Especially considering how much publicity Mr. Potter would get just to bring the man here on trumped-up charges." "It is difficult to believe the words of a Parselmouth," said Umbridge, smiling sweetly at Harry. "Accusing without evidence," repeated Sirius, his eyebrows raised, not at all falling for the trap. "Oh dear, it seems our new Senior Undersecretary is not capable of hearing and seeing what is right in front of her. We have had so many witnesses testify against Mr. Lockhart, including the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Chief Warlock. Perhaps you need to look for a new secretary, Minister Fudge. Madam Umbridge seems to be not qualified for the job, or know her place." "How dare you!" shrieked Umbridge. "When I said know your place, I meant it," spat Sirius, harshly, his face turning red with anger. "Suggest something so disgusting again and I will declare a blood feud against you and your family for the intentional harm of the heir of the most ancient and noble House of Black." "That will not be necessary," said Dumbledore quickly, putting an end to the discussion before Umbridge ended up dead right there in the Wizengamot chamber. He knew that she was not capable of defeating Sirius in a duel. James and Sirius had been personally trained by Alistair Moody and he didn't want anyone dead over something as trivial as this. In fact, he didn't want people dead, period. There had been enough deaths caused because of Voldemort and his Death Eaters in the last war. The resolution to give Veritaserum passed by a majority and after Lockhart was dosed, he sang like a canary. He explained what happened that night and why he picked the victims as well. When asked about any other victims, he began listing his future targets, two of which were Daphne Greengrass and Draco Malfoy. Cyrus Greengrass and Lucius Malfoy were horrified. When the issue of Obliviation came up regarding the victims, Lockhart also slipped out about his books. Further clarification revealed that they were all fake, and that he had obliviated the original people who had done those feats of magic and had taken credit for it so as to boost his popularity. The books he had sold gave him a lot of money and that was the only reason he had applied for the defense post at Hogwarts. Hundreds of students buying his entire collection of books had increased his sales revenue drastically. Finally, Harry got what he wanted. Sirius Black, Sirius Greengrass and Lucius Malfoy did not like what Lockhart had done and had planned to do. His entire monetary assets were seized and were to be divided among the 4 victims equally. To someone like Harry who came from old money, the amount he received was insignificant to count, but to the Weasleys, it would greatly alleviate their financial strain, especially since they got half of Lockhart's fortune. When it came to the punishment, Sirius Greengrass gave a speech about how the man's crimes against the boys were a violation against Mother Magic herself and as such, it shouldn't go unpunished. Lucius Malfoy also agreed, pushing for the verdict. Surprisingly, Dumbledore did not try to stop it and Lockhart was sentenced to the Dementor's Key, but he did suffer intense disapproval and backlash at hiring Lockhart in the first place. When the next edition of the Daily Prophet was released, people were shocked to stillness about the extent of Lockhart's crimes. Some of them felt ashamed in believing the worst of a 12-year-old boy when the man himself was a monster, but they were still digesting the fact that the boy who lived was a Parselmouth. No one sent any letters of apology. A week later, Harry came back to Hogwarts. Having already finished breakfast, he slowly made his way over to the potions classroom when he literally ran into someone. "Uff!" cried Daphne as arms wrapped around her waist to stop her from falling. "Get your hands off, Harry." She immediately rushed into his arms and hugged him tightly. Harry smiled softly as he hugged her back. He had really missed her over the past several days. "How are you?" she asked softly. "I heard about what happened, the entire school was in shock." "I'm fine," said Harry quietly. "But Sirius is making me go to a mind healer to help deal with what happened." I tried to say no, but he wouldn't listen. "I'll have to go to St. Mungo's every weekend for a few hours." "That's good, isn't it? Talking to a stranger about my feelings," said Harry, his left eye twitching in annoyance. "If it hadn't been for secrecy oaths, I would never have agreed, despite Sirius not giving me a choice in the first place." "How have you been?" "I've missed you," she admitted softly. A small smile made its way to Harry's face as he pulled her closer to him. Their lips touched briefly and after several seconds, they broke apart. Harry looked at her tenderly, moving closer to nuzzle his face against hers, breathing her scent deeply. He really had missed her, more than he cared to admit. It was now the first week of March and the castle had quietened somewhat. There had been no more attacks for a long time now and people thought it was finally safe. Harry was just returning from Quidditch practice when he heard the voice again. "Kill. Rip. So hungry. Kill this time." He stopped mid-step, his heart thumping a mile a minute. He had a choice. He could ignore it and be blamed for it anyway, or he could find out what the creature was and maybe find the attacker at the same time. If he caught the attacker red-handed, the Ministry of Magic would finally have a lead as to what was causing the attacks. With that in mind, he rushed towards the opposite direction of Ravenclaw Tower, listening to the sounds which were rapidly fading. He was in the 4th-floor girls' bathroom. Tentatively opening the door, his eyes widened when he saw Hermione Granger and Penelope Clearwater lying on the floor in front of the sink with a mirror above. He went forward to check and he confirmed that they were petrified. There was no sign of any wizard or creature nearby. How had the attacker fled so quickly? This was not possible. Just as he was about to leave, Peeves showed up in the corridor outside, signing to himself. "What are you up to, Potty?" he said in a sing-song voice. "Potty, Potty, you are such a dorky." Peeves stopped singing when he caught sight of the petrified girls inside the bathroom. Before Harry could even begin to do damage control, the poltergeist was yelling at the top of his voice. "Murder! Murder in the bathroom! Attack! Attack! No one is safe in this castle! Run for your lives!" Harry sighed as he leaned against the wall. There was no escaping this. He had found the girls inside the bathroom, a place he had no business being in. What explanation could he give now? "Sherbet," said Professor McGonagall as she led Harry to the headmaster's office. She looked at him coldly as she said, "Professor Dumbledore is waiting for you." Harry nodded stiffly as he ascended up the spiral staircase. He knocked on the door and entered. The place was the same as always, except this time, the phoenix looked old and frail. Harry went over to the bird and smiled. "Hello, oh noble phoenix," said Harry softly. "I'm sorry I could not greet you before. I'm not exactly fond of your companion." "Burning day, huh?" The phoenix trilled softly, but it was full of pain. When Harry could smell fire, he calmly stepped back, giving it more room. Giving one final croak of pain, the phoenix burst into flames. After several seconds, Harry went near and saw the small ugly chick rise from the ashes. "Take care of yourself," said Harry softly as the phoenix trilled at him fondly. "Harry." Harry looked up and saw Dumbledore coming down the stairs. "Ah, I see Fawkes has gone through with his burning. About time too, he's been quite irritable lately. I would be too if I were so sick that I could barely move or speak," said Harry, as he took his seat. Dumbledore observed the young boy with keen eyes. The Potter Scion's expression was blank, showing no hint of fear. It reminded him again of Tom Riddle. "Speaking of which, now, Harry," said Dumbledore, looking at him pointedly, "may I ask what you were doing when you came across Miss Granger and Miss Clearwater?" Harry didn't answer. His face was impassive as always as he stared at the wall behind the headmaster. He honestly didn't know what to say. "Nothing to say," said Dumbledore, observing Harry. "This situation has become a lot more serious, Harry. I'm asking you again, what were you doing in that bathroom on the 4th floor?" Harry's lip curled slightly. "I heard a voice," he said finally. "A voice, you say?" "Yes. It was talking about killing. I followed it. That's how I stumbled upon Finch Fletchley as well." "I see," said Dumbledore slowly. "I hope you are telling the truth, Harry, because if you are not, it would be disastrous for you. I already know that you harbor a hatred for Muggles and Muggle-borns." "Excuse me," said Harry sharply. "Who told you that I hate Muggle-borns? I don't. My own mother was Muggle-born, for Merlin's sake. I know of witches and wizards who have had Muggles for parents and yet they hate Muggles with a passion," said Dumbledore, shaking his head. "Please, Harry, stop this madness. The attacks have gone on long enough. We can work together in repairing the damage. Don't walk down this path. I urge you to reconsider what you are doing." Harry's face showed genuine surprise. "You actually believe that I am responsible for this?" he asked incredulously. When Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, Harry's eyes darkened in anger. "You will all have to swallow your words one day, old man," Harry whispered angrily as he got up. "And I will laugh in your face when that day comes when you realize that I was innocent all along. I can't believe you." Dumbledore watched as Harry walked out of the office, slamming the door in the process. Was the boy truly innocent as he claimed? If that were true, who was responsible for these attacks? Could Voldemort somehow be responsible for this? He had dismissed that idea thinking Harry was guilty, but maybe, just maybe, there was something else going on here. Or was Harry lying about it? No, Harry was many things, but he was far from stupid. Lying to the Chief Warlock was not an option. Then there was that voice. What was that all about? A flicker of surprise found its way to his eyes as he consulted a book on magical snakes. 2 weeks had passed since the incident with the headmaster. The DMLE had finally been allowed to investigate the matter, but there was no evidence of an attack. The entire school seemed to give Harry a wide berth now. Nobody in his 5th-year class seemed to want to be seated anywhere near him. Dumbledore had also been dismissed by the Board of Governors and surprisingly enough, Hagrid had been arrested. Harry guessed that he must have been accused of opening the chamber the last time. How Fudge knew about this was anyone's guess, but if Harry wanted proof of Lucius Malfoy's involvement, he had gotten it now. Daphne also seemed to want to get to the bottom of the mystery, so she spent more time in the library. Harry didn't know where to start. He was loaded to the brim with work as his OWLs drew near and he didn't have time to sleep let alone investigate what was going on. He had checked the map for Lucius Malfoy or even Voldemort, but there was nothing there. It was as though the attacker was invisible. The problem was that there was absolutely no record of any incident with the Chamber of Secrets. He tried to access Hagrid's record, but it didn't exist except for when he was expelled, so he had no idea what the half-giant had done, so he turned to the people who could inform him. "He was expelled for letting loose a creature which killed a girl in his 3rd year," said Amelia, looking through a very thin file as the mirror floated in front of her. "I don't have any other information." After he was expelled, Dumbledore apparently convinced Headmaster Dippet to keep Hagrid at Hogwarts and train him as a gamekeeper. There is no mention of the chamber at all. And don't even ask me about Tom Riddle. There is absolutely no mention of him beyond his academic records. Voldemort must have wiped them clean during the war. "Damn," muttered Harry. "Thanks, Aunt Amy. I have a Quidditch match now. I'll talk to you later." Albus Dumbledore adjusted his cloak as he walked alone in the streets of Confronting Alley. He was a man on a mission and he wouldn't leave until he got to the bottom of the mystery. He had still not figured out how Voldemort was causing the attacks on Hogwarts, but he had a pretty good idea of what was attacking the students. But he was here for another reason, to find out more information on one Tom Marvolo riddle. "Good even, Borgin," said Dumbledore as he dropped his glamour. "How have you been, old friend?" "Dumbledore," sneered Borgin as he saw his old schoolmate. "What a displeasure it is to see you. What do you want? Can't an old man drop by to visit an old friend?" said Dumbledore, smiling at the owner of Borgin and Burke's. "We were never friends, Dumbledore, so cut the crap and tell me what you want," said Borgin in a wheezy voice. "Very well," said Dumbledore as he drew himself to his fullest height, his powerful aura palpable as he looked at Borgin with narrowed eyes. "What can you tell me about a young man who worked here 50 years ago?" "He was an old student of mine, named Tom Marvolo Riddle." Borgin paled rapidly and looked ready to die of shock. He was trembling in fear as he realized who Dumbledore was referring to. He still remembered the tortured screams of his business partner Caractacus Burke when Voldemort killed him years ago. He still did not know why the Dark Lord had targeted Burke, but he had no intention of ever finding out. I have no idea what you are talking about," stuttered Borgin, trying not to gulp in fear. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed and his wand was out of his robes in a fraction of a second, far too fast for Borgin to even think. A pure ripple of magic left his wand as he cast a stunning spell on the man. With another flick, the door of the shop closed, the windows tinted so that no one would be able to see or hear what was going on. He needed information on what Voldemort had done once he left Hogwarts. He knew that Voldemort had explored the idea of Horcruxes from the memory he had received from Horace Slughorn, not to mention that soul piece that was lodged in Harry's scar, but he didn't have the faintest idea where the Dark Lord's Horcruxes could be. Unfortunately, Voldemort was too good at hiding his movements, so it would take some time. He would not let Voldemort destroy the world they were trying to rebuild. Albus had seen the cost of war and he had taken drastic steps to ensure that Voldemort was defeated, going so far as to betray people who trusted him. He would ensure the man was destroyed for good, no matter what the cost. People like Voldemort could not be allowed to live and he was willing to take any action necessary so that the people of magical Britain and beyond did not have to suffer again because of his old students' insanity and thirst for power. Legilimens. Meanwhile, Daphne had just come out from inside a bathroom, repairing the portion of the wall which she had blasted apart. She wondered if anyone knew about the pipes that were at Hogwarts. From her position, she could see small spiders crawling away through the small holes in the stone. She had never seen spiders acting this way. Her eyes widened when she realized the implications. They had never thought about spiders. Hagrid's roosters had been killed earlier this year, it had been chalked off to a wild animal from the Forbidden Forest. Wait, in which year had Hagrid been expelled? Just as Daphne rushed to the library, another girl was frowning at her, clutching a small black diary to her chest. The girl's eyes were crimson. The book which contained the records of students showed that Hagrid had been expelled in his third year. Tom Riddle, who Harry had revealed to her as Voldemort had gotten an award for special services to the school the same year. That couldn't be a coincidence, could it? What was the name of the girl that had died? Daphne's eyes widened. Oh, sweet Merlin, why had no one thought to ask her? Maybe Dumbledore had, but had never gotten an answer before. All the girls at Hogwarts tended to avoid that bathroom because of Myrtle. But first, she had to ensure her safety. She took out the book on magical snakes and copied the sheet and scribbled on it. Once done, she removed a handheld mirror which she always had in her bag. Making her way to the first-floor girls' bathroom, she observed the writing on the wall. Daphne looked at the mirror to check behind her, just to be safe. The last thing she saw was a pair of great, big yellow eyes by the sink behind her as she dropped like a stone. The Ravenclaw and Gryffindor teams were mounting their brooms when Professor McGonagall came running across the pitch. She pointed her wand at her throat. "Sonorous, this match has been cancelled. All students are to make their way to their common rooms immediately. Your heads of house will give you further instructions. Move as quickly as you can," she shouted. She then turned to Harry and said, "Potter, I think you better come with me." Some of the students were grumbling about the match being cancelled, others looked worried. Someone shouted from the crowd, "I bet Potter has murdered someone. Don't let him go." "Quiet," barked McGonagall furiously. 20 points from Gryffindor and another word from any of you and you'll be very sorry indeed. All of you to your common rooms, now. Harry quietly followed her inside the castle, his face impassive as always. He wondered what was going on. Had there been another attack? Were they calling the Aurors for an official investigation again? Was he going to be suspended? If he was, then there was no way he was ever coming to Hogwarts after that. He had enough of these people's foolishness. "This may be a bit of a shock," said Professor McGonagall, looking at Harry worriedly. Harry wondered why she was looking at him that way. Her face was filled with dread and guilt. When they stepped inside the hospital wing, Harry's face went white as a sheet as he dropped his broomstick, which fell to the floor with a clang. Daphne Greengrass was lying on the bed, one arm extended forward, her beautiful face frozen in shock. She was petrified. Harry was unable to move. He stood there silent, unable to breathe. Slowly, he made his way towards the bed, not able to tear his eyes away from the girl's face. "She was found on the first floor," said Professor McGonagall softly. "She had this mirror in her hand. We're not sure why she had that mirror at all." Harry wasn't listening to her though. He collapsed on the bed next to Daphne, unable to speak. Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey looked at each other worriedly. "Lord and Lady Greengrass have been informed," she said. "They'll be here soon. I know it doesn't count for much, but I would like to apologize for suspecting you, Potter. I really am sorry for not believing you like everyone else." Harry couldn't believe that Daphne had been attacked. She was the only one at school who had stood by him without a smidgen of doubt. He didn't know why he felt as though his heart was literally shattering into pieces. He had never felt so attached to anyone before, but Daphne was special. She was his best friend and also his fiancée. Silent tears rolled down Harry's cheeks as he sat down on the bed, holding Daphne's stiff hand. He didn't utter a sound and his face was completely blank except for the tear-filled eyes which were burning in sorrow and guilt. Professor McGonagall sighed as she walked out of the hospital wing. For someone who had always seen an impenetrable mask on Harry's face, it was startling to see him actually crying, even if he never uttered a sound. Her heart clenched in guilt for suspecting him. Albus had to be informed about this. But first, she had to inform the students about the new rules she had decided to implement. 10 minutes after she left, Sirius and Elizabeth Greengrass strolled inside the castle. When they entered the hospital wing, they saw their eldest daughter lying on the bed, stiff as a rock. Harry was sitting on a chair next to her, looking off into the distance. When they approached closer to them, the elder Greengrasses were startled to see the tear stains on Harry's cheeks. "Daphne," croaked Sirius as he placed a hand on his daughter's forehead. She was so cold. Tears pricked his eyes as he looked at the boy who was sitting still, not looking at them. "Harry," said Elizabeth softly as she moved over to him. "Harry, please, talk to us." But he remained still, his eyes unfocused. "I will make them pay for this," he whispered, his green eyes darkening slightly. "When I get my hands on whoever is responsible, I will make them pay." Harry, calm down," said Elizabeth, rubbing his back soothingly. He closed his eyes, trying his best to get his emotions under control. His eyes were burning with rage and hate. It may be days, weeks, months or years, but he would find out who was responsible for this and he would kill them personally. They would pay for what they did too. Daphne. His grip on her hand tightened. Lucius Malfoy was going to die by his hand only. He was a dead man walking. Harry would wait. He was nothing if not patient. Sometime in the future, when he was powerful enough to take him, he would ensure that Lucius regretted messing with Harry. The man would suffer in the most painful way possible. No one in Hogwarts school slept well that night. They were all in a state of shock. If Daphne Greengrass, a pureblood girl from one of the oldest families in the country and a Slytherin to boot, was attacked, how safe were the rest? But one thing was clear. Harry Potter was not the one attacking the Muggle-borns. Everyone knew from just watching them how deeply Harry cared about Daphne, so it was not difficult to conclude that they had suspected the wrong person. The heir of Slytherin was still out there, attacking the students of Hogwarts. And he didn't seem to care about purebloods either. "Thank you, Mr. Devonshire," said Lord Sirius Black as he looked at the file which contained the signed sheets of parchment. "I will have the agreed value of the shares purchased transferred to your vault." I assume the information will not make the light of day?" asked Mr. Devonshire, sweating. He swallowed nervously. He had heard about the Black Family Information Network and their ways of persuasion, but he had never had the pleasure of experiencing it himself. How the hell did Black find out that he was the owner of the Daily Prophet in the first place? He and his two business partners had ensured that it was kept quiet. The information Black had about them was too terrifying to even think about. But he would get back at Black one day. He wasn't going to be a sitting duck. He could already sense the subtle shift in power. Politics was heavily dependent on the media, and Lord Sirius Black now controlled the Daily Prophet. "Enjoy your day, Mr. Devonshire," said Sirius with a smile. When the disgruntled and angry older man turned to walk towards the door, Sirius' smile dropped as he pointed his wand at the man's back. "Obliviate. Stupefy. I think the DMLE would love to get their hands on you and your two friends," said Sirius with a smirk. "Smuggling illegal potions and artifacts. You all should realize now why the Blacks have always held power and why we have considered ourselves close to royalty. And it is time we got it back. You should have left my son alone. Let's see what the Daily Prophet says about Harry Potter with me in charge." Harry waved his wand as he conjured a bunch of multicolored orchids which he placed at Daphne's bedside table. He hadn't spoken a word to anyone at Hogwarts since the incident. Sirius had told him about the change in ownership of the Daily Prophet. It was now equally owned by the houses of Potter and Black, but of course, no one would know that. It was under an alias, under the name of one Frank Olive. Any information about the true holders of the shares was covered under a mountain of paperwork so that no one would bother looking for it, or find it. Sirius had gone an extra mile and actually created a fake identity for Frank Olive. No one would know that he never existed. "I miss you," whispered Harry as he rubbed Daphne's hand with his thumb. He frowned when he felt something in her fist. He looked down and felt a sheet of parchment nested inside her hand, and he spent several seconds trying to get it out. Once he smoothed the sheet, he read what was in it. "Of the many fearsome beasts and monsters that roam our land, there is none more curious or more deadly than the basilisk, known also as the king of serpents. This snake, which may reach a gigantic size and live many hundreds of years, is born from a chicken's egg, hatched beneath a toad. Its methods of killing are most wondrous, for aside from its deadly and venomous fangs, the basilisk has a murderous stare, and all who are fixed with the beam of its eye shall suffer instant death. Spiders flee before the basilisk, for it is their mortal enemy, and the basilisk flees only from the crowing of the rooster, which is fatal to it." Harry frowned because he had ruled out the possibility of the creature being a basilisk. But he saw that Daphne had written something at the bottom of the sheet. "Pipes, plumbing inside the castle. Ask Beeping Myrtle, may be able to find out more. Windows, spiders acting strangely. Hagrid's roosters, killed. Ergo, the basilisk. But the basilisk's gaze kills, doesn't it? Then why wasn't anyone dead? Oh wait, no one did look the creature in the eye. All of them looked at it indirectly, which was what caused the petrification in the first place. There had always been a barrier, water on the ground, a ghost, mirrors. Beeping Myrtle. She was the one killed 50 years ago, wasn't she?" Harry's eyes widened. Why hadn't he thought about that before? Between all the studying he had been doing along with the shit he was dealing with from the students of the school and the rest of the country, he had discounted a major part of the mystery. His blood chilled when he thought about the basilisk that was at Hogwarts. He remembered what Amelia had told him months ago about a basilisk. "And a good thing too," said Amelia darkly. "A basilisk will cause an international red alert because it can be used for mass destruction. Can you imagine the damage someone like Voldemort could do if he gained access to a basilisk? He could wreak havoc in scales we can't even imagine. Oh, dear Merlin, there was a bloody weapon of mass destruction right under the castle." He quickly got up and walked towards the first-floor corridor when he heard a voice echoing throughout the hallways. "All students return to their house common rooms at once. Teachers report to the staff room immediately." Harry frowned. Something must have happened. He cast a Notice Me Not charm over himself using the locket, silenced his feet and went over to the staff room. He stood outside and cast an eavesdropping charm and listened. It's happened. A student has been taken right into the chamber itself. The heir has left another message. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. This is going to be the end of Hogwarts. Dumbledore always said, said McGonagall, sounding worried and scared. "Who is it?" whispered Madam Hooch. "Ginny Weasley," replied McGonagall morosely. Harry left and quickly went towards the first-floor girls' bathroom. He had to verify Daphne's theory. He had actually never come to this part of the castle. He had no reason to come here too because the hallway did not connect to Ravenclaw Tower or any of his classrooms. Just as he entered the bathroom, he was assaulted by another memory. He had found it. He could feel his excitement and elation at finding the entrance to Salazar Slytherin's famous Chamber of Secrets. It had taken him 4 years and now, he would find out what was here. He looked at the sink in front of him. "Open," he said, slipping easily into Parseltongue as he always had. The sink expanded, leaving a pipe he could slide through. Harry gasped when he came out of the memory, wincing in pain as he clutched his head. Breathing hard, he looked around and noticed that a ghost was watching him. "Are you Myrtle?" he asked uncertainly. "Yes, what do you want?" asked the ghost, looking grumpy. "I was wondering if you could tell me how you died," he asked slowly. "Ooh, it was dreadful," she said with relish. "It happened right in here. I died in this very stall. I remember it so well. I'd hidden because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. The door was locked, and I was crying, and then I heard somebody come in. They said something funny. A different language, I think it must have been. Anyway, what really got me was that it was a boy speaking. So I unlocked the door, to tell him to go and use his own toilet, and then," Myrtle swelled importantly, her face shining. "I died." "How?" said Harry, narrowing his eyes, his mind working furiously as he put the pieces together. "No idea," said Myrtle in hushed tones. "I just remember seeing a pair of great, big, yellow eyes by that sink. My whole body sort of seized up, and then I was floating away." "Has someone else come to ask you about this?" asked Harry, going by a hunch. "Maybe Dumbledore." "Don't mention him in front of me," screeched Myrtle angrily. "I hate that man. If he could control his precious Gryffindors better I would never have died. But no, Dumbledore always favored his little lions. No one cared about poor Myrtle. No, even after I died, Hornby got away with it all, didn't she? Dumbledore ensured that she wasn't given any punishment. The last time Dumbledore tried to talk to me I ensured that he didn't sleep for weeks as I pestered him, blaming him for my death. I won't speak to him, now or ever. He doesn't care about poor, moping, beeping Myrtle." Harry blinked his eyes rapidly, processing that information. No wonder Snape got away with favoring the Slytherins so blatantly. Dumbledore used to do the same with the Gryffindors. Was it any wonder that house rivalry was as bad as it was with people like them in charge? "Open," said Harry, slipping easily into Parseltongue like it was second nature to him. The tap glowed with a brilliant white light and began to spin. Next second, the sink began to move. The sink, in fact, sank, right out of sight, leaving a large pipe exposed, a pipe wide enough for 5 people to slide into. His wand slipped out of its holster and into his waiting hand. Taking a deep breath, Harry jumped into the pipe. It was like rushing down a dark, slimy slide. The light from the tip of his wand gave off an eerie image. Harry could see many other pipes which were branching off in several directions. Daphne's theory was right. The basilisk had been using the plumbing that had been installed in the castle to launch its attacks. It really was a brilliant design on Salazar's part. Plumbing had not been invented in the Muggle world at that time, but even though it was not necessary for magical castles, Salazar had adapted the technique to use it to deploy the basilisk. He cast the momentum-arresting charm on himself as the end of the pipe neared and landed gracefully on both feet, eyes vigilant. Scourgify, he cast silently and all the slime that had gathered on his face and clothes disappeared, leaving him clean. He was in some sort of wet tunnel. They were probably under the lake and he grimaced when he stepped on a mountain of fish bones. His body went stiff when he saw the snakeskin. It looked black from the distance but would shine a dark, blackish green when the light fell on it. There was a lot of shed skin here and he didn't even want to think about the size of the basilisk. He walked for a couple of minutes when he reached a great stone wall with 2 snakes intertwined. The eyes of the snakes were glittering emeralds. "Open," hissed Harry. The massive stone wall parted, giving him entry, as his hands shook slightly due to fear. Reinforcing his mental shields, Harry walked inside the Chamber of Secrets. He was standing at the end of a very long and dimly lit chamber. Giant statues of snakes were on both sides. The ceiling was lost in the darkness and there was an odd greenish glow to the entire place. Ancient lighting charms and torches illuminated a large statue 200 meters from his position, and he could see from so far away that Ginny Weasley was lying down in front of it. He slowly walked towards her, idly looking around for the basilisk. He reached the girl, bent down and shook her arm. "Weasley, wake up." "She won't wake," said a soft voice. Harry immediately stood up and took his dueling stance in record time. His eyes narrowed when he saw a tall black-haired boy leaning against a stone pillar. The edges of his body seemed to be blurred, but otherwise, he looked quite solid. And he was also holding a wand. "Who are you?" asked Harry quietly, still not having moved from his stance. "Tom Riddle," he said quietly. "Voldemort," breathed Harry, his eyes wide in shock. "You're responsible for these attacks. But I checked, I thought for sure that you were not in the castle." "Oh, so you know who I am." Riddle smirked. "Good, very good, Harry. That ensures that I have your attention." Harry saw that Riddle was gripping Ginny's wand. What in Merlin's name was he? This was not the Voldemort he had detected last year, was he? How did Voldemort circumvent the enchantments on the map? "What are you?" "A memory," said Riddle quietly. "Preserved in a diary for 50 years. "Don't test my intelligence," snapped Harry, sounding annoyed. "You are not a mere memory." "True," Riddle nodded, looking amused. "I know that you are far from stupid, Harry Potter. Ginny has told me all about you, about how you got yourself accepted into the accelerated program, about how you won the Under-13 International Dueling Championship, everything. Most impressive, I must admit." "I'm glad you think so," Harry said curtly. His brain worked overtime, thinking about what in their surroundings he could use against Riddle. "I have waited a long time to meet you, Harry Potter," said Riddle softly, eyeing Harry hungrily. "So long." Harry's eyes fell on the diary that was held in Ginny Weasley's hands. Several memories came slamming into Harry's mind, but this time he was ready. He created a pocket in his mind, trapping the memories within so that he could view them later. "Why did Weasley open the chamber?" "Oh, figured it out, have you?" said Riddle, smiling broadly. "It's not like she had a choice. Stupid little Ginny has been writing in my diary all year, telling me all sorts of things. Things she had never told anyone else. I grew stronger as she poured her fears and secrets into me day after day. She began pouring her soul into me, and that was exactly what I needed. Slowly I grew stronger, Harry, and I began ordering the attacks on the mudbloods in the school." Riddle's eyes had a red tint to them now, and Harry watched the boy, his face still impassive. He needed an opening to attack. "But of course, my initial plan took a backseat once Ginny told me your fascinating history," said Riddle, his eyes not leaving Harry's face. "About how you survived a killing curse at the age of 1 and managed to actually reflect it back at the caster, namely me. So I wanted to know more about you. I was quite stunned when Ginny told me that you were a Parselmouth, so that increased my desire to find you, to talk to you." "And did you think I would have been interested in talking to an alternate version of my parents' killer?" spat Harry. "I knew that you wouldn't talk to me, Harry. That's why I thought I could make things more interesting. But before that could happen, someone had discovered my secret. Your little girlfriend discovered the existence of the basilisk and how it was using the pipes concealed in the school to launch its attacks. If Greengrass ran off to the ministry, it would be nearly impossible for me to talk to you. So I decided to eliminate her. Of course, she is a smart girl, I will give her that. When she realized that there was a possibility of an attack, she took the necessary precautions. If not for that stupid handheld mirror, she would have died, just like I wanted her to." "Why did you want to target Daphne?" said Harry through gritted teeth. "Did you think I would be easier to talk to if you had killed my best friend, my fiancé?" Riddle laughed loudly. "For someone who supposedly shuts off his emotions, you are quite attached to her, aren't you?" he said with a smirk. "A natural occlumens, very interesting. I had to learn occlumency on my own, though, but I did possess a natural talent for legilimency. We do have so many things in common, don't we, Harry?" "What do you mean?" "Well, both of us are orphans, both of us are quite exceptional when it comes to magic," said Riddle. "Both of us have a natural affinity for the mind arts. We even look alike, don't we? We are both Parselmouths. Both of us are half-blood and—" "You're a half-blood?" asked Harry in surprise. He had tried to find out any and all information about Tom Riddle from Hogwarts and the Ministry, but all useful information had been wiped clean. He knew that Riddle was not a British wizarding name, but he had expected something else, not this. "Of course I am," said Riddle, his face distorting in rage. He traced his wand in the air as he began writing. Tom Marvolo Riddle. He slashed his wand in the air and the letters rearranged, the letters forming. "I am Lord Voldemort. Did you think I would keep my filthy Muggle father's name forever? I, in whose veins flows the blood of Salazar Slytherin himself, on my mother's side. No, Harry. I chose a new name, a name someday everyone would be too scared to speak when I became the greatest sorcerer in the world. It didn't turn out that way, did it?" Harry smirked. "How pathetic must you really be if you were unable to kill a 15-month-old infant?" "Yes," said Riddle, clenching his teeth. "How is that you, a defenseless baby, managed to survive the killing curse? How did you survive with nothing more than a scar as Lord Voldemort's powers were destroyed?" "No one knows how and why the curse rebounded on you," Harry answered in a calm voice. "My mother performed a sacrificial ritual based on blood magic, but it would not have worked against something as deadly as the Avada Kedavra curse, at least that was her hypothesis from what I've read from her journal. Maybe it worked or maybe it didn't. But the ritual would not have reflected the curse back at the caster. Since I was just a baby then, I can't remember what happened or how I managed to do so. It's a mystery to me as well." Riddle began laughing, a high, cold laugh. "Blood magic," he repeated, quite amused. "My, oh my, looks like your mother wasn't as light as I heard, Harry. From what I have been told, Lily Potter was considered the epitome of the light and yet she dabbled in the dark arts." "My mother was a brilliant woman and a pragmatist," Harry shot back. His green eyes were focused on Riddle's form, trying to piece together the puzzle that was Lord Voldemort. He was curious. What had made Riddle want to become the psychopath killer that he was? He needed more information, and for that, he needed to talk to Riddle. Voldemort was clearly alive and had a lot of secrets. This was probably the golden opportunity to learn more about the man that had wanted to kill him as an infant more than a decade ago. She knew that her son's life was in danger and took action. "I don't believe in the stupid stigma called light magic or dark magic. It's all the same. It is the intent behind the use of magic which makes it dark or light. Magic in its purest form does not come with such labels attached to it. It is just that, magic, and my mother understood that." Riddle smirked. "Oh, you certainly aren't Dumbledore's golden boy, are you?" he cooed. "The old man is quite bigoted when it comes to anything even remotely related to the dark arts. I heard you don't like muggles as well. That shows how alike we are, doesn't it? What is this, a recruiting ground?" Harry sneered. "Do you think I'll join you, a man who is so demented and insane that he needlessly killed thousands of witches and wizards for his own personal amusement? As for me hating muggles, I have a reason for it. I was raised by my mother's muggle sister and her husband. I was abused mentally and physically throughout my childhood. I was given little to no food to eat while forced to sleep in a tiny boot cupboard under the stairs. They beat me up every day for accidental magic, and had I not escaped when I was 7 years old, I would have died. None of the muggles in the area helped me even though all the signs of abuse were present. Were you nearly beaten to death during your childhood? Were you starved day after day? Were you scorned by your teachers and neighbors? Were your parents' memories tarnished by others spreading rumors that they were drunken prostitutes? I have every right to hate them. They didn't do anything to help me but instead made my life miserable. What reason do you have? You're the one who hates Muggle-borns along with Muggles. I have no problems with Muggle-borns. My own mother was Muggle-born. A brilliant one at that. Magic is magic and you are killing the very thing which makes us different. You are a fool, Riddle." Riddle was quiet. That was not what he had expected. Just as he was about to speak and let the boy know of his own horrible childhood, Harry took his moment to attack. His wand slashed in the air and a jet of blue light flew from the tip of his wand. Riddle dodged it and waved his own wand. Jets of light flew from both foci, their curses becoming lethal. These were the curses Harry had studied from books in the Black Library, and they were quite dark in nature. The pain one would feel if it was inflicted on them was truly horrifying. They were indeed the dark arts, but Harry had come to realize that there was again a difference between the dark arts and the black arts, the latter being quite dangerous, from what he had read from his mother's notes. The dark wasn't something that shouldn't be learnt. Anything in excess was bad, including light magic. Balance was essential, but Dumbledore, in his fear of dark wizards, had removed several subjects when he became headmaster of Hogwarts to ensure that only light magic was taught. That led to poor quality witches and wizards graduating every year. They were slow and sloppy, not to mention weak. The balance was broken, but on the other hand, Voldemort and his Death Eaters were perfect examples of what would happen should one sink too deep into the darkest of magic. Voldemort and Bellatrix were literally insane. Harry flicked his wand at the pool of water to his right. The water rose into the air, he quickly spun his wand in a small round motion and the water immediately flew towards Riddle, trapping him in a large liquid sphere. The tip of Harry's wand was glowing bright blue while he was using his offhand to steer the sphere to the other side. Suddenly, Riddle broke free and banished huge gallons of water back at his opponent. Harry charmed it to solidify into ice and transfigured it into tiny, razor-sharp ice crystals and flung them back at Riddle. The other boy slashed his wand in the air and transfigured the ice crystals into grains of sand. He then moved his wand in a circular motion many times, pointing it up. The sand formed a mini tornado which was fast approaching Harry. Harry then pointed his wand at one of the ancient torches in the chamber which flew off its hold. The fire disintegrated the sand tornado, but it turned into a giant fire eagle which launched itself at Riddle. But it no longer was an eagle, but a large black serpent moving towards Harry, who blasted it to smoke, which solidified within seconds to form several daggers which moved towards Riddle. The older boy conjured marble to impact the daggers, but some of them escaped and hit him in the head and chest. Harry had just dodged the block of marble which had headed his way when he saw the daggers impact Riddle. "It's over, Tom." "You," said Harry, but stopped mid-sentence with his jaw hanging open in shock. Tom Riddle smiled at Harry widely. The holes that had formed in his chest and head had disappeared as if they had never existed. "Did you think you could defeat me, Harry? I am Lord Voldemort, the greatest and most powerful wizard in history. One that was able to drive Dumbledore away from this castle. Did you think I would lose to a mere 12-year-old boy?" He sneered. Harry stood silently, breathing hard. This was not a regular body, it was a magical construct, so conventional means would not work. How else was he supposed to kill him? "Do you feel safe now, Harry Potter? You were foolish to come here alone. There's no one here to help you. What's going to stop you from dying now?" Harry was frozen at his spot when he heard something. Music was coming from somewhere. He and Riddle turned and spotted a beautiful phoenix flying towards them. Fawkes dropped something in Harry's hands and settled on his shoulder. "The Sorting Hat." Riddle laughed. "This is proving to be quite entertaining. Let's see what you and the Songbird can do against the King of Serpents." Riddle turned towards the massive statue and hissed, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." Harry backed away, looking for a way to escape. Maybe coming down here alone wasn't a good idea after all. He conjured a rooster and hit it with an amplifying charm. The rooster crowed, but Riddle laughed. "Impressive conjuration, Harry, but it won't work," he said with a smile. "This is Salazar Slytherin's basilisk. It is not that easy to defeat it. Kill him." Harry closed his eyes as he felt Fawkes lift off into the air. Extending his senses, Harry flicked his wand at Riddle's general direction as he began shooting curses, anything to distract Riddle. He put the Sorting Hat over his head for all the good it would do, but he had never practiced magic with his eyes closed. Harry winced in pain as he hit a massive snake statue, having been thrown off his feet by a blasting curse. Blood poured from behind his head and smeared on the stone pillar as he panted. Why did Salazar keep a basilisk in a school? It made no sense. He founded Hogwarts to protect magical children from the Muggles. So there was no way he would use it to kill the students of the castle, Muggle-born or not. It was his job to protect the students. Protect. That was it. Salazar did not raise this basilisk to kill the students, but rather to protect the students in case the Muggles ever invaded the castle. It was probably the final backup plan, in case all was lost. The snake had been here for more than 1,000 years, it must be confused as to who really was the enemy. When he heard the basilisk shriek in agony, Harry opened his eyes, not being able to stop himself. The sight before him made him gasp. The basilisk was probably 70 feet long. It was fighting the phoenix which was flying circles around the great snake. Harry saw that blood was leaking from the basilisk's eyes. Fawkes must have destroyed its eyes. No. Leave the bird. Leave the bird, screamed Riddle. The boy is behind you. You can smell him. Kill him. Thank you for believing in the true legacy of Salazar Slytherin, Mr. Potter, and not the twisted version that history has turned him into. You are truly worthy of being the heir of Gryffindor. Godric would be proud of you, said the Sorting Hat in Harry's mind. The next second, Harry felt something very hard and heavy hitting him on the head, which almost knocked him out. He pulled the hat away from his head, only to grab a handle. He pulled on it to grab a gleaming silver sword probably 3 feet long, its handle glittering with rubies the size of eggs. The basilisk approached him. Harry quickly raised the sword, but what was the use? He had learnt martial arts, but not fencing. The basilisk lunged blindly. It missed him, but it struck the giant snake statue, sending chunks of stone everywhere. Harry tried to strike it back, but the great tail of the snake hit him instead, bodily throwing him across the chamber. Harry whimpered in pain as he got to his feet. Fawkes was trying to distract the basilisk, but it won't be for long. Conjuring a ladder, Harry climbed on top of one of the snake statues. "Here, Snakey, Snakey," hissed Harry, holding the sword in both hands. The basilisk heard him and struck blindly, its mouth wide open. Taking his chance, Harry plunged the sword deep into the snake's mouth all the way to the hilt. It pierced the snake's brain, killing it instantly. With a hiss, the basilisk rolled over and crashed on the floor, bringing him with it. When Harry crashed on the floor painfully, he noticed something. A fang was stuck to his forearm below his elbow. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. White-hot pain was spreading throughout his body. Tears began to well in his eyes as he realized that he was going to die. Tisk, tisk, Riddle clicked his tongue as he walked closer, a smirk on his lips. "Oh, how sad. Are you in pain? Do you feel lightheaded? Is there anything I can do?" He laughed softly. "You'll be dead in seconds, Harry Potter. Remember now that this is what happens to those who oppose Lord Voldemort. Say that to your dear mudblood mother when you see her. No one can stop me from conquering the world, not even the precious boy who lived." But he felt better. What was happening? Harry looked down and saw that Fawkes was crying into the wound. Thick tears were falling on the skin where the fang had pierced him, healing him. "Phoenix tears. Get away, bird," snarled Riddle. Harry's eyes caught sight of the diary several feet away. Wandlessly summoning it, he took the basilisk fang in his hand and plunged it into the pages. "No," screamed Riddle, but that is the last thing he said before there was a scream from the diary. Ink poured out of it like blood as Riddle vanished after withering and screaming, and suddenly, the chamber was silent. "Thank you, Fawkes," said Harry softly as he stroked the beautiful feathers of the phoenix. "I owe you my life. I really was reckless coming down here alone, but thank you for having my back." Fawkes trilled happily, but Harry smirked slightly. "This still doesn't change anything, though. I still hate your companion." The magical bird trilled again, apparently not expecting anything else. Harry limped forward towards the basilisk. He removed the sword that was nested in the mouth. He held it up against the light and his eyes widened. On the blade, just below the hit were the words, "Godric Gryffindor, why you gave me the sword?" Harry whispered, addressing the Sorting Hat. "I know of my family history. You had the sword all along. Generations of Potters have been searching for it for centuries and Godric had hidden it right under our noses. When Geraldine Gryffindor and Alan Potter had a son, Godric was in a dilemma," the Sorting Hat replied. He didn't know whether to pass on the Gryffindor family titles and fortune to his grandchild, not sure if his descendants would be worthy of it. However, he finally decided that he would test them, and that his treasures would only pass on to a child of the Potter family who embodied what Hogwarts represented. The hat continued, "The only way for any Potter to claim the Gryffindor title and fortune, as you know, is to find his legendary sword. That much is known to the Potters, considering they have been searching for it for the last 1,000 years, but what you didn't know was that it wasn't a game of hide and seek. Godric entrusted me with the sword and told me to present it to someone of his blood who I felt was worthy. I have sorted generations of Potters into all 4 houses of Hogwarts. Many of them were exceptional, but I waited. Today, however, I present the sword to you. You embody the true heritage of Hogwarts, bravery, loyalty, intelligence and ambition. You truly believed that Salazar could not have been evil, and that was what made me finally choose you. You are unique, Harry Potter. I have never encountered anyone like you before. You are truly worthy of bearing Godric's family name. Welcome back, Lord Gryffindor. A sheen of golden light formed on the surface of the sword and Harry felt an aura wash over him. Golden light enveloped him and after a few seconds, the magic seeped into his skin as a ring appeared on his left ring finger. It was a large ruby placed on a gold band with a lion on it. He had gained the Gryffindor title, something which his ancestors had been trying for centuries. Thank you, Hat, said Harry sincerely. I am merely doing my job, said the Hat. A few seconds later, Harry heard a groan. He turned to his left and saw Ginny Weasley waking up. His face became impassive again. He tried to ignore it, but couldn't help but be annoyed with the girl. She was a pureblood, shouldn't she know that a diary such as that was dangerous? While he could admit that she was just a naive 11-year-old girl, he couldn't help but feel that if she hadn't been so stupid, all of this could have been avoided. Ignoring the babbling girl and supremely unbothered by her distress, Harry picked up the Sorting Hat and sword and magically attached them to his belt. Delicately grasping Fawkes' feathers with one hand while taking Weasley's hand with the other, they escaped the chamber through the pipes. When they emerged, they saw Professors McGonagall and Flitwick there, with their wands raised. Oh, thank Mother Magic you're all right, said McGonagall shakily. We were informed by Myrtle that you went into the chamber, Potter, and we were trying to come after you, but the wards wouldn't budge. Come on, your godfather and Miss Weasley's parents and are in the headmaster's office. Perhaps it is better to take them to the hospital wing, Minerva, Professor Flitwick interrupted as the sink sealed shut behind him as Harry closed it with a Parseltongue command. What? McGonagall blinked in confusion as Fawkes disappeared in a flash of flame. Oh yes, come on, you two. Let's get you to Poppy. Harry was still feeling dizzy as he limped along. The pain was unbearable now that he had nothing else to focus on. When they reached the hospital wing, they saw that the petrified students had been revived. Daphne was sitting on her bed with her parents by her side, wearing a stony expression on her face. Poppy, cried Flitwick, we need you here. Madame Pomfrey came over and led them over to a bed. The other students were all looking at them, wondering what was going on. Just when she finished scanning Ginny, the doors burst open and they all heard a screech. Ginny, screamed Molly Weasley as she ran towards them, grabbing her daughter in a tight hug. You saved her. She turned towards Harry to hug him as well, but a shield materialized in front of her, pushing her back. Molly Weasley's face turned red with anger when she spotted Elizabeth Greengrass with her wand raised. Who do you think you are? She screeched. He is not comfortable with strangers hugging him, Elizabeth replied, unfazed. As for who I am, I'm his future mother-in-law. Now if you would kindly let Madame Pomfrey treat him, it would be greatly appreciated. Harry smiled gratefully at her. Just then, Sirius, Amelia, two of her Aurors and Dumbledore arrived as well. The threat of the Chamber of Secrets has been neutralized, said Harry quietly. Madame Pomfrey hissed next to him as she scanned him. What the hell happened down there? She exclaimed. You have fractured bones, a concussion, internal bleeding, and trauma to the skull and spine. You have also been poisoned, but I can't tell by what because it has already been neutralized. You were bitten, yelped Daphne, looking horrified. The poison is basilisk venom, said Harry, making people gasp and Dumbledore grimace. Don't worry, the basilisk is dead. You need to be healed. Madame Pomfrey yelled hysterically. Sirius was looking frantic. The poison reacts too fast. It has been neutralized, as you said. Fawkes cried into the wound. Here, this was what caused the Chamber of Secrets to open in the first place. He gave the diary to Dumbledore who looked at it with keen eyes. It was Voldemort's 16-year-old self, Professor, said Harry quietly. Brilliant, said Dumbledore softly. He never thought that Tom would make one of his Horcruxes into a weapon such as this. It was quite unconventional. He was beyond happy that a Horcrux had been identified and destroyed. He would most definitely ensure that Harry was rewarded for this. Perhaps an award for special services to the school would suffice. I'll need to vanish your clothes, Potter, she said. With a flick of his wand, Harry's uniform vanished and he was lying there in his underwear. Miss Greengrass, could you please scrub him clean while I heal him? We don't want any residual poison on his skin. Of course, Daphne said quickly as she took the sponge from her, carefully wiping his body with it. I would like to see the memory of the event, if you would please, Harry, said Dumbledore. Later, Albus, Madame Pomfrey snapped, looking annoyed. He's been through a terrible ordeal and is suffering from magical exhaustion. Potter needs time to heal. No, it's all right, Madame Pomfrey, said Harry tiredly. Pointing his wand to his head, he removed the memory just as Dumbledore passed him a file. I know that I was wrong in suspecting you, my boy, but I have to tell you that I am incredibly proud of you. Dumbledore smiled at Harry as he accepted the memory. Sirius, he murmured, motioning his godfather to come closer, ignoring the headmaster. When he did, Harry gripped his locket and a privacy bubble formed around them. It was Lucius Malfoy, said Harry quietly. He was behind it all. How can you tell? Asked Sirius sharply. See that diary? I recognize it. Lucius placed it in Ginny Weasley's cauldron after he and Arthur Weasley fought in Flourish and Blots last year. The memory is not clear, but I know what I saw. There was also an incident with his house elf, Dobby. The elf repeatedly came to warn me about danger at Hogwarts and that I should go home. Lucius was also responsible for Hagrid getting arrested and Dumbledore getting suspended. He planted the diary, I'm sure of it. It belonged to Voldemort and Lucius was one of his high-ranking Death Eaters, wasn't he? Sirius' eyes narrowed. Are you absolutely sure? Positive, said Harry confidently. Then I believe I should pay dear Lucius a visit. When you negotiate with him, can you get his elf Dobby freed? He asked hopefully. The little guy risked his life to help me and I don't want him killed by Lucius in his anger. I'll see what I can do, Sirius replied quietly. Rest for now, son. I'll be back soon, all right. Harry nodded as his head hit the pillow, feeling butterflies in his stomach when he heard Sirius refer to him as his son. Amelia finished speaking to Ginny Weasley. When Dumbledore wasn't looking, Harry discreetly gave her a copy of the memory. Don't let him see it, whispered Harry. This has a little extra to it and I have plans for this. Amelia nodded as she put it inside her large robes. She was 5 months pregnant at this point, but her robes hid her belly. Telling them that she would be back later for any further inquiries, she and the two Aurors left the hospital wing. Dumbledore was still looking at the diary as he made his way out of the room as well. Tippy, Harry called out quietly. When the elf appeared, he said, take this sword and fang and place it in the vault in my study, will you? Yes, master, Tippy said happily as she left with the items. I'm all right, he said softly, addressing the elder Greengrasses. I'm just tired. Don't ever scare us like that again, Elizabeth whispered worriedly, placing a gentle key on his head. Harry felt a rush of emotion as he looked at her with affection. I'll try, he told her, wearing a small smile. But that was the last he said before the dreamless sleep potion took effect and he was out like a light. As they walked out of Hogwarts, Cyrus looked at his wife. He is warming up to us, isn't he? Elizabeth nodded and smiled. Lucius Malfoy had just finished negotiating with his business partner in France. When he came back to the villa he owned in the middle of a vineyard in northern France, Dobby appeared in front of him. Master, Lord Black is here to see you, said Dobby, shakily. What? Said Lucius sharply. Pursing his lips, he said, show him in. And Dobby. Crucio. A jet of red light impacted the elf for a second, making him shriek in pain. Shakily, he popped away and a few minutes later, Lord Sirius Black was escorted into the drawing room, impeccably dressed as always. Lucius hated the fact that there was going to be a new male heir for the House of Black. There was absolutely no way for Draco to inherit the title and fortune now. Lucius, how have you been? Asked Sirius cheerfully as he sat down in an armchair opposite to the man. Malfoy's lip curled. Sirius, he greeted him. I didn't know you were in France. Oh, until a few hours ago, I wasn't. But I had some important matters to deal with, so while I was here, I thought I could visit my favorite cousin. Lucius waited for a while as Sirius stared into the fire. Do you, by any chance, recognize the name Tom Marvolo Riddle? What? Snapped Lucius, but his eyes bulged out. How had this man come across that name? The Dark Lord had ensured that there were no traces of it. He himself had erased all knowledge about the Dark Lord's past in the Ministry archives, leaving only the barest essentials behind. Yes, Tom Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort. Sirius barked out a laugh. Dear Merlin, who would have guessed that the Dark Lord was nothing more than a filthy mudblood? Lucius clenched his hands in fury. How dare Black call the Dark Lord a mudblood? His lord was the heir of Salazar Slytherin. He was incredibly powerful, so it was easy to ignore his less than savory heritage. Very few people actually knew about it. He and Barty Crouch Jr. had known. And Lucius knew that his father Abraxas and the others in the generation like Thaddeus Nott and Randolph Lestrange also knew about it. The other Death Eaters were blissfully unaware, just like the Dark Lord wanted it. That was not to say that others had not tried to reveal the information to the public. Albus Dumbledore had tried to get the information printed in the Daily Prophet, but the Dark Lord had personally tortured and killed the editor, Dorcas Meadows, one of the old headmaster's supporters and member of the Order of the Phoenix, before that edition of the newspaper was printed. After that, the paper changed ownership and Dumbledore had no control over it again. Lucius was a believer in the pureblood cause, true, but it didn't really matter that their lord wasn't pure because he was the leader who fought for the rights of purebloods. That was enough. Besides, being Salazar's heir was sufficient to gain the respect of many. "I have some information here, Lucius," said Sirius as he opened a small notebook. "This book has been in my family for centuries and it is quite useful in times of need. Do you want to know what it says?" Lucius Malfoy could feel sweat forming on his brow. He knew that the book wasn't the original. Merlin knows Black wasn't that stupid to remove the infamous book filled with blackmail material from his vault. This was probably for Theatrix, but he wondered what he had in the original book. He knew of several families that had suffered because of the information that generations of Blacks had collected. There was a reason the House of Black was considered one of the most powerful families in magical Europe. Even now, Lucius wondered how they did it. The head of House Ring gleaming at him from Sirius' finger really did not help any. "Let us take a brief history lesson, shall we?" Sirius smirked. There were several most ancient and noble houses in our country centuries back, but many of them are now, unfortunately, extinct. The most ancient houses are the oldest families in magical Britain, dating back to the time of King Arthur of the Royal House of Pendragon, the last magical king of Britain. In fact, King Arthur was the last magical king in the world. All other major magical dynasties, Narmer of ancient magical Egypt, the line of Qin of ancient magical China, the Akkadians of ancient magical Mesopotamia, and the Ikshvaku clan of ancient magical India, all of them had been replaced by Muggle emperors. Lucius wondered where he was going with this. His gray eyes were narrowed and he gripped the handle of his cane. The most ancient and noble houses like Black, Potter, Peverell, Nott, Greengrass, Slytherin, Gryffindor, Longbottom, Smith, Ollivander, Lestrange and several other now extinct families were all once serving under King Arthur in his court at Camelot. Once the king died, Lord Murthan entrusted the future of the magical world to us, through the Wizards' Council, the Wizengamot. The royal line ended with Arthur, but an offshoot Muggle line ascended to the throne. Witches and wizards did not like serving a Muggle, but it continued. A few centuries passed and there was the Norman invasion of England which brought about families like yours to magical Britain. "That's where this book comes in," said Sirius, acting as though he was reading the said book. "Interesting, so the land on which Malfoy Manor sits was presented to you by a Muggle. It seems Armand Malfoy was quite close to the then Muggle king, Willem, I'm told. I also have proof that later in the 16th century, Lucius Malfoy, a man you were named after, had very close contact with Queen Elizabeth I. He was courting her, wasn't he? Then there is evidence that for centuries you curried favor with the Muggle royals. Interacting with them." Lucius' face was pale. This information was something which the Malfoy family had gone to great lengths to suppress, with all the evidence destroyed. How had the Blacks gotten their hands on it? The Muggle royals came under a lot of fire when they refused to help witches and wizards, leading to the formation of the International Statute of Secrecy, Sirius continued. All over the world, the Muggle royal houses are hated for the way they, directly and indirectly, led to the slaughter of countless witches and wizards in their bid to keep us downtrodden. If this information gets out, Lucius, the downfall of the ancient and noble house of Malfoy is imminent. People still haven't forgotten the atrocities committed by the royals against witches and wizards. Mother Magic herself does not favor them. That's why there has not been a single Muggle born in their families anywhere in the world, even though all of them, however distantly, had magical ancestors. "What do you want?" said Lucius, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. "How dare you try to endanger my son's life?" hissed Sirius angrily. How dare you use one of Voldemort's little trinkets to open the Chamber of Secrets and put innocent children in danger? Did you think we would not figure it out? I have no idea what you are talking about, Lucius replied smoothly, wondering what Sirius was talking about in referring to Harry Potter as his son. Cut the crap, Lucius. I saw you put the diary in Ginny Weasley's cauldron in Flourish and Blots. That diary possessed that girl and unleashed a basilisk inside Hogwarts, petrifying Muggle-borns and nearly killing the heiress of House Greengrass and the heir of Houses Potter and Black. You fool. If Harry or Daphne had died, do you think Sirius Greengrass or I would have let you go scot-free? We would have hunted you down and killed you. I'm quite tempted to do it now, anyway. Basilisk, yelped Lucius, his eyes wide. The Dark Lord had never said anything about that. He only said that it would cause the Chamber of Secrets to open, getting rid of the filthy Muggle-borns in the school. Yes, you fool, a basilisk. Snapped Sirius. My godson had to kill a bloody basilisk. Do you have any idea what would happen to you if people found proof of your involvement? You would be awarded the Dementor's key. The International Confederation of Wizards would have you utterly destroyed for putting thousands of children in danger by unleashing the deadliest magical creature known to wizard kind, and nothing and no one would then help you. Malfoy was white as a sheet. He had put his own son in danger. There had been a basilisk roaming in the bowels of Hogwarts and he had been unaware of it. He had put his own son in danger in the process. If something had happened to Draco, he didn't even want to think about it. The boy may be spoiled, but Lucius and Narcissa loved him dearly. I haven't even mentioned the other part, said Sirius calmly, leaning back. I can also disown Narcissa from the House of Black and brand her a blood traitor. It won't amount to much, but how do you think she would handle it? I can demand the dowry paid by my family to be repaid with interest and further compensation for putting the heir Black, my godson, in mortal danger. You are rich, Lucius, but you are nowhere close to the Potters or the Blacks in terms of gold and I can utterly destroy you. Do you think you can survive the financial and political ramifications of this move? How would you like to be compared to the Weasleys? Lucius was batshit furious at this point, but Sirius held the cards. One wrong move on Malfoy's part and everything the man held dear would be gone. What do you want? Sirius smirked. Good. I'm glad that. The art of negotiation isn't lost in you, Lucius. Let's start with your seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The next morning, Harry woke up, feeling a weight on his body. Opening his eyes, he was surprised to see Daphne sleeping next to him, with an arm and leg wrapped around him, her head on his chest. He paused and wondered why he wasn't freaking out by the close contact, but on a subconscious level, Harry knew that he had become quite comfortable with Daphne. He didn't mind this at all. He looked at her sleeping face and couldn't help but smile. She looked so peaceful and angelic and he didn't have the heart to wake her. He slowly stroked her dark blonde hair as he watched her sleep. 5 minutes later, Daphne stirred, feeling quite good and rejuvenated. She cuddled closer for warmth as she enjoyed Harry's fingers stroking her hair. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. Oh, Merlin, she was supposed to get up before Harry regained consciousness. She didn't know if he would be comfortable with this. She didn't want to leave him alone last night so she had simply climbed into bed with him. Daphne hesitantly looked up into the smiling face of her fiancé. Good morning, whispered Harry as he stroked her face with his fingers. Comfortable. Ahem, I was, you know. I don't know about you, but I'm very comfortable. Are you really? Smiled Daphne. Oh, yes, Harry murmured as he nuzzled his face against hers. I wouldn't mind being here all day. Do you have any idea how much I missed you? You missed me, she teased good-naturedly. What are you saying, Potter? Do you actually feel something? I thought you were made of ice. Only for you, Greengrass, Harry chuckled, hugging her tightly. He couldn't help but want to keep her close. Her sweet scent was intoxicating. Daphne soon interrupted the silence. Why did you go down to the chamber, Harry? You could have gotten someone to help you in. But she was cut off as Harry pressed his lips to hers, keying her softly. Their lips brushed each other for several seconds. I couldn't stand the fact that you were attacked, said Harry honestly. I wanted revenge. I wasn't thinking straight, I admit. But it all worked out in the end, didn't it? Doesn't discount the fact that you nearly died, you idiot, Daphne hissed angrily. You should have. But she was interrupted when Harry keyed her again. I'll keep doing that until you stop being mad at me. I should be mad at you more often, said Daphne, flushing as she buried her face in his chest. I'm planning on showing the memory of what happened there in the Great Hall, in front of everyone, said Harry quietly. I doubt the staff will stop me, but if we encounter resistance, can you help me? Of course, she smiled at him. What are best friends for? I think you are turning into something more than just a friend, Daph. Why, Potter, are you asking me to be your girlfriend? Asked Daphne, her lips quirking in a teasing smirk. Harry smirked. Doesn't being betrothed make us skip that part? Who cares? So, again, are you asking me to be your girlfriend? Daphne, will you marry me? Asked Harry cheekily. You've already asked me that and I said yes by wearing this ring, Daphne sighed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. You're so frustrating. All right, Daphne Greengrass, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? Not that you have much of a choice, but still. Way to ruin the moment by your sarcastic comments. Let me think. But what do you need to think about? I'm better than anyone in the world. And why is that? I need an explanation before I consider you worthy, Potter. Well, I'm smart. I'm a dueling champion, the scion of the Potter family, the boy who lived, an international celebrity. Oh, quite full of yourself, aren't you, Potter? I wonder where all this is coming from. This is quite unlike you. Well, you know what they say. No, what do they say? Asked Daphne curiously. How should I know? I thought you might know something to finish that sentence. Daphne groaned, shaking her head. Soon, laughs and squeals could be heard as a ticking war began, leaving them laughing and breathing hard. You're the best, Daphne, whispered Harry as he closed his eyes, breathing deeply. I'm glad that you came into my life. Same here, Daphne murmured as sleep claimed her too. That night at dinner, Harry and Daphne walked into the Great Hall, hand in hand. The entire hall was silent as the two of them sat along with their friends at the end of the Slytherin table. There have been wild theories going around the school, said Tracy. No one knows what to believe and the teachers are quite tight-lipped about the whole affair. Yeah, I thought they would say something, but I guess they don't want to own up to their mistakes, said Theo not as he helped himself to food. Maybe you can show them a memory of the event, Harry, said Daphne casually. That way you can stop the speculation. I'm sure the headmaster wouldn't mind. Since the hall was silent, several people heard what Daphne said and whispers began going around the house tables. Dumbledore's beard twitched and his eyes began twinkling as he realized what the two had planned. Yes, this would work perfectly. I don't know, nearly the entire school, not to mention the country branded me a Dark Lord in the making. I'm actually thinking of not coming back next year. Blaise Zabini had to hold back a laugh as he caught Harry's eye. He was playing them all. What? Said Blaise, acting as though he was shocked. Why you can't, Harry? Don't you think it's a bit excessive? Maybe, Harry shrugged as people listened to him intently. But I've tolerated enough hippogriff shit from the people here, Blaise. What makes you think they'll believe me now even if I show them the memory? They'll probably think I'm lying and I don't want to be branded a liar as well as a Dark Lord. Oh, come off it, said Theo, shaking his head. Memory tampering to such an extent is not possible even for a very skilled occlumens and for your age, it's impossible to do so. There are always traces, from what I've been told. But it's your decision. Ahem, Potter, said a hesitant voice. Yes, Pusey. Adrian Pusey cleared his throat. I may not have personally been the cause of your misery, but I do wish to formally apologize on behalf of all the Slytherins. Shunning you as we did, even if our house was divided, was not something which should have been done. You're a Parselmouth and that ability should have been revered by us, not the other way around. So, I was hoping, you know. What he is trying to say is that we were hoping we could see the memory, said Draco Malfoy's drawling voice. Do you all want to? Asked Harry, acting surprised. When he got several nods from the Slytherins, he called for a house elf which brought him his pensieve. Headmaster, do I have your permission in showing everyone what happened down in the Chamber of Secrets? Of course, Mr. Potter, answered Dumbledore, smiling at the young boy. He really couldn't fault Harry for trying to get his credibility back because it was something he would have done himself. He still remembered his Hogwarts days when people used to point and whisper at him when his father had been thrown in Azkaban, so if Harry was innocent, he wouldn't stop him from letting others know. He had to hand it to Harry, it was executed rather well. Albus had seen the memory in his pensieve. Finally, Voldemort's true heritage would be released to the press. The last time he had tried that, he didn't even want to go there. Dorcas Meadows' death would finally not have been in vain. The pensieve glowed, with three-dimensional images forming above it. The memory began. Everyone watched in silence as Harry talked to Myrtle and then opened the chamber entrance with the use of Parseltongue. They saw him walk through the dark tunnel and enter the chamber proper. People gasped when they finally saw what the legendary chamber looked like. It certainly had been preserved over the last 1,000 years. They saw Harry talking to Tom Riddle and many screamed when Harry said, "Voldemort." Harry mentally smirked when he saw Dumbledore's eyes narrow in suspicion. Memory tampering was indeed quite difficult, even for a very advanced Occlumens, but selective memory recall was not. Harry could not even begin to attempt memory tampering, but he could recall part of the memory and not the rest while he extracted it, thus not giving Dumbledore the information he didn't want him to see, yet. People like Dumbledore and Voldemort who were natural at legilimency had a much easier time with memory tampering, but Harry's natural talent at occlumency prevented it. Either way, Harry was quite happy with his work. The memory he had given the headmaster did not contain most of the conversation he had with Riddle or him claiming the Gryffindor title. They all watched as Harry and Riddle spoke about Ginny opening the chamber against her will, about how Daphne had figured out how the basilisk moved and Riddle trying to kill her but Daphne's prudence saved her life. They watched Riddle say how similar he and Harry were. There were many stunned faces when Riddle revealed himself as a half-blood and that Voldemort was only a made-up name. It certainly debauched people's claims of him being a pureblood when they saw the anagram. To think that the Dark Lord, the person who spouted pureblood propaganda and even killed for it, was the son of a Muggle. Dumbledore grimaced when Harry's childhood was brought up. Beside him, he could hear Minerva gasp and glare at him. She hadn't known about the abuse and she certainly had warned him against them but he hadn't listened. He mentally frowned when he listened to the next part of Harry's conversation with Riddle. Many were stunned when Harry revealed a theory about how he survived. Lily Potter having dabbled in the dark arts to save her son's life was a monumental revelation and people didn't know what to think about that. Snape looked smug but Dumbledore was frowning heavily. He had thought that Harry had survived because of the power of love, but obviously, that was not true. He would need to get that journal and Lily's notes about the ritual. He wanted to know more about it. The duel between Harry and Riddle was awe-inspiring for many. Professor McGonagall was overjoyed at Harry's transfiguration skills and Snape had to grudgingly admit that Harry's knowledge of the spells which were most definitely considered dark by many was good. Flitwick was bouncing in his seat at the outstanding charm work and everyone cheered when the daggers impacted Riddle, only to gape in shock when nothing happened to him. The fight with the basilisk was terrifying to watch and when Harry stabbed the snake, people screamed in fright. Madame Pomfrey had buried her face in her hands as Harry was slowly poisoned by the deadliest venom on the planet. The entire school exploded in cheers once Harry had destroyed the diary. Harry had to try very hard to conceal his smirk when everyone realized that the sword belonged to Godric Gryffindor. While it was true that the Potters had not actively suppressed the knowledge that they were descendants of Godric, they didn't advertise it either. It was known only in influential circles in the nobility while the common folk were blissfully unaware of it. So it was quite a shock when they all heard the Sorting Hat tell them that Godric Gryffindor's only daughter had married a Potter. The ring appearing on his finger had Dumbledore closing his eyes in frustration. Why did things have to get more difficult? Even the information about the Dursleys was manageable, but not this. The fact that Harry was the future Lord Gryffindor would get the liberal faction of the Wizengamot flocking to him. How was Dumbledore supposed to be their leader if they looked up to someone else? He would have to do damage control. Sirius Black already had a grip on the traditionalist faction. Cyrus Greengrass was the leader of the centrists and if Harry had this level of influence over the liberals, he would have to think things through because this could have political repercussions. When Dumbledore was thinking and the rest of the teachers were celebrating, Severus Snape was mentally scowling. Things had been so good over the past year. He had thought that James Potter's brat was the one attacking the Muggle-borns. He had dreamt happily about the day the boy would finally be taken to Azkaban and he could gloat to Sirius Black. But now, the boy had to go and do this. "Potter, I think it is time you give the artifact back to the school," said Snape silkily, his voice echoing throughout the great hall. Dumbledore snapped out of his trance. He looked at Snape with his eyebrows raised. Surely Severus was not that desperate to get his revenge on the boy. He should know better. As headmaster, he knew of the laws surrounding the founding families, and he was positive that there was no way that sword was leaving the hands of the Potter family. He should know. James Potter had demanded an unbreakable vow just to borrow the Peverell invisibility cloak. What artifact? Asked Harry, looking at Snape with a straight face. The sorting hat has been returned to the headmaster. Dumbledore's beard twitched in amusement, but before he could intervene, Snape said in a dangerous voice, 5 points from Ravenclaw, Potter, for your cheek. I'm talking about the sword. Gryffindor's sword. It belongs to Hogwarts, so return it. And who in Merlin's name told you that Gryffindor's sword belongs to Hogwarts? It says so in Hogwarts, a history, answered Hermione Granger imperiously. It's the legendary artifact of Godric Gryffindor, and since he is one of the founders of Hogwarts, it belongs to the school. Harry's face remained impassive as he spoke. Hogwarts, a history is the most biased book I have ever read in my life. I'm pretty sure it was written by a Gryffindor who looked down upon the other 3 houses. As for the founders, artifacts, let's ask Smith, shall we? Hey, Smith, what are the laws governing the founding families in Hogwarts? Zacharias Smith's eye twitched in annoyance at the Hufflepuff table. He really did not like Potter, and he did not appreciate the boy bringing unwanted attention to him in the middle of the Great Hall, but he would be damned if Snape were to start spouting nonsense about seizing founders' artifacts. His family would never agree to that, and he knew that Potter wouldn't either. The founding families are different and separate entities from Hogwarts, said Smith imperiously. The descendants of the founders cannot own the castle, and similarly, any money and artifacts of the founding families have nothing to do with Hogwarts. This is a school, not a museum. And would you be willing to return any artifacts that you have that belong to Helga Hufflepuff? Asked Harry casually. Smith scowled. No. Didn't you hear what I just said, Potter? These laws are something that should have been taught to you considering our unique position. You should know them. Oh, I certainly know them, but I was asking you to explain it to Professor Snape and Miss Granger here. Long story short, the sword is Potter family property and no one can take it away from us. If you have any doubts about the veracity of that claim, Professor Snape, I'm sure Professor Dumbledore or Lord Smith would be more than happy to explain it to you. I would explain it to you as well, but you never believe anything I say, so it is counterproductive. Snape's lip curled, but he didn't say anything. He thought for sure that he would be able to embarrass Potter by doing this publicly, but it didn't turn out that way. Well, the brat wasn't going anywhere. He would get an opportunity in the future to take that boy down a peg or two. He was a Slytherin, he was nothing if not patient. Unfortunately, Dumbledore was not the only one who was panicking about Harry's new title. Word had quickly gotten to the heads of several families of nobility, not to mention the Ministry of Magic as well, and someone in the ministry, who went by the title of Senior Undersecretary to the Minister, had decided to do something about it even before the Chief Warlock attempted to do anything. Rita Skeeter quickly reread the letter in her hand. It said quite clearly that Harry Potter was lying about what had happened to bolster his own fame after the disastrous article which revealed him to be a Parselmouth. The anonymous person had promised to give her 500 galleons if she could make a bad article appear in the Daily Prophet about Potter's involvement in the Chamber of Secrets and his refusal in giving back a priceless artifact such as Gryffindor's sword back to the ministry where it belonged, not to mention line theft and saying that he was the future Lord Gryffindor. Humph, as if a 12-year-old boy could defeat a basilisk. Now, what would be the most catching headline? She chuckled. Boy who lived turns boy who lied, Rita murmured to herself happily as she looked through the information she had. Harry Potter, the next Dark Lord. Yes, that's a good secondary headline, or should it be first? Just as Rita touched the quill, it glowed blue and started spinning. She shrieked. How was there a portkey in her office? She went to great lengths to ensure that she was not tracked or kidnapped. Merlin knows she had a lot of enemies, especially powerful people, so it was essential. When Rita landed, she saw that she was sitting in a very regal-looking study. Rich wooden slabs adorning the walls with gold-framed paintings, floor-to-ceiling windows, and a thick carpet on the marble flooring with a large, richly decorated mahogany desk in front of her. All this made her realize that whoever kidnapped her was very, very wealthy. She was also magically bound and gagged. What was going on here? "Hello, Rita," said a voice. The dim lighting charms became brighter and she felt her chair turn in the opposite direction. There were 2 armchairs in front of the large fireplace where she saw, much to her shock, Lord Sirius Black and Harry Potter. "Nice headline you were going for," said Harry wryly looking at the sheet of parchment. "The Boy Who Lies." Catchy. "Tisk, tisk, you really do play with the big fish, don't you, Rita?" Sirius smirked. "You have written a few articles that I really didn't like. Questioning my sanity, Harry's Parselmouth status, the article about the Potter Greengrass betrothal. Looks like she is angry. Godfather, shall we make her talk?" Sirius flicked his wand at her and the gag disappeared. "Let go of me," Rita cried hysterically. "Hello, Rita, welcome to my family's ancestral castle." Harry greeted her with a small smile, though his eyes were an angry shade of blackish green. "What do you want? Why did you kidnap me?" snarled Rita. She tried to shift in her seat but screamed painfully. "That is a darker version of the anti-animagus ward created by the Black family," said Sirius, sipping from a glass of fire whiskey. "We don't want you turning into a water beetle to escape, do we?" Rita's face turned pale. How did they know? She swallowed in fear when she realized who Sirius Black was married to. "Oh, don't worry, I'm not calling my wife here," said Sirius as he smirked darkly at her. "But I will call her if the negotiations fail." "What negotiations?" the reporter asked shakily. Harry waved his hand and a sheet of parchment floated in front of her. "My godfather and I are now the owners of the Daily Prophet," he explained. "Tomorrow, the Daily Prophet is going to be dissolved to form the new magical Daily Press. All the employees of the Daily Prophet are going to be assimilated into the new company. Of course, we were wondering what to do with you. If you are willing to work for us, then you'll get all the perks of the job. If you don't, then we could always hand you over to the DMLE. Trust me, you have made a lot of enemies in the Wizengamot," said Sirius dangerously. "You have been actively using your animagus form to spy on people. Let me tell you now that you would get no less than 5 years in Azkaban for the number of laws that you've broken. Take it from a person who spent 10 years in a high-security cell, it's not paradise. I will never recover from my ordeal. It has scarred me forever, changing me as I had to spend 10 years reliving my worst memories day after day. You'll probably go insane within a few months of being there. We are giving you a better alternative." "Which is what?" asked Rita nervously. "Glad you asked," said Sirius, smiling widely. "This is the contract we want you to sign." Rita read through the contract and her eyes bulged out of its sockets. "No. This contract gives me no escape clause. I'll be a lifetime employee and it gives you too much control over me. I can never write what I want and I cannot divulge your secrets." "Rita, Rita, Rita," purred Harry, coming closer to her, his green eyes glinting dangerously. "Don't think we are not capable of forcing you to do this. We're being nice, you know. Your salary will increase and you get all the perks of the job. Trust me, one way or another we're getting rid of the threat that is you. Don't be an idiot. You can go back to your life without any problems. If you piss us off today, you'll end up next to a Dementor. You have 5 minutes to make a decision." 5 minutes later, Rita sighed. She knew it was her fault for playing with the big fish. She had forgotten the first rule of nature: there is always someone more powerful than you. "Where do I sign?" Once Rita was gone, Sirius smirked as he looked at the contract. Duplicating it, he gave one to his godson and handed the original copy to his house elf so that it could be kept safe in his study. They now controlled the biggest and most popular media outlet in magical Britain. "How was the meeting with Lucius Malfoy?" asked Harry, raising an eyebrow. Sirius' face turned an angry red. That fool didn't even know that there was a basilisk at Hogwarts. Can you believe that? Once he realized that his own son had been in danger because of his actions, he was literally white as a sheet. "It wasn't until I threatened him with delicate information did he bow down to my demands, and trust me, it was not easy negotiating with him and still keep my temper in check. I felt like killing him then and there. So, what did you get out of him?" "I snatched his seat on the Board of Governors. Combined with your seat as Lord Gryffindor, I will have 2 with one of them being permanent, so I can make myself the chairman if I'm interested. The majority of the board is actually filled with traditionalists now after the last reshuffle, so I have a majority." I also got a few very profitable businesses that I wanted, one of them being a potions ingredients farm in northern France. Finally, I caused a bit of trouble for him with the French Ministry of Magic by leaking some of his shadier deals, so he's currently bribing his way out of there. Also, Dobby. The elf popped in front of them. Lord Black, sir, said the elf, his face lighting up. What can Dobby do for Lord Black? Nothing for me, Dobby, but my godson was the one who wanted you freed from Lucius Malfoy, said Sirius, pointing at Harry. Harry Potter, sir, wanted to free Dobby? Asked the elf tearfully. Harry Potter is greater than Dobby knew. Harry smiled slightly. You may not have gone about it the right way, but I can't forget the fact that you risked your life to warn me about your master's plot. So I couldn't, with a good conscience, leave you there. So, Dobby, would you like to be my elf? Dobby began crying loudly. It is Dobby's greatest dream to be Harry Potter's elf. Dobby accepts. Good. Go to Potter Castle, Tippy will give you fresh clothes and tell you what you need to do. That is all, Dobby, said Sirius, dismissing the elf. Dobby bowed to them and disappeared with a crack. The two of them were silent for a while until Sirius looked at his godson with narrowed eyes. Don't think you're getting off easy, Harry, he said quietly. You're in big trouble. I never thought you were this reckless and stupid. Going into the Chamber of Secrets alone, without an adult to help you, knowing that there was a basilisk inside was short-sighted and foolish. Would you mind telling me what you were thinking? Harry swallowed slightly as he saw the furious expression on his godfather's face. This was a lot more difficult than explaining it to Daphne. Sirius, I did want to tell someone, he began, but I guess I got carried away. I was angry, and after I read the information Daphne had found out, I decided to see if her theory was right. When the entrance opened, I decided to go for it. What else could I have done? What else could I have done? Repeated Sirius angrily. I'll tell you what you should have done. You should have contacted me immediately. This was a bloody 1,000-year-old basilisk which turned out to be 70 feet long. No snake in history has been this large and deadly. It could have killed you with one stare alone, and you nearly died there. You were bitten by a basilisk, whose venom is considered the deadliest in the world. If Fox had not followed you, I don't even want to think of the consequences. This should have been handled by ministry experts, not a 12-year-old boy. I'm nearly 13, said Harry quietly. Sirius snorted at the typical teenage response. Taking a deep breath, he said, I'm very disappointed in you, Harry. I expected better from you. I know that you're an exceptional boy and I'm very proud of the way you defeated the basilisk, but can't you see from my perspective? You nearly died, son, and I can't ignore that. The butterflies in his stomach returned when Harry heard Sirius refer to him as his son once again. His voice was caught in his throat as he tried to say something, but he couldn't. He was feeling emotions he couldn't identify, and that confused him more than anything. Right, Sirius nodded to himself. Your punishment is to clean the stables and dungeons at Black Castle this summer for 2 weeks, without magic. I've done the same during my childhood and I know how hard it was and how much I hated it. It will give you time to reflect on your actions. 2 weeks? Asked Harry incredulously. Without magic, I can always make it 3. Harry opened his mouth but closed it immediately. No, it was futile to argue with Sirius. He knew that from past experience when he had forced Harry to go to a mind healer after the Lockhart incident. Sirius sighed softly as he extended his arms. Come here, Harry, he said softly. Harry hesitated, but he sat down next to his godfather, who wrapped his arms around him tightly. Having now being used to it, he stiffened only an instant before melting into the embrace. I'm not doing this because I enjoy punishing you, Harry, said Sirius quietly. You should realize what you did wrong and ensure that you learn from your mistakes. Your parents would not have wanted you so unnecessarily risking your life when your future is looking bright. You want to make James and Lily proud, don't you? Of course. Then don't do something this reckless again. You nearly died, Harry, and I can't believe I came this close to losing you. I hope you won't be doing something like this again, son, because I would be severely disappointed if you do. Do you really consider me your son? Asked Harry, looking up at his godfather, his voice very soft. He honestly sounded like a small child. Harry may be a nearly 13-year-old boy who was quite mature for his age, but he was also quite abused during his childhood. Those scars had never quite faded from his mind, even if those on his body had disappeared. He still remembered the time he had pined for his parents or anyone else who would take care of him and be a father figure to him that he could look up to. Even as he grew up, he subconsciously still pined for a parental figure who cared about him. Growing up, he had watched as Dudley was constantly showered with attention from his parents. He had seen Aunt Petunia give Dudley loving hugs while he got nothing but scorn and disdain. He could see the proud look in Uncle Vernon's eyes when he saw Dudley, but nothing but anger and hate when he looked at Harry. The dreams concocted by the then 4-year-old boy had never truly vanished in Harry's heart, who still longed to have parents. From reading their journals, he knew that James and Lily Potter had loved him with every inch of their hearts, but it didn't discount the fact that his godfather, Sirius Black, had done everything possible to provide for him over the past year and a half. He had constantly showered Harry with attention and affection, something which Amelia had done as well, both of them coming to the Shrieking Shack nearly every alternate day to teach Harry more magic and spend time with him. The way Sirius had done his best to protect him from the press and the general public, and the affection shining in those haunted gray eyes still moved Harry deeply. "Of course I consider you my son," said Sirius patiently. "I know that you are James and Lily's son, and I have my own son who is to be born in a few months, but it doesn't discount the fact that I promised your parents and myself that I would take care of you the moment your father placed you in my arms the day you were born. I swore an oath on my magic to always be there for you, Harry, and I will honor that promise till my death. I know that I'm not James or Lily, but I am always here for you when you need me, and if that requires me to be strict with you and hand out punishments, that's what I'm going to do." Harry swallowed thickly as his eyes grew misty. Sirius hugged the teary boy sitting next to him and rubbed his back soothingly. Harry hugged Sirius tightly as silent tears rolled down his cheeks, long, buried emotions resurfacing as he finally reconciled with his childhood, accepting it for what it was, something he had never been able to do. He felt as though a massive weight had been lifted off his shoulders as he put the issue of the Dursleys behind him. The scars would never disappear, but he now had the strength to wear them without hating that part of himself. "Thanks, Sirius," said Harry softly, wiping his tears away. "You're welcome, Harry." Even though Dumbledore had cancelled the exams for the rest of the school, the 5th and 7th year students still had to finish theirs. Harry was busy studying for his incoming OWLs, so he didn't bother with what was going on outside. The news about the Daily Prophet changing ownership and its shift to the Magical Daily created a storm in magical Britain. Many were wondering what the hell had happened, as they all had vested interest in the largest media outlet in the country. Any and all information pertaining to Frank Olive was accessed by several people, but none of them could find him. Dumbledore was sure that the man was an alias, but he didn't know who actually owned the paper. The reactions to the headline later were also entertaining to watch. The fact that the boy who lived had wielded the sword of Godric Gryffindor in defense of the school to kill a basilisk caused people to flock to him again, but Harry now knew that fame was fickle. The Gryffindor lordship had also been announced, and once the Department of Mysteries verified his claim, Sirius was made the regent and another vote made its way to the Wizengamot. Many were now feeling ashamed that they had doubted Harry after this revelation, and he did receive several letters of apology. Not that he cared anyway. The news about the abuse Harry suffered at the hands of his Muggle relatives brought massive outrage from the wizarding public. They were all under the impression that he had been living in a magical home and raised happily, but this was not what they had expected. Dumbledore tried his best to talk his way out of it, but his popularity was on the decline. He had suffered setbacks one by one in the course of 2 years, and he didn't have time to regain the trust of the people, and this was certainly a massive backlash. Sirius and Harry were happy about that, because from what Blaise Zabini told Harry, who had heard from his mother, the news about him had traveled internationally as well. Harry had become more famous for his defeat of a basilisk, and Dumbledore's job had become more difficult at the ICW due to it. Child abuse was something the magical world didn't tolerate at all. Children were considered as the sacred blessing of Mother Magic herself, and for them to be tortured to such an extent was not something they could accept. But the biggest reaction yet was the revelation about Voldemort's ancestry. The entire country was spluttering in disbelief about the fact that a man who had torn their country into pieces and killed innumerable witches and wizards who were purebloods, half-bloods or Muggle-born was actually the son of a Muggle. It didn't have the impact Harry, Sirius and Dumbledore were hoping for, though. Even though Voldemort was a half-blood, the supremacists would still flock to him if he returned to power because Voldemort had just that, power. He had the power to achieve their goals, not to mention they were all terrified of the Dark Lord. The same could be said about the common public. They were not cowards, far from it. But the last war had been brutal. Anyone caught saying something vocal against the Dark Lord had ended up dead or had disappeared. Anyone trying to fight the Death Eaters would come home and find their entire family dead. So many families had become extinct because of him. Wizengamot members were terrified to vote because they knew they were a major target. By 1991, the death toll had risen to more than 2,000 witches and wizards, and no one was willing to breathe a word for fear that their families and loved ones would end up dead. That was how Voldemort had nearly conquered magical Britain, until he was stopped by the young Harry Potter. Sirius had also demanded that an Order of Merlin, first class, be given to James and Lily Potter and another one to Harry Potter for his defeat of the Basilisk. If Cornelius Fudge can give himself one, if Peter Pettigrew had been awarded one, if Gilderoy Lockhart was given one, both of which had been rescinded, of course why not give it to people who actually deserve it? The awards had been handed to Harry within a week. The OWL exams began in mid-June and Harry was already exhausted from studying so hard. The theory exams were quite easy, but the practical exam, for him especially, was a different matter. It was not that he was being tested differently, but Harry was trying his best to make everything extraordinary. Madame Marchbanks took particular delight in testing him for most of the exams. "I think you have adjusted to the accelerated program rather well, Mr. Potter," said the old woman. "Now, I was wondering if you could vanish this iguana for me." The Transfiguration exam was wonderful. Harry displayed his talent in inanimate conjuration by creating a throne for himself with the Potter crest clearly displayed on the back. Switching spells were quite easy and he amused his examiners by switching a vase of conjured lilies with his hair. The charms exam was even better. When Professor Tofty asked him to animate his egg cup and make it do cartwheels, Harry went one step further and with careful concentration, began making the egg cup start dancing after giving it feet. When the egg cup bowed to Tofty after the show, the old man began roaring with laughter. "Oh, you're quite cheeky, aren't you?" said the old professor fondly. "Yes, your mother did something quite similar when she took her exams. Now, if you could change the color of this rat." Herbology went reasonably well. Harry knew that it was not his best subject, but he was sure that he would get an outstanding anyway. Defense against the dark arts was absolutely thrilling to show in front of the examiners. Harry took great delight in showing various curses, jinxes and counter-curses, stunning the examiner with his talent in non-verbal magic. "Oh, bravo!" cried Professor Marchbanks as he conjured a marble stone slab when asked how to defend himself from unforgivable curses, an NEWT question, actually, but Harry didn't care. The marble slab took 4 reductor curses before it crumbled. "Outstanding, Potter," she smiled. "Not many of them have the presence of mind to conjure stone in the path of a curse. You may go." Ancient runes and arithmancy were very good as well. Harry took great delight in adding his knowledge about warding in the written papers. He was sure to get extra credit for that. But the best by far was potions. Harry was supremely calm as he impressed the examiner with his spells which, he realized, other students who were taught by parents who specialized in potions knew as well. His ingredients were meticulously cut into pieces and he ensured that the timer was set to the second. When he submitted the files filled with perfect potion samples, he was sure that he would be pursuing the subject after school. Care of magical creatures took place in the afternoon at the edge of the Forbidden Forest and the students had to identify the creatures and give them food, demonstrate the correct handling of others and identify the correct food to be given to an injured unicorn. Harry was quite surprised by his ability with magical creatures. The bowtruckle he interacted with during the exam had taken a shining to him. Astronomy, Muggle studies and history of magic were fine. His perfect memory tuned with occlumency exercises over the years had always helped him remember everything he wanted. The theory exams went well and he was quite happy with them. He also took the dueling exam which was offered as a choice. Very few people took it, but Harry wanted it. By the time he finished all 12 of the exams, he was exhausted but supremely happy. The 1st of July 2003. Somewhere in Edinburgh, Scotland. "Oh look, it's the freak," said the older boy, jeering at the small frame of the 11-year-old boy. Watch where you're going, freak, said another, forcing the smaller boy to trip on his shoes. Dylan scraped his elbow against the hard ground as he tried to control his tears. Even on his birthday, they didn't leave him alone. How he wished he could get away from here. Leave me alone, whispered Dylan pleadingly as he got to his feet, but the older boy punched him in the stomach. Oh, look, little Dylan here seems to want to talk back, he jeered. I think it's time we taught him a lesson, don't you think, boys? Let the freak know his place. Dylan backed away, looking around for someone to help him, but there was nobody. Please, he begged, just leave me alone. Coward, spat another boy as the rest beat him up. You stop doing all the freaky things that you do and we'll stop hitting you. We're only helping you become normal like us. Everyone in the orphanage knows of your freakish ways. I don't know what it means, screamed Dylan as a wave of powerful magic exploded from his body, throwing the boys away from him and onto the street. The bus coming towards the children had to turn sharply to avoid crushing them, and that, in turn, led to it crashing into a building. The young boy, Dylan, was unconscious. Ma'am, I have important news, said Auror trainee Tonks as she entered the office of her boss, gasping for breath. What is it, Tonks? Asked Amelia, looking up from her paperwork. There was a huge burst of accidental magic in Edinburgh, she explained. The accidental magic reversal squad found a young wizard beaten quite badly. He seems to have used magic to escape, but it caused quite a scene. Why are you telling me this? Asked Amelia, confused. This is a matter that will be taken care of by them. Besides, it is to be handled by the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes and Wizarding Children's Services. I'm no way involved. Normally, I would agree. But I found out the name of the boy who has been taken to St. Mungo's. Right now, very few people know the boy's identity, but if the information leaks out, it could mean big trouble. I thought the boy's closest family had to be informed considering his name. What's his name? Tonks hesitated. Dylan Lestrange. 2 hours later, Sirius Black and Harry Potter were walking towards the room that housed the boy in St. Mungo's Hospital. Both of them were frowning. Did Bellatrix and Rodolphus have a child? No, Sirius replied. I know for a fact that Bellatrix lost her ability to bear children due to a stray curse that destroyed her uterus during a battle in Diagon Alley. The raid she conducted after she found out was pretty horrifying. I'm absolutely sure this boy is not Bellatrix's son. Maybe he is Rabaston's. Or it might be completely random. After all, there are muggles with the name of Potter, Black, Smith and a few others. It could be a coincidence. Maybe, a Gringotts lineage test would give the necessary information. But if he is anything like them, he's just a child, Sirius, said Harry. Quietly, but he did agree with his godfather's sentiments. Just as they were about to enter, a healer stepped out of the room and was startled to see Sirius and Harry there. Lord Black, Mr. Potter, the wizard nodded respectfully at them. What can I do for you? We're here to see your newest patient, said Sirius. I have authorization since he might be, family. How is he doing? Not well, psychologically speaking, said the healer grimly. He thought we were going to kill or torture him. I had to stun the lad before we could heal all his wounds. There are clear signs of long-term abuse. Broken bones, malnutrition, you name it. He'll have to be here for the next week, at least, to fix everything. Are you sure he said Lestrange? Asked Harry sharply. Yes, Mr. Potter, the healer nodded. If you want to talk to him, I would advise you to be soothing. He doesn't know about the existence of magic. Nodding, the two of them slipped through the privacy screens. The adorable-looking boy had mousy brown hair with slight curls and looked quite small for his age. At the moment, however, he was sleeping peacefully. He's definitely a Lestrange, said Sirius quietly, observing the boy's features critically. I'd recognize that cleft chin anywhere, but he is not Bellatrix's son. He might be the son of Rabaston. What about the mother? We won't know that until we talk to him, said Sirius grimly. Poor kid, I don't even want to imagine what is going to happen when people find out about this. The Lestranges are quite hated by everyone for what happened to Frank and Alice Longbottom, not to mention the countless other deaths they were responsible for. Well, there's no point in just standing here, said Harry quietly. He extended his hand towards the boy and there was a flash of red light from his palm. The boy groaned softly as he opened his gray eyes. Where am I?" he squeaked out. "Easy," said Harry gently, surprising his godfather. "You're in a hospital, getting your injuries treated. We found you on a street in Edinburgh. May we know your name?" The boy swallowed as he looked at the boy who was probably a few years older than him, maybe more. Harry began releasing some of his magic in a comforting way which enveloped the other boy, calming him down. "Dylan," he said nervously. "Dylan Lestrange. It's nice to meet you, Dylan," Harry smiled. "I am Harry Potter, and this is my godfather, Sirius Black." "How old are you?" 11, muttered Dylan. "My birthday is on the 1st of July. "Well then, happy birthday, Dylan," said Harry, as he shook the boy's hand, making him gape in shock. No one had ever wished him on his birthday before. "Can you tell us the last thing you remember?" I was walking back to the orphanage," Dylan answered, swallowing hard. "That's when Tony and the rest started to gang up on me. They always call me a freak and they said that I was to be cured of something. They were beating me up and I wished that they would stop, and then I blacked out. When I woke up, someone was asking me questions, holding a stick. I was scared that they were going to hurt me as they did at the orphanage. I panicked, but I can't recall anything after that." Harry and Sirius looked at each other. "You said you were going to an orphanage," said Sirius slowly. "Do you live there? Do you know who your parents are?" "No sir, I don't know who my parents are," he said, shivering slightly. "I was born at the orphanage. My mother died soon after from what I was told. She just named me before she died. I don't know anything else." "Who are you?" Harry took a deep breath. "We're not sure yet, but we're probably your closest living relatives." "Don't worry. We're not sending you back to the orphanage." "What?" Dylan gasped, gaping at Harry. "Our relatives. But, I was told I had no family." "Why? We didn't even know you existed until a few hours ago," Dylan said Sirius patiently. "Can you please tell me the name of the orphanage that you grew up in?" "It's called David's Orphanage for Children." "All right," said Sirius softly. "I'll just have to check something, but while I'm gone, Harry here will explain everything to you. But before I go, will you let me take a drop of your blood?" "Blood? Why?" "It is so that we can know who your parents are," said Harry soothingly. "Please, Dylan, it's very important. I'll explain everything to you as soon as Sirius leaves." Sirius flicked his wand, conjuring a file. Harry waved a hand over Dylan's palm, slicing a thin line. Dylan was gobsmacked at the display. Once a few drops of blood were taken, Harry healed the wound and Sirius left. How did you do that?" whispered Dylan. "It's called magic." Sirius and Amelia walked inside the orphanage, grimacing at the environment. This did not look like an orphanage which would take care of its children well. It was probably very poorly funded and where bullying was rampant. "Yes, may I help you?" said the matron as she smiled sweetly at the expensively dressed couple in front of her. "Yes, we were looking for the person in charge," said Amelia formally. "That would be me. I'm Mary Jones," she said extending her hand. "Nice to meet you, Miss Jones," said Amelia. "I am Agent Bones from the MI5 and this is my partner Agent Black. We'd like to ask you a few questions regarding one Dylan Lestrange." Miss Jones paused before asking carefully, "What would you like to know?" "How did he end up at this orphanage?" asked Sirius. "He was born here," she shrugged. "A teenage girl came here about 11 years ago, heavily pregnant in the evening. It's quite common so we took her in. She seemed quite unhealthy, probably lived on the streets, poor dear. She gave birth to a healthy baby boy and asked us to name him Dylan Lestrange. Yes, Lestrange is a very strange name, isn't it? Anyway, she kept mumbling about revenge and her son being half-blood. I remember it well because the words she used were so weird. May I know what's interesting about him?" Sirius walked up to the woman and looked into her eyes. While his legilimency skills couldn't even penetrate the mind of a young wizard, muggles had no natural shields whatsoever. He went through her memories and found the relevant information. He saw everything that had been done to the boy and was disgusted by it. This only validated Harry's theory, there were indeed more magical children abused by muggles. Harry wasn't the only one. "Come on, Amelia," Sirius spat angrily. "We have what we need." "Wait, where is the boy?" asked Miss Jones. Amelia pointed her wand at her. "Obliviate. Thank you for meeting me without an appointment, Ironclaw," Amelia began. No problem at all, Lady Black, the goblin replied. What can I do for you? We were hoping you could identify this boy's parents. Sirius took over as he removed the phial containing a few drops of blood. The boy gave us his blood willingly and authorized it, said Amelia swiftly. This is a matter concerning the most ancient and noble house of Lestrange. Indeed? Asked Ironclaw in surprise. He was found in Muggle Edinburgh. He's just turned 11 and we need to know if he is related to the Lestranges and who his mother is. The goblin nodded as he got a small silver bowl. He began mixing several powders and potions inside it. He took the phial and poured the blood into it. Once done, he took a special quill and a parchment shimmering with magic. He dipped the quill into the bowl. After a few seconds, the quill activated and began writing on the parchment. Ironclaw looked at it and nodded grimly. It looks like your suspicions were correct, said Ironclaw. He is the illegitimate child of Rabastan Lestrange. Sirius and Amelia took the parchment showing the lineage test and looked at it. Name: Dylan Lestrange. Father: Rabastan Lestrange, pureblood. Mother: Charlene Cooper, Muggle-born. Date of birth: the 1st of July 1992. Status: illegitimate heir apparent of the most ancient and noble house of Lestrange. He must have BP'd her, Amelia muttered grimly. That explains the revenge part. And the half-blood part as well, Sirius agreed. She was a Muggle-born and the Lestranges are pureblood fanatics. She must have thought it would be the ultimate revenge against them. I'll check the Ministry archives for anyone named Charlene Cooper. Thank you for your services, Ironclaw. Dylan laughed with delight as Harry made more things fly across the room, changing colors and conjuring objects. This is all so cool. I mean, magic is real. I know how you feel. Harry couldn't help but smile. When I learned about the existence of magic, I thought I was dreaming. You'll get your Hogwarts letter in a few weeks. Are you really 13 years old, Harry? Asked Dylan in surprise. You look older to me. Harry chuckled. I turned 13 in a month, actually, he answered. I'm still technically 12. No way. You look like you're 15 or 16. Magical children develop faster than Muggles, both physically and mentally. And some of us grow faster while others mature slowly. The malnutrition you suffered at the orphanage seems to have stunted your growth. You'll be surprised how fast you'll grow once the healers are done with you. Dylan paused, trying to gather his thoughts. Do you really think you'll get a Hogwarts letter? He asked hopefully. Positive. Could you tell me more about it? He asked shyly. Just as Harry was about to reply, Sirius and Amelia entered the room. Hello Dylan, Sirius greeted him with a warm smile. How are you feeling? I'm great, sir, he said happily. Harry was just showing me more magic. It's so cool. That's good to know, said Sirius. Dylan, this is my wife, Amelia. She is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Think of her as the head of a magical version of the UK's Home Office, explained Harry quietly. Dylan's eyes widened. Ma'am, he said awkwardly. She was a stern-looking woman with short red hair and blue eyes. When he saw her, he knew that she was not to be messed with. She definitely looked the part of an important government employee. Hello, Mr. Lestrange, Amelia nodded. We have managed to get some information about your parents. Would you like to know about them? Yes, ma'am, said Dylan excitedly. Harry had a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. Your father is Rabastan Lestrange and your mother was one Charlene Cooper, said Amelia candidly. There was no point in trying to soft-pedal the truth, as she had an official duty to inform him of the situation. Taking a deep breath, she continued, your mother was a Muggle-born, meaning a witch or wizard born to non-magical parents. She attended Hogwarts but dropped out in her 6th year when her family was attacked. Attacked, repeated Dylan in shock. The next 10 minutes was spent in explaining about the war with Voldemort. And so, your mother never returned to Hogwarts. She seems to have gone into hiding in the Muggle world and had you in the orphanage. My parents were not married? Asked Dylan, his eyes wide, shaking his head in denial. Drink this first, said Harry, giving him a phial of calming draught. Trust me, it'll help. After the boy had calmed down, Amelia continued. All the evidence we have gathered point towards the fact that your father might have, impregnated your mother without consent. The Gringotts lineage test confirms that they were not married and that you are illegitimate. What? There has got to be a mistake. I don't think so, Dylan, said Sirius grimly, because your father would never have involved himself romantically with a muggle born. From what we found out from the orphanage, it is clear that she knew who your father was as well. Thank Merlin he doesn't know about you. You mean my father is alive? Asked Dylan, horrified. Why didn't he come and get me? Guys, can I talk to him alone for a minute? Asked Harry quietly. Sirius and Amelia looked at each other and nodded. After they left, Harry sat down on the bed and took the boy's hand in his, giving it a soft squeeze. What I am about to tell you might come as a shock, he said slowly as he formed his words. Dylan, your father is in prison. He has been for the past 11 years. He is a Death Eater, one of Voldemort's most faithful followers. He, his brother Rodolphus and Rodolphus, wife Bellatrix were sent to prison for life. In fact, you are related to Sirius though Bellatrix, by marriage. They are first cousins, you see. Dylan's lower lip was trembling. Harry sighed as he pulled the younger boy into a tight hug as he cried into his chest. Harry made soothing sounds, rubbing Dylan's back as he silently let the boy vent. He had no idea why he was consoling the newly discovered Lestrange heir, but it reminded him too much of how he had been when he was at the Dursleys. Dylan was obviously in a state of shock and he needed someone. Harry may be cold, but he wasn't heartless. My dad is a murderer. He hiccuped. There is no sugar-coating it, Dylan, said Harry grimly. The Lestranges are quite, disliked by the common wizarding public. That's why we reacted as fast as we did. Your name raised a red alert and we had to keep you safe before someone took advantage of you by feeding you information for their benefit. You did the same thing, didn't you? Snapped Dylan. After a few seconds, his eyes brimmed with tears of fear. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that, please don't be mad at me, Harry. I'm not mad at you, said Harry softly. I know how you feel. I know that we just met each other a few hours ago, but please, Dylan. Can you trust me? I won't leave you alone. I promise. My life wasn't as very similar to yours so I can understand you better than anyone. All I am asking is that you give me a chance. Please. Gray eyes meet green, looking for any sign of deceit. After a minute, Dylan nodded slowly as more tears flowed down his cheeks. This was all too much for him to handle at such short notice, especially finding out that his father was a notorious mass murderer. Harry simply rubbed his back, trying to calm him down. Harry stayed in the hospital with Dylan for the next several days. He wanted the boy to trust him and so far, it was going great. Even though Dylan was an illegitimate child, there was no denying the fact that he was the heir apparent of House Lestrange unless one of the Lestrange brothers sired another child, which was not possible considering they were in Azkaban for life. The political ramifications of this would be huge, not to mention quite ugly, so before anyone to contest to be the guardian of the boy, Sirius and Amelia had quietly gotten it done. Dylan may not be Bellatrix's child, but the Lestranges had intermarried with the Blacks a few generations ago, so it was all clean. Besides, this would ensure that other dark families wouldn't try to get their claws on the boy. There was no telling what they would do. Even Lucius Malfoy would do his best to get custody. They had decided that it was better this way. Once Dylan was fully healed, Sirius used his influence as the owner to make Rita Skeeter write an article in the magical daily newspaper, letting people know the truth. This had to be handled delicately because the name Lestrange might have once been quite influential, but it had since been disgraced because of the actions of the three which led to the state of the Longbottoms. The article correctly conveyed what had happened to the boy's mother and her family and that the boy had been raised in a Muggle orphanage, not knowing of his heritage. There had been massive uproar as expected, but then again, even the smallest article with juicy information could get the population to talk or protest. The traditionalists on the Wizengamot had immediately tried to get custody, but Sirius announced that he had already gained guardianship of the boy. Albus Dumbledore was all for it even though he had been annoyed at not knowing about it. He did not want another child going down a dark path and the young Lestrange would be safer if he was kept as far away from the former Death Eaters as possible. Augusta Longbottom had been another problem. The woman had said that the boy should not be allowed at Hogwarts or any other magical school in Britain knowing what his father had done. Sirius had rebutted her statement saying that they shouldn't judge a child based on their parents' crimes. Dylan had never even met his father and didn't know of him until recently. He argued that Augusta was looking at Rabaston in Dylan and that was unethical. Augusta had been fuming and refused to talk to Sirius or Amelia after that. A few others had said that the boy was illegitimate and hence could not access the Lestrange title or fortune. Sirius had calmly pointed out that no one at the Wizengamot had the authority to stop the boy from claiming his inheritance, and anyone stupid enough to do so would be charged with line theft. The family magic would decide if he could claim his position as the heir. Needless to say, it was quite a messy political battle and Sirius was exhausted at the end of it. Once he was healed, Dylan was taken to Black Castle where they spent their summer. The boy was in awe of the castle and also the beautiful beaches of the island. Daphne and Astoria had also decided to come along. Dylan slowly began to open up over the course of the holidays. He also seemed to trust Harry the most, sticking to him wherever they went. Harry and Dylan went shopping for clothes along with Elizabeth Greengrass, and by the end of the trip, the boy couldn't stop stuttering his thanks. Dylan had also devoured all the books Harry had given him about magic. All in all, the summer holidays were going quite well. The Lord's study in Potter Castle was dim, with the lighting charms at minimum setting and a fire burning brightly in the fireplace. Harry Potter was sitting at the center of the room, on a luxurious carpet, in a meditative state. He was looking for the memories that had come to him when he was in the Chamber of Secrets. He dwelled into his mind and found a memory which he had trapped in his mind palace. He was standing in a classroom with Professor Slughorn and hesitantly asked while trying to hide his excitement. "Sir, I was wondering what you know about Horcruxes." "Well," said Slughorn, not looking at him, but fiddling with the ribbon on top of his box of crystallized pineapple. "Well, it can't hurt to give you an overview, of course, just so that you understand the term. A Horcrux is the word used for an object in which a person has concealed part of their soul." "Yes, sir," he said. "What I don't understand, though, just out of curiosity, I mean, would one Horcrux be much use? Can you only split your soul once? Wouldn't it be better, make you stronger, to have your soul in more pieces? I mean, for instance, isn't 7 the most powerfully magical number, wouldn't 7? He looked at the small diary in front of him and many other ingredients which surrounded him. A glass of potion, which was pitch black, was sitting on a table. He took it and drank the contents, and then pointed his wand at the diary and said the spell. Pain. It was more pain than he had ever imagined. Had something gone wrong? Just as he felt like he couldn't tolerate the pain anymore, it stopped. He opened his eyes to look at the diary, which was glowing. He smiled widely. He was just 16, but he had done it. He had finally created his first Horcrux. His filthy Muggle father. How dare the man leave his mother and reject him before he was even born? The words of his father calling him and his mother unnatural freaks still echoed in his mind. The big black and gold ring lay in front of him. He drank the potion and pointed the wand at the ring. Pain. The ring glowed. How stupid of the ghost, and she actually was the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw herself. While he immensely respected Rowena for her sheer intelligence, he couldn't help but be disgusted by her daughter. She had just handed over her mother's prized diadem to him, without question. He gazed at the artifact in front of him. He drank the potion and pointed the wand at it. Pain. The diadem glowed. That stupid woman. How dare she insult his mother? Not that he cared about his weak mother, but it was the principle of the thing. And she possessed Salazar Slytherin's locket. It rightfully belonged to him, the descendant of Slytherin. He looked at the golden cup in front of him. Hufflepuff's chalice. He drank the potion and pointed the wand at it. Pain. The cup glowed. What a worthless family. He had just eliminated the McKinnons for daring to stand up to him and his Death Eaters. They would serve as an example to others who wanted to rebel against him and also send a strong message to the Ministry of Magic and Albus Dumbledore. He looked at the locket in front of him, Salazar's locket. He eagerly drank the potion and pointed his wand at the locket. The pain was a lot lesser than before. The locket glowed. Harry gasped as he opened his eyes, his heart thumping wildly. He went over to the flow in his study and threw the powder into the polished granite fireplace. Black Castle, he shouted as he was engulfed by the green flames. The Black Library was truly a horrifying place to be in if you did not approve of dark magic. The Blacks were perhaps the most notorious of all the families in Europe who dabbled in such magic or at least studied it. They did not go too deep and actually break the laws of magic, but they did insist on studying it all. They were a paranoid bunch, as there was no telling when someone could use the most dangerous of magic against the family. And the Blacks had to prevail at all cost. That's why there were books on Horcruxes in the secret library, which was accessible only to the head of house, deep inside Black Castle. Harry had searched the Potter library, but not one book even mentioned the word Horcrux. He wasn't too surprised though. The Potters had their fair share of books on dark magic in their library, but Horcruxes were a taboo subject around the world. Even dark wizards suppressed all knowledge of it, as they knew of the consequences of splitting one's soul. But of course, Voldemort never did anything halfway, or ever listened to others. "I can't believe the fool actually created one," said Sirius grimly. According to Sirius Black 3, creating a Horcrux goes against the sacred laws of magic. Tearing your soul is something that shouldn't be done. To think Voldemort created one at the age of 16 is horrifying. It says here that a Horcrux can only be destroyed by something which is so destructive that it can't repair itself, said Amelia. Basilisk venom worked against the diary, Harry interrupted. What else? According to Virgo Black, Fiendfire and the Killing Curse work too, said Sirius. I can perform the Killing Curse, but not Fiendfire, Harry shrugged. What? He asked defensively when he caught them staring at him. Sirius pursed his lips, giving him a penetrating look. We'll talk about that later, he said quietly. Virgo Black managed to split the soul of a rabbit and contain it in a metal jar, though how he did it is beyond me. He used the Killing Curse on it, which worked. The curse itself works on the soul, so it is effective. Horcruxes are meant to be heavily protected, and very few people can effectively perform the Killing Curse. Even amongst the Death Eaters, not all of them could cast it. I know I can't. Neither can I, admitted Amelia. Any idea of how you were able to access Voldemort's memories? Grandfather Alfred said something about a possession by Voldemort which was lodged in my scar. It was removed and destroyed by my house elves when I was 7. Possession? Asked Sirius suspiciously. No, that doesn't add up. I'll look into it. In the meantime, I'll see if I can access more of those memories. In a room at the Pendragon Hotel, the best upscale hotel in magical Britain, a woman named Serena Miller was sitting, looking quite nervous. This was the biggest make-or-break moment of her life. Serena was a Muggle born. When she had received her Hogwarts letter, her parents and siblings, being quite traditional, hadn't been happy at all. They had called her a freak of nature, an abomination, and had kicked her out of the house. She had been devastated, but went to Hogwarts anyway, despite her parents' warnings. There, she had been sorted into Hufflepuff and made lots of friends. Her best friend had been a half-blood boy, Chris Miller. When she was dreading to go back home after school ended, he helped her. When Mrs. Miller, Chris's mother, a Muggle born herself, took her to Serena's home, her parents had yelled at them and told them to never come back. Her parents had later moved away, so as to cut off all communication with their estranged daughter. Serena had been devastated and had slowly slipped into depression. Chris's parents took her in and looked after her, and thus, she came to regard them as her own parents. She and Chris got married after leaving Hogwarts. But tragedy struck as the Death Eaters killed her husband and in-laws when she was away one night. She had been inconsolable. She was alone, as her family was killed. She couldn't return to the Muggle world as she didn't belong there, but the magical world was not safe either. She disappeared for a few months, hoping everything would settle down. Thankfully, it did. Harry Potter had saved them all. She had been working in the Ministry in the Obliviation Squad as they needed them in numbers at that point to ensure that the International Statute of Secrecy wasn't breached during Death Eater attacks. But she didn't want to work there forever. Her dream was to be an enchantress. She was highly gifted in the field and wanted to make her dream a reality. She had created mirrors that would be able to communicate with each other, but she didn't know if they were going to be a success because such technology was already present due to the Flow network. But she finally decided to try. So 3 years ago, she had quit her job at the Ministry and had opened her own business. The business wasn't very profitable, but luckily it didn't go into losses either. More than a year ago, she had been contacted by the director of Gringotts Bank, London. Rangoke informed her that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, wanted to invest 100,000 galleons, perhaps more, if she could enhance the mirrors and create other useful gadgets with them. Since she didn't have a family, she was quite free to do anything with her time. So she had spent every spare moment on those devices. She was here today to demonstrate her products and hopefully, they would be impressed. She swallowed when she saw them walk in. Lord Black, Mr. Potter, she greeted them. Good morning, Mrs. Miller, Sirius greeted her as took a seat. I have gone through the contract after our last meeting. Harry is very interested in your products and he is willing to invest as much money as it takes if you are able to improve upon the mirrors you currently possess. Actually, I sent her a letter long time back giving her ideas about more devices, said Harry. I took those ideas to heart, Serena replied. She opened a bag, removing several mirrors and crystals. The crystal would be able to move from one place to another, transmitting the image to a mirror which it was connected to using a modified form of a protean charm. This would greatly enhance the entertainment industry. The mirrors, which she called them as e-mirrors, were loosely based on the Muggle television. Then there were the improvements she had made to the communication mirrors as well. The crystals could also record anything and play it on the e-mirrors later. This type of magical technology already existed in the form of omnioculars, but this was different. A Quidditch match could be watched at home using the mirrors and Harry's brain was already processing the information on how to best use it to their advantage. Several hours later, Harry now owned 50% shares in Miller's Magic Mirrors and he had spent 1,000,000 galleons on production and international coverage, but it was worth it. If he and Sirius were right, this was probably the best investment Harry had made yet. You can turn into an animal? Asked Dylan in surprise. In response, Sirius changed into Padfoot as he pounced on the boy, licking his face. Dylan laughed as he tried to push the black dog off of him, but failed. Get off, Uncle Sirius, you're too heavy. Harry was concentrating on the final stages of the animagus transformation. He had spent nearly a whole year on this and was close to finishing it. Sirius transformed back and the two of them sat down, watching Harry, who had his eyes closed. Concentrate, Sirius instructed him. The transfiguration process is done and now you need to merge with your animal form. Feel it within you and let your instincts guide you. Dylan watched curiously as Harry got up and stretched his arms towards the side. They were outside, on the beach, early in the morning. He watched as Harry's body began shrinking. Dark brown feathers began making their way on his body. His arms turned into large wings with lethal-looking talons for legs and after several seconds, Harry's head changed, creating a sharp beak. Harry's animagus form was a golden eagle. Wow, Dylan whispered as he looked at the eagle in awe. He could see that the raptor's eyes were a stunning emerald green instead of the yellow they were supposed to be. Just above the eagle's right eye, there was a distinctive lightning-shaped scar as well. It wasn't too obvious, but if you knew where to look, it could be seen. Congratulations, Harry, said Sirius, beaming with pride. Go on, let's see if you can fly. 5 minutes later, Sirius and Dylan were still rolling on the ground laughing as Harry tried to learn how to use his wings. The eagle screeched at them, not at all amused by their display of laughing at him, but he didn't give up. Nearly an hour of trial and error later, he managed to fly a short distance. Now, be careful when you change back, warned Sirius. You need to want to be human again. Think about your original self and concentrate. Several seconds later, the eagle slowly began to shift and a pop later, a very beefy Harry Potter was standing in front of them. They couldn't help it. Sirius and Dylan began laughing again. It's not funny, snapped Harry, folding his arms over his chest. You didn't say anything about clothes. I thought it would be obvious, Sirius replied, wiping his tears away. Didn't you imagine yourself with clothes on? When Harry flushed, he laughed again. Knowing you, I should have expected it. Don't worry, kiddo. It happens. The important thing is that you're now an animagus. I'm so proud of you. That was awesome, Harry, said Dylan excitedly. He was blushing slightly, embarrassed due to the fact that his new friend was standing before him without any clothes on. The older boy seemed to be unbothered by his nudity, having not even attempted to cover his exposed genitals. Clearing his throat, he asked shyly, do you think I can learn it too? Finish the next 2 or 3 years at Hogwarts and I'll teach you, Harry smiled. Wrapping an arm around the younger boy, he ushered Dylan towards the castle. Now that I've managed to transform, I deserve a break. Let's head to the pool. I promised to teach you how to swim. Dylan beamed. Sirius simply smiled as he observed the two boys before he returned to the confines of his family's ancestral home. The next morning, Harry, Dylan and Sirius were in Ragnarok's office at Gringotts. This was the first time Dylan had stepped inside Gringotts and he was in awe of seeing something so different. "Greetings, Ragnarok," Harry greeted him with a small smile. "Greetings to you as well, Mr. Potter, Lord Black, Mr. Lestrange," the goblin replied. "What can I do for you?" "I wanted to talk to you about the new business we invested in a year back," Sirius took over. "I've been told that it's called Firebolt Broomsticks." "Indeed," said Ragnarok, extracting the files. "The owner seemed to have changed the name from what he originally intended, but by my estimates, the company will do quite well in the future. It is a worthy investment." "Any news about Miller's Mirrors?" asked Harry curiously. "Your endorsement of the company has greatly helped increase their sales, Mr. Potter," Ragnarok gave a toothy grin. "Very cunning of you to do so, and the gifts which are given free of cost to the customers when they buy products more than 100 galleons is quite a technique to attract customers. I have received a report that production is going well and that sales are increasing every day." "Good," said Harry. "What about expansion plans?" "We are currently looking at places of business in several magical districts of Europe, Americas, Africa, Australia and Asia," said Ragnarok. "I can give you a clear picture in 4 to 6 months or so." After Harry nodded, Sirius began. "We are here to see if Dylan here can claim his status as the heir of House Lestrange." Ragnarok nodded as he brought forward a small silver bowl. "As you know, being the illegitimate child makes this more complicated, but since he is the only heir of the Lestrange family, no one else can stop him from trying. Pour 7 drops of blood into this bowl, Mr. Lestrange, and dip your hand in it." Harry took Dylan's hand and waved his hand over it, creating a thin cut over his palm. Dylan winced but allowed 7 drops of blood to fall. Once done, Harry healed it and he put his hand inside the bowl. A gray mist formed around him as the Lestrange family magic judged him. After what seemed like a minute, the aura seeped into the boy's skin. Dylan removed his hand from the bowl and a thin gold band with a small onyx stone appeared on his right ring finger with the Lestrange crest on it. "Congratulations, Mr. Lestrange," said Ragnarok. "Even though it is unnecessary, I must point out that if your father ever gets married and has a child, that child would automatically be made the heir. But considering the fact that he'll be in Azkaban for life, it is highly unlikely." "Can't he claim headship as I did?" asked Harry. "No, the law does not allow that because technically, his uncle is still Lord Lestrange even if he is in prison for life. He can claim headship on his 17th birthday only. He may claim it before only if all 3 of them die in Azkaban before he turns 17. "Thank you for your time, Ragnarok," said Sirius. "We'd like to visit the Lestrange family vault, please. I'll come back later next week to discuss the investment options." "Good. Griphook will take you to the vault." After a long cart ride, the 3 of them stepped out of it and in front of a massive round metal door with the Lestrange crest on it. Griphook began chanting for a few minutes as the goblin wards came down. Sirius and Harry were not surprised by it because it was something which was there on their family vaults as well, but it was new to Dylan. "There are both wizard and goblin wards on the vault," said Sirius quietly to the boy. "This is one of the oldest vaults in the bank. The Black and Potter vaults are nearby, actually. They are heavily guarded and protected by the best wards money can buy. Having such a vault is very expensive, which is why I want to get the investments rolling again. Place your hand on this pedestal and pour 3 drops of blood," instructed Griphook firmly. Dylan did as instructed and after a series of clicks, the massive door opened. He gasped. There were mountains of gold and other treasures inside it. Dylan had never seen so much gold in his life. When he was an orphan, he didn't even have money to get food if he was hungry, but looking at this. "All yours," said Sirius with a smile. The 3 of them stepped inside it, looking carefully. "Be careful not to touch anything. Some of the items can be cursed." Harry was looking through the vault when his eyes landed on a small golden cup. Suddenly he screamed out in pain as another memory assaulted him. "Bella, my most loyal servant," he said in a silky voice. "I have an important task for you." "Anything, my lord," said Bellatrix, falling to her knees, her eyes glistening with pure devotion, as though she was talking to a supreme being. "I have an object that is extremely valuable to me, Bella," he said clearly. I want it to be stored in a very safe place, so I am entrusting it to you. Tell me, who has access to the Lestrange family vault at Gringotts? No one other than me, Rodolphus and Rabaston, my lord, breathed Bellatrix. What can I do, my lord? I live only to serve you. I'm glad to hear that, Bella, he replied, amused. Protecting this item is more important than your life itself. It is a chalice that was created by Helga Hufflepuff. I need you to place it in your family vault. Tell no one other than Rodolphus and Rabaston about it. The cup should never leave that vault. Take all the necessary precautions. If something were to happen to it, Lord Voldemort would not be pleased. I will not fail you, my lord, said Bellatrix passionately. I will destroy the world before I let that cup fall into the wrong hands. He smirked slightly. You have the gratitude of Lord Voldemort, Bella. Rise. He passed her a familiar-looking small golden cup. Harry opened his eyes with a gasp. His eyes were unfocused, and he could see the worried faces of Sirius and Dylan who were holding him. Harry, are you all right? Asked Sirius worriedly. Harry grabbed Sirius' shirt, pulling him closer. Sirius, it's here, he hissed. That cup belongs to Voldemort. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. What? Sirius exclaimed in disbelief. He turned around and saw the small golden cup which was sitting on a shelf, glinting innocently, looking nothing like a piece of Voldemort's soul. We need to destroy it. What's going on? Asked Dylan hesitantly. That cup, Dylan, is something which is very valuable to Voldemort, said Harry quietly. We were searching for it, but I never knew that it was here in the Lestrange vault. Voldemort gave the cup to Bellatrix for safekeeping. Sirius, we need to store it somewhere safe. If it falls into the wrong hands, if it is lost. I know, said Sirius grimly. But I can't take it out. I don't have the authority. But I can, right? Said Dylan curiously. Harry and Sirius turned to face him, looking confused. Their expressions cleared. We can't let you get involved in this, Dylan, said Sirius, shaking his head. If Voldemort were to find out you were involved in this, you could be in grave danger. No, we'll have to figure out another way for me to claim access to it. Listen, I don't care about that, said Dylan heatedly. You two have done so much for me over the past month. No one has ever shown so much care for me before. You took care of me, got me clothes, gave me food, and gave me a home. There is nothing I can do to repay you for that. But this is something I can do. Please, let me help you. Sirius looked conflicted. He did not want to paint a target on the boy, but this was way too important. But if they destroyed all the Horcruxes, there would be no target on him at all. All right, Dylan, said Sirius finally. An hour later, the cup of Helga Hufflepuff was kept in a highly secured vault at Potter Castle. The rest of the summer passed rapidly. Harry's OWL results had come a few weeks back and he had gotten an outstanding in all his 12 OWLs, which made everyone very happy. It was now the last week of August and Harry and Dylan were in Diagon Alley, finishing their school shopping. Amelia was now staying at the manor full-time because she was close to delivery and she was getting quite irritable at the smallest of things. Luckily, Sirius took the brunt of her anger. Harry and Dylan escaped to Greengrass Manor during the mornings. Dylan seemed to have become friends with Astoria, so it worked out quite nicely for Harry, who wanted to spend time with Daphne. At Twilfit and Tattings, Harry ordered a full set of robes for Dylan made of silk. Dylan protested, but Harry was having none of it. Like it or not, you are the scion of the most ancient and noble house of Lestrange, said Harry quietly. All attention, mostly negative, will be on you when we enter Hogwarts. I don't want you stepping inside the castle on a back foot. The first impression is important, Dylan. He refused to get new books but instead kept Harry's old books in which the older boy had written useful tips on the margins. It was certainly useful considering that Harry was a genius. Harry also bought a crup for Dylan and the boy was ecstatic about getting the puppy for a pet. Once regular shopping was done, they entered Ollivander's shop. Ah, the new Mr. Lestrange, said Ollivander suddenly, startling them both. Harry Potter, you and Thunderbird Tail Feather, 14 inches. Yes, Mr. Ollivander, said Harry. I need to speak to you, but it can be done after Dylan gets a wand. Yes, I remember the wands of both your parents, Mr. Lestrange, said Ollivander as he took measurements. Your father preferred Blackthorn and Dragon Heartstring, very well suited for a warrior, but your mother's was a willow and unicorn hair wand, better suited for healing magic. But let's see what suits you, shall we? Here you go. Beach and Dragon Heartstring, 9 inches. Several tries later, Ollivander gave another handsome-looking wand. Try this, Mr. Lestrange. Rowan and Phoenix Feather, 12¼ inches. Nice and supple. When Dylan took the wand, he felt it heat up. Bright sparks shot out of the end of his wand as he swished it down, making Ollivander cheer. Bravo, Mr. Lestrange. Good, very good. Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Potter? Harry carefully removed a box from inside his robes. This is the basilisk fang that nearly killed me a few months ago, Mr. Ollivander, he explained. It pierced my forearm from where I was poisoned. Since that night I have felt a connection to it, and I was wondering if it had anything to do with a focus. Ollivander gazed at Harry pointedly. You've read my books on wand lore, haven't you? Yes, said Harry honestly. Good boy, muttered Ollivander. No one seems to care about wand lore these days other than those who want to pursue it as a career. He touched the fang with a pair of dragon hide gloves and closed his eyes to feel it. You're right, you do have a connection with this fang. The very tip of it has your blood on it too, which is mixed with the basilisk venom. I think I can modify your wand if you are interested. Oh, I'm very much interested, said Harry as he flicked his wand out of his holster and presenting it to the old man. I'd like Dylan to have a holster too. It'll take me a few days, Mr. Potter. Come by my shop the day before you are to leave for Hogwarts and you'll have it ready. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Harry bowed with respect and ushered Dylan out of the shop. On the 31st of August, Harry found himself in Ollivander's shop again. The wandmaker had gone to his workshop to retrieve the wand. When he came back, he brought the wand in a box. This is my finest work if I do say so myself, said Ollivander happily as he opened the box. Harry gaped at the beauty of the wand that was inside it. It had changed significantly. The wand is 15 inches now, he continued. I managed to infuse the tip of the fang with the focus of the wand. The entire length of the wand is covered with fang ivory and yew wood which are intertwined with each other. This certainly is a unique wand, Mr. Potter, because I have never created anything like it. I must confess, it was inspiring to work on something like this. I thought it would be thicker, but I managed to work the ivory in such a way that it now sticks to the yew wood like a second skin. The thickness has only marginally increased, but I couldn't help but increase the length. It is still very rigid, unfortunately, but that certainly explains your personality. What do you mean? Asked Harry curiously. Ollivander paused for a second. A wand of this flexibility will only give their true loyalty to someone who has faced a great personal tragedy. It is the best when it comes to offensive magic and has a stigma on magic that is frivolous and silly. Owners of highly rigid wands also have a tough time trusting others and they prefer to be left alone. You can tell a lot about a person by studying their wand. Yew is a wood which is quite unusual because they tend to have more power than others and hence has a somewhat dark reputation. Those who don't study wand lore tend to fear the yew wand based on the superstition that only dark wizards carry such a wand, which is not true at all. The owner of a yew wand is never a mediocre wizard, quite the opposite in that they are exceptional and sometimes notorious. The Dark Lord is a perfect example of this and so are you. The Thunderbird is a powerful magical creature. It is like an eagle in its majesty and power. Not everyone can handle a wand which has a Thunderbird feather as a core. It is highly adaptable to combative magic and it won't back away from a fight when provoked. The Thunderbird has a powerful affinity with nature and is a symbol of creation and destruction. An eagle is said to be the king of the sky and magical creatures like thunderbirds, hippogriffs and griffins are the same. You bow down to no one. The basilisk is also the king of serpents and its venom is the deadliest poison ever known in the world. The fact that you survived after getting bitten by one is a wonder in itself. It is unheard of and that's why you have a connection with this fang. Harry blushed because he felt quite exposed in front of the old wandmaker. He didn't like it when people knew so much about him and he was astounded that Ollivander managed to describe him so accurately just by studying his wand. What about Dylan's wand? Ah, Mr. Lestrange, mused Ollivander. His wood comes from the branch of a rowan tree. From what I know, rowan wands tend to be more protective than any other and are very skilled in all kinds of defensive magic. It is quite common among wandmakers to say that no dark witch or wizard has ever owned a rowan wand. A true owner of such a wand is clear-headed and pure-hearted, but don't be fooled. Rowan wands are very powerful in the hands of a skilled warrior and should never be underestimated. Mr. Lestrange has great potential and I am quite looking forward to what he does with his life. His wand is also supple, which means he is usually gentle, warm, humble and kind-hearted. The Phoenix Feather Core shows that while he is free-spirited, his loyalty once earned is not something anyone can shatter easily. It is still too early to say anything for certain, though. Each witch or wizard is different just as each wand is different. Can you tell me about the wand of Daphne Greengrass? Asked Harry, his mind spinning. Miss Greengrass, muttered Ollivander, lost in thought. Walnut and dragon heartstring, 12.5 inches, walnut wands find the ideal mate in the hands of highly intelligent witches and wizards. Enchanters and magical innovators much prefer this wand wood, and the dragon heartstring core coupled with the wood makes it a truly lethal wand in the hands of a warrior. Yes, we can expect great things from her as well. Harry nodded and picked up his wand from the box. The moment his hand gripped the handle, power seemed to ooze out of him as the wand hummed in his hand. Oh, this is amazing, Harry breathed out in awe. I've never felt so connected with my wand before. You truly are a great wizard, Mr. Ollivander. I'm just doing my job, Mr. Potter, said Ollivander with a smile. Harry then exited the shop 100 galleons lighter, but extremely satisfied. After he left, Ollivander smiled, his silvery eyes looming over the boy outside as another vision of the future became visible in front of his very eyes. The savior of magic, he whispered. Yes, as I said, we can expect great things from you, Harry Potter. Some might view it as terrible, but it is necessary. Universal greatness usually comes at a cost of enormous personal suffering, Harry Potter. I just hope you don't crumble before you fulfill your destiny. As long as you take the right decisions, magic can be saved. If not, the entire planet is doomed. He walked to the back of his office and removed a sheet of parchment and a quill. He began writing, and once done, he sealed it in an envelope and attached it to the leg of his owl. The letter was addressed to Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel. On the 1st of September, after shrinking their trunks and saying goodbye to the elves and the ghost of Alfred Potter, Harry and Dylan flowed from Potter Castle to platform 9 3/4 to head to Hogwarts. Dylan was chatting away to him about the newest book he had read, and Harry simply shook his head in amusement. Choosing a compartment, they sat down, both taking out a book to read. I think I already know which house you'll be sorted into, said a sarcastic voice. Dylan's eyes lit up as he saw his first and only friend at the door. Hey Astoria, he said excitedly. Hey to you too, she replied happily, sitting down next to him. Ahem, Harry cleared his throat pointedly. I exist too, you know. Astoria rolled her eyes. I haven't forgotten, but when my sister is here, you tend to forget everyone else in the room. I'm just waiting for you to finish greeting her. Someone's in a bad mood, said Daphne, rolling her eyes as she entered the compartment. Hey Harry, she greeted him, wrapping her arms around his neck, giving him a soft key. Ah, I didn't need to see that, grumbled Astoria as Dylan snickered. No one is asking you to watch, Tori, Daphne snapped at her sister, taking a seat next to her fiancé. They began talking to each other when more people came by to greet them. At the end of the previous term, many people had come to apologize to Harry about the way they treated him, so he had gotten over his anger at them mostly, but that didn't stop him from introducing the Weasley twins to Sirius so that the former would have help in pranking the rest of the school for what had happened the previous year. After about 10 minutes, Theo, Blaise and Tracy entered. Bonjour. How was your summer? Tracy grinned. What's with the bonjour? I spent the last few weeks in France with my family. So, what's new? Everyone, this is Dylan Lestrange. Dylan, meet our friends Theodore Knott, Blaise Zabini and Tracy Davis. They're third-year Slytherins. Nice to meet you all, said Dylan shyly holding out his hand. The boys shook hands enthusiastically, but Tracy was a bit uncomfortable, which Harry noticed. He exhaled. This was only the beginning of what the Lestrange scion would soon face. After a few minutes, Susan Bones entered the compartment. Guys, we have a problem, she said grimly. What is it? Asked Daphne as she and Astoria petted Dylan's crop. It's Neville, said Susan nervously. Father and Aunt Amy told me about what went on in the Wizengamot this summer and, well, looks like Neville's grandmother has shown her displeasure at Uncle Sirius' decision earlier this summer. Dylan stiffened suddenly, knowing where this was going. Harry frowned, but Daphne and Astoria looked at each other worriedly. I don't know what she has told him, but he seems quite angry, Susan told them. Usually he's quite shy, right? But when I saw him yesterday he was ranting about how it was not fair. I tried to explain, but he got angry. I'm pretty sure his grandmother has told him something which has irked him a little too deep. I'm sorry, whispered Dylan. Maybe I should leave. No, said Harry firmly. Dylan, Augusta Longbottom is too set in her ways. I can't fault her for her anger, but to hold it against you is immoral and unethical. I won't let anyone treat you like that, understood? This is no way your fault. I wonder why she doesn't hold the same hatred for Narcissa or Draco Malfoy, Daphne frowned. After all, Lady Malfoy is Bellatrix's sister. Dylan, on the other hand, has never even met his father. They were all quiet for a while. Neville found them after a while and his eyes swept over them. He looked at the small boy sitting near the window and his eyes hardened as he walked away. Well, so much for that, said Theo quietly. I'll talk to him in a few days, said Harry. Give him some time and I'm sure he'll be back to normal. Dylan was unusually quiet during the train ride, but Astoria kept trying to cheer him up. After several hours, they finally reached Hogsmeade Station. When they disembarked, Harry pulled Dylan into a hug. Remember, whichever house you end up, I'll be there for you, he said quietly. I'm really proud of how you are coping with all this. I'm not saying that it is going to be easy, but I know you can do it. I have confidence in you, but you need to believe in yourself. Ignore what everyone else has to say, understood? Thanks, Harry, whispered Dylan. Good luck, Dylan, said Harry as he watched the boy go and join the rest of the first years. He made his way to the Thestral-drawn carriages and several minutes later, they reached the castle proper. Making his way to the group of third-year Ravenclaws, he sat down and made small talk with his housemates. He did his best to ignore the people staring at him, but it was starting to get annoying. He took a deep breath and his emotions were back under control, his face impassive. Professor McGonagall led the new first years into the Great Hall and Harry could see Dylan looking at the starry sky above in awe. When I call your name, you'll come forth and sit on this stool and place the hat on your head to get sorted, said Professor McGonagall. She began reading the names and Harry felt his heart beating faster. Astoria Greengrass. Like her sister before her, Astoria calmly walked up to the stool and sat down gracefully. The sorting hat was lowered onto her head and there was silence for several seconds. Harry frowned slightly. He had known Astoria for 2 years and knew exactly where she would end up. The fact that it was taking so long meant one thing: she was fighting the hat's decision. After a minute, the hat's brim opened as it shouted, Slytherin. Harry smirked. It looked like Astoria was unsuccessful in changing the decision of the sorting hat. He could see that she was glaring at the hat and he couldn't suppress a smile. He wondered which house she wanted to go to. His guess was Ravenclaw, so that she wouldn't have to be in the same house as her sister. Several names later, McGonagall swallowed slightly as she announced, Dylan Lestrange. There was absolute silence in the Great Hall as no one dared to breathe. Albus Dumbledore leaned forward slightly in anticipation and Harry mentally scowled. There was no way he would let Dylan be manipulated by the old fool. Harry didn't know why he was feeling so protective of the boy. True, when he first met Dylan he had felt bad for what had happened to him, but his mind had been working on how to use it to his advantage. Not the boy, but his predicament. Here was another wizard who had been abused by muggles. After spending the last 2 months with Dylan, he had come to regard the boy as his little brother, mostly because of how both of them had grown up. He would be damned if someone messed with him. Dylan slowly made his way to the stool, shaking slightly. Harry observed the expressions on the faces of many students. Most of them were terrified of the boy while some were openly scowling. His eyes narrowed when he saw a smirk on Draco Malfoy's face. Once the hat was placed over his head, Harry felt his heart beating faster again. After just 3 seconds, the brim opened as it shouted, Ravenclaw. Harry, Daphne, Astoria and a few others clapped, but the rest of the hall remained silent. Harry felt his anger beginning to rise as he pursed his lips in irritation. Dylan, having expected it, simply walked down and moved towards the Ravenclaw table, where the rest of the first years were seated. None of his housemates even spared him a glance, as if they were purposely avoiding him. A few even scooted away, shooting fearful looks at the gray-eyed boy. Harry clenched his fists, hoping that the feast would start soon. In his nervousness, he had not observed the new defense teacher. His eyes widened marginally in shock as he recognized the man. What was Dumbledore up to? After the sorting was over, Dumbledore stood up. "I have a few announcements to make," he said cheerfully. "But before that, tuck in." Food suddenly appeared in front of them as people began piling up their plates with food. Harry turned to the side and saw that Dylan was eating alone. Gritting his teeth in anger, he got up, in full view of everyone in the Great Hall, crossed over to the end of the Ravenclaw table and sat down next to Dylan, piling his plate with food. "Told you I wouldn't leave you alone," muttered Harry. Dylan swallowed his food and smiled slightly. "Thank you," he whispered. Albus Dumbledore observed the two boys sitting at the end of the Ravenclaw table. Dylan Lestrange's appearance was a complete shock to him, but a quick check on the Book of Admittance of Hogwarts had gotten the information he had needed. He had never expected Rabaston to have sired a bastard child. As soon as he found out about it, he had rushed to the ministry to find out everything possible. If the boy was anything like his father or uncle, it would be disastrous. The threat of Voldemort, and to an extent, Harry, was bad enough and he didn't need any more. But Sirius had already moved ahead. He had gained custody of the boy. He had conflicted about that. On one hand, Sirius taking custody of the boy was better than someone like Lucius Malfoy or Aiden Avery or even Theodore Nott Sr. But the problem was that Sirius Black was anti-Dumbledore and Albus couldn't have that. The entire Wizengamot also was up in arms over the issue. The traditionalists were against the boy because he was an illegitimate half-blood child. The Lestranges were pureblood fanatics and they couldn't have that. Sirius, however, was right. They couldn't stop Dylan from claiming his heritage. Line theft was serious business in the magical world. The air ring on the boy's finger only proved who was right. The centrists were not that powerful without support from either side, so it didn't matter what they thought. The liberals, on the other hand, under the light banner wanted to get rid of the boy. Augusta Longbottom had been the most vocal, and the fight she and Sirius had in the Wizengamot earlier this summer was legendary. Albus was happy about that because Sirius had lost some support with the liberals even though he was Regent Gryffindor. Unfortunately, that did not mean Sirius was any less powerful. He was now Lord Black and the regent of Houses Potter, Gryffindor and Lestrange. He controlled 4 important votes, but Dumbledore had been in the political game for a century. Sirius was still a newbie. He needed to have Dylan Lestrange under his control. It would be a great asset in the war against Voldemort if he could convince the boy to spy on the Death Eaters for the Order. Being the son of a very high-ranking Death Eater would certainly have its benefits. Albus was sure that whether it was 5, 10 or 20 years, Voldemort would rise again and they would have to be ready for it. He would have to talk to the boy and get him out of Harry's influence. He did not need legilimency to see the pure hero worship in the boy's eyes every time he saw Harry. No, until Harry could be firmly placed with the light, he was dangerous. Albus was still working on his plans to redeem Harry and get him to change his view on Muggles. It was very important. After all, the path of Grindelwald and Voldemort had started with Muggle domination. That was the root cause of it all, and it was imperative that Harry did not take such a path in his life. Once the feast was done, Dumbledore got to his feet. "A few start-of-term announcements," he said happily. "I would like to mention 2 staff changes this year. First, please welcome Professor Remus Lupin, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher." "Good luck, Professor." People clapped politely, but some were less than impressed with Lupin's worn and faded robes. Remus bowed slightly and resumed his seat. Snape was glaring at him. "Since Professor Kettleburn decided to retire this year, I am pleased to announce that our new Care of Magical Creatures teacher is none other than Rubeus Hagrid." Harry raised an eyebrow as people at the Gryffindor table cheered. He knew that Hagrid knew a lot about creatures, but did that mean he was qualified to teach? Knowing something and teaching it are different. Just look at Snape. He was the worst teacher anyone could have in potions, but no one could doubt the fact that he was brilliant at the subject. "That's all for tonight. Pip, Pip," said Dumbledore, dismissing them. Harry led Dylan to Ravenclaw Tower, showing him useful shortcuts along the way. Once they entered the common room, he followed the boy to his room. It was quite tiny and simple, just like the rest. Well, it's better than the orphanage, said Dylan, examining the room. I'm happy that I get my own room. What's your favorite color? Green, said Dylan promptly. Harry smiled slightly. Maybe some things were genetic, after all. The Lestranges were proud Slytherins, or maybe it was a coincidence. Harry flicked his wand to his hand, idly noting that his spells had become more powerful since the addition of the basilisk fang ivory in the wand. Waving his wand in a long fluid motion, he expanded the room to a large size. The walls turned from stone to green and beige and the closet expanded. All in all, it was quite luxurious for a student. Wow, I love magic. Harry chuckled as he ruffled the boy's hair fondly, just like Sirius did to him. I'm glad you like it. Remember, if you need anything, you have your mirror with you and you can call me. My room is 2 floors up and you are welcome there anytime, got it? Thanks, Harry, said Dylan with a bright smile. Good night. Good night. The next morning, Harry got up early as usual and went out for his morning run. 2 hours later, he came back pink and sweaty and went to take a bath. Ensuring that he was impeccably dressed as always, he gracefully walked down the stairs, not noticing the admiring looks the girls in 3rd and 4th years were giving him. Entering the Great Hall, he sat down at the Ravenclaw table and began helping himself to food. He had to clear his schedule with Professor Flitwick after breakfast and start his NEWT classes. He was just finishing his breakfast when Daphne and their friends arrived. When Professor Flitwick left the hall, Harry keyed Daphne goodbye and rushed after him as the other 6th-year students left as well. Dylan Lestrange came down to the Great Hall too. He had just seen Harry leave and he was on edge. He knew that nobody would want to talk to him, but he should try, right? He carefully sat down near a group of Ravenclaw first-years, helping himself to food. 5 minutes later, he realized that it was going to be more difficult than he thought. Dylan closed his eyes in frustration and misery. Even in the magical world, he was still a freak. A few older years were watching Dylan with barely concealed scowls. That's Rabaston Lestrange's son, right? Asked 17-year-old Tony Wallace. Yes, snarled Kevin Taylor. The Lestranges murdered my grandparents. I think it is time we taught him a lesson. He's probably the same as his father, a murdering, bloodthirsty lunatic. And a bastard to boot, said Tony darkly. Harry was immediately cleared to continue with ancient runes, arithmancy, charms, herbology, potions, defense against the dark arts and transfiguration. His first class was potions and he proceeded to the dungeons along with the 6th years. Snape entered the classroom in a dramatic fashion as always. You are now NEWT students, he began. I only accept the best of the best in my class, so I won't handle anyone blowing up cauldrons here. If I feel that you are not up to the mark, I will ensure that you are not sitting in my class, so be well prepared before you enter my classroom. Snape's lip curled when he spotted the 13-year-old boy amongst the 16-year-olds. So, Potter, you managed to get into my NEWT class. Tell me, how many people did you bribe to get an outstanding in your OWLs? None, Professor, said Harry calmly. There are anti-cheating quills used by students and evaluators, as you very well know. There are also other measures taken that prevent such fraud. Why, Professor Snape, do you doubt the competence of Madame Marchbanks and her team? 10 points from Ravenclaw for your cheek, Potter, Snape retorted automatically. Today we will be preparing the draft of Living Death. This is the most complicated potion you have come across till date. Be warned, any mistakes you make could make the drinker enter a state of coma from which he can never recover from. It may also lead to death, so be careful with what you are doing. He saw a few people gulp and Snape mentally smirked in satisfaction. He saw the impassive face of Harry Potter and decided to test him again. Let's see how much our resident prodigy knows about the potion, he said silkily. Potter, what are the 2 main ingredients for the draft of Living Death? Powdered root of asphodel and an infusion of wormwood, Professor, Harry replied immediately. What is the last step before which the potion would be complete? Asked Snape. The last step is to add a small piece of valerian root, he answered, after which the potion turns very pale and transparent. Snape's lip curled as he stared at the boy. The instructions are on the blackboard. You have an hour and a half. You may begin. Harry waited for everyone to finish gathering their ingredients while he prepped his workstation. He charmed his rods, ignited a magically controlled flame, cast enchantments around the cauldron that would prevent accidents and then went to gather ingredients. He had prepared this potion beforehand. As always, the ghost of Alfred Potter was quite happy to tutor Harry again. He also used his mother's notes to a great extent. Lily Potter had really been a genius and he was quite proud of that fact. He took his silver knife and crushed the soporiferous bean with the flat side of his dagger, ignoring the instructions in the book. Harry also added a clockwise stir after every counterclockwise stir. He remained calm as he watched Snape frown, walking towards him. Harry quickly flicked his wand as a sample of the potion was filled in a phial. "Potter, what is this?" asked Snape angrily. "The draft of living death, Professor," said Harry casually. "Tell me, Potter, can you read?" snapped Snape. Harry heard someone snickering in the background. He was not oblivious to the people in the school who were jealous of him. Harry still had many people who disliked him. Sirius had explained that it was mainly resentment because they felt Harry had everything while they didn't. He had the money, the good looks, the fame, a fiancé and was in the accelerated program. Who wouldn't be jealous? Of course, none of them truly knew the extent of Harry's suffering, but jealousy was not something anyone could reason with. "Of course, Professor," said Harry, not falling for the trap to rile him up, though as always, he did retort with a cheeky reply. It would have worked if Snape hadn't tried it 100 times before over the past 2 years. "I would never have been allowed in this class if I had not learned how to read or write." 5 points from Ravenclaw, the potion's master snapped. "Read the 7th line of the instructions for me, Potter." Harry simply looked at the board. "Cut the soporiferous bean and pour the juice in the cauldron. Now read the 10th line for me. Stir counterclockwise until the potion turns as clear as water." "I don't see the problem." "Don't you?" said Snape dangerously. "No, I don't," said Harry quietly. "I know exactly where you are going with this, Professor Snape, and there is no reason I need to follow those instructions when there are alternate ones available that provide better results. You don't follow the same instructions when you brew the potion, but you somehow feel that I shouldn't use the alternate instructions which every potion's master uses." Snape loomed over him dangerously as he whispered, "I am not someone who is impressed with my students cheating in my class, Potter. I don't know where you got these instructions from, but you will not use them in my class." "This textbook is not the only source of reference, sir," said Harry, his eyes cold as the temperature dropped in the dungeon slightly as both wizards released some of their magic in anger. "As any good student would do, I researched the properties of the changes and applied them. The changes I used were confirmed by a certified potions mistress. Do not call me a cheat." Harry and Snape stared at each other, anger displayed on both their faces. "How dare you use those instructions?" he snarled quietly, his face turning red in anger. "Why would I be asking you permission for a method that is used by several potions masters around the world?" asked Harry haughtily. "You and my mother were not the only ones to discover it. Following my mother's instructions is hardly something to be frowned upon. Didn't you do the same? You both altered several potions together after all." "Enough," barked Snape, before leaning closer to speak in hushed, harsh tones. 50 points from Ravenclaw and detention with me, Potter. Don't you dare talk about Lily." Class dismissed. The rest of the class hurried out, but after packing his bag, Harry remained, looking at Snape with an unreadable look on his face. "What are you still doing here, Potter?" spat Snape. "Get out. First shut up and listen to what I have to say." "What did you say?" asked Snape dangerously. "You have some nerve even mentioning my mother's name when you are the reason she is dead," hissed Harry. "I have put up with enough hippogriff shit from you over the past 2 years, Snape, but I have reached the end of my tether. I don't have unlimited patience. You treat me like crap because of what my father did to you during your school days, but you don't realize that you are exactly what you hate most, a bully. Why, you leaked the prophecy to Voldemort, do you deny it?" snapped Harry, making Snape stop in shock, his wand still pointed at Harry, the tip glowing. "You're the reason my parents were targeted. You're the reason my parents were killed. You're the reason I am an orphan. You are the reason I wound up living with Petunia and getting the shit beaten out of me every day for being a wizard. Don't act as though you are almighty, Snape, because you're not. I know that I don't stand a chance if you choose to attack me right now, but know this. My influence in this country, especially after the Chamber of Secrets fiasco, is not something I am unaware of. I'm Heir Potter Gryffindor, and that holds sway in the government. I'm the boy who lived. You may have Dumbledore, but I have the entire magical population under my thumb. A former Death Eater won't stand a chance. Don't push my buttons or you will regret it." With that, Harry walked out of the class, slamming the door shut. Snape gripped the handle of his wand tightly. Someday, he would get his revenge on Potter. He would make sure the boy suffered for mentioning Lily. It was not his fault that Lily had died, not really. If Lily had never married James Potter and married him instead like she was supposed to, if she had never had a child with Potter, then none of this would have happened. It all came back to Potter again. It was always about James Potter, and the bastard son was just like him. But it was only a matter of time, of that Severus was sure. He would watch as Potter cried. He would make sure the boy lost everything just like he had lost everything when Lily died. The next 2 weeks at Hogwarts went on without much of a fuss. Harry had been irritable for the first few days, but some quiet time with Daphne had managed to calm him down. He also began spending more time in the room of requirement, dueling against the practice dummies, his spells getting more violent by the day. He would not be weak. He knew that if Snape had chosen to attack him, Harry would have had ass handed to him. He was not stupid. The defense class was better than Harry expected. Professor Lupin began teaching them about curses and how to counter them. Since Harry studied ahead, he knew the theory, but the practical portion was good as well. His classmates were struggling with the spells because Lockhart had not taught them anything the previous year, but Sirius and Amelia had ensured that Harry was taught the subject well. He found himself helping those who were struggling in class, and that was met with surprise from everyone. Professor Lupin did not acknowledge Harry as anything other than a student, and Harry was perfectly fine with that. With all that was going on, he hadn't had much time to interact with anyone except Daphne and a few minutes with Dylan every night. So when he entered the Great Hall for lunch during the end of the second week of school, he frowned when he saw no sign of Dylan. Harry had not come to the Great Hall much over the last 2 weeks, having a house elf provide food for him in the room of requirement being Lord Gryffindor had its perks, even if he could not use that title outside Hogwarts until he was 17, as he studied and practiced magic. His Notice Me Not charm was still active, so he stood back and observed after casting a disillusionment charm on himself. Dylan Lestrange was not having a good time at Hogwarts. This place turned out to be as bad as the orphanage. He thought Harry would be there for him, but the older boy was not always around, having a full schedule of classes, but he was touched that Harry had made it a point to talk to him every night despite being so busy. Astoria was the only one in his year who spoke to him. No one seemed to want anything to do with him. Daphne and her friends were all right and were quite nice to him, but they were older. Sure, Harry was older too, but it was Harry and there was a difference. Then there were the bullies. It had started off small on the second day of school. A trip jinx, jelly legs, something like that. But slowly, especially over the past week, it had become worse. He didn't want to go to the hospital wing in fear of retaliation, so he hid his injuries under his robes and acted as though everything was fine. The biggest problem was hiding it from Harry every night, but he had somehow managed. He had to remain strong if he was going to survive here. He didn't want to let Harry down, or Uncle Sirius and Aunt Amelia for that matter. But the worst part was that for the past 3 days, the older students weren't letting him eat food in the Great Hall. None of the teachers noticed because the students were quite subtle. They used a variety of spells to ensure they were not caught. Dylan would barely be able to grab a few slices of toast before he was forced out. He was quite hungry. He knew that he had to tell Harry about it, but he didn't know how much sway Harry had over them. From what the older boy had told him, Harry's popularity had taken a massive beating the previous year. What could a 13-year-old boy do against a dozen 17-year-olds from all 4 houses? Dylan had been called a bastard so many times over the last 2 weeks, it had already become routine for him. He had just traded one word for another, but he wasn't sure if being called a bastard instead of freak was any improvement. Just as Dylan entered the Great Hall, he quickly made his way to the Ravenclaw table and grabbed a few slices of toast. "Hello, Lestrange," said a voice quietly. Dylan stiffened and turned towards the staff table. The boys were disillusioned as always. "Tell the teachers anything, Lestrange, and we'll make you regret it," growled a voice. "Now get lost. We don't want murderers in our school. Go back to the orphanage where you came from." No one wants you here. Dylan clenched his fists. He had heard that phrase too many times growing up. The anger had long since faded away. Each time he had been angry, he had been punished badly. He didn't have the strength to feel anger anymore. Just as he was about to leave the Great Hall, someone put their hand on his shoulder. He stiffened. "Look at me," said Harry quietly, lifting the boy's chin with his hand. Harry looked into the boy's eyes and what he saw made his blood boil, his green eyes darkening. "Well, if they don't let you sit at the house tables, we'll have to make ourselves comfortable on the floor," said Harry with a dark smirk. "What?" asked Dylan, still in a daze at seeing Harry at the Great Hall. In response, Harry flicked his wand. A thick picnic mat appeared in the middle of the Great Hall. With another flick, comfortable pillows appeared as well. Everyone had stopped talking now and was staring at them. Supremely unconcerned, Harry sat down gracefully on the mat. "Well, what are you standing over there for?" asked Harry with a teasing smile on his face. "Aren't you hungry?" "Harry," said Dylan uncertainly, his face flushed. "Sit," said Harry firmly. "Trixie." A Hogwarts house elf appeared in front of him. The Great Hall was silent as a grave. It was a very good thing that Dumbledore was away at some ICW conference. "What can Trixie do for young master?" asked the elf. "Trixie, could you please provide us with some food? A chocolate cheesecake too, for dessert, if you can manage it. It's Dylan's favorite." "At once, Master Harry," said the elf, beaming at him before it disappeared. When he saw Harry staring, Dylan flushed with embarrassment as he sat down next to Harry on the floor. "Mr. Potter, may I ask what you are doing?" asked Professor McGonagall angrily. "Well, there are several students here who are denying Dylan to eat at the house tables or even eat at the Great Hall at all for that matter," Harry replied with a fake smile. "So, I thought something should be done about that. If they don't want Dylan there, I'll simply create another place for Dylan, simple as that." Snape was very tempted to say something, but he held his tongue. The incident 2 weeks ago was still fresh in his mind. "Not allowed to eat," repeated Professor McGonagall, her eyes flashing, hands trembling in anger. "Explain. Why don't you ask Wallace and Taylor, Professor?" asked Harry, turning towards them, eyes burning with fury. "I'm sure they'll know more about it. In the meantime, Dylan here has not had a proper meal in 3 days. I need to do my duty as his older brother and ensure that he's well fed." There was a collective intake of breath when Harry said that and Dylan's jaw dropped in shock as well. Trixie appeared in front of Harry, leaving delicious food all over the mat. Harry cut a piece of shepherd's pie and put it on a plate for them both. When he was serving, a knowing smirk formed on his lips as another person sat next to him. "Oh good, you have all my favorites," piped Daphne as she helped herself to food. Dylan just gaped as Daphne began eating, not at all bothered that she was sitting on the floor amidst hundreds of students staring at them. He was startled to see Astoria sitting on his other side. "Pass me a plate, Harry," she ordered. "What do I look like, your waiter?" asked Harry with a mock frown. "Wait, don't answer that. I know what you'll say. For the record, you are what I say you are, so deal with it." Astoria smirked challengingly as she took a bite of her salad, ignoring the playful glare being sent her way. "Budge along," said Fred and George as they sat down. "You really know how to throw a picnic, Harry." "I can't believe I'm doing this," muttered Blaise under his breath as Tracy and Theo sat down as well. "You could have conjured a table, you know. Now where's the fun in that?" "Any more room?" asked Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott and Padma Patil, taking a seat. "Feel free," Harry replied. He then looked at the stunned face of one Dylan Lestrange. Leaning forward, he whispered in the younger boy's ear, "I promised you that I wouldn't leave you alone. I will honor my promise, little brother." Biting his lip to control his tears, Dylan opened his mouth only for Harry to feed him a spoonful of his favorite chocolate cheesecake. A privacy charm ensured that they didn't have to listen to McGonagall yelling at the group of 6th and 7th year students at the top of her voice. Harry mentally smirked in satisfaction. No one messed with the people he cared about and got away with it. A wink from Fred and George got the confirmation he needed. The twins would take care of them now. "Why didn't you tell me?" Harry demanded angrily. I thought I could handle it," Dylan cringed. Madame Pomfrey kept muttering about immature teenagers. "I can't believe what this school has come to," spat Madame Pomfrey angrily as she healed Dylan's injuries. A dozen seventh years picking on a first year is utter cowardice, I tell you. 5 minutes later, she finished. You'll be fine, Mr. Lestrange, she said. Next time, don't be stubborn and actually come to me if something is bothering you. Merlin, why people are treating you like this is beyond me. I remember your mother and she was one of the sweetest people I have ever known. You knew my mother? Asked Dylan in surprise. Yes, a very sweet and soft-spoken girl actually, said Madame Pomfrey with a sad smile. She was a Hufflepuff, but she stuck to a very small group of friends. She used to spend a lot of time here because she had desired to become a healer. But she left in the middle of her 6th year after her parents were attacked. There was a momentary silence. I don't know much about her personal life, Mr. Lestrange, but I can tell you everything I know. If you are interested, you can come to my office this weekend. A few memories are better than none, she said quietly. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, said Dylan excitedly. Once done, Harry led the boy to the room of requirement. The next time something like this happens, I want you to tell me immediately, got it? Said Harry firmly. I won't have them treating you like this. I don't want to be a burden, said Dylan fidgeting. Harry sighed as he sat down next to the boy. Dylan, you are not a burden, he said quietly. We have known each other for a few months now and you have already managed to break the ice with me. When I look at you, I see myself and trust me, that is not something I want to see in anybody. But I also care about you and I want to see you happy. Did you really mean that? Asked Dylan hopefully. When you called me your little brother. Of course I meant it, said Harry honestly. Not many people can get close to me, but you succeeded in a short amount of time. You may not believe it and quite frankly I'm finding it hard to understand myself, but yes, I do consider you family. Dylan threw his arms around Harry, hugging him tightly. Harry stiffened in panic but wrapped his arms around Dylan slowly too. Then you're my brother too. On the 22nd of September, Harry, Andromeda Tonks, Susan and Susan's parents were in St. Mungo's Hospital, waiting for Amelia to give birth. After waiting for 2 hours, the door opened and Elizabeth Greengrass, wearing her healer's robes and looking slightly worn out, beckoned them in. Everybody, I would like to introduce to you the newest member of our family, said Sirius, beaming with happiness. Meet our son, Rigel Sirius Black, the new heir Black. Harry looked at the baby with a smile on his face. The baby was in Amelia's arms and he cuddled up to his mother, his hair turning from black to red. He's a metamorphagus, exclaimed Susan in awe. It's a trait that is dominant in the Black family, explained Andromeda with a smile. Dora started changing her hair color when she was born too. Harry looked at the baby fondly when Amelia cleared her throat. We have also decided something else. Susan, Harry, will you both accept the honor of being Rigel's godparents? Susan squeaked in happiness as she nodded and Harry was quite stunned. Of course, I would be honored, said Harry with a small smile. He pulled Sirius aside. Can you set up the godfather ritual later on? He asked quietly. Of course, Harry, said Sirius with a smile. I did the same for you when you were born. It is quite simple, actually. Let the rest of them leave and we'll have it done. About 2 hours later, the others had all left and Harry was holding the sleeping infant in his arms. The boy looked really adorable and Harry lightly tickled his cheek, making the infant smile in his sleep. I don't think I have ever seen anything so beautiful in my life, said Harry softly. Amelia smiled. Wait until you get to babysit him, she said teasingly. Harry chuckled. Sirius gave him a slip of parchment which had the words of the oath and Harry took his oath as Rigel's godfather that he would do his duty to protect him and take care of him. After spending some more time there, he returned to Hogwarts with a smile on his face. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.